Hello and welcome to this free course all about digital marketing. My name is Adam Walsh. I've made a lot of money with digital marketing and I'll cover my story in this free course for you. Before I do that, let's just address what is digital marketing and why this actually makes sense for you to put time and effort into if you're looking to start an online business, a side hustle, to make money with freelancing or an agency, or you're simply just looking to level up your skills and know more about digital marketing. I highly suggest going to Google and doing your own research, but from what I can find, the US digital marketing industry is estimated at over $155 billion, and that was in 2021. And the global digital marketing market is expected to reach almost $800 billion by 2026. So it's clear there's a lot of money being spent in digital marketing. Now there is a way for you, even if you are a complete beginner with no experience, to get into this industry, which we're going to cover in this course with you today. And keep in mind, this is quite a long course, so you might need to split this over doing 30 minutes a day for the next week or two, but I highly suggest either which way you get through it all. Now we know why digital marketing is important and why it's an opportunity you should probably look at. Now, what exactly is it? Google's pretty generic definition is this. Digital marketing refers to the use of online channels, platforms, and strategies to promote products, services, or brands to a target audience. It leverages the internet, digital devices, and technology to engage potential customers and drive business growth. Essentially, it is a thing. It is a service. It's something you can do. It's something businesses use to make more money. Right, to sell more products, to get more leads for their business, to get more brand awareness. It's something that has been born from the internet and the digital age. We know all companies are moving online. If they're not already online, they're moving online. If they're online, they're doubling down on their online efforts. But the question is, what is digital marketing really? Because there's a lot of messy definitions of digital marketing. There's a lot of straight up just nonsense, and I'm going to cut through all of that for you today. So digital marketing is not buying a digital product and reselling that product. You've probably heard of this going on, and you might have seen this on social media. A lot of people are saying, hey, I make this amount of money, I'm a digital marketing, but all they're essentially doing is building a digital product or buying somebody else's digital product and then reselling that product to other people who want to learn digital marketing. I'm not going to say it's a certain scheme with a certain shape, but you can probably understand what I'm getting at. Kind of looks a little bit like this. Digital marketing is not promoting somebody else's product or service and getting commission on the sale of that product or service. That's affiliate marketing, which is very different. And it is most definitely not pretending to be a make money online guru, where you know deep down you've never made significant money online, but if you kind of pose that way and make it look like you have, people will think you're very successful, and then they'll maybe buy the digital product that you're reselling or the affiliate product you're promoting that somebody else built. What I've just listed there may sound attractive. It's getting marketed as a get-rich-quick scheme in a way to make easy money fast, but it's not a lifelong skill, and it's certainly not a sustainable business. So even if it is something you do, first, you're probably going to have a lot of people think you're a scam. And then secondly, you're probably going to maybe, hey, if you get results for a couple of months, cool. But then you don't have a skill that you can actually turn into a lifelong business. So what digital marketing really, truly is this: using social media and marketing strategies to grow a business's online presence and their revenue to make them more money. It's learning lifelong marketing skills that you can use to build your own side hustle, your own business, or even just for your job or your career. Keynote: lifelong marketing skills, not a trend, not a fad, not something that's here today, gone tomorrow, and not something where you're going to be trying to, essentially what we looked at, lie to people to sell products online. Digital marketing does a lot of things. It allows for targeted reach. It allows businesses to target specific demographics and interests. For example, let's say I start a headphone company and I want to sell more of my headphones, but I want to sell it to people that use iPhones. Well, I can do that. I can target my campaigns, my content, my social media to target people that essentially already use iPhones. It's very cost effective. It's often a lot more affordable than traditional advertising. You know, the cost of, let's just say, advertising at the Super Bowl, for example, that's going to cost you, I don't know, hundreds of millions. If you want to advertise online, you can actually do it for free. You can run social media accounts, you can post content online, all of that is free, and you can really massively impact the business. One video that might get 100,000 views could genuinely fill up a business's book of business for the next month, 2 months, 3 months. You can get measurable results. So instead of just kind of, putting an ad in a newspaper and hoping for the best, you can actually provide analytics to track performance and the return on investment. Real-time interaction is a very key point of digital marketing. This allows business owners to engage with customers in real time through platforms like social media, right? So many times right now, I am buying products and I'm going to service-based businesses based on their social media. I've got a trip planned to Krakow in Poland, and what I did was I first went to Google and typed in Krakow and was like, oh, okay, there's a lot of information here, a lot of websites. I don't want to sift through all of that info. So I went to Instagram and I went to the location tag and I went to Krakow, and an account popped up on that page, right? And it was an account that was called Krakow Guide, something like that. I clicked on their profile. They were posting lots of great content about Krakow, and they had an ebook in their bio, and I bought their ebook, which was a guide to Krakow. Now, what they have done is use digital marketing very well. They're selling an online product in their case, but you can imagine if you want to go to a barber, hairdressers, you want to go to a restaurant, how many times now are you checking their social media first before you make that buying decision? I know, for me personally, I'm doing this all the time. The key point of that is because it allows real-time interaction. I can message a barbershop who is, close to me, and pretty much right away via social media, they can just reply back to me. I don't have to take a call or anything like that. And scalability, if your efforts of digital marketing are working, right, you can scale them up. And if they're not working, you can scale them down or cut them off immediately. This is really powerful, right? Because again, let's go back. I'm selling headphones, and I found a certain type of content on social media is driving incredible awareness, and it's getting me a ton of new leads and customers for my headphones. Well, I can just do more of it. I don't have to wait around. I don't have to wait for the campaign to end or anything like that. I can go and I can increase the budget if I'm doing some paid advertising. And if I'm just posting organically on social media, I can double down and I can do more of that. So in the digital marketing space, there's so much you can offer. And if you're going to take the route of offering digital marketing services to business owners, which is kind of what I recommend, it's what I did that got me my first 7-figure business, you'll notice that there's many avenues you can go down. Now, personally, I've been in this game a very long time. I first started into the world of internet marketing back when I was very, very young, still just a teenager. And because of that, I've been able to get my hand in and really try out a lot of the methods you've seen online, business models, but also using different parts of digital marketing. I've run Facebook ads, I've built websites, I've built funnels, I've ran email marketing campaigns, I've done sales, closing, and appointment setting. I've created content and I've managed social media pages. So I have a pretty good grasp on all the different areas, and I've made significant money with a lot of them. So what I'm going to do now for you is break down kind of the 5 key digital marketing services I see, and I'm going to rank them on a few key features. I'm going to rank them on how much money you get per sale of that service to a business. So if you're selling, let's just say website building as your service to a business, how much money you'll make from that. We're going to look at the startup capital you need if you want to offer that type of digital marketing service. We're going to look at the startup knowledge you need to know before you can start. We're going to look at the demand. We're going to look at fulfillment, aka how you actually fulfill and deliver that to your client. And finally, the deal type. Is it one time, a project, or ongoing? So let's get into it. So on the left-hand side, you will see we've got our 5. We've got social media management, which in that I'm going to include content creation, because if you are doing social media management, you're managing a social media page, you're probably going to create content for that business as well. So we're bundling the 2 together. Number 2, we've got email marketing. Number 3, we've got funnel building. 4, we've got paid advertising. And 5, we've got website building. Quick definition for all of them. Social media management, I'm managing social media pages for a business, and I'm creating content, and I'm updating their social media regularly for them. Email marketing is I'm sending out email campaigns to an email list of leads or customers of a business to sell more of their stuff. Funnel building would be building out it's similar to a website, but the difference here is it might be a website page that says, hey, click here, add your name and your email, and get your free ebook, which is going to show you 10 tips about buying your first property. And then the next stage of the funnel is an offer, and the next stage might be pushing to a sale, and so on and so forth. So it's basically a series of website pages that guide somebody down to a sale or an action. Paid advertising is running advertisements on the internet, whether this is Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, the list goes on. essentially a piece of content, an ad that you think is going to work well, and you're putting money behind that and you're targeting it to specific regions and also interests as well. And finally, website building. We all know what that is, building a website for a business. So in category number 1, we've got price per sale, aka if you were to sell one of these services to a business, how much money you'd make. Social media management, email marketing, and website building, we've listed here with $2 signs. These are what we call kind of low to mid ticket. And now, does that mean you can't sell a website for tens of thousands of dollars? Of course you can. We're just looking at kind of the standards and the averages for most people, and specifically if you're not coming from a massive experience background, right? You're pretty new to this stuff. Now, the 2 higher ones, as you can see, we've got funnel building and paid advertising. For these, typically the price per sale is a bit higher. Now, if you're wondering where we got all of this data, this is actually sourced through ChatGPT, where we've fed it a ton of sources and it's basically calculated all of this for us. So it's pretty non-biased, so it's going to give you a good, accurate representation. Next up, we've got startup capital. You'll see all of these are ranked as low, right? These are all things that you can learn for free and you can offer to businesses where you don't need to have any startup capital for your business. You don't need to go rent an office. You don't need to go buy business cards or anything like that. Many of the people I've worked with and myself, how I got started was really with no money. Right, just offering our skills and services directly. When it comes to the startup knowledge that you need to know, right, before you can go and offer these services, you'll see there's quite a difference. You know, for website building, paid advertising, and funnel building, you need to have quite a high level of knowledge of how they work, how to do them. And that is just simply because they are more complex. They're more technical, they'll take longer to learn. Email marketing, we've got ranked as medium because still quite technical, but not quite as technical as funnel building, paid advertising, or website building. Now you'll see social media management, again, we're bundling in content creation, is ranked as low. And from my experience, for everybody that I have worked with, when I take all the people I've ever consulted with, mentored, helped one-on-one, almost every one of them who came with no experience, no background in this kind of area, would go with social media management and content creation. That being one of the key reasons. The startup knowledge you need is really quite low, which means the barrier to entry is low, so you can get started pretty quickly. And I've had people work with me, start from zero, and have their first few paid clients in the first couple of weeks. You're not going to find that as common with the other services we've listed here. For demand, you'll see email marketing and website building are ranked as medium. And you'll see then social media management, funnel building, and paid advertising are ranked as high. I think that's pretty accurate. Email marketing, I have friends that do that very successfully, but the demand for it, it's really not as high. Same goes for website building. It's something that most businesses have now, and there's not that many that won't have a website. But when it comes to businesses that are running paid advertising, not all of them do. There's a big chunk and a big gap there in the market. Same with how many businesses have a funnel and who has a good social media page. Not that many. Look around in your local area, the city you might live in. Look at the social media pages of the businesses that you go to, the barbershop, the restaurant, the cafes. You'll notice most are not so good. And that's why the demand for those services are really high. So the fulfillment, you'll see funnel building and website building. This is where they really lack. They're both project based. All right, I might pay somebody $2,000 to build a website for me, or $2,000 or $3,000 to build a funnel, but that's it, right? I don't pay them every month. I just pay them one time. Once it's done, and that's about it. Maybe they might charge me a monthly fee to host my website or to maintain it or check on it, maybe $100 per month, but there's really not much ongoing revenue. We're looking ideally here for a service that you can learn and offer, where once you get clients in and they're paying you, that ongoing, you can continue to charge that amount of money, right? They don't come for 1 month and then they're gone. We want to keep clients for a very long time. There was a client in my marketing business that stayed with me 20 months and they paid $1,200 per month at the start. Eventually they started paying us more because we did more work for them. You can do the maths. That's quite a lot of money from one specific client. So paid advertising, email marketing, and social media management are ongoing. Typically, when you sign a client for these services, they're on board for maybe a minimum of 3 to 6 months. And then after that period, they'll basically check, see if the results are where they want them to be, and decide if they want to continue working with you. This is amazing because this means if you make $5,000 in a month, you've got a pretty good basis to say, hey, I'll make roughly $5,000 next month unless I bring in new clients. Are there times where a client may cancel? Of course, it's part of the game. I've not kept every client I ever signed forever, and there will be clients that will leave, but typically after that minimum period of at least 3 to 6 months. So that gives you a lot of predictability, and also, if you're going to leave a job to do this, for example, that's something that you're going to need. And finally, the deal type. So as you can see here, pretty much similar to fulfillment, we have project for funnel building and website building. It's a one-time kind of deal, whereas retainer is what we're looking for. That's those ongoing deals. Now, when you do this analysis, and feel free to do this by yourself, this is just from what I've seen, right? What we've done here with ChatGPT, sourcing different reports that have been fed into this, and also from my personal experience. From the business I built, I got a business that offered social media management services and content creation past 7 figures in revenue. That's over $1 million. And also from really all the people that I've mentored in digital marketing, there's one thing that stands out as the winner. Now, I'll be honest, all of the things we've looked at today, all 5 services, I have people I've helped learn those and do very well with those financially, making some 6 figures, some more per year. But when we look at the 80%, right, the percentage, or kind of like the congregation, right, how many are in that one service, because there's always going to be one that stands out, it's social media management and content creation. And I think this reflects it really well. We've got retainer deal type, which is the one we're looking for. We've got ongoing fulfillment. That's the criteria we're looking for again. We've got high demand. That's what we're looking for. We've got low startup knowledge, meaning you can start with very little knowledge. And then of course we've got low startup capital, and we've got a decent price per sale. So it ticks pretty much all of the boxes and really points me to lead you to say, hey, if you're going to do digital marketing, the place at which I recommend you start is social media management and content creation. It's something you can turn into a 6 and 7 figure business, but it's also the easiest to start. So if you're looking to get results fast, it's typically the place for you to be. For me personally, social media management and content creation got me to my first and then past my first $10,000 month. That's a goal maybe some of you watching this have right now. It's kind of chanted in the online world because it's pretty life-changing. In pretty much any country in the world, if you make that amount of money, you're pretty set and there's not much you've got to worry about. Now, it also got me my first 6-figure business, which then turned into a 7-figure business, which was my marketing agency, where we offered social media management and content creation. And then my second business, which was a consulting business, we also got to 7 figures. And guess what? Social media management and content creation were the 2 skills, the 2 backbones of that business. They also got me to millionaire net worth status by 2023, and really just gave me the most important thing, which is a lifelong set of marketing skills that I can pretty much use forever, even when AI, when people are scared of it and they think it's going to replace their job. During recessions, because I've done it through that current period that we're kind of in right now, and also during a pandemic. They've survived all of those, and in fact, they've actually thrived. My business has done better with the introduction of AI. It did better during a recession, and it did better during a pandemic. Just give me one moment. We're going to change up the scene. We're going to change up the setting, and I'll be right back to you. Hope you enjoy this. This is going to be me giving you as much value as I can in the most direct, straightforward, step-by-step, easy to consume way, so that if you want to start a social media management business, that you know what to do. I'm going to share with you pitfalls I fell into, how I got my social media marketing business to over $1 million in revenue, how I then used the exact skills that got that to $1 million to start a second business, a consulting business, which has also hit over 1 million as well. Now, in this, I am going to be focusing on social media management. That consists of a few things. All right, we're going to look at some consulting. We're going to look at creating content for social media and managing a social media page. Now, I'll be the first to say I'm not the only person on YouTube with a free course. There's quite a lot of them out there. I've got a problem though with a lot of them. You see, in the social media marketing space, most free courses are focused on Facebook ads, Meta ads, Instagram, Google ads, paid advertising, which is one type of marketing. From my experience, because I've done that and I've done content creation and social media management, I don't think it's the best. Specifically for those of you that are beginners and you're trying to make, you don't have goals of 20 million a year. You just want to make 5K, 10K a month extra alongside your job, or to do it full time. And you have goals of maybe pushing that past to 20, 30, 40 or 50K per month. but you're not trying to come out with multiple millions a year. This, I think, is the best path. And I say that because I've seen it from my journey and I've seen it from the people I've taught this to already. I forgot to mention at the start of this video, but there will be a link at the top of the description where you can click the link, and what you'll get access to are extra resources that I usually don't give out, but I will give them to you. So make sure to click the link and fill out the information so that you can get the free bonuses. A lot of free courses are also really old, outdated, or just messy. Like, I've watched some free courses that are just live Zoom calls recorded for some training and then just slapped into a free course. What I want to give you is something straightforward, step by step, and not me just telling you, here's all the things you could do, like the 900 million routes that you could go down with your business. No, I'm going to tell you exactly what I would do, right? This stuff has allowed me to become a millionaire, do the things that I, always wanted to do. And I want to give that to you. So before we get started, there's 3 problems that you might fall into. And these are the 3 most common problems that are holding people back from actually getting results with this. Number 1. Stay away from the people that are telling you that this is saturated, that there's a new shiny opportunity that is somehow a million times better, because most of these guys are packaging social media marketing and they're just slapping a new name on it, and they're doing one tiny thing different in the business model, and it's now somehow a completely different business model. It's not. All of it comes back to this right here. I started in 2019, and guess what? People told me it's saturated. And it fucking wasn't. It wasn't. I'll be real, because how did I make $1 million with it if it was saturated? And people say the same now, and they probably said it back in 2016. They're going to always say it. The fundamentals of social media marketing isn't going to get saturated. Problem 2 is you might end up learning from somebody because you saw them on YouTube or TikTok who is faking their way to the top. I have seen too many people release trainings, videos, starting mentorship programs, teaching you how to get to 5K, 10K per month. They've never actually done it. I have too many stories of this. It actually makes me sick. So please ensure that if you're going to take anybody else's advice, that it is someone that has actually done the thing. You can go on my YouTube, watch video after video of me documenting my journey. And problem 3 is you're going to get sucked into the Facebook ad, meta ads, paid advertising, lead generation, SMMA. I'm not against it, and it does work. And I've worked with people in my mentorship program that have done really, really well with paid ads, and it works. These are the problems I see with it. It's harder to sell because it's double the price. For example, if I sell you social media management for $1,000 a month, you pay me $1,000 a month. That's it. If I sell you paid advertising for $1,000 a month, you pay me $1,000, and then you also have to pay for the ads. You've got to pay the budget, which might be $1,000, $2,000 or more. So when I'm selling you on $1,000 per month, am I actually selling you on 2, 3 or 4K per month? As a beginner, it's easier to sell somebody on $1,000 a month for social media management than potentially 3 or 4K a month for advertising. Social media management is normally lower ticket and paid advertising is normally higher ticket. It's more common with social media management to charge between $500 to about maybe $2,000 per month. With advertising, budgets are normally bigger, so you might be charging 3, 4 or 5K per month, which, sounds good, right? Because you could theoretically get to 10K a month with like 2 clients. But then if one client cancels, your whole business has just crumbled. I got my social media marketing business to 50K per month. We didn't have 50 clients. In fact, we had like 60 to 70 monthly clients, which just gives us, so much room to breathe. If one client cancels, we're good, all good. And that is what I want for you. I want you to have a predictable business, and I don't want you to be staying up on a Friday night stressed because you think your 3rd client is going to cancel and then you're going to lose 1/3 of your business. I want you to have many clients which are risk spread. Look, advertising is more complicated, right? If I'm going to run ads for my business, okay, there's a lot more that goes into that than just running the social media. For me to run ads for my business, I have to have good funnels. I have to have my conversion rate dialed in. I've got to have good marketing copy on the website. I've got to have tracking pixels. I've got to have email follow-up sequences. Like, there's 101 things that I've got to do to make the ads work. The ads won't just magically bring me money. It'll only work if all of the things in my business are perfect or like really good. So like ads are really valuable, but they're technical. So if you're starting this as a beginner, like, trust me, it's really difficult to do ads effectively. So my friend, I'm excited. We're going to dive in. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to give you as much value as I can. And don't be shy. If you enjoy this, drop a comment, like the video, maybe subscribe to the channel and share it. You got a friend who wants to start something like this as well? Hey, send them the link, see what they think. So guys, let's hop right into the free social media management course. By the way, I say guys all the time. It doesn't mean I'm speaking to just guys, girls, whatever you identify as, doesn't matter to me. So let's get into this. So this model works, okay? There's a lot of people out there right now that are saying that this doesn't work or it's saturated, etc. It's BS. I've said this already. It works. It still works. I still get sent messages every single day from people that I coach and mentor that they're getting clients. It works, okay? Whatever name you are going to put on this doesn't really matter. If you call this social media marketing, SMMA, a marketing agency, AAA, like there's literally 100 ways to name this. It doesn't matter. What we are doing is learning the skill of selling a solution that a business needs, and then we get paid for that thing. Like that is as simple as this is. Now, as mentioned, we're going to focus on social media management, okay? But if you want to start any other type of agency, this will still give you all the tools you need. It's just that my focus is on this because this is my personal belief of what is best based on the results I got and the results of the people I've taught this to. So the principles you're going to learn today have made me quite a chunk of money. I became a millionaire at age 25. That was always a goal of mine. And like I did that roughly 3 or so, well, maybe 3.5 years after I started. So after I started and got my first client for my marketing business, I hit the millionaire status, okay? So some of that is coming from my marketing agency, some from my consulting business. Both have done over 7 figures, so both have done really well. But it's all down to these principles, okay? So what I'm going to teach you in here, if you want to do a personal brand and consulting and coaching down the road, these principles are the same. Okay, that's the only reason I was able to have success in the second business was because of the first. Okay, so in my marketing agency, our peak month was this, right? March, $54,000 in a month. And this is just a screenshot of one of my payment processors. So you can see this is Stripe, and that's one of them with over €1 million in volume. And if you do the time frame, that's like kind of like 3.5 years roughly. Okay, now obviously you're not a millionaire if you make €1 million or $1 million. Okay, you're only a millionaire if you have essentially $1 million between cash, assets after tax. So this next segment's going to be a little different. I'm going to walk you through my story with online business and really some of the struggles that I had before I started into the marketing world. I struggled with depression for a really long time. And look, I used to be very hesitant about putting this out online because all the people I went to school with, all my friends, like they all get to see this raw side of me that, hey, it doesn't feel 100% comfortable. But I've shared this with a lot of my private students and the feedback has been insane. Like the feedback I have gotten has made me say, oh my God, I don't care if this is embarrassing. This is worth it. So please watch this next 2 segments combined. You're going to get a lot of value from these. And if you relate, please let me know, drop a comment. Let me know if this is you right now. And just know that wherever you are at right now, you can come out of that situation. You can change. You can be the person you truly want to be. 0 to millionaire and my story with online business, because this isn't my first rodeo. Many people think that I potentially got lucky when I started back in 2019 and it all just fell into place. It's not the case. I have been trying this stuff for years. I tried it for years before I had any real success. I'm going to walk you through that today. So I've got a series of slides here. Some of these are from an Instagram story I made some months back because it sums it up pretty well. So I'll rush you through these slides, hopefully give you the full picture. And I think you're going to resonate with me. If you have tried any other way of making money online, I mean, trading, business opportunities, anything of that nature, then you'll resonate with this. And I want you to keep watching this because why you failed with some of the other business models is probably why I failed with them. You see, a lot of other business models have flaws, right? Meaning that they're just not as good, right? Categorically, like it's just a fact, okay? But more importantly, there's a way in which I approached them and probably the way you approached them in the past that just didn't make it work. And if you approach this in that same way, this might not work, all right? So let's get into it. So I tried a lot of side hustles, as I mentioned. If you're like me and you've always had that burning desire for more, you wanted to be better, to make more, to always make something of yourself, I became obsessed, right? Whether it was self-improvement, working out, reading, meditating, anything I could get my hands on to quote unquote become a better person. Yes, I did it. Now, part of that is the money, right? Part of that is, okay, I'm fit. Okay, I can meditate. I want to make money, right? I don't want to work a job. I want to be able to provide for myself, my family, etc. So I tried a ton of things: drop shipping, private label e-commerce, Twitter meme pages, forex trading, and much more. I'll talk on those in a little bit more detail in a minute. The massive problem I had with most of these is, yes, most of them were unsustainable, but we'll talk even further in a second about the mindset behind why that didn't work. And with a lot of these, I just spent months and months and months at them, and then I would make nothing back. So it just always felt like I'd get motivated and I'd want to start it. Then I'd start it and I would keep doing it, but then I'd get to a couple months in and realize, I've got no results here. I've nothing to show for this. And then I would give up. Even when I had a little bit of a taste of success with some e-commerce and drop shipping, then the fact that I picked, in my eyes, the wrong business model, it all crumbled because I got kind of good at one area of the business, but I wasn't good at another part, which just crumbled the whole thing. Then I went to college. All right. Went to college. Didn't really have any other options. My side hustles weren't doing too well. And my parents always wanted me to. So I said, okay, I got the points. Let me go ahead and do it. Now, when I was in college, everybody there, like I mean, fucking everybody, wanted to get 9 to 5 jobs. I felt incredibly out of place. I wanted to work online. I wanted to travel. At this point in my life, I knew I was going to become a millionaire, but it wasn't a massive motivator. My main motive was I want to make 3 to 5K a month online so that I can literally just do what I want. Like I can travel to Asia, I can work out for half the day and nobody cares. Like that's what I wanted. Okay, that obviously changed as time went on. In my final year of college, this was 2019, this was when I learned about appointment setting and social media marketing. From other side hustles I had done, of course, I got a taste of social media marketing, of digital marketing, of email marketing with e-commerce, right? But this is where I really got introduced to these things. Okay. So when I graduated in that same year in 2019, I actually applied for corporate jobs. I went completely against what I knew I wanted. And I just felt really pressured by the people around me, my lecturers in college, and my parents to get a job. And that's what I tried to do. Now I got rejected by all of them. And the reason I got rejected, when you really think about why I got rejected from all the jobs I applied to, I clearly didn't want them. And if you don't want something, you won't put in as much effort and people will see that. And that's why I didn't get the jobs. So look, at this point, I got the opportunity to work as an appointment setter and social media marketer for a couple of online fitness coaches. How did I get those clients? Well, one, I was building my own Instagram page at the time. So I was posting health content, nutrition tips, fitness tips. And there was a couple of people I followed where we had followed each other for a couple of months and they literally just put up job postings on their story. Like, hey, I'm hiring an assistant to help with some social media marketing, X, Y, and Z. Applied to them, very low paid. We're talking $10 to $15 per hour, like very low, but I knew I would get the experience that I needed. So I landed these clients not longer after starting that journey. And, it worked. All right. I got to 5K a month with these clients. Now, you can probably hear the hesitation in my voice, which is, yes, I got to 5K per month, but I was working 60 hours a week. 60 hours a week for 5K a month, not so good. And I mean, I had to work 7 days a week. There was no days off, which was fine. I was happy to do so, but it wasn't fairly rewarded, right? Like I knew the skills I was learning were amazing and I'd be able to make way more by myself. So that's when I then later that year started my own social media marketing agency. I'm going to touch on a minute how I actually tried to start my agency back in 2018, right? Note, I said tried to start because I didn't start, and I'll explain exactly what happened. So at this point, my goal was very clear. I wanted to make more money and have more scalability. So I decided I'll start an agency where I hire other people to do a lot of the work. Now, you don't have to do it that way, but I'll explain how I did that. My goal here was to make more money, give back to my family more, and travel the world. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to do that with my 5K a month, side hustles that I was doing, right? So the skill of appointment setting really helped me scale fast, and this is when it started to pay off. So signed my first client for the agency for 1,200 a month in November 2019, literally changed my life. I mean, when you first make your first money online, that moment changes your life in a way I can't describe because your eyes open up to the reality that this can happen. This is a real thing and it can happen for you. All right. So you're going to have a crazy experience if you haven't had that yet. The second one for me was signing the agency client, because this now solidified to me I was able to sign a client for a business that will actually scale, right? Something that will actually be able to give me the freedom I'm really looking for. So at this point, I was like, oh my days, like we are on to something. So yeah, you probably know my story. Within about 45 to 46 days, we scaled to 10K per month, right? 10K per month. So we literally went from 0 to 10K per month in that time frame. Pretty crazy. And obviously that's because of the months and years of other things I had tried beforehand that allowed me to have such a fast growth. But really, this is what can happen for you. I don't want you to think that you also will scale this fast, because it is rare. I've not found many people to scale this fast, but it is possible. And I want you to take that away from this. So in 2021, with that same business, we scaled to a record of 54K in a single month. You know, at this point, I was pretty shocked. I knew I would always get to that point, right? As I told you earlier, I always knew I would become a millionaire. Now, in 2021, at that point, I wasn't a millionaire, but my business was making $500,000 a year. I was very shocked, right? Because I went from growing up in a lower middle class family where everyone in my immediate family and cousins and extended family, everybody just works government jobs or minimum wage. Like that's the norm, right? Like anybody in my family probably makes 20 to 30K a year. That's a good job and they're all happy with that. So to go from that to then all of a sudden like 21 or something, and I've got $500,000 a year business with like a bunch of team members. Pretty surreal stuff, to be honest. You know, this business was paying me more in a month than most of my family would make in a year. Like it's kind of crazy. So look, this is the power of taking action when an opportunity presents itself. All right. And this is the power of actually making it happen, like seeing it through to make it yours, because it's not going to just happen for you. So at this point, you know, I had freedom, right? I could travel whenever I wanted. I was making more than I ever thought I would make. I could treat my family, friends to nice things. I had ultimate freedom. And so that's when I started to coach, consult, and mentor with people, you know. We started in 2020, but 2021 is when I took it really seriously. When I started coaching and mentoring in 2020, it was very low scale because my business, my agency, was at around probably 15 to 20K a month. It got to, I think, around 30K a month by the end of that year. And then going into 2021, when we started to hit these record months, that's when I really realized, okay, I'm onto something here, right? Like I've figured out something that so many people I know are struggling with. You know, they want what I have. And that's when I started doing coaching and mentoring. So the business models I've tried, we've looked at a few of them. Twitter theme pages was the first. I started when I was about 15 or 16. Then some drop shipping, some e-commerce, crypto, stocks, forex trading, all that. Selling digital products. So fitness, ebooks, training plans, diet plans, did all of that for some time. Then freelancing, then social media agency, and then consulting and coaching as well. Now, these last three I want to highlight: freelancing, social media marketing agency, consulting, and coaching. All three of these are the basis of this entire program, right? And these are the three where, you know, everything we teach you here is going to relate to these. And it's all about learning how to attract clients to pay you money for a service or your knowledge. It's as simple as that. They're all just different variations of that same model. So the big question I want you to think about, right, is, Adam, why did all the other business ventures not work? Right? As I mentioned, right, the last point here, the business models did have some flaws, but 90% of the problem was me, was my mindset, how I approached it, who I thought I was. So you see, when you think you see an opportunity, right? And let's say it was drop shipping for me. I knew it could work, but a lot of the problem laid in I didn't think I could make it work. Like even then, there was a point where I did get some good results with it. I still didn't really believe it. You get me? I couldn't really believe that I was the type of person that would build this online business and it would actually make money, and not just make money for 1 month, but make money for 1, 2, 3 years. You see, if I had focused on the identity I held, the mindset I had, who I thought I was, I know I would have went much further with those. You see, I wanted to start SMMA back in 2018, but I didn't start. All right. I spent weeks building out sales scripts, the perfect pricing and packages, pitch decks, onboarding forms, AKA all the things I thought I needed. Then, when it came to actually taking action, starting to reach out to businesses, selling my service, and building an agency, guess what? This is crazy. I decided that now wasn't the right time. So I spent weeks, I mean weeks, right? Prepping all this stuff, thinking about it late at night, getting up, writing down my to-do list about what I had to do today. I did that for weeks. And then I decided, you know what? Now is not the right time. Absolute BS. That's exactly what that was. I was in the best time. I was going into the final year of college. Yes, I would have to spend 40 hours a week with college, but who gives a shit? I would have spent 20 extra hours a week building this up because why wouldn't I, right? I was so excited about it. The problem was I just didn't think I could actually do it. I didn't think I could do it. How crazy is that? Because I've now gone and done it, but a year before it, I thought, nah, I'm just not ready for this. Like, I'm not the kind of person that does this. I'm not some guy that can speak to business owners. I'm naturally an introvert. You know, my personality type is introverted. I was very shy when I was growing up. I had tons of confidence issues. So I just didn't think it was for me. And the reason I'm telling you this is because out of the students we work with, so many of them go through this exact thing. So many students will build out everything we give them. And then they get to the point where they need to actually reach out to businesses, hop on sales calls. And guess what? It's just not the right time. In fact, we even had this one student I'm going to give you an example of because I think this is really powerful for you to know, where he spent months at this. I mean, months, right? Testing different outreach methods, testing different messages, which one gets more responses. So he came to his own conclusion that he was self-sabotaging himself. He knew that he was actually purposely doing outreach every day, sending messages every day, but he knew he actually didn't want it to work. He didn't want a business owner to say, yep, cool, let's have a call, because he was so afraid of that part. He was so afraid of actually having a call and, you know, potentially having his ego hurt because the business owner might call him out on the call. They might just not agree with him, or they might just think that he doesn't know what he's doing. So he let that basically self-sabotage all of his efforts. And he did that for months. So instead of that happening to you and you having that realization in 6 months, I want you to have that realization now. Because if you can have it now, you should hopefully not fall into that. So let's have some fun. I'm going to pull up this presentation. This is a presentation I built back in 2018 when I tried to start my agency. And it is quite funny to look at because all of the things I did in this are what we tell you not to do. All right. So this is a pitch deck. I, at this time, thought I was going to send this to companies where I would email them or message them on social media or LinkedIn. And then I would say to them like, hey, my name is Adam. I'm a social media marketer. Let me send you over some info about what we do. All right. Again, you'll learn in this program as we go through. This is the complete opposite of what you should do. All right. So I was going to send this. All right. The first slide is our company, years of experience, locally based with a team of globally connected freelancer, not your typical agency. Right. Immediately wrong. I'm talking all about me and my company. I haven't even spoke about what I can do for them. I've just spoke about myself. Incredibly ego driven. Targeted results-based marketing. Okay. So instead of picking one service, as you'll figure out later on, here I am trying to do absolutely everything, like things that I had no idea about. Whereas could I have just done social media marketing, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook? Of course I can. Anybody can learn that in a week. All these other things, you actually need to spend a lot more time learning. Email marketing, PPC, SEO. So ignore all this, right? Just crazy. Common misconceptions about digital marketing. All right. Again, like super generic stuff that doesn't work. Saying it's too expensive, it doesn't work. I haven't told them anything about what I can actually do for them, what results I can get them, how I can grow their business. None of that. Getting started with us, you provide us this, 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 and this. Again, this would be filled out fully for them. What we do, we develop a strategy and a plan, vertical selection, right? I'm using words that I've never actually used with real businesses. This is the thing I want to get to you guys, right? I'm using words, vertical selection. Yes, I know what that is, but I've never used that ever. I've worked with over 355 businesses for my agency, yet I've never had to use that word. In fact, none of my clients would have even brought me those words, right? And this is something you'll probably fall into. You'll probably use these technical words that you hear online, right? Because you think it sounds good. You think it sounds like you're intelligent. You see, the thing is, people are people. People want to know black and white, what do you do? So when you say what we do, like nobody cares about any of this stuff. Track and adjust for results. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is you're going to make me money. You're going to grow my business. You're going to get me leads. You're going to get me customers. You're going to save me time. Nobody cares about this stuff. All right. Steps in our process. Again, they don't really care. Showing the services we do. Yeah. Cringy stuff, to be honest. Highlight competitors and what they're doing. That's a good point, right? Show off what competitors are doing so that the person you're speaking to starts to think, I should be doing what they're doing. So that's some good stuff. Yeah, okay, do an optimization rate of their site. Again, fine, but this is then delving into website development and a service that really I wouldn't recommend many people hop into. And it keeps going, right? Like this entire presentation just goes on and on and on. Okay, so I don't want you to do this. You'll learn later in this program. This is the complete opposite of what we do. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because look at the time I spent on this, right? Like putting this together probably took a day, like 10 hours, right? From slide one to the last slide. So why spend all that time and then not actually use it? Why spend all that time and then actually get to the end of the process and say, no, I'm not ready for this? So avoid all of this. Focus on the mindset stuff first, because otherwise you'll do all the things and then you'll confront your mindset in 3 weeks from now. And then you might decide, no, this isn't for me. So this video will be a little bit heavy. I'm going to walk you through my entire story, my struggle, my battle with depression, because I went through this before I started on this journey. And chances are, if you've seen me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, you've seen what I am now. There's a part of me that you haven't seen, and there's a part I want to talk about. And the reason I want to talk about it is not just because I want to talk about it. It's because I think you will actually learn a lot from this. If you've gone through this in the past, may resonate with this. If you're yet to go through it, maybe you're better equipped to go through it. And because a lot of our students are in a very similar state, maybe not as down and as far gone as I may have been, but pretty down. Okay. So this is why it's important. A lot of students we have in our program are miserable. Like, I mean miserable, right? They hate getting up in the morning. They fall into self-sabotaging sprees. And, this behavior is not going to make it for you. So you need to cut this behavior. You need to figure out why are you doing all these things first, and then you need to start correcting them. And you might not figure out the exact reason, but you need to start to try to understand it. Because if you just try and put a band-aid over this, all right, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's get into it. So that's young Adam on the left. All right, I'm going to talk about him in a second. Current Adam is on the right. Just a couple of recent photos to show where I'm at, right? At bottom right-hand corner, that's me speaking at a mastermind event where students attended, never thought I would have done that. Then there's a photo of me and my mom having a glass of wine together, right? Giving back to her, giving her holidays, trips, all that good stuff. There's a photo of me after I finished my first marathon, right? With my mom and my brother. I should have kept that part in. That's better than just looking at me. And then there's a photo of me just in a nice hotel, right? A very nice hotel. And, this photo really stood out to me, right? Because I've got a MacBook, which is obviously, a couple thousand. I've got a Remarkable, which is a fucking $500 notepad. And I'm wearing a Rolex, right? It's a lot of material things. And I don't want to stress that. But those material things are because of the inner work. They're because of the inner journey that I went on. Okay. So where I'm currently at, I've got freedom. So young Adam, If you look at that photo, that's probably when I'm 16 or 17. So if you don't want to know my whole story, you can click away from this video. I don't feel like everyone needs to watch this. Some of you will want to watch this and will need to watch this. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit deeper here. I'm going to be very vulnerable. I'm going to open up to you on a level that I've probably never opened up publicly ever before. So the main message, if you decide that you don't want to watch all this, completely cool. I don't take offense. Is I want you to understand that if you're going through anything deep, dark, you know you have depressive thoughts, I want you to realize, as I mentioned before, that you need to take stock of that. Don't just say, oh, it is what it is, work harder. No, like take fucking stock of it, right? Because if you put a band-aid over it, nothing will fucking work. Nothing will heal that. Right? There's a lot of guys online right now saying, hey, depression it's not real, la 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 la. It doesn't matter what you think about that. If you know you have something that is just eating you up alive, you do need to work on that. You need to work on it. Okay. So, right, how did we get here? So, at that point in my life, that's when I had cystic acne. That actually wasn't the worst. That's when I was actually comfortable enough to take photos and take a selfie. There was a period where I wouldn't do that for at least a year. Like I was literally scared to look in the mirror. Okay. So before that time period, I was always very shy, just very shy as a kid. And for a long time, I just thought that's who I am. I'm always going to be this way. It is what it is. When I really look at it, it's because I was very insecure. I wasn't happy with how I looked. I wasn't happy with my appearance, how confident I was. And because of that, that just made me less confident, right? We looked at this earlier in some of the mindset training, how it's all a feedback loop. So when you start going down negative, it can keep going negative and negative, right? So cystic acne, you can see it on my face. You would notice it, right? But at the same time, you would be able to look past that. Whereas I thought at that time in my life, I genuinely believed everybody was staring at me. I believed everybody thought I looked horrible, disgusting, repulsive. Like my brain, my thought process was incredibly negative. This then led to a second issue with my skin. You'll notice my lips in that photo. I was on this medication called Accutane. Some of you might have had it or heard of it. It helps with acne. It really, really helped, as you can see on my face. Like I don't have these cysts anymore. I have the scar tissue from the cysts, but I don't have cysts. And yeah, it worked. But the side effect was that it dried out your skin, specifically your lips. And it developed into this weird, crazy issue where the skin on my lips wouldn't really grow properly for another year. So, all in all, I was in this period for 2 years. So, I had 2 full years of being really depressed. I mean, I gave up on my friends. I remember this one time vividly. It was like a Saturday night. I'm 17 and I'm laying in bed watching Netflix because I am down, I am deep, deep down. And my friends literally call over to the house because I was just ignoring the group chat. And they're like, come out, man. Like, what are you doing sitting here? And at the time, I didn't even do that. Like, I couldn't even face to get up and go out. Like, it was bad, bad stuff. So in this journey, because I was in school and I was always around people, I felt like the only route was a very bad route. So, and again, even saying this feels kind of weird. I've only said this a few times to a few people, but yeah, I genuinely thought I would kill myself. Um, yeah, it's weird to say. Yeah, I thought I would kill myself because I thought there was no way, there was no future where I could be happy. And that's a really, really scary thought. Like I literally thought that I could never experience happiness, thought I could never be confident, that I could never be proud of any achievements to do great things. I genuinely thought I will always, always be depressed. I'll be always unhappy. I'll never be loved. That was my thought process. And that's crazy, right? For me to say that. And maybe you have felt this. Maybe you felt that same way. And it's amazing looking back to see how negative you can go. If you don't know this stuff that we've talked about, right? Your identity, your beliefs, your thought processes. It's crazy how dark you can go. Because I had a loving family. I had a brother and a sister that were always really fucking nice to me. I had friends, right? I had all the things to make a very happy life. My family weren't broke, right? Like we always had enough food on the table. You get me? Like I had so many good things, so many good things. And all I could think about was, I am destined to never be happy. It was my thought process every day. Wake up unhappy. I'm never going to be happy. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is so that you know the depth. All right. It wasn't that I just had a couple of spots and I thought, oh, I don't look too good today. No, like I wanted to kill myself. That's literally how I thought. So where it changed for me was there was a couple of moments. So there was a moment when I went to my doctor and, I used to go to him very often. And he said, yeah, I'll prescribe you antidepressants. So that was the first moment where I realized, okay, I need to change this. So he said that to me, and I said, no, I'm not going to take those because I knew that was not the answer. And I knew all that would do would just dull my brain. It would bring me down, or maybe it would falsely bring me up, but it wouldn't solve the problem. I knew the problem was deeper than just a couple of pills. So I said, no, I'm not going to take those. So that was first point. The second point, and this is where it really changed, was I went to a appointment for like a skin doctor. Can't think of the name, for a skin doctor. And I come out of the appointment and I was with my mother. I'm in the car. She's driving. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. And the sun is just beaming in the car window. Like, I even feel emotional just saying this. It's fucking weird. The sun is beaming in the window and it's like in my eyes. You know when the sun is like literally in your eyes? And I literally just think to myself, the only reason I am so unhappy and so depressed is because of me. And this was a crazy moment. I mean, my entire world fucking changed because I realized here I am. I'm fucking 17, sitting in the car with my mom. She just drove me here. She, is so helpful. She's so emotionally supportive. And all I can think about is poor me. Like, so, so self-obsessed. And in that moment, even though I realized, fuck, this is all me, I got this crazy wave of joy, this crazy wave of joy that I'm going to change. It was insane. I cannot describe it. And hopefully I'm doing an okay job at this. But I literally couldn't describe. I went from, I want to kill myself, to, oh my God, I am the fucking problem, to, I'm the only one that can fix this. And now I know the answer. I have to change my life drastically, radically. I've got to change everything about who I am, what I think, what I believe, and what I do every fucking day. And that's exactly what I did. I went on this extreme journey, right? And the reason I say extreme is because I say this and most people are like, why the fuck would you do all that? This is just an example, okay? You don't need to do any of these things if you fix your mindset. These were just physical things I did that helped me fix my mindset. So cold showers every day. If you live in Ireland, it's already pretty cold. So doing cold showers every day is not fun. Cold showers every day. No FAP, no pornography. Maybe you've heard of this, maybe you haven't. This, one of the biggest things I think specifically guys, because more guys struggle with this, you need to stop doing this, okay? I could make a whole separate video on this, but that's something I did. I realized, okay, I'm addicted to pornography. That's clearly not making me any happier because it's completely fucking up my worldview of women, but it's also fucking up my self-identity and how I feel about myself. Because every time I do it, I feel miserable. Every time I do it, I feel like if somebody had saw me do this, I would be disgusted. So I decided, why the fuck am I doing that? That's completely ridiculous. So I stopped doing that. Really hard to break that habit, but I did it. Quit for an entire year straight. I remember it very clearly. Loads of other things. Started training much harder at the gym, started cleaning up my diet, stopped binge watching YouTube, Netflix, all of that. Started listening to podcasts, self-improvement, reading books about personal development. I mean, anything you can think of, I did it. Meditated, yoga, spirituality, the whole 9 yards. And it worked. It worked really, really well. I mean, in 1 year, I was unrecognizable. Like literally, I would be at a family event. We'd have them maybe 3, 4 times a year. And I remember being at a family event and people just could feel it. People could feel it. They could feel my confident energy. They could feel that I had become a new person. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And that only changed because I decided to change. This is the message of this video. You will only change when you decide you will change. Because if nothing changes, then nothing will change. So hopefully you have not had this same experience as me. Hopefully you'll never have this. But there's something beautiful about an experience like this. When you get an experience like this and you go so low, so deep, so dark, your brain does everything in its power to never go there again. Never. You never want to go there again. You know how scary and how painful that experience is. So there you have it, folks. That is a quick recap of that story. I hope you really actually got some value from this, because I think if I had heard more people talk about this when I went through it, I would realize that there's a way out of it. Whereas during the time, for me anyway, I would just see other people online and they looked happy. I would see people I went to school with and they were happy, they were confident. And I used to just always think to myself, some people just get dealt this hand. Some people just get dealt this shitty hand and they have to go through it. Some people don't. And those people have their own struggles, of course. I'm not taking away from that. But if you've had this struggle, hopefully you've learned from it. And if this resonates with you right now, and some of the stuff I've told you like hits a nerve with you, good. Because you'll have the realizations I had. You'll have those moments where you realize it's all on you. And that realization is scary, but it's also beautiful, because you know everything in your life is your fault. All the good things, all the bad things. So you have full control. How empowering is that? You have full control. So in this is what you are going to learn. This is the rough curriculum. There's a lot more you're going to learn in here. These are just the main points. Okay, now we're going to timestamp the video so that hopefully you can just skip around and it's easy to follow. I'm going to walk you through the opportunity, how this made me over $1 million in just one business. And as I mentioned, I then use those same principles for another business that also has done over $1 million. I'm going to show you why you don't need to set up a business for this, and you can get started today, like literally today. I'm going to show you the softwares that I use for my SMMA to first get it to 6 figures and then 7 figures, how I onboarded over 355 clients, the mindset behind this all, because I can give you everything, but if you don't truly embody and become the type of person that's going to become a millionaire or make the person that makes $5,000 or 10 grand a month, this won't work. You need to pay attention to this. I'm going to show you what to sell, how much you should charge, should you become a freelancer, doing it all yourself, or an agency owner with team members, finding a niche, crafting an offer, understanding how to find clients that will pay you. This is the #1 sought after thing, because it's the part that most people struggle with. The sales tactics I've used for SMMA specifically, how to hire A players, and then I'm going to give you some bonuses, such as me building out a viral marketing strategy in 15 minutes for a fitness coach, how I personally post hundreds of pieces of content a month, really with not a lot of time for my own social media. And then also, if I was to do this again, starting again tomorrow, the exact roadmap I would follow to go from 0 to 10K per month. So let's get into it. Let's start with how and why the opportunity actually works and why it worked for me and all the people that I've taught this to. Okay, so what you're going to learn in here can be done. You don't have to have a big social media presence. If you want to have a social media presence, that will help, but it's not necessary. There are people, specifically on YouTube, a lot of people saying that you have to have a personal brand. It's not true. It's not true, because every day of the week I'm getting messages from my students that don't have personal brands saying, hey Adam, I just signed a client for $2,000 a month. How did they do that without a personal brand? Because there's ways to make it work, okay? You only need a couple hours a day to do this. Now, I will caveat this and say, look, I would love for you to have more time to put into this, because if you put in 4 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours a day, you'll most likely get better results. But when you're starting, I want you to start with 1 to 2 hours. Now you might be thinking, why? Like if I have 10 hours, why wouldn't I spend 10 hours? It's pretty simple, but when somebody works with me one-on-one and they work really hard, 10 hours a day, and they do it 7 days a week, 70 hours a week, they normally get less results than the person that's more on a time schedule, 2 hours, 3 hours a day, because that person's going to be more focused in the time that they do have. The person who goes like all in from day one tends to burn out really fast. And I want you to do this, get results, and do it for a long time. And to do that, we need to make sure you don't burn out. So a couple hours a day is all you need to get started. And the beauty of this is it works literally like wherever the market is going, how the economy is looking, whatever war is happening in the world, it doesn't matter. Like genuinely, I've seen this for myself over the last few years, but even the years before that, all the marketing businesses that I studied and how they survive these times. It's a recession-proof business, which is why it makes sense to do it, because these skills and principles you're going to learn are going to last you, whatever scenario we're in the next few years. It doesn't take a lot of money. I started my marketing business with like 50 euro. I'll get into what I spent that money on and all of that very soon for you. And you know, most people that do this and take it seriously, like they make a full-time income within the first 3 months. Like that's the average we see with people I work with. Now, obviously there's people that don't, and there's people that work with me or they consume a course like this and they don't make a full-time income in 3 months. But it's the same as when people go to college. There's always loads of people that go to college and fail their exams, don't really do anything, and then don't get the results. It's the same. You don't need any employees. If you want to hire people, you know, to take the workload off yourself, you can do that, and I'll show you how, but you don't need any employees. You don't need experience. I know a lot of people think that you do. You really, truly don't. Anybody that starts has to start somewhere, right? So like, me now starting a business, yes, I've got experience, but when I started, I didn't have experience. Like, this is just the way of the world. You can start with no experience. Trust me, I've seen beginners with no experience make a full-time income in a couple of months. And I've seen it a lot of times, not just once. You don't need to post content on social media, all right? I want to make that really clear again. And you don't have to be an expert. And frankly, AI and the craziness that has come with that has made this a lot easier. And it's not made it easier for business owners to do this without you, because most of them don't know how to do this. They don't know about the tools, but AI is now going to make your job way easier. All right. Because look, average business owner, this is the profile. 51 years old. They don't know how to market their business on social media. They don't have the time to do it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to pay some person in their office who doesn't know this stuff. You know, Sally in the back. Hey, Sally, here's $2,000 a month to go figure out social media. They don't want to do that because they've got to pay her a full-time wage, full-time employee, and she's never done this before. And she has no incentive to really do this well because she's just getting paid by that one business. So this is your average business owner that you're going to be selling to. And if you're young, this is amazing, right? I started when I was quite young, where most business owners I spoke to were double my age. That's amazing because they see me as this young dude that understands social media, uses it, and is in touch with the market. And if you're older, you can also use that to your advantage because you can pull the card of, hey, I've got more experience and I'm more knowledgeable about this and all of that. So whether you're old or young, doesn't matter. There's an advantage to both of those. So before we get into this is really important. You've probably heard of the power or really how effective visualization is, law of attraction, all these things. And I'm not saying you have to believe in those things, but I want you to at least take 10 seconds to just imagine what would your life look like? Okay, how would you feel? Where would you be? What would you be doing if you were making an extra 1,000 a month, an extra 10,000 a month? Sit with that, feel it, because that is what you are committing yourself to step into. Unless you decide you're going to quit. If you decide that you're going to commit to this and make this work, that is what you're going to get. Like, there's only one way you don't get there, which is you give up. And I know you're not a quitter. So let's keep going. So look, if you want to make an extra 5K a month, right? Two rough ways. One, you get 10 businesses paying you 500 a month each, or 5 pay you 1,000 a month each. All right, this is the two basic routes you can take with this business. And look, I've done a lot, guys. Like I've done a lot. I think this is the least riskiest business model I've tried, and I've tried dropshipping, e-commerce, building a YouTube channel, personal brand. I've tried crypto, I've tried Forex, I've tried everything you can probably think of, everything you've seen online. The most profitable and the most sustainable. Like, this works for years. A lot of these things can work for 1 or 2 months. This works for years. Now, for me personally, what this meant was that in 2019, when I got this letter or this email saying, hey, we're not going to accept you for this graduate program, this job, I said, oh, cool, fantastic. I'm going to start a business. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to start a business that doesn't even take money to start. So I don't have to worry about getting funding or anybody supporting me. I can do this myself. Okay. So for me, pursuing this allowed me to not get a job because I applied to jobs, got denied, and then was in a position where I was like, fuck, I have to figure this thing out And this pushed me to figure it out for myself. Now, obviously, since then, I've had a nice lifestyle and I've enjoyed it very much. Traveled the world, lived in beautiful apartments, bought a villa, done stuff that, again, I wouldn't have pictured myself doing at age 20, but I did. Right, I'm not materialistic. I'm not going to flash this in your face too much. I just want to show you the proof of like this. If you do this right, if you make a lot of money and you're smart and you don't just blow your money, like you can use that money to buy assets. Okay, I bought a villa, I bought a Rolex, just things that will hold value and hold my money. And it means that I have these things to fall back on, right? So if I want to retire early, I'm set. Like I can live in a villa. I'm cool, I'm set. And it means that my family have a place to be. You know, it's really important for me. So these two big achievements for me personally wouldn't have been possible without this business. Travel the world. This is something that's really important to me because making money is for freedom. And that's why I wanted to travel. Work remotely. You know, I wanted to provide for my loved ones, give back, treat them to trips, holidays, all that good stuff, because the things are things. Experiences is what life is all about. And, you know, this is me. This is a funny one. Me in Mexico with a family I lived with, and I visited them again after 5 years. And my point is this. This is going to allow you to do what you fucking want. All right. So if that sounds good to you, this is what this business is and what it isn't. All right. So it's not a get rich quick opportunity. It's going to work for 2 months, make you a bunch of money, you cash out and you're a millionaire. Hell no. All right. It took me over 3 years to get to the millionaire status. And for many, it'll take longer. Okay. It's not the sexiest business model on earth. It's pretty basic, but it fucking works. And that's the main thing here. It's not a new like hidden way of making money online, because any new hidden way will last for like 2 months and then it will be gone. And it's not a trend or a fad. Like this has been around for a very, very long time, right? What we're doing is we are selling online services to other businesses. It's not sexy at all. You know, most of running a business is not hopping on jets, taking meetings, selling like the Wolf of Wall Street. No, it's essentially repeating the same task that get you a result, which is sending messages, taking calls, speaking to business owners. Like that is it. Okay. It's not super sexy, and make this ingrained in your brain. Okay. It's not going to be a thing that you start and in 30 to 90 days that you've just become a millionaire. Like get that idea out of your head. That is not going to happen with this, but I can guarantee you that if you put in the work and take this seriously, you will make money with this, and you will make good money and sustainable money. The good thing about this specifically is that online marketing has literally been around since the internet began. Like the first marketing agencies were actually around before, like all the way back the way we're talking hundreds of years ago. There was literally marketing agencies around back then. So this is a thing that is just transformed in the digital way, but it's not brand new. And the good news is when something has been around for like 300 years, you know that this thing is going to last for many, many years. Like it's not just going to go. Okay. The beauty of it now is that you do it online, meaning that you can do it lean, without an office, without full-time employees, and your profits can be so much higher. This business model is really flexible. Okay. So you could start a very like simple marketing business, such as a graphic design agency. So basically, you know, graphic design, you know, Photoshop, you know, Canva. Businesses pay you to create any type of graphic. That's a super simple way of looking at this. A more complex way of looking at this is that you've got a content creation, distribution, short form content agency. For example, taking one specific type of graphic design or video editing and getting really hyper focused on that one thing and getting really good at that one thing, and then that's your business. Okay, so you can make this as complex as you want, or really as simple and as basic as you want. Profit margins is one of the reasons I was attracted to this in the first place, is that, you know, unlike dropshipping, e-commerce, SaaS, or any of those that have really low margins and a high upfront cost, with this, you can have 100% profit margin. For me personally, I didn't want to have 100% profit margin because that would mean I'd have to do all the work. I wanted to build a team and have more scalability so I could take more time off, make good money, but have people doing work for my client. In that case, you're going to look between 60 to 80% on average being your profit margin, which is still fantastic, right? You could be running a 20,000 a month business with a, let's just say 60% profit margin. Like it's like 12 grand profit per month. And you could do that with the whole thing being managed by other people, which like try and do that with drop shipping and I'll be very impressed. It's cash flowing. Okay. Like old school service providers, what they do is they deliver the work to their client and they wait for them to pay them, typically on a like 30, 60, 90 day basis. This is not what we do. We get paid first and then we deliver the service to our clients. This gives you security. So when you sign a deal today, you don't have to go hustle and do the work for that deal and hope to get paid in 2 months from now. No, you do the work now, you get paid first, then you do the work and you get paid every single month. You see, that monthly cash flow is key. Consistent income, recurring, coming in every single month. It's predictable, okay? You see, when you sign a client, you're going to do two things. Sign them on a monthly retainer and sign them on at least a 3-month minimum contract. So that means if you agree to pay me $1,000 a month, you're committing at least $1,000 a month for the next 3 months. And then after that 3 months, it goes to a rolling monthly setup. This is going to give you so much security, because that means if you make 10K this month, you know with a high level of confidence, I'm going to make, hey, at least 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10K in the next month and the month after that. And that's assuming you don't bring on new business, which is like, hey, if you get to 10K a month, you're going to have the skill of acquiring new clients. So you're never going to drop below that unless you slip, which can happen, of course, but keep on top of it. I'll show you how to do that, okay? All right, there's a lot of longevity in this business. You see, like I know people that have been running service-based businesses like this for over 10 years, like well over 10 years. So it's very easy to pivot, change the service you offer. For example, in my agency, right, we started with content creation and social media management. Then we switched to content and consulting, and we made other changes throughout the process, okay? So it's very easy that when you have the foundation set, that you can pivot, offer a slightly different service, change your offer a little bit. This gives you longevity, okay? It means that you can last in this business for a very, very long time. What I really liked is that I didn't have to show my face when I started this. I show my face now, right? Because I post on social media, but that's only for my consulting business. From a marketing agency, I did not have to do that. So if you don't want to show your face, you don't have to. You don't have to be an expert. I've gone through this already, but look, you already have experience from jobs you've worked. You went to college, you went to school, like you have experience. You don't need direct experience. Trust me, you've probably seen and studied so many people blow up on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, and you've seen what they've done. You've just got to consolidate that information in your head to where you can now actually use that and give that to a business owner to get them results, okay? We're going to talk more about how do you sign clients and make money without experience later on. Again, I make this really clear. Like, I'm not just telling you things that have worked for me. I'm telling you things that I've taught to hundreds of people. Like as I record this video right now, over 108 people have taught this too, are making 5, 10, 15, 20, 30K per month and beyond. These are just some of the people, some screenshots on here. And you know, my idea here is just to show you that ordinary people can do this. Right? Like a lot of these people you see here didn't start as like this highly motivated person that is like, you know, a robot and will just make money. Some of these people here were like shy, not super confident, you know, didn't believe in themselves that much, but they followed a very, very proven process. They got the right help and now they are that person. And that's exactly what can happen for you, okay? I won't bore you with results, but again, this is really important for you to visualize and understand that this actually happens. Like not just you think this can happen, like this happens every day of the week. Like every day of the week, there's somebody new out there that's hitting their first 5 or 10K a month with this exact business, all right? Leia from the Netherlands, this is back a screenshot she sent when she was hitting her first 9K per month. It's Carsten from Belgium, his first 5K a month. Oliver, his first 30K a month. You'll see we send out these little awards to some of our students just to show them, hey, we appreciate the work you've put in, the results you've gotten, have this little award. This is Rachel from Ireland, first 10K a month. Reese, 6.7K a month. Like the list goes on. Rosario, 15K per month. Shane, 5K per month. You know it works now, okay? But if you still don't, this is why anybody gets hired, right? Simply put, the reason you would hire somebody is that they have something that's in demand that you want and it's valuable. Okay, so we're selling a service that is in demand and valuable to businesses. You see, when we sell social media to a business, what we're saying is, look, this thing is going to save you time, it's going to make you more money, or it's going to do both. And your goal is to figure out which business owner wants what. All right, which one wants to save time, which one wants to make more money, and which one wants to do both. And that's how you sell this thing of social media to them. It's understanding what they want and giving them exactly that. Here's an example, okay? So for one of my clients in my marketing agency, we gained them 80,000 followers, all right? Let that sink in. 80,000 followers in 3 months. And we did this with content creation and social media management, okay? So I've blurred out the details, okay? Hopefully you don't find this client, but maybe if you dig deep enough, you will. This is a 3-month journey. They started with 83,000 followers and we got them to 164,000 followers in 3 months. All right, so how did we do that? Let me walk you through some of it here in a sec. Now, more importantly though, is we didn't just get them new followers, they got new business. So like on a weekly basis, they would be getting hundreds of clicks to their website. All right, so this is just one screenshot where they got 827 in a 1 week period. It's like 118 clicks a day. If they have, you know, a conversion rate of 5% and they sell a product worth $50 or $100, Do the maths, they're making good money from this. And that's all from traffic that we've brought to their business. Their engagements, all right, like look at this. We made this post, simple graphic, 3,000 likes, 64 comments, 608 shares, and 2,141 saves. And you can look at all the breakdowns here. Powerful stuff when you know how to use this correctly. So if you want to learn like step by step how I did that and how a business could get that kind of result on social media, I'll be able to show you. And you see, that is what's possible. You got it? This works, it still works, and it will continue to work. All right, so we're going to talk more about the term agencies. You might have heard of it before, but look, like an agency is a business. That's what it is. And it's a business that offers a service oftentimes on another individual's behalf. Okay, so I'm going to give you some examples here of massive companies that are agencies that you probably didn't even know of. So for example, right, Uber, worth 91 billion, probably even more now actually, right? All they do is they connect people who need a ride with people who have cars, and they charge a fee for doing so. They're like the middleman, right? They say, this person needs this, you can do this, fantastic, meet in the middle, and they take a cut. That's how they make the money. That's how they make money, okay? Airbnb is the exact same thing. You got a property, this person needs a property, boom, right? Like they're just middlemen. That's essentially the business, okay? Now you might be thinking, okay, yeah, cool, makes sense, but why do people hire these companies? Right? Uber doesn't have any cars. Airbnb doesn't own property, so why would I trust them? Why would I pay them money? It's because of convenience and experience. Right? Simply put, right, these businesses provide something very valuable, a taxi or a rental property, and then they make it really convenient and secure for me to get it. All right, so they provide value and it's convenience, and I'll pay them money. So similarly, right, when businesses hire online service providers like marketers, they make their lives easier. You see where I'm going with this? You see, businesses have a service, right, that they need, or an outcome they desire. And then, you know, look, most businesses want to make more money. They want to grow on social media. They want more leads, right? They want to spend less time working. They want to enjoy their success more. How do we do that? Social media. And it doesn't have to just be social media, but what we're doing is we're giving them an in-demand service that they want. It's convenient. It's going to make their life easier. Right? So we can either hire people to do this on our behalf, kind of like how Airbnb and Uber do it, or you can do it yourself. If you want to do it yourself, that's fine. There's a certain point you'll be able to scale to with that. And if you want to do the Airbnb Uber model and kind of be the middleman per se, or middlewoman, right? That's fine. You can do that as well. And that's the route I went down, but I've also done the do-it-yourself route as well. So I can give you advice and inputs on all of it. So now you're most likely thinking, all right, fair enough. Then why is a business going to pay me if they know they could just hire a freelancer directly? Like, why would they pay me for this service if they know they could hire a video editor directly? Well, think about it like this. Why wouldn't you go out, buy all the ingredients for a hamburger, cook the meat, put it all together yourself? And then why do you go to McDonald's? Think about that. It's, you know, they're making a profit by charging you more, right? It's because of hassle. It's convenient. It's the same in this, right? When a business, for example, that business that paid us, right, where we gained 80,000 followers in 3 months, they knew that we would, of course, get some other people to do some of the work. And they knew that they could also just find those people, but it would be too difficult for them. They would have to figure that out, right? Find the person, set up the deal, all that. Whereas they can just come to us and it's like, we've got it. Those guys they're successful. They're making money. So they don't mind spending 1,000, 2,000 a month with us because they know, look, I'll just pay these guys and they'll get it done. See, that's what they're paying for. It's that convenience and it's that ease of service. So that's what we're selling. Okay. There's also a hidden cost of hiring, and a lot of businesses understand this. Okay. So you see, businesses typically spend thousands when hiring. Like they have to pay to find an employee. So like before they even pay the employee that they're going to hire, they have to pay someone to train them, take interviews with them, right? Then figure out paid holidays, benefits, sick leave, all these things, and pay them a full-time wage as well. If they go with us, they don't have any of that. They just pay a small monthly fee. We handle absolutely everything. And then we don't have to take on this responsibility either, because we don't hire employees. We use freelancers and contractors. The difference, simply put, is that on a contract basis, right? If I'm working with a graphic designer from Pakistan, like if I need to fire him, I might need to give him a 30-day notice. And he understands this and I understand this, and it's a mutual agreement, so there's no hard feelings. All right, so it gives me the flexibility to change and, you know, hire somebody else and fire him. And if I need to shut down operations or do something differently, all good. So when a business hires you, they're going to spend much less money, you know, because no benefits, no paid time off, no sick leave. They don't have to spend the time doing the hiring process. They get to just go straight to a specialist who's going to do one thing really well, just going to handle everything for them. And then they get the experience and the convenience of you just handling all the moving parts. Okay, so in this, our goal is really to just help you figure out what you can offer to a business that will allow you for them to see you as this, the specialist, the person that's going to handle things for them, and so that you can, of course, make some goddamn money. Now, I'm going to walk you through why you don't need to set up a business, a legal entity, because that process can take anywhere from a week to multiple weeks, and I don't want you to hinder yourself. I don't want you to have to jump through extra work just to get this thing off the ground. Okay, now disclaimer, I'm not a tax expert, lawyer, accountant. None of what I'm going to tell you right now is financial advice. These are just observations of what I've seen many people do. I have to put this at the beginning because I'm going to tell you what people I've worked with have done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is advice for you. You should go to a tax professional, legal advisor, someone who can give you the real correct advice. Now, this is my opinion when to think about tax and legal. For most of you, it doesn't make sense to think about this early on, right? It's easier to make an extra 1K by getting new clients than it is to save 1K by optimizing your taxes, looking at company structure setup if you're making less than like 3 to 5K per month. Now, look, some countries will require you to declare your intention to start a business before you've made any money, but most have tax-free threshold, meaning that you don't have to start a business, you don't have to set anything up, and you can make a certain amount of money tax-free. Or in some cases, you can make that money and then backdate it, meaning that if you made $3,000 for 3 months straight and then you pass the threshold, you could just go back and say, hey, look, I'll set up now, but just so you know, for 3 months I made this amount of money and all should be fine. Okay, you see, when you're starting off, this is what most people do. When a client or a business agrees to pay them, they'll get that payment directly in their personal bank account, and in this case, you'll most likely, if you pass the threshold, pay a personal or freelancer tax. Now, this is often more than if you had a business. Okay, like if you have a business, normally your tax burden is normally lower, and with a business you can expense things. So for example, I run a marketing online business and I buy this phone for my business, I can expense that through the business, which means I can get a heavy discount on the item essentially because I pay less taxes. Okay, again, so just observations, things for you to think about. Now, one of the reasons it would make sense to set up an LLC, a limited liability company, free zone company, right, is that you can expense things. This is a really, really simple example, but it's one you should understand, okay? So let's say I make 100K this year. I pay my team 30K, and then I make other business investments, a total of 50K. So all in all, between team and investments, 80K. That means I would theoretically only pay tax on the 20K that's left over. Okay, so expenses in this case might be a company car that I bought, a rent for a home office, softwares I pay for, etc. And, just a very glorified example, if you look at Trump's tax bill in 2017, that's what it looked like. All right, so this is why people set up businesses. This is the main reason. Now, for yourself, as a beginner, I'm going to assume you're a beginner. This is what I would do myself, not advice to you. I would scale my business to at least 2 to 5K per month. I would track everything. Okay, I'd have a spreadsheet tracking money coming in, money going out, all detailed. So I have complete clarity on how much I'm actually making, how much is profit, and then how much tax I would owe when I hit whatever threshold is there. Now, once I've gone past this part, okay, once I've gone past 5K per month, I would then set up a business, an LLC, limited liability company, wherever I'm based, okay? Now, at this point as well is when it normally makes sense to start considering relocating either your business or your own personal residency to a lower tax country. Again, I would never look at this if you're under 5K per month. And in some cases, you'd want to wait to maybe even 10K per month to really get the benefits of doing that, okay? There's no point of going to Dubai. If you're making 2K a month, you won't save much money and you'll just spend more money on the cost of living, okay? So make sure you're making enough before you start looking into this. Now, please keep track. Don't be silly. So many people do not track this stuff. And you ask them how much they make and they're like, oh yeah, 5K a month. But they've no idea if that's actually how much they make. They just think, because they counted up how many clients they have and what they paid. Right? You need to track how much you're making, how much you're spending, so you actually know profit, how much of that you're keeping, okay? It's gonna be super simple. Get yourself a Google Sheet, a spreadsheet, something simple. Separate your bank accounts, okay? So if you just have one personal bank account, don't use that one personal bank account for everything. Right, set up a second Revolut, a TransferWise, a separate account that you can use for this specifically. Keep it separate. This is the bare bare minimum. So now I'm going to walk you through the softwares that I used for my SMMA. Really important to note this, none of these are necessary. I'm going to be walking you through upwards of 10 to 15 softwares that I used. Now, a lot of these I only started to use as I got more clients, as I hired more team members, as the business scaled. When I started with bare minimum. The only thing I really paid for when I started was a domain, so like a website URL, and a professional email. So instead of adam@gmail.com, it would be adam@myagencyname.com. All right, that was pretty much all I went for at the start. So it's important you watch this so you understand what these softwares are, how you can use them. And some of these you can use them from day one, and some of these will only make sense when you're past a certain point. A lot of these softwares have free trials, so I'd recommend trying the free trial, at least test it out, see if you get value from it. And some of them just have paid options, meaning it only makes sense to use these when you're actually making money, okay? So we're going to roll the video explaining these softwares now so you can understand them, but just keep this in mind, it's not necessary. I don't want you to have to spend unnecessary money. And I think there's a lot of value in keeping things very, very lean from the start, not overextending yourself and really focusing on keeping 100%, if not 90% of the revenue you make as profit in the beginning stages. So I built my social media marketing agency to 7 figures, and here are the 15 softwares that I use to run that agency. I'll be honest, it'd be easy for me to just pay for 30 or 40 extra softwares because there are so many options out there. Like, I literally used to be so confused on which software I would choose, because for each software you choose, there's probably 3 to 4 alternatives at a minimum. So I'm going to explain to you the 15 softwares, what they do, and why I chose them. Now, a very, very important note is that my social media marketing agency primarily delivered content creation and social media management to our clients. So if you're running an agency that's email marketing or Facebook ads, there are certain softwares that I'm going to use that you won't need, and there's certain softwares that I don't have that you will need. The softwares need to make sense for your agency. And to be honest, a lot of these softwares are going to be very, very useful for you even if you don't have a social media marketing agency. If you run a coaching or consulting business like I do now, you'll be able to use a lot of these softwares in that exact business, as I still do. So let's hop into it, let's waste no time. Software number 1 is Slack. This is where we communicate with team members, but also where we communicate with clients. So we have channels and groups internally for our team and channels and groups externally for clients. Before we use Slack, we primarily communicated on WhatsApp with our clients, which is good, but it's very informal. It also meant that a lot of our clients would literally just ring us, right? They would just call our phone number through WhatsApp, and that's not something we wanted. When we were building our agency, we wanted to build it to be a scalable company, not a freelance business where clients would call us at any hour of any day. By moving to a platform such as Slack, we removed that option. It also meant it could be way more organized. For example, when a client would join us, there would be 2 channels we would set up for the client, one for my team and the client management team. So that meant that we could organize very easily everything. Like, Slack is awesome. Let's pop up some screenshots of the features. You can even do reminders in Slack, so you can literally set yourself daily reminders. You can have daily workflows and automations. For example, we used to have a workflow that would send a message to all of our team members saying, hey, it's time to check in, write in what you did today. Software number 2 is Stripe. Probably heard it. Stripe collects payments, allows you to auto bill your clients. Super simple stuff, but very, very useful. I have looked at other payment processors. You have PayPal, you've got other softwares like Thrivecart. Stripe definitely seems to be the best, and Stripe is often the software that is used by many of these other payment solutions. For example, there might be a software that looks new and flashy, but it's actually just using Stripe. They've just made it look different on the front end. Number 3, Go Visually. This is a tool that allows you to upload content that is then sent to a client for approval. So I'm sure if you have an agency and you have clients, you can imagine you sending an image, whether that's an ad creative or a social media graphic or a video you've created, to a client, and then waiting for them to manually email you back saying, hey, change this, change that. That's just a waste. Like, literally, that is the biggest waste ever. Go Visually removes that completely. What it allows you to do is it allows you to have your designer upload the image. That then sends a notification to the client over here. Client then leaves feedback, and they can drag and drop and highlight things very easily, so they don't have to type out, ooh, change the top right corner. They just literally circle around the top right corner. That then notifies the designer, and the designer can then finish it and complete it. And all of that happens without you needing to connect the 2 people. So it means that you can connect designer to client without them knowing who each other is. That makes sense? That's why it's super useful. Software 4 is Zoom. Pretty simple. Host your calls. Why Zoom? It's more commonly used than Google Meets and Skype, so it just made sense. Software 5 is Calendly. Calendly is the tool we use to allow prospects and clients to book calls onto our calendar so that we are not going back and forth with clients or prospects saying, hey, does Thursday at 3 p.m. suit? We just say, boom, here's the link. Book it in. Again, there are tons of alternatives. I haven't really used any others, so Acuity Scheduling or Go High Level or other softwares that have calendars could also work. Software 6 is Active Campaign. This is what we use for our CRM to track our leads from cold leads all the way to the hot leads, aka the businesses that are very likely to sign up with us very soon. But we also use this for email marketing. So I've used this in the coaching business and in the agency extensively. And if you study the industry, most people use Active Campaign. And when most people use a software, it tends to mean that it's pretty good. Especially for emails, one of the biggest struggles is if you have a big email list, making sure that your emails are landing in the correct inbox and they're not going to spam. So if everybody's using Active Campaign, that just signals to me that Active Campaign probably has good deliverability. Could be wrong on that, but it works for me. Software 7 is Later. Later is just a social media scheduling tool. Again, there are tons of alternatives. This is just something we've used for the longest time. So the cost of us switching to a new software, although we might save, let's say, $20 a month, it's not worth the emotional pain and the pain of switching our team over to a new software. And that's a side note, but just keep that in mind. If you were paying for a software and I've listed a cheaper software, it doesn't mean you should change, because oftentimes the time and energy you'll spend changing over could cost you more. Software 8 is Canva. If you run a content agency or an ad agency where you create ad creatives, I'm sure you use Canva. We didn't use this for the longest time, and we had all of our designers create everything in Photoshop, but to be honest, we got to a point where we realized a lot of what we're creating could be done in Canva with Canva Pro and with the right features. So we didn't switch everything over to Canva, but we switched probably 30% of our content to Canva, simply because of the collaboration that you can do in Canva. It just means it's easier for us to pick up on a design that a designer started last week but then didn't finish, and we can just pick it up in real time. Software 9 is Artlist. This is a music software, so we can get uncopyrighted music that we can use for YouTube videos, for TikToks, for Instagram Reels and other content. Again, tons of alternatives. This one just seemed pretty good. Software 10 is FreePic, similar to Artlist, but this is for images, and I think you can get some videos as well, just stock footage. Software 11 is Hubstaff. This is a really useful software if you have team members that are working on an hourly basis. So if I'm paying a graphic designer or a virtual assistant per hour, I can have them install Hubstaff on their PC, and this will take screenshots of their screen. I believe it's 3 times every 10 minutes, and it will track their activity. So for example, if a team member, and this has happened to me, I had a virtual assistant that was good, but when we actually looked at his work, he was doing 60 hours a week, but he was actually only working 40 hours a week. And we realized that there was literal hours where he would just have his laptop open on a Google Sheet, and he would just be flicking back and forth between YouTube videos. And then like the sheet would never change. He wouldn't do any work on the sheet. He would just watch the video for a minute, click back onto the sheet, click back onto the video, and just keep doing that. So yes, Hubstaff is a little invasive, but look at it this way. When you are being watched, you act differently, right? Like if you think that there's, a film crew following you around all day, you're going to act in a certain way. You're probably going to act in a better way to present yourself more positively to the world. But if you have nobody watching you, you're not going to care. You might be sitting on the couch in your boxers doing some work. So the big brother effect, it works. Number 12, ExpressVPN. This is really important if you run a social media management agency where you're logging into client accounts from different countries around the world. If you have your VA in the Philippines logging into your client in America, that could potentially cause an issue to both the clients, them thinking, oh, who's this person from the Philippines, or for the actual account itself. So I would recommend, if you're doing management or logging into different accounts for clients, to use a VPN. Software 13 is Zapier. I'm sure you've heard me speak about this before. It literally allows you to automate almost anything you can imagine in your business, connecting a Google Sheet to a Slack channel or a Google Sheet to your CRM. In my business, we automate over 10,000 tasks every single month. That means 10,000 tasks that someone would have had to manually complete are done through Zapier. I don't know if there's other tools that allow the same automation functions that Zapier has, but Zapier is by far the industry leader. Number 14, hang on with me, we're nearly there, is ClickFunnels. There's heated debates about ClickFunnels. Is it good? Is it worth the money? Look, it's easy They've got a ton of templates and it works pretty good. So we have built out our agency website in ClickFunnels. We've built out order forms. We've had sales pages. We've had testimonial pages, upsell pages, onboarding flows, everything. Finally, this is more a platform than a software, but Upwork. At one stage, we had over 20 team members in my agency, and the vast majority of those team members came through Upwork. Now, I hear the same complaint all the time about Upwork. People think that you can't hire good quality team members through Upwork. Yes, you can. It's all about volume. If you post one job looking for a virtual assistant, there's a slim chance you're going to find an A player. You might get 10 people apply to the job and 5 of them are serious. However, post that same job 3 to 4 times a day, every single day for 2 weeks, and guess what? You will have hundreds of applicants. That's what it's all about volume. So those are the 15 main softwares. There are some other things that I use here and there, and I hope this has given you some context. Now, if you're just starting your agency for the first time, I don't want you to go and sign up for all of these softwares. You do need to be willing to invest in yourself and spend some money on your business, because if you will not spend $20 a month on a software, probably ain't going to make it. But at the same time, keep it lean. Don't overcomplicate it. Use the free versions until you need to upgrade. Once you start making some money, pump the money back in and reinvest. Now, before you sign any clients, it's very important to understand how you'll onboard those clients into your business. The last thing you want to do is have a business text you saying, hey, sounds good. Like, I'm ready to move forward. I'm going to pay the invoice. I'm going to pay you the money. And then you are thinking, holy shit, what do I do? All right, how do I figure this out? What do I do with them? What are they going to expect? So in this training video, I'm going to walk you through the process that I used. And again, like everything we're going through, right? None of this is static. The process changed from client 1 to client 355. You will improve and you will get better, and your systems will become more optimized the more you do this. So don't stress. Don't feel like, oh my God, Adam, you've got so many systems in this video and it's crazy complicated. Don't worry. I perfected that system after hundreds of clients, right? So if you're coming at this with 0 clients or a couple of clients, it's going to come with time, okay? So watch the video, understand what you will do when you're onboarding clients, take notes, and if you feel overwhelmed by this, keep it simple. Okay. If you feel overwhelmed, what you're going to do is you're going to make sure that you know how you're going to get paid by your client. You know where you're going to communicate with them: WhatsApp, Slack, Telegram, wherever you choose. You're going to make sure that they're clear on when you're going to start the work, and they have expectations. When you're going to start, what are the results, what you need from them. If you cover those bases, you'll be fine. But this is the training on how you do this as a Jedi SMMA master, all right? So enjoy the video, and I'll see you in the next. Now it's time to onboard your new client, okay? So after your client is paid and signed your proposal or your contract, now you can begin the onboarding process, right? So this is your first official chance to make an impression on them. Okay, so before you have talked to this actual client, they were a prospect. Now they're a client, so the relationship is different. Before you were trying to sell them, now they are with you, they've signed up with you, they've signed up with your agency, and they're ready to start working with you. So this is your first impression on them as them being your client, okay? So make it count, make sure your onboarding process is smooth, it's clean, it's not messy, and it gives off a professional vibe. Your working relationship is starting here, so now this is the time to make that good first impression, okay? So what I want you to do is think about the onboarding process sequentially, right? So look at what you need from the service delivery, what we looked at before, look at what you need and look at the steps you need to take to make sure that the client can give you everything that you need to get started. So if we look at the Facebook ads example from the service delivery section, we will look at, first off, we need the ad account. Okay, so what's the easiest way to get access to the ad account? Is to share your business manager ID to the client and to send them a walkthrough video. So you can use Loom or other softwares to record your screen, record you sharing an ad account with your business manager ID so they know exactly what to do. Secondly, you're going to need access to the photos, videos, and other content, right? So what you should do here is send them a form, a Google form will do, with options to upload and share content, and also give you a bit more information about their customers and their ideal client. Now, to get access to their website, what you can do is you can use lastpass.com, where you'll never see the password, you will just get the login details for the website. So the main thing here is that you've got to make it easy for you first and foremost, so that you will actually follow these steps every time you get a new client. And then secondly, you've got to make it easy for the client, right? I see it all the time where people get a client. Let's say they get a client today on Friday, and then 2 weeks later, then they start working. That 2 week period is them always chasing them, emailing them, sending them Slack messages about they need this document, or oh, they need this website access, or they need this, or they need that. Ultimately, you don't want that happening. You want to make it really, really clear what you need at the very beginning. They can send everything you need to you, and you can just get started from there. The way I do this is I break it up into 2 emails. The first email is to send them the payment link, proposal, and the contract, okay? Right? So that's step 1. You've done that already. Now the second one is we're going to include all the onboarding information in the second email. Like literally everything they need to get started, okay? So I'll just quickly give you a template that you can use for the first email. So you can say, hi, John, Adam here. Looking forward to working with you and your team. Before we get started, please handle these small tasks so we can begin onboarding you into our system. Pay the invoice here, sign the proposal here. Let me know once those tasks are done and we'll begin the onboarding process, right? So this is just to say to them, look, you're going to sign and you're going to pay, and then we're going to onboard you, right? You're setting very good expectations here and it looks very structured already. Second, we're going to send them the onboarding information email. Okay, so hi John, thanks for that. We're excited to start working with you and the team. Here's some small tasks we need you to handle so we can onboard you as soon as possible. Please fill out the onboarding form here. Boom, insert your link. Secondly, please book your onboarding call with me over the next few days. Boom, link, and then include anything else you need. So if you're doing Facebook ads, here you can include your walkthrough video and your business manager ID. Basically, put everything in here so they know step by step what they have to do. And it's just super, super clear. So I'm going to give you an example of an onboarding form that you can copy. It's roughly what I use for my agency. It's just a Google form. You can just copy and paste the topics and you can put in anything else you need. So we'll get onto that in just a few slides. Okay, so once you've got all that information back from your newly signed client, you've got to do a few things now, right? You obviously just don't leave everything in the email. You got to do some stuff. So first off, we've got to add our client to our CRM. Okay, so whether you use ActiveCampaign or you're simply just using like Google Sheets or something, it doesn't really matter too much when you're starting off. Obviously, when you start getting some clients in, it's really important to build a good CRM. But Google Sheets will do fine, literally just the client's name, the business name, the email address, when they signed up, what they signed up for, and just any details that are going to make it really, really clear of, what the client is there for, what they're paying you for, and when they started with you. You want to track the client's payment, the invoice, the contract, or the proposal for your accounting and your bookkeeping, okay? So this is really, really important and something a lot of people skip over, and then they get into a situation where 6 months later, their tax bill is coming up and they don't have their invoices, they don't know where the invoices are, they don't even have the proposals, they have nothing. They're scrambling and then they waste a lot of time trying to get all that information together. So just make this a system, right? When you get a client, you send them all the information. They send the information back to you. You add your client to your CRM. You track everything. Payment, invoice, contract, proposal, all the stuff that you're going to need. What you should do here is do it for your future self, right? It's not going to benefit you right away, but 2, 3, 4 months down the line, you're going to see the benefit of doing this. Third thing you want to do is you want to add your client to your communication platform. So we use Slack, and I highly recommend that you use Slack. You can just use their free plan for the beginning. We used the free plan until we had about at least 5 clients. So just use that. It's really, really good and it will help you structure your communications with them. What I recommend doing is having one channel for you and the client and any other people involved. And then secondly, have another channel for you and your internal team members. Okay, so when you're starting off, that might be just you, but that's fine. Set it up in that way. You've got one for the client and one for you. Okay, so ultimately we're at a stage now where the client has a channel with us, so any concerns they have, they'll put in here. Then we have our working Slack channel for them, which they are not in, but our designers and other people within our team are in that channel. Then you also want to add your client to your project management system. Now, if you're just starting off, you don't need one of these. It's not crucially important, but it is good practice to have one set up, whether you want to use Trello, Basecamp, Asana. There's tons of ones out there. Trello is obviously a great one because it's free when you start off. It's quite easy to use, and it can just get you into the system of using a system, right? Into the flow of using a system that's going to help you track projects. This is really important if you're doing something like website development or something where there's a lot of different steps. Really just helps you and your team stay on track. And then finally, what I want you to do is set up Otter AI, right? It's a completely free app and software application, and use this to record your onboarding call. I highly recommend you do an onboarding call with your clients because it's a chance for you and them to sit down, set the expectations, and see what they're ultimately trying to achieve with your service, and so that you can dispel any myths they might have about the service you provide. Okay. Now, the great thing about this application is that it will transcribe the entire meeting, whether it's 20, 30 minutes or an hour, and it will take notes for you, right? So you don't have to sit there writing down loads of notes. It will record the whole thing, the audio, and it will transcribe it into text. This is incredibly powerful and something I highly recommend you use starting off, because you want to pay a lot of attention to what they're saying on your onboarding call. And it's great to have a backup file of what they said. Now, here is the sample onboarding form that you can copy. Let me just open this up and give you a look. So what you can do is you can just copy and paste this, okay? Just change it to your company name or your name, whatever you're doing starting off. And again, it's just a bunch of sample ones that we use starting off. So email address, brand name, the person's name, the email address of anyone else on the team, and then into the juicy stuff, right? Their target customers, the demographics, what goal they're trying to achieve with whatever service you provide. Do they have a lead magnet? All of this stuff that's really, really important, you know, the pain points of their customers. Do they have any social proof? Ultimately, what you want to do with this is include anything that you think they might need, or anything that you think you might need from them, as much as you can, right? So sit down, look at the service that you're providing, and write down every single thing that you might potentially need over an entire month and put it all on here. It's really great because it means that if you can get everything on this, you can get onto your onboarding call and have absolutely everything at your disposal, everything that you need from the client ready to go, and you can just hit the ground running. So if you're following my footsteps and you're going to pursue a content creation, social media management agency where you create content for clients, whether that's content that they've already created that you're going to edit and distribute on social media, or content that you're actually going to, shoot and create for them. Both routes work. I've never shot content for clients. I've always gotten my clients to record content, send it to me and my team, and we handle the rest. But in this training, what you're going to understand is the 3 main questions that you should ask your client before you create their content. The reason you want to do this is you want to make sure that the right expectations are set and that you can essentially deliver what your client really wants to the standard they want the first time. If you don't ask these questions and you wing it and you just hope the client likes what you've done, there's a high chance they don't, and there's a high chance that this just creates tons of issues for you. For the sake of this video, we're going to focus on a client that is paying you for short form video content. But the questions I'm going to ask will also apply if you had a client paying for graphics or for any other type of content that you have to create. And these questions apply whether you are personally creating the content yourself as a freelancer, or if you're sending the content to a video editor who does the work for you. Question number 1 to ask your client: did you send me all of the raw footage and the raw video files that are required for this specific piece of content? This question you should not have to ask to your client every single time you create a piece of content. You should cover this exact question in your onboarding call with a client. This is the call where you set up how you guys are going to work together. But from time to time again, you will need to re-emphasize this question and re-ask this question so that your client remembers to send you everything. Making sure that you have all the raw video files, everything that you need, is key, because it's going to make it easier and faster for you to go ahead, get the content made, and then to get it back to your client. Question number 2, you definitely need to ask, if the client has not given you this information already, is what style are we going for with this video? For example, if you pull up my TikTok page, like my editor will do right now, you'll see there's various different styles of content on my page. Some with animations, some with just text on screen, and then the text on screen even changes style, colors, different shapes, etc. The reason it's key to ask this question is that you could spend 40 minutes, 2 hours creating a beautiful video for your client. You send it back to them and they say, hey, it looks cool, but I don't want that style. I want this style, which is completely different, meaning that you have to start the edit all over again. Similar to question 1, this is something I would ask my clients in my onboarding call. In fact, one of the things we did in my agency was, as part of our onboarding form, which is a form a client would fill out, we would literally give them examples of styles, different fonts, different color schemes, and we would ask them to give us their opinion. Which one do you like best out of all of them? That way we have a really good understanding of the type of style we're going to create for our client. On top of that, when a client would sign up with us, before we create, let's say 30 videos, we would edit one video in a particular style, and we would use this as what we called a template. We use it to nail down the style and then explain to the client that we're going to continue creating your content in this specific style. Are you okay with it, or do you want to change anything? Question 3. Is there anything I need to include in the video that you need to send to me? I'll put my hands up. This happens quite often to me and my editor. For example, I'll reference in my notes to my editor to include a certain screenshot or a certain testimonial video, but he might not have access to those things. So I need to make sure each time that I actually have sent him things that he has access to. Same goes for your client. Make sure you have access to the things that they want included in the videos. Otherwise, the delay can be crazy. A video that could have taken you a day to make may take a full 7 days to get approved by your client and live on their page because of not asking these questions. And the bonus question, question number 4, is to ask your client for a deadline. You, being a savvy business owner, are going to aim and strive to deliver the content as fast as possible. It's just a good business practice. But nonetheless, if your client has sent to you 10, maybe 15 videos to be created, you need to get clear on which ones are the priority. If your client has not told you yet he's expecting video number 7 to be done tomorrow because he wants to post it for a promotion he's running, you need to know that. So again, ask your client this question. It's also a little trick that you can use to over deliver. Your client says 5 days, get it done in 3. They'll be impressed, they'll like your service even more. Now my friend, as you can tell from a lot of these questions, there are certain clients that you won't need to ask these questions to. Certain clients just get it and they understand that you're not a guy or a girl sitting there with a crystal ball with all the answers and all the tools, okay? They understand that they got to give you the info. But for clients of yours that are not thinking that far ahead, you need to make sure you ask these questions. So friend, your mindset is really, really, really important. And I know you've probably seen people talk about mindset and it's, woo woo, sounds like this stuff, airy fairy, doesn't exist. Trust me, it really fucking matters. Like, so much so that the next training I'm going to walk you through is all about mindset. All right, so sit with me. This is the exact mindset that I had to create for myself. I wasn't born with this. Like, I had to create it. Like how if you're a fan of David Goggins or any of these motivational speakers, like a lot of these guys have created mindsets. Okay, they didn't just get it or inherit it or woke up one day and felt it. No, they created through their habits, their actions. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through exactly what I did. Okay, the mindset that I created for myself, I believe made me a millionaire. And I do believe genuinely that without this mindset, I don't think I would have gotten to this point. And for me to get to my next points, there'll be another iteration of that once again. So this is an exclusive training that I hosted for a mastermind event. So this is very exclusive and I want you to pay attention. Okay. First off, we want to look at how you have to become the person first before you can be the, let's say, 10K a month or 6-figure agency owner. We're then going to dive into cleaning up your personal life. Some of you might think that this is not important or it's not really related, but trust me and Ty when we say your personal life and business life are typically a direct reflection of each other. I can put my hand on heart and say, hey, when I've had issues in my personal life, that has affected business. And when I've had issues in business, that can then affect personal life as well. So these two are definitely linked.
It's the most important thing. I think when I talk to students and when I see what is the single strongest indicator that someone's going to be successful, it's that they understand this principle that so many people think they have problems in their business, but what they actually have are problems in their personal life that are showing up in their business. So everything here integrates so well with business. It's important that you have all of this optimized and continue to optimize this. It's not just what you do, but it's also what you stop doing. So really excited to talk more about this.
Yes, 100%. That's a great point right there. It's not about adding things to your life often. It's actually about stripping things out, which we're going to get into everything here. We're not holding anything back. We're going to talk about diet, training, relationships, boundaries, addictions, porn, video games, you name it, right? And a lot of these are very taboo topics, but we want to make this as raw and uncut as possible because, again, from me and Ty's experience, these are things that genuinely have actually affected our results.
And you know what, Adam, when we actually onboard people for the high-level accelerator program, that's the very first thing we talk about. Yeah. We have that 2-hour onboarding call, and you would think we get on here, we're going to ask them questions about your agency, which we do. We talk hours about your agency, but very first thing, we ask some really uncomfortable questions about your personal life. Yes. We want to get deep dive into there so we can figure out what is the actual bottleneck that's holding you back, because very rarely is it just a business bottleneck.
Yeah. 100%, 100%. Yeah, that document we have for high-level students when they join it's intense. We'll touch on that later if any of you guys are interested in hearing more about that program. But yeah, we'll let you know. Cool. So next up, we're going to go into how to become the master of one. Okay, Ty is an absolute master, a wizard at just getting hyper-focused on one thing. And I can say from experience, like when I was building my agency, I was hyper-focused on one thing, and that really allowed me to scale. Again, you guys have seen my claim to fame, right? 0 to 10K a month in 45 days. That would not have happened if I was trying to do a bunch of things. That literally only happened because I was obsessive about one thing. But I can also tell you that there have been times, which I talked to Ty about this yesterday, I have not been focused, and I have tried to do 5 or 6 different things at one, and it's been a complete nightmare, mess, lack of results, not something you want to be doing. So we're going to touch on first the importance of that and also how to cultivate that in your life. We're going to touch a little bit on fixing your inner scars. Again, a bit of a different topic, one we wouldn't typically talk about. But, if you guys have seen my story, I went from a pretty broken teenager who had like lots and lots of suicidal thoughts and tendencies to someone who now is doing pretty okay. Okay. So like to go from that person to person now that you see on screen, again, lots had to happen. And again, a lot of that is not outreach strategies or me picking a niche, right? That was me fixing myself before I could even grow the business. So looking forward to sharing a bit of that with you. And then we want to just touch on focusing on long-term impact and results over short-term pleasures, and how, again, this is like one of the biggest factors that's going to really push you forward. So that's the rough breakdown. We're going to hop into it right now. Before we do, I see Dario, you've shared something that has helped you, which is, so getting your first, let's say, I think it was 3 clients, Dario. You said it was mainly sales skills that helped you. So you've been trained on sales for a long time. You were raised by salespeople. Wow, that's amazing. So to you, that was like a key driver. One thing you would like to ask us, though, is how to not make excuses as it's a problem you currently have. Awesome. Let's definitely dive into that, as we'll circle back to that in the Q&A, Dario. But I think we're also going to address that in this entire training. And so cool, man. And appreciate you for sharing that as well. Good to hear. Cool. All right. So becoming the person first, all right. As we mentioned, to make 10K a month, you essentially need to be the person that makes 10K a month. Okay. Now, how do you become the person that makes 10K a month if you're not making 10K a month? You have to think, believe, act, and essentially just show up and pretend to be that person until you are that person. So that was something that I did. I think it really, really helped me because, and there's this chart that like breaks it down perfectly well. I'll just give you a rough breakdown, right? But if your actions every day are the actions of a 10K a month agency owner, it's probably you working on outreach, optimizing your systems, focusing on your sales, improving your sales, watching your sales calls, seeing where you can improve, communicating with your team. Like that right there is probably what you're going to do at 10K a month. Now, if you don't have clients, of course, you can't talk to your team. Okay, you can't really watch back in your sales videos because you mightn't have any, but you can start to think and believe and act as that person. Okay. And the reason this is so important, and trust me when I say this, I used to think this was BS, right? This whole idea of you have to think a certain way to get certain results. But I can definitely tell you right now, it's hugely impactful for you, your growth, your happiness, and your business. Okay. If you can think, I am successful and I will be successful, and I'm going to act as the person that is successful, you will be successful. Okay. So this is not, your cliche law of attraction, think it and it will magically happen. This is, you think it, you believe it, you then act as that person. And because you're taking action, but you're taking action with all the beliefs there, right? All those positive thoughts behind you, you will get results. Whereas if you are just acting, but you maybe have doubts, you have insecurities, you have limiting beliefs holding you back, you could still put in the same effort as the other person that believes they're already wildly successful. And you probably actually will get less results. Again, it's not to do with magic or voodoo. It's literally just that the other person has more conviction. They have more conviction and belief behind what they're doing, which is going to help them to get further, quicker, faster, and have way more success. Okay. Just a rough one here for you. If you tell yourself you want to make 10K a month, okay,
Like, so that's your goal right now. Okay, maybe you put it in the chat, like your goal is to get to 2K a month, 3K a month, 5K a month, or 10K a month. But if you're still falling into the same old habits and routines that have kept you stuck this far, it really doesn't make sense for you to expect yourself to level up and now become a six-figure earner, because you're doing the same things, expecting a different result. There's a quote from, I think it's Albert Einstein, that, you know, insanity is the definition of doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting the same results. And again, I can tell you from experience, there's times in my business where I'm like, oh, I want to get to X per month, but then I break it down and I'm doing the same shit that got me to 10K a month. So that doesn't make sense. That's wrong. It's not going to work. So you have to just strip back those old habits, those routines and things keeping you stuck.
Yeah. And there's a great book on this, Adam. You know what I'm going to say, right? You know where I'm going. This is one of Adam's favorites, I'm pretty sure. Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. And it talks all about this. It talks about the psychology of self. It was written by this guy who was a plastic surgeon, and he realized when he did cosmetic surgeries on people, they would adopt this whole new personality because they felt like a different person. Yes. And that would change the way they act, and it would change their entire lives, from the way they communicate, the way they date, their success in business, just from very, very simple cosmetic changes. Yes. And that's really what this is about, right? It's about changing your psychology of self and believing that you are this person who gets those results. It's about this internal change, right? Because you cannot act in accordance with anything that you don't believe is true, right? You have to believe, this is what I am, this is what I do. And that thought process is going to precede any sort of physical, tangible success. So it's not just what you do, it's who you are.
Yes. So important. And again, I just want to preface that by saying that, like, when I first heard of these topics, I did think they were BS. Okay. So again, if you're on this call, you might be thinking, you know, sounds a little woo-woo, sounds a little bit out there. We're telling you from experience, like, this genuinely is so important. Adam, I see you mentioned What a Book. Yeah. Incredible book. Obviously, I'm biased. It's like one of my favorite books of all time. I've read it probably 5 times. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. I literally have it on the Kindle in the bedroom right there. I have notes. I might even pull it out later. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, you have to be the person, and nothing, like, you can't get results if you just don't think you can get the results. Okay. And okay, let's break this down. How do you actually do this? Okay. So let's just say you believe us, right? You believe what we're saying. You believe, okay, cool. I've got to rewire my thinking, my mindset, my beliefs about myself and what I can do in life. Ty, what are some things that you would say people should start to do to help make this transition? I have a couple of thoughts I can think of right now, but yeah, what would be those initial things you would do?
So I think there's this saying, with competence comes confidence, and vice versa, right? With confidence comes confidence. So really, I think it is a matter of just small wins that aggregate over time. You're not going to be a 10K owner, an agency owner tomorrow, but you may be a $500 per month agency owner, right? It's about stacking those really small wins. And it's not even just in terms of tangible things like, this is how much money I'm making, this is how much is my bank account. It's, I woke up today, I got up, I did 10 push-ups, little things, even things that aren't related to business, right? It's just to take action, execute, and show yourself that I keep promises to myself. That was a big one for me. It's just, when I say something, when I think something, it becomes reality because I'm the master of my own fate. And just taking execution and doing what I say I'm going to do is one of the big things for me. I know there's another one that Adam is a huge fan of, visualization, right? So for me, this comes with my environment, right? Putting myself in situations and in this perspective of, I am the person who's worthy of making this kind of money. What does a person who makes 10K a month, what do they do? What do they eat? And this is something I've kind of trying to lead into with my abundance mindset, right? And that's one of the things about being here in Miami with Adam. It's like, we're seeing Ferraris, we're seeing these crazy apartments and stuff like that. And it just becomes so much more physical and real. It mystifies it in a way. And I think that's another thing about networking with other agency owners is you might meet people in the program that are making 2, 3, 5, 10K a month. And you're going to realize they're just people, right? Like, that's one of the coolest things. I know we're talking about me meeting Adam and how, is Adam even a real person? And that kind of, he doesn't feel like a real person. He's an abstract concept. He's this multi-millionaire 24-year-old agency owner, and just getting to see him in person and realize, oh, he eats normal things. He does normal things. He talks like a normal person does, and just kind of demystifying it for yourself. So I think the more you get into it, the more confidence you're going to build. And with that, it's going to come physical competence. And it's something that builds over time, but also just getting engaged in that community and in that lifestyle. The deeper you get into it, the easier it gets. And I think that's to oversimplify it, but I think it's just the contact with it all.
Yes. Yeah. Really, really good points there. And, you know, that last point of just tying into the environment, again, this is what this entire mastermind is about. Like, you guys have seen exactly where everybody is at. So make those connections. You know, there's people in here doing 2, 3, 4, 5K a month. Connect with those people. Chat to them, give them value, you know, try and add value to them. They'll add value to you. That's what it's all about. So yeah, the book is called Psycho Cybernetics, if anyone wants to take a deep dive into that. Yeah, so again, some things that I would do if I was to restart this process. The author is Maxwell Maltz. Yeah. If you type it in, it'll come up.
There's only
it's
one.
Like, yeah, there's only one for sure. So yeah, visualization is something that I don't currently practice it, but I used to practice it a lot. And visualization, I think you can break it into 2 categories. You can look at positive visualization. Okay, so let's just say, for example, you sit on your bed in the morning and, you know, you take a couple of minutes just to meditate, whatever, and you start to visualize, what is your dream life? Okay, what do you want? Where do you want to be? What does your room look like? Do you have a balcony? Do you have a nice view? All these things, okay? You just start to visualize positive things that you want in your life. That's one form. The second form is negative visualization. This is the opposite, okay? This is saying when you wake up, if I don't work on the goals that I've set out for myself, I'm going to be in a worse scenario, okay? So I might not even have a bed, or there might be fucking cockroaches in my apartment, right? Very different style. And if you guys want to try this, try the 2 styles and see what works best for you, or pair the 2 together. Do 5 minutes of positive, do 5 minutes of negative, and just use this kind of fusion of the 2 to light a fire under your ass. For me, negative visualization worked better for me at the start. Okay, if you're in a position right now where you are comfortable, meaning that like maybe you're in a job or you have an income that keeps you comfortable, right? Like you have enough to pay your bills, you have enough to buy some meals and go out a couple times a month. If you are comfortable, negative visualization might work better for you, because there's nothing in your immediate environment that is telling you, I need to buckle the fuck up and make more money, okay? Because you have like a lovely bed and a nice apartment. If, however, you're in a very negative situation right now, positive visualization is probably going to be more impactful for you, okay? So test out the 2. Again, there's no right and wrong way. Don't beat yourself up if you do it and you fall asleep and you go back to bed in the morning, or if you do it and you don't feel anything. Try it a couple times, see how you feel. Super basic, super easy to do. But again, it's the more you do it, the more it becomes real. Okay, the first time you visualize, you are not going to even think it's real probably. Okay, you're going to think that's just a dream. I'm never going to get there, whatever. You do it the 10th time and you'll start to notice the color of your bed, the exact view that you have from your balcony. All the details become more clear, which now will just make that image more real in your head, which again, will allow you to make it happen. So that is a huge one, visualization. Affirmations as well. Again, I don't currently write affirmations. I will like a couple times a week if I feel I need to, but right now I don't do it every day. Same concept. Basically tell yourself the things that you need to tell yourself, okay? So if you really struggle with your confidence, if you struggle with getting the courage to do outreach, to do sales, like tell yourself every day, I have the confidence to do outreach. I am courageous. I am bold. I am moving forward and pushing the needle, whatever you need to write. Just write positive things that will help you do, again, the things that you know you need to do. So guys, that is becoming the person first. If you have any, again, questions directly about things that we do, things that we have done to help us kind of get that set up in our lives, again, let us know. Really, really important that you nail that though. Okay, so a couple more points on it. If you don't take care of your health, right, you neglect responsibilities in your life. So when you're told to do something or there's something you know you need to do, you just kind of push it to the back of your mind, or you have a really hard time sticking to your plans and your goals. Ideally, what you need to do is you need to fix those areas in your personal life so that you can then bring that same energy into your business. Okay. You don't have to go to the gym 6 times a week. All right. You don't have to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning and do crazy workouts. You don't have to do anything, but you do have to take responsibility and you have to be able to set plans, set goals and stick to them. And I think we actually talked about this yesterday, Ty, or you might have even mentioned it earlier, but if you're telling yourself a goal, right, or I want to do X, and then you don't do it, and you don't do the actions needed to get there, you're just lying to yourself. And that might be fine for a few days, but the more you do that, the more you'll actually start to believe that you're a liar. because you're literally
It's
lying to
visual
yourself.
in a way.
Yeah.
Right. You get into the habit of letting yourself down, and now your word has no value. And now you don't make commitments and stick to them. And even if it's a small thing, like I say, I'm going to make my bed when I get up and I don't do it. How you do one thing is how you do everything. That's something I've really come to believe more often, is that excellence is a habit. Consistency is a habit. So that's a character trait you can actually build. It's not something you're born with. It's something you have to train like a muscle.
Yeah, 100%. That's really, really important. Some of you guys might already have this. You know, like you might be already very, very organized, very responsible. Great. Awesome. If you don't, like I said, you can learn this. Yeah, I had to learn this. I was definitely not this way inclined growing up. So yeah, just had to learn it. You know, again, simple things. Make your bed. If you tell yourself you're going to work out 3 times a week, do it. Do it 3 times a week. Make it realistic. Don't tell yourself you do 7 days a week. It's not realistic. You won't stick to it. Yeah. Again, the importance here is that you do these things not to just waste your time on doing all these productive activities. That's not the whole point. Okay. You just want to do the minimum that you need to feel that, again, you're responsible, you're confident, and you're taking control of your shit. Because again, you want to just basically take that energy and bring that into your business. Okay, so really, really important to do that. So, you know, the biggest driver for my personal success, in my opinion, was my shift from victim to owner. Okay, and I don't mean owner of cars, owner of apartments, or any of that stuff. I mean basically owner of my life, owner of my choices, owner of my habits, taking full responsibility for like absolutely everything in my life, putting the blame on myself when I need to, and taking the hard right over the easy left. Not easy things to do, okay? But again, it's hugely impactful, okay? And you have to realize, like, you are the owner of your life, okay? Yes, there are things outside of your control, politics, the country you live in, the wage that your employer is paying you, right? Things that you mightn't be able to directly control, but you actually can, okay? So you can't change who's going to be the next president, but you can change how much you make. Or you can just take that choice and say, hey, if I don't like what I'm making, I'll just make more of it by myself. That's ownership, right? That's taking your life and saying you don't like a certain thing and changing that and realizing you have the full control. Okay, the worst thing you can do is to tell yourself you're a victim. Poor me, you know, I have a bad job, I have a bad boss, I don't have a good wage, I should be paid more. Those thoughts are not really going to get you too far, because they're just going to keep you in this victim mindset. The victim mindset is absolutely terrible. You know, some examples in my old personal life, right, would have been, I had really, really bad acne and skin issues. And this led me to just be really insecure about my image. My confidence was completely shot. And I used to look at myself as a victim for so long. Like, there was genuinely a 1.5, nearly 2 year period where I thought the world was out to get me. You know, poor me. Nobody else had skin issues. It was just me, and all the bad things in the world just happened to me. That was bullshit. And I realized that after 2 years, but that was 2 years of telling myself that every day, that I wasn't happy because of my skin, and I had bad skin because the world was out to get me. And that line of thinking is obviously not good. It's not going to get you far, and it's just going to make you miserable. Okay. So the best thing you can do, one of the hardest things you can do, is to tell yourself, yes, I'm going to take the hard right. Okay. I'm going to do the things that I know I should do, the thing that my future self will thank me for. I'm not going to take the easy option. I'm going to do the hard things that I know are right.
And Adam, another great point to bring up with this is that if you guys go into the Telegram chat that we have set up for the mastermind and you scroll through, you'll see people that are saying, hey, I make 2K per month, 3K per month. You'll see that in the chat right here, just from people who are on this call.
Yeah.
So the point I want to make here is that there is risk in starting an agency, but the risk isn't from the side of the model, right? You can see that the model works. The outreach scripts, they work. You have to go out, you have to take accountability, you have to take action with them. But the real risk here is with yourself, right? You can look at the risk of either a market failing or the risk of you failing, right? And with the agency model, it's a tried and tested model. You have people in this chat here that are making full-time incomes with their agency. So that is proven. You don't need to worry about the risk that's associated with running an agency. You need to worry about the risk of not actually taking accountability, responsibility with your agency. If you can't go out and execute, you are the risk in your agency, which is great because you are the one who is responsible for mitigating that risk, right? So you have to take complete and total responsibility for things that most people would think are out of your control. Oh, I couldn't work today because I had to work at my 9 to 5 and I'm tired. That's the choice, right? And that's what it comes down to. When you're saying, I don't have time for this thing, what you're saying is it's not a obligation. It's not a priority of mine. So it's important that you take absolute and total responsibility for everything in your agency, because the only real risk, the only real input is coming from you. And right now, if you don't have any team members on board, then the only person responsible for scaling your agency, it's going to be you. Here. All right. So Adam, you want to hop back on here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So we don't actually have any slides for this because we're just going to give our thoughts off the dome. Okay. But you need to be able to clean up your personal life to 10x your business. Yeah, we've touched on this briefly already, but again, personal life, business life, direct correlation, direct link, whatever way you want to look at that, it is true. Okay. So if your personal life is messy, let's fix it. Okay. Don't try and fix everything all at once. Let's just take small steps. Okay. If you're in a toxic relationship or an abusive relationship or relationships that's not good, fix that. Okay. Focus on that first, because that's going to be really, really detrimental to you, your life, your success, etc. If you are, again, maybe you're not working out, but you want to, and you know you want to be healthy, you want to maybe do a couple of runs or do a new sport, or hit the gym, whatever it is, let's get that. All right, let's get that sorted. Again, don't go for working out 7 days a week. Do something that's reasonable, manageable, attainable, and just lock it in. Okay. This will really, really help you with business, as we've clearly mentioned a couple times already, right? There's a direct correlation, but also it's the fact that, again, how you do one thing is how you do everything. So yeah, it's short and simple, this one, but basically you have to clean that up, because if it is a real mess right now, it will be hard for you to come to your business without that messy mindset, because your personal life is a mess. So the second then you go to do outreach or you have a sales call coming up, you're probably going to still feel that level of stress, right? That anxiety and that mess in your life come over now into your business, which you do not want. A messy business. A messy business is a business that is destined to fail and not scale, which is not what you want. Sweet. All right. So we've got a little bit of a breakdown here. Okay. This is basically comparing a 10K a month agency owner versus a 0 per month agency owner. Okay. So somebody that, has maybe been trying to build an agency for like 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, a year longer, because we do speak to a lot of people that, might try and run an agency for a year before joining our program. Again, typically they're at 0 per month. So there's no results. And this is just some rough generalizations. Okay. These are generalizations. It does not mean that every 10K a month agency owner does these things. And it doesn't mean that every person who's not making any money is doing these things. These are just common denominators that we see across people that I know personally and people we have, let's say, who would have joined our program after trying to do things by themselves. Okay. So the 10K a month agency owner, when we look at their diet, typically it's nothing crazy, right? It's not that they follow like the strictest meal plan and track every calorie. And when I look at myself, this is 100% true. It's just that I avoid overcomplicating the diet. I avoid a diet that is hard to follow, and I focus on meals that aid me. Okay. So I know for me, certain foods bloat me. Okay. And I know if I have that meal, like, let's just say there's like a certain type of Asian dish, right, that I really like, but I know it bloats me. Okay. So I'm not going to eat that if I still need to do work. Okay. Maybe I'm going to eat it once in a while to treat myself, but not if I have like 2 or 3 hours of work to do after that. Because all that will do for me is distract me, make me uncomfortable, bring up a level of stress in my body, and it's not going to allow me to perform at my best. So this is what I do. Keep it super simple. Ty, you mentioned that you typically only do like 1 meal a day, sometimes maybe 2.
Yep.
Again, I think that's a great example of just, you're not complicating it. Like you're just keeping it dead simple.
The most important thing for my diet is when. It's not really what. Of course, the what does matter. If you're going to eat Twinkies all day and that's your diet, then you're not going to feel good. You're not going to work well. But for me, I usually don't eat before noon. And that way I can get all my deep work done in the morning without the distraction of having to eat or having to digest or having to think about those things. So eating is almost kind of a reward for me, as strange as that sounds, right? Because I won't eat until my deep work is done. I'll hold off on that. And that fasting, it lets my body function more efficiently because I'm not digesting food all day. And the same thing, I won't eat too late into the evening, usually after around 8 p.m. That's when I start to kind of get into the zone, ready to go to bed. So I'm not going to be eating before 12 or after 8. I have that 8-hour window where I eat that 1 or 2 meals a day, and it just helps keep me focused.
Sweet. Yeah. I do the exact same. I typically will have 3 meals a day. Some days I'll do 2. So like yesterday, we had a meal and I had a meal on the plane, so I did 2. But I'll typically do 3 a day. As for me, personal preference, I find if I have one massive meal, I am kind of sluggish for the rest of the day. So I could do it, but I would have to make sure that, again, I get, like you said, all the work done, everything productive I need to get done, and then I can have that big meal or 2 extra meals, whatever it may be. So again, guys, this is just for you to see and play around with this and see what works best for you. The main thing is just focus on something that's going to aid you, okay? Whether, you feel good, you feel more productive, your brain is sharp, you don't have brain fog, focus on the foods. That will do that for you. And yeah, might be different for you. When it comes to exercise and training, nearly every 10K a month agency owner I know works out. It just seems to be a common denominator. Male, female, doesn't matter. They work out. Now, what I will say is that they don't typically try and work out 7 days a week, 6 days a week. And that is just simply because if that is your biggest focus, your business is not the top priority. Okay, you ideally want to put business as the top priority here. So working out, for me anyway, it is to aid business, realistically. Like, obviously I work out to look good and look a certain way, so there's a level of vanity and ego that comes into that. But the main priority is to keep the focus, right? Make sure that my health is in check, make sure my cognition, like my brain health is firing, and I've got, that dopamine that comes from a solid workout, and that you've got all these, the endorphins that you get after a workout as well. I'll typically do maybe 3-4 workouts a week. Some will be weight training. Might do a bit of cardio, so a couple of runs, 1 or 2 a week if I am on point. But again, I don't put this as priority. So priority for me is business, and then this comes second. So for example, I didn't work out today. I haven't worked out yesterday. I worked out like 3 days before that. So again, I'm just balancing it. I knew I was going to be traveling and I wouldn't necessarily have the time. Yes, I could make time, but I'd rather make the time for business first.
Yeah.
So it's like business first, travel, and then work out if I have time.
And exercise is what I'm hearing, Adam, from you. It's more of a tool. It's not something that needs to be necessarily embedded into your schedule. Like Adam said, it doesn't need to be a daily thing. It doesn't even need to be a consistent thing, as in like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. What I do with my exercise is exercise as a tool. So I'll have days when I'm off, and it's important that I just have a toolbox full of things that can help me align my focus or get my energy back. So exercise in this instance, also a lot of people like to do meditation, cold showers, a lot of things like that. And I think a lot of the times people get caught up in that, and they think that this is a mandatory. To make 10K a month, I need to have this super strict routine. I need to be doing cold showers. I need to be working out this often. And it's like, those are tools. Those are tools that can help you get your focus. And maybe your focus is what gets you to 10K per month. So it's not that these things are mandatory. Like Adam said, it's not that these things need to be followed to a T, but it's best if you can build a schedule, consistency with this, and use them as tools to solve certain problems that you're facing on a day-to-day or week-to-week basis.
Hell yeah, 100%. To give you guys a real example, okay, last night probably went to bed around, let's say 10:30, 11. Get up this morning around 6:30, and I didn't go for a workout. I didn't do a cold shower. Like, I literally just got up and was like, right, mastermind in 1.5 hours. What do we need to have in place to make sure this goes smoothly? That was it, right? Just straight to business. Whereas if I had gotten up, I could have got up at maybe 6, right? I could have gone for like a run, maybe a workout. I just know I would have been more tired, and I wouldn't be able to give you guys as much here on this training, because I would be thinking about, oh, my legs are tired. Oh, I need to get some food. Like I'm dead, I'm beat. So for me, sleep is one of the biggest things I focus on. Everything else can come and go, and I'll do, again, if I don't have time for workout, I'll have time. But I'm always going to fit in sleep. Because again, that I just know, for me, getting up at 5 a.m. is the most ridiculous thing I could do. And that would be the clearest way for me to not be productive. Is to get up and do what some people tell me to do. So even with everything we're telling you here, this might be the complete opposite for you. Okay, so it's just to take this as a guideline and test all these things for yourself. And your barometer of success is, am I more productive? Do I get more done? And do I feel better? If everything you're doing in your life ticks towards that way, good stuff. You're definitely on the right path. Cool. So relationships, okay? And the way most successful people I know of approach relationships is that they have clear boundaries in their relationships, okay? So that means that, their priority is their mission, their vision, their business, whatever. And the person they're with knows that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just a boundary that they have, and they put themselves first, and the person they're with comes second. And I think that is very, very healthy. You should always put yourself first. Of course, if you're married, you have kids, it's going to be slightly different. We're more talking here about people that are maybe, in your 20s, 30s, maybe you're still just dating. Okay. So you don't have big responsibilities like kids. Okay, not an expert on that level, so I can't give you any advice. Another thing is that you want to look at relationships obviously only when it makes sense. Okay, you don't want to just get into a relationship for the sake of it, like you're bored or you just want to feel a certain way. Do it when it makes sense. Okay, make sure that you have your personal life in check. Make sure that you are, again, doing all the things that you should be doing first, whether that is working out a certain amount of times a week, getting certain results in your business. Focus on that. Now, needless to say, of course, you could have relationships all throughout your business career, and that could have no impact on you. Again, this is just relaying to you what has worked for me and other people that I know of. I'm not sure if you've any thoughts to add on that side, but yeah.
I think it's just intentionality is the one thing we talked about last night, Adam, is that business owners, agency owners, people who are successful, they approach things with intention. They don't do things just to do things. They don't read books just to read books or take cold showers because the guru told them to. They do it because they find it helps them. And it's the same thing with your relationships. You have to approach those with real intention, which is what am I hoping to get out of this? What does success look like for this? And that's a question you should be asking yourself continuously. Is this something that is going to build me up or tear me down? And the answer may not always be the same, right? Month to month, it could change. Week to week, it could change. So it's really important just to reconsider all of your relationships and put them in the context of what does success look like for me, and make sure that is communicated back and forth with both yourself and the person you're in that relationship with.
Yeah. And of course, you can extend this to like family and friendships as well. This is not purely love relationships. So again, if you're friends with someone, but you feel that they get more out of the friendship than you get out of it, again, you want to question that, okay? You want to look at, again, the intentionality. Like, am I friends with this person because I get something out of it? There's a reason, there's a benefit, or is it just for old time's sake? I'm not telling you one is right or wrong. I'm just telling you there have been people that I have cut out of my life where, yes, I was technically friends with them and we got on good and we had a good time, but it wasn't positive, right? Like, it didn't lead me to where I wanted to lead to, and it didn't lead them to where they wanted to get to. So for both of us, it really doesn't make sense for us to essentially waste our time together if we're not going anywhere. We're not helping each other in any way. Another thing on that, because I get asked this a lot, I have like two sets of friends. Okay, so I have friends in business and I have friends outside of business. And for me, I think that works really well, because when I have some off time and I go visit my hometown, I can hang out with my friends who don't really do business. They understand a little bit of it, but we don't even talk business. They're not asking me they'll ask how's business and that's it. The conversation dies. And it's actually really nice because I get to completely switch off and just be, normal human instead of thinking about business. But it is also crucially important for me to have friends that are also in the industry. So I have a lot of friends that are running agencies, some that do e-com, some that do coaching. And the reason that's important for me is because if I'm just friends with people that don't do business, I'm going to feel isolated. I'm going to feel lonely. I'm going to feel like I'm the only one doing this. Whereas again, for you guys, you're probably going to make some friends from people that are in this program or that are on this call right now. And you should, because it means that now you're not going to see your current friendships, let's say your friends from home, negatively, right? Because you're just going to see it how it is. They're just not interested. And that's not their fault. You shouldn't have to cut them off 100%, right? You can still be friends with them. Just have those other people that you can go to with the business questions, the business struggles, right? Like, there's countless times where I've had things happen in my business and I go to 2 or 3 people and I feel so much better straight away because I can just vent and rant to them for 2 minutes in a voice note and they're like, yeah, cool, I've been there, did this helps me. Don't worry about it, you'll be fine. And I'm like, sweet, that was good. That was necessary and I feel better now. Cool. So boundaries, you can adapt this to your relationships or literally anything in your life. So things that you do, essentially just knowing when to limit time with certain people or on certain activities, which pretty much brings us into the last 2 points here of addictions and wasted time activities. Okay, the 10K a month agency owner, so they limit time with certain people and on certain activities because they know they have to. They almost have no addictions. Okay, I say almost because it's probably impossible to be completely addiction free in your life. And they don't really have any activities that are like just a waste of time. Okay, so they'll typically not scroll on TikTok for 2 hours a day because it doesn't do anything for them and it makes them feel lethargic and not good, right? So this is really important. When it comes to addictions, we're going to touch on that in a second here on the other side. But I personally think for me, these were really pivotal things to have in place.
Yeah. And the same thing, just kind of touching on the boundaries again, Adam, it's that intentionality, right? It's not that things like Netflix are inherently evil, and that if you watch an hour of Netflix today, you're going to fail in life. It's that you need to understand this is a tool for to help me wind down, right? It's not that you can't consume those. It's that you need to have boundaries when consuming those and understand this is the reason why I'm doing it. And not everything has to have a reason, like to wind down, to relax, to socialize. Those are good things to do. Yes. So to have that be your reason to do things, I think is just fine. But it's just important that you approach these things with intentionality. And I think if you can be intentional with every aspect of your work and your life, you're just going to be a lot more happy and you're going to have a lot more control over things because you think about them, right? A lot of the times it's not a matter of, I need to make these massive shifts. It's just, I need to be conscious when I make decisions.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great point right there. Again, we get this question a lot, like, do you watch Netflix? Do you play video games? All these things. And like, again, you can do all those things. It's not that any of those things are bad or inherently good. It's just, again, like Ty said, intentionality. If you can approach, okay, it's my time off. I've done my work for the day. How can I intentionally now use this time to recharge, to feel good and get a really good night's sleep? And if that is Netflix, great, that's Netflix. If that is playing video games, great, that's playing video games. It's different for each person, okay? So just, if you can use that framework of intentionality, I think you're going to be just crushing it, like in every area.
Absolutely.
Realistically. Cool. So, okay, the person that has been, really struggling, right? They've been trying their agency for about a year now, still doing 0 months. Typically, this is what it will look like, okay? Diet, they don't even think about it, right? So there's no intentionality of avoiding certain foods or having certain foods that help them, or timing of meals. It's just not a priority, okay? They eat when the food is there, and that's about it. When it comes to exercise and training, it's typically extreme. So it's either no workouts or way too many. And I see this is very, very common, okay? A few guys I can think of right now where they've been trying a business for a very long time, and they work out 7 days a week, and they work out for 2 hours every day in the gym. And it's just so extreme that, again, that's their priority, not the business, okay? Whereas, again, you want to have the intentionality of the workout. It's there to, again, feel good, relax, rejuvenate, but also to help a business, okay? I saw a great, actually, clip of Alex Hormozy and Derek from More Plates, More Dates, a fitness YouTuber. And they talked about this concept of, are you more productive when you work out? Because they're both high-level business owners. They both work out. And they both said no. They both were like, on the days I work out, I'm less productive.
Yeah, takes time away.
Yeah, I'm slow, I'm lethargic, I'm more mellow. So it might be good for a podcast, as they mentioned, because they're nice and chill, but they ain't getting shit done. And that's from two people that are massively successful and work out nearly every day. But they know doesn't actually help the business side. So just take note of that for yourself. When it comes to relationships, a lot of people use relationships just to feel good or to make up for a lack of results in their life or in their business, okay? So you're not getting that hit from your life of that success hit, that dopamine on a daily basis of, oh, wow, I'm getting results. I'm pushing, the needle, I'm making money, I'm living where I want to live. So then you make up for that in a different way, okay? And obviously an easy way is to relationship where, again, it might be a very unintentional relationship, doesn't make sense. You don't actually even get on that well, but you feel nice when you have a cuddle and that's it. Yeah. All right. Again, to sum this all up, intentionality is one of the most powerful things that we can give to you today. And when it comes to boundaries, no boundaries, just reacts to whatever comes up. Okay. So something comes up in the family, okay, business gets thrown out the window straight to the family, which, again, nothing wrong with that. Not saying that's bad, just saying make sure you have your stuff dialed in so that you have these boundaries in place. So if your friend is having a hard day and they want to have a call, cool, take the time, have the call with them, but set the boundary that you're going to do it at 9 p.m. once you're done work, and you're going to give them a full hour. So you're not cutting anyone, you're not cutting short on things, but you're just setting very clear boundaries. This is really, really important. Shows you're in control, on top of your shit, and you're going to get a lot done. Okay, addictions. All right, I can definitely talk. I'm going to purely talk from experience here. Okay, so I'm not telling you that this is what you need to do. I'm just telling you that for me, quitting video games, limiting Netflix, not eliminating it completely, because I actually told Ty last night, there was a period where I eliminated Netflix completely, and that was worse. Okay, so for me, I found that I actually do get a lot of value out of watching a movie. Not so much with series, because I get hooked on a series and then I'm like, I want to see the next one.
7 hours gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But a movie, I'm like, good, because it's 2 hours. I'm going to have the big rise, the crescendo in the movie, the fall, and then I'm good. I've gotten my value
start
from
and finish all of them. You don't have to lag on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Intentionality. I like it.
Yes.
Very well defined boundaries with it.
100%. Weed, alcohol, drugs. Yes, you can still do these things, but again, is there intentionality behind it, or is it completely just distracting you? or just making you feel good, again, making up for a lack of results. And 9 times out of 10, that is what it is for a lot of people. Porn. I quit porn, I think I was like 17 or 18, and that was a massive decision, all right? Everybody my age was watching it every day. It didn't matter even what age they were, right? Like 25-year-olds, 30-year-olds, still watching it every day. Okay, and you might be watching this training, you might be watching it every day. Okay, I'm just telling you from my experience, cutting that was one of the biggest things that I've ever done. I felt more whole, I felt more human, I felt more productive, I felt more clear, more sharp. I had more respect for other people. I got on better, right? And I would actually get on better with girls, even though I'm not doing that weird thing every day. It is crazy how much effect this can have in your life. And I know actually, I think Evan and Alvi, you've mentioned already in the chat that this is, you know, a really important thing for you guys as well. Yeah, massive. If I was to quit one thing in old Adam's life, it would have been that first. Before visualization, before like any of those things, just quit that thing that I'm doing every day, because it really didn't do any benefit.
It's a strange one to talk about. It's a bit of a taboo thing to talk about.
Yeah.
I know even when I do coaching, it's something that I would rarely bring up because it's kind of a weird thing to talk about. But I think it is so important that we address it for what it is, because that is probably, like Adam said, it's one of those things that's going to give you the clarity and the sharpness, and it's going to give you the respect, and it's going to give you the energy to go after everything that you need to. Right? Porn, it gives you that hit of dopamine that says, I've accomplished my goal, I can chill. And that's not the hit of dopamine you need if you're at 0 per month. If you're trying to get to 10, 15, 20K per month, you need to find dopamine in the things that are moving you forward, right? Those are the habits you need to build, not something like that. So it's really important 100%. To talk about, even if it's a little uncomfortable. I know there's some of you on this call right now that are probably cringing in your seat about this, but I think it's important to talk about for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And if you currently do it and you've already told yourself that you want to quit, but you can't break the habit, because that's a really hard thing to do. And I know so many guys and girls that can be completely addicted to that. But again, you want to quit, but you can't. Almost like when someone wants to quit smoking and they can't. You have to, the way I would say what you need to do, right, is you need to just imagine you're in the third person, okay? So you're in your bedroom, it's 9 p.m., you got the moisturizer on the bed table, you've got tissues, right? Everything is geared up to go. Imagine now you walk through your front door, old you is still there, getting ready to do whatever they're going to do. And you walk in, what are you thinking? You're older, okay? You're 40 years old, you're walking in, and you're now massively successful. What are you thinking looking at that person? Maybe they didn't accomplish anything in the day. They're now going to do this to just feel good for 10, 15 minutes and go to sleep, right? Like, just realistically be just so real with yourself and say, am I proud of that? Like, are you proud of that? And for me, again, this is just personal opinion, I would look at that and be like, wow, I'm not proud of that. And I don't feel good doing that. So I'm going to stop it. And again, very difficult, very uncomfortable, but massively, massively important.
And I think even it's habitual, right? You can probably look and see, when do you do that? How often do you do that? And there will be certain cues, right? So it's going to be different for everyone, but realize that this is a habit and an addiction. So there's going to be ways you can break that, but you have to be, again, it's just intentionality. I think being cognizant of, this is the time of day where I'm vulnerable. And if that means like getting rid of all of that on your computer, right? If that means locking up your phone, I have a little box, not for porn, but for my phone, like in the morning, I'll put it in there. That way I don't have to think about it. It's not a decision I get to make. So sometimes it's not even about like, how mentally strong can I be? How can I visualize this? It's about actual environmental optimization, right? Avoiding certain things that may trigger you or cue on those habits, or at least being cognizant of the patterns you have so you can break those patterns or avoid certain things.
Yeah. Alvi, Evan, you put in a couple notes there as well, which are great. You know, just delete all the triggers, anything that would potentially trigger you for that. And again, this links to any addiction, okay? So if it's video games, porn, weed, alcohol, whatever. And again, none of these are bad. It's just you have to find the ones that are bad for you. You know, limit those distractions, limit the triggers, and keep going. So there you go, guys. There's the breakdown of what we see across the board. Ty, this is, your breakdown of a 10K a month agency owner. Because obviously, Ty, you have, 10K a month agency owners, you are one yourself, and you've worked with, dozens and dozens of people now, helping them get to this point. So
so this one right here, a lot of the things we're going to talk about here are going to be touching back on things that we've already touched on. So you'll just see this kind of lived out in a way. So I want you guys to think about who, not how. And this actually comes from a book I was telling Adam about this book last night. It's this idea that if you want to reach this next level, you need to become a different person. It's like the whole purpose of this training, right? But it's about problem solving through the angle of who would do this thing better than I can? And how can I get to either act like them or hire that person, be that person, something along the lines of that. So think who, not how. I want to give you something very tangible. You can almost build out like a persona of an agency owner in your mind. And if you had this theoretical agency owner, or you could even use someone like Adam, for example, and kind of model and mimic what he does, you would think that maybe the first thing is they're gritty, right? They know when to push and they know when to pivot. So there's going to be times in your agency where you're discouraged and maybe you want to try a new model. Maybe you want to find a new niche, try a new service. You want to try Facebook ads. There's so many different ways you can actually make this pivot. And a lot of the times when people get discouraged, they're so tempted to make that pivot. But the agency owner that gets to 10K per month, they know when to push and when to pivot. It's not that they're going to be consistently involved in what's not working. It's that they're going to try something, see it all the way through, and then make a decision at the end. Is this not working because of something that I can change? Or is this not working because I've made a poor decision, because the model is wrong, because I need to shift this? And I see this so often with beginners is they'll try a niche for 2-3 weeks. They don't get results and they go, oh, the problem is the niche. I need to change it from here. And the problem is never, ever the niche, right? Like every niche can work. There's money to be made with pretty much every service. Are some easier than others? Absolutely. But an agency owner that makes 10K per month, they're gritty. They're going to push through it. They're going to see it all the way through. And they're not going to fold when things get hard, right? They know when to push if there's a route for that. And if they push for long enough and they've talked with other agency owners, you've spoken with myself and Adam, and you realize, okay, maybe I actually need to make this change. They know when to do that, right? So it's more about timing with this, but just being able to have that consistency. It's one of the things that I think Adam has nailed down really, really well. He's one of the most consistent people I know. So making sure you're gritty when you need to be. And that goes for everything in life. There's a great book. You guys are going to hear me talk about books all day long. Grit by Angela Duckworth, where she talks about how most success in life is just based off effort, right? Like if you go to universities and you look at the people who get the best grades and get the best jobs, it's very rare that they get that because they have more natural talent or natural ability or that they're smarter. It's because they're consistent and they work hard. So that's the very first thing, is that I don't know a single agency owner that accidentally finds success. They go out, they consistently and consciously, intentionally chase it. So being gritty with this is so, so important. The second point here is that agency owners tend to be analytical. They have the statement of what gets measured gets improved, which is something you guys probably have seen from the Figure Accelerator Program. I think I got that from Adam. And it's one of the things that we always ask people is, where are the numbers? What do the numbers tell us? Because we're making educated guesses. We need to measure things. We need to go out and try things. And analytical is one of the things that you can even look at billionaires and other industries, and you can see that there tends to be a trend with business owners and being analytical. For example, most commonly you'll see the people that make the most money are engineers. They're not usually accountants or finance majors or business executives. It's not those kind of people. It's engineers that have gone on to start businesses. And you can think of the example of Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. He's like one of the richest people on the earth, and he's never studied business. He actually was an engineer to start. And Elon Musk, he's not a business guy. I mean, I guess he is a businessman, but he is an engineer by trade. Bill Gates studied engineering. Mark Zuckerberg studied engineering. That's a trend. And the reason why you see that is because engineers, they learn how to learn quickly, and they're very analytical. They don't make decisions based off emotions. They consciously sit down, and that kind of goes back to that point of intentionality we talked about earlier. So what gets measured gets approved. Measuring things in your agency, measuring your outreach, and making intentional decisions with that data. That's one of the things that's going to be so, so important. The third thing is agency owners tend to be action takers, right? They ask themselves, do I need information or do I need execution? And this is one of the things that I myself get caught up in as well. When I hit a bottleneck, I always think, okay, I just don't know how to solve this problem. And very rare is that the case. Most of the time it's just, I need to put in the work to solve this problem. So it's important that you ask yourself this question maybe once a week, is to get to the next point with my business, with my life. Is it, I don't know something or I'm not doing something? It's going to be one of those two things. It's always going to fall into one of those two categories. So if you just joined the program, you probably need to go and study. You probably need information. If you were to go out and just execute, you probably would make stupid decisions that with a few hours of watching the program, we would have cleared up. We would have got you right past those. So making sure that you constantly ask yourself, do you need information or do I need to go out and execute? You need to have both. You need to know there's a time for both, and you need to know, okay, I need to go out and just do things now, or I need to go and learn things first. And knowing this dichotomy, knowing which one of these things you need to pursue is going to be so, so important. And then the last point here is that I would describe a 10K per month agency owner as responsible. A 10K per month agency owner would say, I am totally responsible for my success and for my failures. And this goes back to the point that Adam talked about earlier, which is taking supreme responsibility, right? Taking accountability for your life and your actions. And that's the nice thing about the agency model, is that the risk from the model is taken out. Like, you can go through the Telegram group, you can see there are people that are making full-time income. You can go and message those people right now. They're here right now. So the model works. And when things don't work in your agency, you can't go, oh, it's a problem with the niche, it's a problem with the service, it's a problem with the model. You have to take responsibility and go, this must be something I'm doing wrong, or this is something that I need to tweak. And that's taking responsibility for your success and your failures, right? And it goes back to that point of, you can't blame your boss, you can't blame your friends, you can't blame your family, you can't blame your situation. You have to take total responsibility, own what you have, and go out and execute with that from a very realistic and sober standpoint. So that is the fourth point I think I would describe a 10K per month agency owner with.
Sweet. Fire. Becoming a master of one. Ty, again, this is one for you. I'll just give my quick input real quick. So I mentioned earlier that there was a time where I tried to do many things all at once, and I never really got results in any of them. So there was a period where I was trying to get jacked, right? So I was working out like 6 times a week. I was trying to find a long-term partner. I was trying to build not one business, but I think 2 businesses. And I was also then like trying to do a side like online fitness coaching hustle. I'm pretty sure I was still in college at the same time. So you add that up, it's like you're trying to master, 4 or 5 different things. I tried it all and it didn't work. Whereas when I went and said, hey, I'll just do the agency, that's going to be my only focus, that's when things actually started to work.
Awesome. And I know Adam here says, Ty is a master of one. I don't think that's true. I fall victim to a lot of the same things. Me and Adam were shooting the shit last night, and we were talking about, I told Adam, it took me a year to really start my agency. And he goes, yeah, me too. Right? Like, these are common pitfalls, common problems, and there's no people that can just blaze through these. You're going to have to think about these consciously. So don't think that you're past this. Don't think, oh yeah, I'm focused, I'm committed. You have to really constantly remind yourself, constantly be in this mindset. And I think for me, the big thing that has helped me not start another business or not go and chase all these other rabbits, you guys have probably heard the saying, the man who chases 2 rabbits catches neither. I think for me, it's not a matter of I'm a disciplined person or that I have my head on straight. It's a matter of I set my environment in a way that precedes that, right? So I don't trust myself to make hard decisions. I was telling Adam about this. I don't have a whole lot of money immediately in my bank account, because if I do that and I want to make a silly decision, I want to go buy a Rolex in Miami, I have to wait 2 weeks for that money to clear. So it's a decision I have to think through. I have to make that. And my environment, or something I've set up, is designed to prevent me from making silly decisions. Same thing with that box that I talked about earlier that I lock my phone in, right? It's these certain environmental optimizations that help me be more disciplined. It's not that I myself know how to do this better. And maybe it is. Maybe there's some level that you can achieve through discipline, but really it's easiest, in my opinion, if you can design an environment where you don't have to think about these things. So watching very, very little content from other business models, right? I don't consume any other business YouTube unless it's agency stuff. I'll go and I'll watch some of the agency content, but that's good because it's consistent with what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to achieve. So if you guys are in between 2 different business models right now, or you're trying to do different things, you're trying to get jacked, find the long-term partner, build the business all at the same time, it's important to really just decide what is going to be most important to you right now, right? If it's the business, then you need to design your life in a way that you aren't tempted by these other things, because there will be temptations. You're going to be tempted to all these things, but it's important that you have an environment that's designed to support that consistency and that focus. So for me, it's having the bank account set up, having the phone lockbox. It's actually not watching any other content from anything else, and not consuming even the news to some instance, because there's so much that you can get caught up with there. So it's just about having this very straight lane and not having opportunities to get pulling off that.
Amazing. Yeah, 100%. Sweet. So a couple more slides we're going to run through real quick, guys, and then we will hop into Q&A for this section. And again, if there's anything you want to drop in the chat, something that has helped you on this journey, again, feel free to pop it in, as it's going to be great to see the input from everyone in here. Okay, so fixing your inner scars. As I mentioned, I had to go from a broken teenager who had suicidal tendencies to, a man, right? Someone who could then actually start a business and make it successful. So I'm gonna go through some of the things that I did. Now, as we've talked about in this training so far, think of intentionality, okay? These are things that are not necessary, but they helped me personally. So I want you to approach these and take them with a heavy pinch of salt. Okay, you do not have to do these things, but they may help you if you're in a very negative, dark place. Okay, so when I was in this place, as I mentioned to you, the first realization was that I'm not a victim. Okay, so I had to go from victim to owner of my life. Now, the activities and the daily tasks and habits that I then built from that were things like I did cold showers. We talked about quitting porn. I did NoFap. Working out. So I worked out a lot. I focused a lot on my diet. So I cleaned up my diet. I followed a very strict diet for a while, which again, looking back, I wouldn't have done because it was too much of a distraction. But at the time, it did help me. I remember I quit sugar for about 6 months. So just artificial sugars. Okay. So I could still have like fruits and natural sugars, and I just quit sugars. And that was like amazing. I felt really more productive. I had more clarity and I didn't have big crashes and dips during the day. And then I went, just more extreme and started to take out more foods that I thought might have that same effect on me. I went very, very heavy into learning about business at this time. I was running a side business at the time. Some of you know this. I did some e-commerce stuff before. But I started to branch out, and learn more about, again, this is when I first heard about kind of like freelancing in the agency world. And obviously that then set the entire, journey in place for the next couple of years. I would go to bed at a certain time, get a certain amount of sleep every day. I would limit, again, Netflix and consumption of content. All of those things really, really did help me, because what they did was they actually removed a lot of distractions. It removed a lot of things that made me feel good in the short term. Okay, so short-term pleasures. So it meant that at the end of the day, I was left still with the same thoughts, right? Still with all the same negative thoughts for the first couple of months, but I now couldn't mask them, right? I couldn't hide them. I had to battle them. I had to face them. That's very difficult to do, but it was necessary, very, very necessary. And eventually, once you wrestle with those thoughts and doubts and limiting beliefs for long enough, you win. It's like anything. You keep at it, you'll win. And that's exactly what happened. I got to a point where I then realized, okay, cool. I am really in control, and I am not a victim, and I can be happy and I can be successful only if I choose to do the things that I need to do to be that person. So for you guys, again, if you're struggling on a personal level, you can try some of those things. Again, heavy pinch of salt. You don't need to do them all. It's a lot to do all at once. It was very intense. But for me, it helps. And I think it helped because I was in such a dark place that I needed something radical. I needed an entire uplift, like a facelift, right? A change of everything I was ever doing on a daily basis. For you, you might need to just change one thing. That could be it. But yeah, if you're having, and you're in this kind of place, you do need to address it, because it's not just going to go away. And even if you were to just pour yourself into business, you're still going to have these scars. Okay. You're just going to now mask them with business and success and money. And, I can tell you that it's cliche, but it doesn't make you happy. Okay. So it's not going to fix all these issues. You need to try and fix these yourself. Right. It doesn't have to be 100%, but you gotta get them under control, because or else it will just manifest itself in a way that will be even worse when you have money, because you'll now have freedom and options to do whatever the hell you want in life, which I would say is actually more detrimental.
Yeah. Once you're crying in the Ferrari, there's nothing left. There's nothing else to reach for. You've reached the pinnacle, and it's like, exactly. I've got here and there's nothing for me. Yeah.
Nothing more, and you might be extremely lonely and not in a good place. Okay. So keep that in mind. Because that links to what we just mentioned. Okay. Focusing on that long-term impact and results over your short-term pleasures. Again, it all just comes down to one word: sacrifice. You just have to decide, am I willing to sacrifice enough now to live the life that I want to live? I once heard someone say that, if you want to, like, whatever level of success you want to get to, it all just comes down to who will sacrifice the most. That's it. Okay. So you don't have to make yourself miserable, but you do have to make sacrifices. You do have to cut out things that might necessarily be, things that line up with that long-term vision that you want to have. But hey, if it's got to be done, you got to decide, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to cut those out? Is the long-term impact going to be better than the short-term pleasures? And again, the easiest way to look at this is, I used to always use the framework, would my future self thank me for this? I definitely pushed it to an extreme where there was once a period where I would never do anything unless it was going to have long-term potential, which is not good. Okay. You need to have the balance. You need to have, a good time and enjoy the moment as well. But that phrase really helped me, because I would just remind myself every time I would sit down to do something, whether it was watch a YouTube video or go on my phone or watch a movie, will my future self thank me for this? Simple, but very, very effective. And again, you just have to be honest with yourself, and you just have to not lie to yourself.
All right, time to get into the good stuff. This is the service, aka the thing that you are going to sell to business owners to make your first 5 to 10K per month. All right, so first off, if you don't know, this is what services are. It's what you sell, all right? It's not just that. We're going to talk more about selling an offer, right? Not just a service later on. You see, your service is more your vehicle of transformation. It's the how you get more customers for your business. It's how you get more followers for the client, right? It's how you get more leads and inquiries. It's the way you get them from A to Z, from point 0 to point 10, all right? It's the thing that gets them there. So services need to do ideally 3 things. One is create a desired outcome. For example, go from 0 to 10, right? That's the transformation. That's the outcome, 10. Solve a problem and offer convenience. Okay, I'll break these down in a little more detail for you now. So the first ever client I sold social media marketing to paid me $1,200 per month. So let's go through these 3 things and why they bought from me. Number 1 is they wanted a desired outcome, right? They desired an outcome that I was able to give to them through social media. The thing is, they didn't know that was going to happen, but they believed me, right? They believed that I was going to get that out for them. That outcome was more engaged social media followers, more new followers, which would then turn into new leads for their business and new customers. That was the outcome. The problem was multiple, all right? So problem 1, they didn't want to do it themselves. Problem 2, they didn't know how to. Problem 3, they had tried a bunch of people before and it never worked out. That's the problem I'm going to solve for them. Convenience is me doing it all. So instead of them trying to figure it out themselves and figuring out getting a graphic designer, a video editor, and all these people in place, I would do all that for them. So that's the convenience factor. So if I had a call with them and I didn't offer them a service that was going to get to the desired outcome, wasn't going to solve a problem, and wasn't going to offer convenience, they wouldn't have paid us. Simple as. They just would not have paid us. It wouldn't have mattered if we had the cheapest service or the best result ever. If it didn't solve these things, if it didn't solve these, then they wouldn't have paid us, okay? So look, your service can do a whole lot of things. It can save your clients time. It can help them generate more sales. It can help them collect data for their marketing team. It could conduct customer service, in the comments and DMs on Instagram. It could build an email list for them. It could build relationships with their customers. There's 100 things it could do, okay? Your goal is to figure out which of these is the most important for the type of business you want to work with, and then solve for that. Now, the thing is with services, many services can solve the same problem. Okay, so the example is a business owner is struggling to get leads. That's their only problem. Well, I could solve that with content creation, right? If I create really good videos that go viral, that could get them more leads. I could solve that with social media management by posting the right Instagram stories that drive people to engage with their business and then become leads for the business. I could also do that with Facebook ads by running ads to a lead form or their website, right? You get the point. So you need to make sure that you understand this first, because some people think that there's only one service to get one outcome. All right, not the case. So more examples for you to get this really clear in your head. The problem, no time or no knowledge of how to do social media. Your service, social media management. And the solution is this. The business owner pays you, you manage their social media. This saves them the time and the effort. Plus, this is the extra benefit, not the one they're paying for, but the extra benefit. It boosts their online presence, brings them in more followers, more customers, and more sales. Another example, the business is not getting enough customers or leads. My service, content creation. Solution, business owner pays me to create engaging video content that reaches more followers and convinces people of the reasons why they should buy the products of the business. All right, that would be true content creation. And again, as mentioned, this way of looking at it works for all different services: paid ads, Google ads, YouTube ads, copywriting, email marketing, etc. These services I would only recommend to somebody that has experience in doing them, because content creation and social media management are the 2 things that are the most beginner friendly. They're the easiest to learn. You don't need to do a fancy certification to learn how to create content, right? You can learn all of this stuff very, very easily, which is why we focus on them. Well, one of the reasons why. Now, do keep an eye out for new services. So for example, when a new social media platform comes out, that can create a new service. So when TikTok first came out, that created a massive, new opportunity for people to offer TikTok as a service. When Threads came out with Instagram, same thing. And this will continually happen. There's alternative platforms that not a lot of people talk about. So for example, if you were to manage a Reddit for a business or a Pinterest account, Like, I know off the top of my head, those are not as common. So not as many businesses will want that, but then there's not as many people providing a service to that. Okay, so have a think about these and see if you can find a unique angle where there's sufficient demand for it as well. That's important, right? There's no point in me saying I'm going to manage Pinterest if no business wants that. Okay. User-generated content, just an example of a service that's been around for a very long time, but became very popular in the last few years. And these are the kind of things that you want to keep an eye out for when you're looking at new services to add on. And there's a whole bunch of other services. But as mentioned, we want to focus our efforts on content creation and social media management for all the reasons of them being the best for beginners. And I'll go deeper into this as we progress, but just know that it's worked the best for me. And I do think it can work the best for you. Very important that you don't try and offer all of these services. Okay. A jack of trades is a master of none. There are certain services that we combine and make a lot of sense to combine and do two of them together. For example, content creation and social media management, perfect fit because you create the content and then you post the content, right? Facebook ads and funnel building, for example, work really nicely together. Email marketing, copywriting, really nicely together. Okay. But apart from these, pick one thing, get good at that one thing. You see, before I started my social media marketing business, I was a freelancer. Okay. I did everything, like everything you can think of. I did appointment setting, email marketing, content creation, copywriting, like so many different things. And I was okay at all of them, but I could never truly be great at one of them because my focus is split between 5 or 10 things. When I decided, no, you know what? This whole freelance thing of me doing everything isn't going to work. It'll get me to a few thousand per month, but it's not going to help me build a real long-term business that can replicate the same thing over and over again for our clients. That's when I decided I would do the marketing business with just one thing. Content creation, social media management. Those are the two things we started with. I say it as one because they link, right? But doing that, if I didn't do that, I would not be here. Okay. If I continued on this path of trying to do everything for everyone, I wouldn't have been able to get this far so far. Okay. Now, a really key point is that even if you just pick one service, it doesn't mean that you can never offer other services. My advice is that you focus on one service until you have enough clients, get enough results for your clients, and then you can add in what we call upsells. Okay, so you've sold someone and then you upsell them. It's selling them an extra thing. Okay, an example is my student success manager. This is a very common example for him is he gets a client for 500 or 1,000 per month for social media management and content creation. And then he actually upsells them onto paid advertising, but not immediately, maybe after 3 months with him, so that he can get a business in, create good content, build their brand up, right? Make it look really good, very professional, build up their social media, get more engagement, more followers. And then when that starts to work for them, they can then do paid advertising. And when they do paid advertising, they get better results on the ads because the social media actually looks good. If he just ran the ads and the social media was really bad, then people would take that into account. When I buy from a business, right, this watch, if I was to buy this watch right here, if I got an ad for this watch, I wouldn't buy just based on the ad. I would buy based on the ad, the website, the social media, and other factors. So it's very important in my eyes that if you go down the route of paid ads, that there's some element of content creation and social media management in that. So this is why social media management and content creation is the service pairing that I would recommend to you. It worked for me and I know it can work for you. I genuinely believe it's the easiest path to your first 5 to 10K per month. And one of the biggest reasons why is that it's easier to sell. If I'm selling you a $1,000 per month social media package, it's actually half the price of a $1,000 per month advertising package. Now, you might be confused, so let me explain. When you pay me $1,000 a month to manage your social media, that's it. You don't have to pay any more money, right? You pay me, I'll handle it, we're good to go. If you pay me $1,000 a month for Facebook ads, Instagram ads, YouTube ads, that's my service fee. So that's not the money that we're going to now spend on the actual ads because ads aren't free. You've got to pay for them. So that means you'll have to fork out another at least $1,000. Like minimum. It wouldn't make sense to pay me $1,000 to manage $500 in ad spend for you. It wouldn't make sense. You'd want to spend at least $1,000, maybe $2,000, maybe $3,000. So what I'm actually selling you, even though you might only pay me $1,000, is that I'm telling you, you have to commit to spending $3,000 or $4,000 a month. You can start to see how this image of selling Facebook ads for $1,000 a month, not as easy as people make it out to be. It's also, in my opinion, easier to retain clients with social media management and content creation. You see, a lot of business owners see ads as a set and forget kind of thing, right? They think they can just pay you to set up, run the ads for a couple of months, optimize them, and then just remove you, kick you out, and manage the ads themselves. And this happens very, very often. See, social media management is not like that, like at all, because if I'm going to get paid to do social media management, the work I do now can't just be, it doesn't just run on autopilot, right? Like we have to manually post content every day. We've got to manually post to Instagram stories. We've got to manually respond to comments in DM. It's an ongoing task. So, yes, it's laborious. It's a labor-driven service, but it means that they can't just kick us, right? Like your client can't just say after 2 months, oh yeah, social media is looking good, we're just going to stop now. No, and in fact, they might do more. They're more likely to actually do more. And so, of course, not all business owners think this about ads, but it is very, very common, right? Because when ads get to a certain point, they don't need to be optimized as much. They can, to an extent, be set and forget. And you don't want that for your service, because if they think they're paying you $1,000 a month to do nothing and just check the ads once a day, that ain't going to last very, very long. Okay. Now, since we're providing a convenient service with social media management and content creation, right? Like it really creates a lot of convenience. Okay. Like we'll do the thing that you probably don't want to do or don't know how to do. That's convenient, but we're now doing it at half the price of what ads would be. It's easier for your clients to renew and not cancel. All right, think about it like this. If I'm going to be spending $2,000 a month on X and $1,000 a month on Y, well, $2,000 a month on X is a bigger decision, right? There's more of a negative outcome if I decide to keep that rolling, or there's more of a positive outcome if I decide to cancel that. So I'm more likely to put more thought into, do I renew or do I cancel? It's like how your Spotify subscription, you probably don't even notice, right? $10 a month, you don't even think about. But if you're paying $100 a month for something, you'll think more about it. It's the same analogy here. And this is if, it's $2,000 a month. What if you're getting paid $1,000 a month and then they spend $3,000 a month on the ads? That's $4,000 a month. Well, you make $1,000, they spend $4,000 versus $1,000 a month on social media. Okay. So you can see by this, what we're doing is we're kind of keeping our prices in a range where it's less of a big decision. It's a smaller decision, which means it's easier for a client to just keep it rolling. Okay. Example, my first ever client that paid $1,200 a month, they stayed for 20 months. And here's the kicker. We had to fire them simply because they were working with us. Okay. My business partner was managing their social media and they didn't want any of our team members to manage the page, which was kind of annoying. And it was just the way it happened because they were our first client. We didn't have team members when we signed them. And then we, of course, brought in team members as we scaled. And they just didn't like that. They didn't ever want to be handed over to a different team member, which was fine. And we were willing to do it for a long time, but we got to a point where we fired them. They stayed for 20 months. Right? A lot of that was down to the convenience, the fact that we had to do the work every month. They didn't want to do it every month, and the price was low enough because this was a big company. So $1,200 a month for them was nothing, right? But if they were paying a 3 or 4 or it was $5,000, they would have thought about it more. So we might have actually made less money by charging more money. Crazy how that works. It's also easier to hire and build a team with social media management and content creation. Okay. The reason being is that this is less technical. It's much easier to hire a social media manager, a graphic designer, a video editor, or a virtual assistant to handle the service than somebody who knows copywriting, funnel building, conversion rate optimization, and ads, right? Like they're just more technical. And the way to understand this is if you go to a job platform, let's say Upwork.com, and you look at the average price for a graphic designer versus a Facebook ads guy, there's normally a big difference. The Facebook ads person might charge $30 an hour. Graphic designer might charge $10 an hour. Okay. So because they're charging more money, they're charging more because it's a more complex job that they're doing, which means that if you're going to build a team for that, it's more difficult and it's more expensive, which is not what we want. We want it easier to hire people. So if I need to replace my graphic designer, it's easy to replace him. Like I don't have to stress about it, and that my profit margins are higher by hiring people that don't cost as much money. Okay. And in my opinion, it's easier to get results of this. You see many businesses that pay for social media management, like they pay for it because they know they have to do it. It's kind of like in the era we're in right now, businesses don't just do it to make more money, to get new customers. That's a massive driver, but a big part of it is because like they have to, right? Like if I find a restaurant on my phone on Google Maps and then I check the Instagram and the Instagram is terrible, I'm probably not going to go to the restaurant. And businesses understand this because customers tell them, they know this by now. In the day and age we're in, they know it. So they see it as a thing that they have to do. They're not looking for miracles. And this is really, really important. You see, Gary Vee, just for an example, very famous business guy. He's been talking about how businesses need to be on social media for years. Nearly every business has heard it. They've heard it on a podcast. They read it in a book. It's just known, right? Whereas running ads or doing email marketing, they know probably about those things, but they're not as essential. You know, they're still very important, but not as essential. And this just means that it's easier for our client to be happy because we're doing the thing that they know they have to do. So they're not necessarily thinking that their business is going to explode overnight. Of course, some clients will think that, but the vast majority won't. It's easier to understand, right? It's less complex. And this is really important for you if you're a beginner. To understand about funnels, ads, conversion rate optimization, tracking pixels, email marketing, all of the stuff that goes into ads, that's tough. Like that will take time. Trust me, that takes a lot more time than understanding how to create some content in Canva and CapCut and post it on social media. It's way easier, trust me, okay? Like I can get a beginner up and running within like 2 weeks, even if they've never done any social media, any content before, and they can, through using templates for Canva or templates for CapCut, they can do it really good. Not 10 out of 10, but 8 out of 10. Like decent quality, enough to satisfy the needs of a business, okay? Really guys, the most important reason is not my opinion, but it's based on the data. The students we work with, people I've coached and mentored, the most successful of those do these two things. We have successful students that do ads and emails and different services, but the overwhelming majority are doing content creation, graphic design, photo shoots, video content, and social media management, managing Instagram pages, Facebook pages, TikTok pages, etc. You know, some of these people here, just a couple examples, they're all doing this. This is, you know, all of these people got to this point with this being the main thing that they do. And me personally, I built my agency to 50K a month doing this, over $1 million in revenue, got it to fully automated stage, meaning I did 30 minutes a day. That's what I mean when I say fully automated, is 30 minutes of work a day, communicating with my team, checking in, managing, just seeing everything is good to go. And that's, you know, having a sales team, client managers, service delivery team, the whole 9 yards. And so much so that, you know, I'm going to actually show you right now. I'm going to show you what a package looks like for $2,500 per month. So you can see for your own eyes how you would package this together, how you would sell this, and really that you can charge a lot of money with it. I've told you about all the benefits of charging less, but if you're like, no, Adam, I want to charge more money and I want to charge $2,000, $2,500 a month, $3,000, you can do that for this service as well. So I'm going to show you that in this mini video right now, so make sure to watch. Now, one of the most commonly asked questions I get is, Adam, how much do you charge? And then what does a package actually look like for your clients? So in this video, I'm going to break down an exact client proposal that I sent out a couple of years back for a $2,500 per month social media management client. I'm going to show you, of course, the price we charged, what was included, and the full breakdown of what we had to deliver to the client for them to be willing to pay that money. So this is the title of the proposal: Instagram community management and custom content creation. We have listed here what's provided by the client. So the client needs to give us guidelines and directions if needed for the content and community management. For example, if we are creating content, we want to get our client to approve the content before it goes live, so that when it goes live, there's no issues. The client needs to give us a shareable folder, aka a Google Drive folder or a Dropbox, with any content that my agency, can use in the community management and content creation services. So this means, again, this is putting the onus on the client, so that if we have not received any of their raw photos or photos of their product or whatever we may need to create content, that they need to give it to us. This is very important because in my agency, we have never provided UGC or photo shoots to clients. We have always told the client that they have to sort that themselves, and then they got to bring it to us and we'll use it in content. The client must provide us with any promotional or bonus material that will be included in any content creation services. For example, if they're running a sale on their products on the 14th of the month, they need to let us know and they got to give us the heads up and the content for that beforehand. Same goes, just to reiterate that, time and schedule to follow for any promotional launches or live Q&As that they may be hosting in the weeks. Alright, here's what's provided by my agency. Now, if you look really closely, I actually have here, find a breakdown of hours and pricing below this section. I don't believe we give the full breakdown of hours, so we may have removed that, but maybe we forgot to remove it from this part. So first, custom content. This is infographics and captions created, scheduled and posted for the Instagram page, which is listed below. Content will be studied and analyzed on an ongoing basis to ensure posts are designed to reach the largest audience possible. And content can be based on specific product launches when requested by the client to promote more revenue generating activities. Okay, so again, this is saying when requested by clients, so that if the client is just expecting us to promote the sale that they're running, they need to let us know in advance that, hey guys, there's a sale running, let's post about it. Community management for the page listed below. This involves responding to DMs. This involves replying to comments, responding to DMs, and adding content to stories. This also includes directing followers to relevant product pages to boost sales. And promotional content provided by client can then be scheduled and managed. So here's the price. We have $2,500 as the monthly price, and this is for 3 client accounts, not just one account. So client account 1 is the highest paid of $1,200. This includes 30 infographics, and we say at least for the first month, based on this and this, and it's all done by us. Aha, I was correct. We do include the hourly breakdown for the community management. So we're saying to the client, because of the size of your page, because for this specific client, this was a big client account, they already had 80,000 followers, that we recommended we would spend at least 1 hour per day on the community management. For client account 2, it's only $800 because we're creating 15 infographics ourselves, and this is for one of their meal pages where they post about meals. And then 15 posts would be provided by the client. So they would send us the photos and we would just write captions and schedule the content. Actually, in client account 2, you'll see we dropped it to 45 minutes a day for community management. And client account 3 is only 500. Why is it only 500? Well, 2 things. One, we're doing 15 to 20 posts provided by clients. We're not creating any content. We're just taking what they give us, putting captions on and posting. And then finally, the community management is only 15 minutes per day. This is really important. If you're managing multiple pages from one client, I recommend you add this in. All 3 pages will be promoted / grown through all 3 pages, meaning that we will help grow the following on pages number 2 and 3 by leveraging the bigger sized page number 1. Because the page number 1 had 80k followers and the other client accounts were very, very similar in the same industry, we've told the client that we're going to use that big account to grow these other smaller accounts. Payment terms, so the payment plan provided by Engagency of $2,500 per month provided by the client. And this is where the client signs, confirm the payment will be made via preferred payment method at the beginning of agreed payment period. And then we include a non-disclosure. So there you have it, folks. That's the entire package. If you're doing this for just one page, then $1,200 a month is typically a price point that we have charged for multiple clients for this exact service. But make sure you change this, like we discussed earlier, based on if you're going to hire a team, make sure you have a high enough price to basically allow yourself to hire those people without killing your profit margin, and you should be good. So it doesn't matter what type of marketing business you want to start, whether it's social media management or a different service, doesn't matter. One thing you need to get very clear on is if you're going to do this as a freelancer or an agency owner. All right, so let me just walk you through. Okay, I'm going to walk you through 2 routes that you can take. Which one you choose is going to depend on what you want to put in, how much work you want to put in, and of course, what you get out of the business, how much profit it makes, how high you can scale, etc. Now, this is not a high stakes decision. So you can decide you want to start as a freelancer and then change to an agency owner down the road. So don't put too much pressure on this. Watch this video and then make a decision and then move and take action, okay? So number 1 is the freelance or one-person business model. Super common, and this is where you just do everything yourself. You find clients, you deliver the service, you don't pay any employees, none of that. it's kind of like a high paying job, but you obviously get to choose who you work with and the time you work and all of that good stuff. So in the Uber example, this would be you selling the rides in your car and you do the driving. Okay. So most common, it's how I started as a freelancer before I started a marketing agency. And with our most successful students, most of them start this way and transition to agency owner later on. And it's what I'd probably recommend for you. Now, agency or the business route is where you sell services online, but you hire somebody to deliver them for you. So it's essentially the same as freelance, but you hire somebody to help you create content or manage a social media page. So you don't own the car or drive people around, you hire other people to drive others around. Okay, so that's the example. I think you understand that, but I want to make it clear again that you can switch. So the main difference between the two is really whether you want to hire people or not. Some people just don't want to do this when they're starting. They want to take it slow. They want to get a client, spend time with them, understand how that whole system works. And then when they're comfortable with that, they can then start to hire people. So this is, again, how I started, and then I transitioned to agency owner. So whichever route you decide, just make sure you make that decision now. So for most of our students, this is what it looks like. 0 to 3 clients is freelance, do everything themselves. 3 to 10 is a hybrid between freelance and agency where they don't hire people to do everything, but a lot of the work. Okay, so for example, Chris and Robbie, 2 of our students I can think of right now, they're in a business partnership. Those guys are doing about £10,000 a month, so about like $12,000, $13,000, and they do the hybrid because they've got around 10 clients and the profit margin's like 85%. So they do a lot of work for their clients, like communicating with them, but then they have graphic designers, video editors, appointment setters, people on the back that do a lot of the other work. And then 10 plus clients is when you typically go agency route, because trying to scale the freelance route is a recipe to burn yourself out very fast. You'll get annoyed, you'll be stressed, you'll be working way too many hours. Okay, so make that decision now and get clear on this. Okay, so if you're not sure, you want a quick refresher, this is the most common. Freelance, you do everything yourself, find clients, deliver service, don't pay for employees. It's a high paying job. Best for, right? These are the people we think is best for. Someone who doesn't want to hire anybody, someone who understands how to deliver a service. So you know, for example, how to do social media management. That's fantastic. Someone who's happy to spend time working in the business, doing the things, you know, learning the operation. And starting off, you know, it's not a hard and fast rule. Like you can switch later on. Okay, so student success manager example, right? My student success manager, he did freelance until about 4K a month and then scaled to 20K a month with hybrid / agency. Okay, so this is, again, very common to start off. Now, working on your business, not in your business, is a term you're going to hear in the business world. You might have even heard it from me. Okay, so the idea here is that, you know, the most successful people don't do the work. They figure out how to hire other people to do the work. But when you're starting off as a beginner, it's not really the best advice. I think one of the best things you can do as a beginner is to get your hands dirty, do a lot of the work, and then later on, you can work on and not in the business, okay? You see, when you're not managing a team, like, there's benefits. You don't have to track time, making sure they did the work they said they did and double checking stuff. You don't have to worry about selling your client this service and then your team delivering a subpar, you know, a not so good service, and profits. You make more money. Like, you will profit more money. Obviously at scale, it just doesn't work and it breaks, okay? So the profit margin for freelance one-person business is between 90 to 100%. Right? Like, you don't have an office, you've no employees, you might pay for a couple of tools or softwares, but you know, that's kind of it, right? Like, your income potential with this is up to about 10K per month. And then after that, yeah, you're going to be fairly burnt out. Okay. But obviously very high profit margin. An example would be Rachel, one of our students. This is a little old, this photo. This is just the award we sent to her, but she got to over 10K a month with freelance. And, you know, she worked a lot, but she didn't work 70 hours a week. With the agency business, this is the quick review. So you're selling the services, but you're selling social media management and then hiring somebody to do the work, or hiring 2 people to do the work. All right. You could hire one social media manager, or you could hire a designer, virtual assistant, and you know, you could change the way in which you do it. Okay. So that's the review of it. It's really best for the person that's already making some money with this. All right. Maybe between 1 to 5K per month. Or you're at 0, but you don't have a lot of time to deliver the services, or you have absolutely no idea. Like, you genuinely have no idea and you don't want to learn how to do it. Fair enough. You can start from 0 with this model. Not a problem. And it's really best for scaling you know, getting past that 10K per month ceiling and going upwards to 20, 30, 40, 50K per month. And now profit margins is where you're going to take a hit with the agency model. We want to aim for between 60 to 80%. Your biggest expense is going to be labor, hiring the right people to do the right things. So for example, when I scaled my agency to 50K per month, you know, our margin was somewhere in that range, between 60 to 80%, depended on every month. For example, we would have certain months where clients might pay in full. So they might pay for 3 months of service upfront for a bit of a discount. And maybe we had already paid for a software in full for a year, and then our revenue will be higher and, you know, costs will be lower. So it just depends on how you run things, but this is what you'd want to aim for, 60 to 80%. Case study of this is Ty, student success manager, as I mentioned, started freelance, then transitioned into agency model, and yeah, that's gotten him to 20K per month. So if you've decided you're going to go down the agency route and you're going to hire people to help you with the service and with what you're going to provide to your clients, I now want to walk you through a very important video, which is this: what a social media manager really does. I'm going to walk you through a rough daily task list and checklist that I would give to a social media manager so that they know what to do. Now, if you're taking the freelance route, it's still worth watching this video to understand what you should do as the social media manager. We're going to roll the training now. Take notes, make your own checklist. Enjoy. What does a social media manager actually do? The checklist I'm going to give you is what was responsible for gaining over 80,000 followers in just a 3-month period for one of our clients. This checklist works for freelancers and for agency owners. If you're a freelancer, you sign clients, you do all the work yourself, you keep all the profit. If you're an agency owner, you hire other people to do some of the work, you focus on marketing and sales, and you keep roughly 70% of the do. Quick side note, the price that you charge your client should reflect the checklist. The checklist I'm going to give you is what I used for clients that were paying $1,200 per month, not a $300 per month client. The client is paying you $300 per month, you're probably not going to do as much. For example, you would post less content, engage with their followers less, post stories only a couple times a week. You would just dumb down, right? Condense the amount of work down to a smaller block. The checklist I'm going to show you, I used to personally follow myself for clients before we had lots of team members, and it would take me roughly 30 minutes a day to follow this checklist. So that means it was taking 30 minutes a day to serve one client. All right, step number 1 is to identify the platform that you will use. For my clients, we always focused on Instagram, and the price that we charged was for one platform, not for 2 or 3. I would recommend that you stick to one platform, because if you have 5 clients, one pays for Pinterest management, Instagram management, another pays for TikTok, it gets messy and you will not be able to perfect your strategies because each platform is different. For my agency, because we just stuck with Instagram, it meant that we could get very good at that. We didn't have to be TikTok experts, we didn't have to be Pinterest experts, we just had to be good at that one thing. Cool, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is to create your content strategy for the month. In my agency, we never once took any photos or any videos for clients. Here's how things would work. Clients would send us access to content they had. For example, if they're a supplement company, they'd send us photos of their product and some videos. Now, 9 times out of 10, the client had barely any content. So then we would have to create most of the content ourselves. So we would rely on a lot of quotes, graphics, carousels, and animated videos for Instagram. So if somebody is telling you that you have to go physically to your client, take photos and videos, it's cap. What you're going to include in this content strategy are 2 key things: a content calendar and a content idea sheet. For example, if we take a look at my laptop, and I'll show you a screenshot here, this is a content calendar template we give to my students, and you'll see we have content pillars. So we have 4 content pillars that we want to use for each client. So pillar number 1 could be educational content, pillar 2 could be valuable content, pillar 3 could be testimonials, pillar 4 could be showcasing the product. And then we always want to remind ourselves of the 5 E's of content marketing, as you can see here. Does it get the community talking and sharing the content? Does it help them learn something new? Does it make them laugh or entertain them? Does it lift them up and brighten their day? Does it drive them to take action? Before you create any content or put any ideas of content to your client, make sure one of those is ticked. Now, if we look at the content calendar itself, you'll see we have a posting schedule where we lay out the days from Sunday to Saturday, what we're going to post. So Sunday, let's say lifestyle piece of content, Monday a graphic, Tuesday a text or a tweet, Wednesday a reel, Thursday a graphic, and so on and so forth. And then we can use this content calendar to put the ideas on this sheet. We can show them what type of content it's going to be, what's the title of the piece of content, and even a screenshot of an example of a piece of content that it might look like. And then we can track if it's made, if it's in progress, or if it's ready to go. Cool. So that's step number 2. Step number 3 is actually creating the content. So if we're focusing on Instagram, we need to create content for the feed and for the stories. The easiest way to do this is to have given your ideas in the content calendar to your client. They approve all the ideas for the month. You then send those ideas to your graphic or design team, or you do it yourself. While they're working on the designs and the videos, you can go ahead and start writing the captions and the hashtags for the content. Step number 4 is to actually post the content. Follow the content calendar each day. That's why we've already done that, because it saves you a lot of time and effort each day. Step 5 is to monitor and engage. So check the comments and DMs, respond to anything you need to respond to. And finally, growth hacks. If you are creating good quality content that's educational and shareable, your client account should grow. And if it's not, the content is probably not good enough. But some clients will want more growth. You're getting them 300 followers a month and they're expecting 1,000. I'm going to give you some growth hacks that I have personally used in my agency. Not all of these I recommend. Some of these I would not do, but I'll give them to you. You can make up that decision yourself. So growth hack number 1 is the $80 strategy, coined by Gary Vee. You basically give your 2 cents on a bunch of pieces of content every day in the hope that people then follow you back because they saw your cool comment. Then we have follow for follow, where you basically hijack somebody else's followers. In my case, I would find another business coach, go to his followers, follow them, and hope they follow me back. Again, pretty spammy, wouldn't recommend. Then you've got buying shoutouts. Very, very useful, but only applies to certain industries. For example, in the fitness industry, works really, really well. There are tons of fitness Instagram pages with millions of followers, but again, you're not going to have those type of pages in every industry. And number 4 is running paid ads. I have seen social media managers run very low budget paid ads, such as $5 a day, to boost engagement, boost likes, and to bring in followers. Would I recommend it? No, definitely not, but it's an option. Now you might be thinking, Adam, how do you follow that entire checklist in 30 minutes a day? That seems a little bit unrealistic. Here's why it's realistic. That 30 minutes per day is averaged out from the hours that I put in each day over the entire month. So because ideally I want to plan out all my content and give it to my client for them to approve at the start of the month, that block of work that I've done creating the content calendar might take me 2 hours, but that's it. I don't have to touch it again for the month. Same when it comes to creating the actual content, the graphics, the videos, the Instagram stories. If my client has approved all my ideas, I can get all of that content done. If I'm creating it myself, maybe I can just go into flow mode for a day and create all of the content. And if I'm working with designers or editors, I can send it off to them so that they get it all done. The 30 minutes per day is primarily consisted of you actually taking the content, posting it with the caption, with the hashtag, and then monitoring the account. Look, with the agency route, you can hire a social media manager who might be someone who's able to create content and manage a social media page, but it's often the case where you'll want to hire multiple different people. So for example, you might want to hire a graphic designer, a video editor, and a virtual assistant instead of just a social media manager. It's up to you which route you take. I would personally prefer to hire a graphic designer and a video editor and a virtual assistant, 3 people instead of 1. But if you're starting as a beginner, that might be overwhelming. Right? Hiring 3 versus 1, managing 3 versus 1, it's harder, okay? So what might make sense for you is to just find that one person that can help you out. So maybe it's just you hire a video editor and then you do the hybrid of you then managing a social media page for a business. That's an option. Or I'm not going to say if you're lucky, but if you can find the person, social media manager, who's not too expensive but knows all of it, you're in for a treat. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through kind of my rough thoughts and processes on how to hire really good team members, as we call them, A players. So there's going to be lots of information in this, okay? And if you're not hiring right now, you don't need to watch this necessarily, and you could skip to the next section. First, let's begin with where you're going to find social media managers. There are 2 places that I've primarily hired from. Those are Upwork and Facebook groups. And it's quite a shock to many people, but there's still so many talented people on Upwork and in these Facebook groups just waiting for somebody to hire them. You can often find social media managers in these groups and on Upwork very, very cheaply. We're talking $5 to $10 per hour that are incredibly good at what they do. They may just not know how to get clients. They just know how to manage a social media page very well. So if you can get the clients and they can handle the work, you've got a perfect start to your relationship. I'm going to share with you a quick hack for Upwork. Many people come to me and say, hey Adam, I've been posting jobs on Upwork and I'm not getting any good responses, right? Everybody who's applying is either not good, too expensive, or I'm not getting anybody applying, right? I'm posting the job and all I hear is crickets. I'm going to show you how to get the best of Upwork. You're going to write out a job post for a social media manager. If you need some inspiration, go to ChatGPT and ask it to write one for you. Step 2 is to post the job on Upwork. Step 3 is to repost that same job 2 to 3 times per day, each and every day for at least 1 to 2 weeks, and just change the wording in the title and in the description of the job post. This is a little trick that we used to use in my agency that literally changed this entire process for us. It made hiring a social media manager very difficult and changed that into a very easy task. If you follow this approach, you will get inundated with social media managers applying to your job. You now need to know how to filter so that you can look at 1 or let's say 200 candidates and pick the perfect person from that batch. What I recommend you do is you send them a trial task, then invite them to an interview, and then hire the best. And here is a sample trial task that I actually sent to one of my students during the week that I'm going to give to you guys for free. So before you hop on 100 interviews with 100 different social media managers, get them to finish this trial task. This trial task will give you a really good understanding of if they are going to be a good fit. I'm going to call it out for you right now and we're going to put it on screen. Task number 1 is to send us a Loom video. This Loom video is going to be sent to our client John, and you want to explain to John the following analytics from his social media: 1,000 new followers, 15,000 new accounts reached, engagement up to 100%, and keep in mind John runs a skincare business, so make sure he knows how these analytics are going to help him grow his business. Step 2 is to come up with 10 ideas for new content for John's skincare business for the following month, and step 3 is to check out the attached graphic that we've made for a client and identify what needs to be changed to make this post better suited for Instagram. So really the idea here is very, very simple. If we post this job 2-3 times a day and we get hundreds of applicants, we need to narrow down the applicants to find out who's going to be a good fit before we waste hours and hours on hundreds of potential interviews. So if we have 300 people that applied to the job, maybe only 50% complete the trial task. So that means 150 people complete this task. Out of those 150, trust me, you will get a very, very good and clear understanding within a couple of minutes of reviewing each application who's going to be a good fit and who's not going to be a good fit. You may only have 3 to 5 people that you then need to go ahead and interview, invite them to an interview, and it makes the hiring process 10 times easier. The reason this trial task works is for the following reasons. 1, you understand their ability to understand analytics and social media insights. This is key because if they want to be a good social media manager, they need to know that. 2, you'll get a good understanding of if they know how to create good, engaging content. Again, if they don't know how to do this, the chances are they won't be able to grow any client accounts or your account. And point number 3 is you're going to get an understanding of their communication skills. If you're hiring a social media manager to work directly with you, you need to make sure they can communicate easily and effectively with you. But if you're hiring them to manage your clients, if they're good at communicating, they could actually take over the client communication process, meaning they do the work for the client and they speak to the client. The final question you probably have is, how do I get them to log into an Instagram or social media account? Is there any tools or safe way of doing this? There are, but I would highly recommend that you just find somebody that you trust and you can just give them the login directly. Aside from that, you might be wondering, how much do you pay? As I mentioned, I've hired social media managers and client managers for as low as $10, sometimes even lower, just depending on the amount of responsibilities that they have. I found a lot of incredibly talented social media managers and client managers from countries such as India, Pakistan, but also South Africa. So in my social media marketing agency, I niched down. Now, many of the students I've worked with in my program have not niched down. So I'm going to give you 2 cases in this segment, showing you the reasons as to why sometimes it makes sense to niche down and why in other cases it doesn't. And sometimes for beginners, it's more preferred to not niche down. It gives you a bit more flexibility. You don't tie yourself into working with just one specific type of business, and it can give you the flexibility that we're going to discuss. Okay, so I wanted to make that clear that there's 2 routes. I'm going to discuss them here. Again, in my agency, we worked mainly with fitness coaches and supplement companies. Now, we had clients that fell outside of those niches. Okay, those were clients such as referrals, clients that would have referred their friends that had businesses to us, where we were going to take them on. They didn't fit the ideal client, they weren't exactly what we were looking for, but it was an easy client, so we didn't turn them away. But out of the 355 clients that we worked with, I would estimate, we're talking about at least maybe 150 of each, between 150 online coaches and 150 online brands. And the rest of the clients then were a mix. Okay, so let's get into it. Now, as mentioned, I'm going to show you 2 different sides. Now, to really make this clear, this is not a high stakes decision, okay? You don't need to spend the next day figuring this out. You can spend the next 5 minutes and then you're going to rock and roll with that. Okay, it's okay to change your decision. Now, what I will also make very, very clear is that my view on this has changed. You see, for my agency, having a niche was I think one of the most important things. I genuinely don't think we would have scaled to the heights we got to without having a niche. Like, it really played such a crucial role. But a lot of the people I work with, a lot of the students I've mentored don't have niches. Okay. And they have shown to me that there's a different way. So I'm now going to give you the insights based on what worked for me and hundreds of people I've worked with. All right. So let's get in. Number one, which is what I did, is you choose a niche now. So before you work with any business, you decide which type of business you're going to work with. Now, this can be a specific type of business or a certain industry. Example. You could say online coaches, that's a type of business. That could mean you could work with an online yoga coach, a fitness coach, a business coach, a mindset coach, right? There's tons of variations. Just the online coaching business model is what you're looking for. The opposite of that is finding an industry, okay? Fitness, that's an industry, but you could have a gym, you could have a PT, a fitness coach, you could have a supplement company. They're all very different in how they operate, what they sell, how much they charge, and their business, all right? So most people choose a niche and then they change it, right? They don't just pick one and then that's it. You know, from day one, they know exactly they're going to work with that niche for the next 10 years. For me, that's how it worked. We chose fitness because I was in the fitness niche myself. I had a Instagram page where I posted fitness content. My business partner did as well. It just made sense. And that's what we then committed to work with. So look, why do people niche down? Number one is they know a lot about a thing. I knew a lot about fitness. It made sense. Number two is they have previous results working with them. Some of the freelance work I did was with fitness coaches. So when I was doing absolutely everything, right? Appointment setting, emails, ads, social media, I worked with some fitness coaches. So I had that little bit of experience with them to know, all right, I understand how they think. I know how to sell to them. Yeah. That's going to work well. Number three is if you want to streamline service delivery. Okay, think of it like this. When Nike sells, you know, just their standard, say caps, right? Or Nike shoes, doesn't matter the product. They have an assembly line. The product's the same. Okay, so they can sell 10 units or 10,000 units. All that differs is they just need to feed it more of the raw materials, right? Like it's a conveyor belt. It's just the same thing over and over again. However, if Nike was a custom designer store where they make clothes, right? Really high-end clothes that are custom, meaning that like they take your measurements, they, you know, tailor you, you choose the materials, all of that, it would be very different, right? They'd have to charge way more money because they wouldn't be able to have a conveyor belt system. For my agency, this really helped. It really did help because when we had a client come in and sign up, I wasn't thinking, oh, I've got to figure out the process now, or I've got to figure out how to get them results. No, I didn't, because we'd already done the process with other clients. So when you have your 100 client work with you, you've already done it, right? Like you're just replicating the process. So big reason for me, and a big reason why it works for a lot of people. Number four is they solve a specific problem. So if you, like in my case, right? Like I knew fitness. That's number one. I had some previous results. I could then streamline service delivery and I knew I could solve a specific problem, which was I knew fitness coaches, what they were good at was helping their clients, right? Like delivering the service, and they were good at sales. They were good at get somebody on the phone and sell them a fitness package. What they weren't good at was posting content on social media, managing that, posting Instagram stories. That wasn't what they wanted to do and it wasn't what they were good at. So I knew I could solve that problem. Number five then is to have clarity when you do outreach. We're going to talk more about this in outreach, but this is one of the reasons why you would and wouldn't choose a niche. If you decide to go with an outreach platform that's not niche specific, more on that later, you won't need to worry. Okay, so if you're going to niche down, I'd recommend that you don't just have one of these factors. You ideally, like myself, want to have multiple of these factors that you can say yes to. If you just know a lot about something, but like you don't really understand the other stuff, it mightn't make sense for you right now. Or it might make sense for you to pick a niche, not be married to it, and then potentially change it down the line. Okay, so we've already looked at Nike. We don't even need to go into detail there. So who should niche down? Typically, it's someone who has a deeper understanding of marketing or the service they'll deliver, or they've got relevant experience. All right. So for example, you know, we had a student that had been a realtor for 10 years. So obviously it made sense for them to work with real estate agents, right? They know a lot about it. They have previous results working with them, pretty straightforward, right? Whereas if we have John, who's a beginner and he doesn't have any experience, he's never worked with anybody, he's maybe in college, then yeah, it probably doesn't make sense to niche down. It probably makes sense to keep his options open and let his niche find him. This is what we've just put this slide as. Let your niche find you. You see, for a lot of our students, they start off with no niche and then they pivot, right? And at 10 clients and going from 10 to 20, then they have a niche, right? This is basically going out there and letting your niche find you. So if you have multiple clients on board, this is the most common way to do this. For example, you've got a fitness coach, you've got a real estate agent, and you work with an e-commerce brand. 3 very different businesses, very different industries. But you really enjoy working with one type of client, you got good results with them, and you can see that most of the businesses in that industry will be the same. So for me, right, let's just say with fitness coaches, I'm like, oh, damn, you know what I mean? Like I get these guys, I like working with them, I like creating the content for them, I'm getting them good results. That's an indicator as, oh yeah, I should focus on that. Whereas if you don't have that, right, you've got 3 clients and to be honest, you don't like any of them, or they're all kind of fine, well then yeah, don't niche down. Just keep going until you get to that point. All right. So look, you will probably niche down eventually. Okay. If you're going to go from 10K to 20K to 30K a month, doing so without a niche is really fucking difficult. Like really, really difficult. But for you right now, I'm assuming that you are starting this journey. Don't worry about it. All right. Just get started. A lot of people use this as an excuse to not get started. And they say, hey, look, I'm still trying to find my niche. It's like, man, don't worry. Just like, you're good. You can start without one. Let's get rocking and rolling. It will find you when the time. So if you've decided you do want to niche down, I really need to make sure that you understand the industry and how it works. So for example, I'm not going to niche down on candle makers, right? Even if it checks all the boxes, like I can solve a problem for them, a relevant experience, but I don't truly understand their business. It just wouldn't make sense, right? Like you need to understand the business. So for example, with me with fitness, I understood it. I understood how a fitness coach gets clients. I understood the struggle of getting clients because I had tried it myself. So I could relate to them on that and understand it. One of the biggest mistakes I see with people I work with is they'll choose a niche like, e-commerce brands, dog e-commerce brands, right? And they don't have dog. They don't understand how an e-commerce brand works. Like they don't understand supply chain or the profit margins in an e-commerce brand. And that will just make it more difficult for you to appear as the expert. So there's a concept called a no-brainer offer. It's become really popular the last couple of years. A no-brainer offer is an offer so good that people feel stupid saying no to it. So typically to make a no-brainer offer, people add things in like a guarantee or money back, they add in something that makes it really good, right? Very attractive. Now the question is, do you need one of these? Because if you're a beginner, my strong opinion is that you shouldn't have a no-brainer offer. A no-brainer offer makes a lot of sense when you have a track record and you can prove that you can do the thing you're going to say you're going to do. So for example, in my mentorship program, we have a no-brainer offer. We have a guarantee. We didn't start with a guarantee. In fact, we only introduced the guarantee after maybe 1.5 years to 2 years of running the program. We couldn't start with one because if I had started with a guarantee, to be honest, it's kind of lying. If I had started my program, never mentored anybody ever before, and just said, hey, I'm going to guarantee you to make 5 or 10K a month. Yeah, could I really guarantee that? Because have I been able to take somebody else from 0 to the first 5 or 10K a month? No. So, my friend, if you're hearing about this concept, I want you to take it with a heavy pinch of salt. It's important. Having a good offer is important, but it is truly not necessary. All right, these are just 2 DMs I got on Instagram with no-brainer off. I'm going to have a little bit of fun here and pick them apart a bit. Obviously, I won't expose their names. I wouldn't do that to them, but this to me is the epitome of the downfall of everybody using no-brainer offers. All right, let's start with the one on the right. He says, I will get you 5x the followers, reach, engagements, clients, no less, every month, guaranteed, organically, no paid ads, no nothing. This is my 6th year in social media management. If it does not work, then you don't have to pay. Or you free this week for a quick chat. Okay, so is this a good offer? Yeah, it's a good offer, right? Like this guy's telling me he's going to 500% increase the number of followers I have. Okay, so on Instagram, let's say I have 50,000 followers. Wow. So he's going to bring me to 250,000 followers. Whatever my reach and engagement is, he's going to 5x that. The number of clients I get, let's say I get 1 client a day. So he's going to now get me 5 clients a day, right? All organically, so I don't have to do any paid advertising. And then if it doesn't work, I don't have to pay him any money. That, to me, sounds way too good to be true, right? That's number one. Number two is the way he's written it, the text, it just doesn't look professional. Let's be real. Right? Like this is like buying a real estate property and the listing has spelling mistakes and, there's no contract. Like, it's just all over the place messy. Yeah, even if the property was 20,000 euro for a penthouse apartment, you wouldn't do it, right? Because something is off. That's how I would think about that DM right there. So I think you can see where I'm going with this, where a lot of beginners are using this because they just don't know how to get clients. Like, genuinely, they don't know how to get clients. They don't know how to do sales. They haven't gone through the stuff that we teach. And because of that, they resort to, oh, well, if I just tell them I'll get this crazy result for free and then they don't have to pay me unless I get it, I'll get a client. No, please don't do that. If we look at the one on the left, all right, more professional, all right, so we've got good grammar, everything looks good, but still I'm going to kind of explain my thoughts on why I don't think this works very well. So, hi Adam, this is Aman. Feel free to tell me no, but I'm looking to take one more SMMA coach, take their coaching business to the next level through the power of BYA mechanism. Okay, red flag number 1 is he's pitched me immediately. I don't like that. I don't think it works. Number 2 is he's introduced this concept, BYA mechanism, which I've been in the industry long enough to know that he's just watched a YouTube video of some guy who said, like, come up with like a unique name on your thing, right? Like, BYA mechanism. Like, bro, what is that? Like, what is your BYA? Like, geez, bro. Like, is it social media management? Are you going to manage my page? Are you going to run ads? Like, what are you going to do? BYA mechanism just sounds like gobbledygook. Made up words to make it sound impressive when most business owners are going to see through that directly. I've nothing against having a name like of your unique strategy, but like that there is just, that's too much to me. If you haven't heard about this, it's a unique system where we come in and help you get a 35% increase in your sales or you don't pay. He's failed to mention how. Right? So he's just basically saying you're going to make 35% more money for free because you don't have to pay if I don't get it. But he's not explaining what that is. He's just saying, again, like, it's a unique system. So it's kind of like marketer speak. But look, business owners are smart. Business owners are in business. It's not like you're selling to somebody that's never heard of this before. Like, you're selling to someone that understands this stuff. Your goal is just to figure out what they need. It's not to try and introduce a BYA unique system mechanism, in my opinion. Also, it requires zero work for you. The same framework helped one of our clients who is a coach. Was able to get, okay, so grammar is off, which immediately makes me not trust this. Okay, so who is a coach was able to get does not make sense in English. 30,000 top line revenue by just spending 2,500 on Zuxland. He means Facebook ads, okay? Okay, so now we know how. It's true Facebook, Meta, Instagram advertising. Fair enough. He's mentioned the coach, which is cool. Adding in a result is fantastic. So this guy, right, where he's got a guarantee of 35% increase or you don't pay, actually makes more sense because he has a result. You see, now I'm going to take him more seriously. Right? Even though I was not a fan of his outreach, I'm going to take him more seriously because he's actually done this. Okay, so fantastic. Now I'm going to believe him on a base level and maybe I'll have a conversation and see, cool, does this work? In terms of how he pitched me, I would never respond to a message like this, and most business owners wouldn't. So again, I'll cover more in this training of how you do outreach effectively. But now you know what a no-brainer offer is, and hopefully you're getting the vibe as to why you don't actually need one of these, okay? So a big reason why people want to have a no-brainer offer is, 1, they don't feel that confident and they feel like it kind of takes the pressure off their ability to sell. But 2 is knowing what you're actually selling. So look, my advice to you is to actually start your outreach. We're going to talk about outreach very soon. Outreach is the process of reaching out to businesses. I want you to start that before you finalize your packages. You see, like, your goal with building a package or an offer, it's to find a starting point. It's not to have the best offer, a no-brainer, or the best pricing in the world. It's just to start. Like, some of our students waited until they had the perfect packages, and that doesn't exist. Like, they never find the perfect package, so they waste months. I was still figuring out my packages 8 months into my journey. When I signed my first client for $1,200 a month, I didn't go into that call with that prospect with like the package ready. No, like we literally had the call, asked them questions, figured out exactly what they needed, and then I built the package after the call. So you don't need it. And if you're going to rely on this as a beginner, it's not the right place to rely on. Okay. Now, if you are going to build a package, fantastic. You can. All right. If you'd like to, if it gives you confidence, go for it. Don't build out 10 different packages. 1 to 3 maximum. All right. The last thing I want is you to be pitching a client and they have to choose from 10 different packages. It's way too much. So custom packages, that's essentially what I used. It's not having a package. And then when you have a prospect, working through them, right? On the call, like, okay, for example, got you guys, so you're interested in social media management. Fantastic. You know, how many posts a day are you looking to do right now? They tell you, oh, 1 a day. Fantastic. Got you. And are you looking to post on your stories as well? Oh yeah, we want to post, 1, twice, maybe 3 times a day in the stories. Nice. Cool. Yeah. And in terms of the management of your page, like, do you get a lot of DMs right now? Like, do you guys get a lot of comments, DMs, a lot of things you got to reply to? Oh yeah, we get, a few a day. Just a few. Fantastic. All right. Now me as the guy who's selling to them, I know what they need, right? And I can start to calculate with a custom package exactly what they need, how much I need to charge for that, and we're good to go. So if I was starting from zero, I'd start with custom packages and then I'd build out packages after I've signed a few clients, because you might think your package sounds great, but you don't know. You only know it's great when someone actually agrees to pay it. Serve, don't sell. Your first few sales calls, all right, is not about selling. And you see a lot of people when they're like, oh, I need a package to be able to sell. It's the wrong mindset, because you're now just trying to sell. When you go with the mindset of I'm trying to serve this person, I want to genuinely figure out how many posts do they need. I want to figure out, like, do they need me to do Instagram stories for them? When you approach it with that mindset, you'll come across way more genuine. But number 2 is you'll actually be able to sell better. All right, like, you're genuinely interested in them. You're trying to figure out the best package for them. Okay, so think, how can I help the person? Not like, how can I just sell them the best package and make the most money? Now, avoiding shiny object syndrome. All right, I've got to touch on this. New offers. Okay, I've seen this with too many of my students way too often, where they are chasing a new offer. AI automation, IPGA, some term they've seen on a YouTube video, right, of like a new offer, a new way of doing it. And look, I'll be the first to say that sometimes these offers work. Do they work very long? No, normally very short term, right? Like, you might tap into an offer and it works, but it might, because it's just this kind of like this thing, like that everybody's hyping up. It might work for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, but is it going to actually build you a long-term business? Probably not. Now, at the same time, I'm not against adding these in, right? Like, when the market is in a certain position, you got to take advantage of the market and you got to hop in. But at the same time, don't risk everything you've built to chase a new offer. So we won't even go into too much detail on this, but I just want you to avoid this, okay? It's shiny object syndrome. It's you thinking that, the reason I'm not getting clients is that my offer isn't good enough. Look, I know people that can sell the worst offers at crazy prices because they're good, all right? So your goal with this is to become good. And you will become good by doing this. Doing outreach, taking sales calls, practicing the craft, and trust me, you are not going to have to rely on some crazy no-brainer offer. And the beauty is that when you do land clients, you get them good results, you can then build a no-brainer offer, and it's going to be fuel to your fire. But just don't rely on it when you're getting started. All right, so now we're going to talk about pricing, how much you should charge, so that you know, if you do have a call, how much you're going to be able to sell your service for and how much money you're going to be able to make. All right, so we've already looked at the fact that you don't need to have packages. There's 2 routes, okay? So route 1 is custom packages. This is most suited to getting your first 1 to 3 clients. Pre-built packages, most suited when you've had a couple of clients, and then you're going to scale up using pre-built packages, all right? Between, let's say, going from 3 clients up to like 10 clients or so. If you take a look at my agency, right, this was January, 2020. So we got our first client in November 2019. So literally like 45 days after we got our first client, we did over 10K a month, right? And you can see it's actually in euro. Why? So if we're looking at dollars, we're talking like maybe 13, 14,000 per month. The reason I want to show you this is look how messy this is. Like, look how crazy it is, right? One client is paying $2,538.01. One client down here, client 10, is paying $656, and client 7 is paying $128. I had no idea what I was doing, right? This is custom packaging at its finest. Like we even had client 2. Now, look, 4.4K, it wasn't like 4.4K monthly. A chunk of that was for a one-time project. It was for like an ebook build out that we were doing. Very different than what we would normally do, but again, we're just figuring things out. Like, look at that. I want to show you this so that you know that nobody really who starts in this business knows exactly what they're doing from day one. I had no idea. I did custom packages. I figured it out as I went. Clients paid me different amounts. I undercharged. I overcharged. You know, I was just learning as I go. And I want you to do this. I don't want you to have it perfect. I don't want you to sign every client on pre-built packages from day one. There's a beauty in the chaos, and you'll learn as you go. And this goes for other people as well online. You know, most of us are figuring this stuff out as we go. All right. So now, advantages, custom packages. I'll fly through this. We've touched on this a bit already, but look, when you're getting started, you don't really know what your prospect is going to want to buy. So instead of trying to build out a package you think they want, you can just build out the package they actually want. All right. The way in which you can do this, all right, I would always do it as like, most of our clients pay us this amount for this service, or we recommend this price point for this amount of content and this amount of social media management. All right, because when you use terms like that, it actually gives you a level of, it's kind of, yeah, it's a psychology trick. Okay, they're going to hear that and be like, okay. You like, we recommend. Even if you've never worked with a client before, you saying we recommend puts you in a position of authority of, these guys know what they're doing. All right. So pre-built packages, again, makes way more sense when you got multiple clients. You know exactly what you're going to sell, easier to deliver at scale. You know, it's a proven package to solve a particular pain point for your clients. Easy, you know, nice. But again, in my agency, we only introduce that after months. You know, after months of trial and error, we introduce that. Price and package synergy. Okay, this is something that you really need. And if you are going to craft a package, please listen to this. So you craft a package. It sounds great. It's $4,000 a month because you've added everything under the sun, you know, everything they could ever need, and you think it's unreal. But the problem is your clients can only afford $500 a month. Oh, that's a shame, right? Because you've got the perfect package and now nobody can afford your package, or the type of businesses that can afford your package are just not the type of businesses that you're getting in touch with. You're not getting in contact with. You've got a massive problem. Well, what if you designed your packages with the price that your target market or niche actually could afford? This is price and package synergy. This is why custom packages works, because without directly asking them on a call, hey, how much do you want to pay? You can ask questions to figure out how much they could afford. Ask them questions about how many products they sell a month, how much, you know, what's their profit margin on the products they sell? Do they sell anything else apart from the products? What's the average customer value? If they get a new customer, right? Let's say they sell watches, they get a new customer, they buy a watch for €200. Well, does the customer buy more watches? Oh, actually, maybe the lifetime value of a customer is €500, right? You can start to piece together how much they could afford based on that, all right? But if you don't ask those questions, then you won't know. So you want to figure out what you want to make. So if your goal is 5K, 10K a month, cool. We need to look at it on a per client basis. How much do you want to make per client? Okay, so let's say you want to make $500 per client that you work with. Okay, if you're going with the freelance one person business route, you're not going to hire anybody. So all you've really got to think about is, I want to make $500 a month. How many hours roughly is it going to take for me to do the work? And then figure out your hourly rate. Pretty basic, but it works to give you a good idea. If you're going to go down the agency business route, you're going to hire people. You need to think about, okay, well, what's a realistic amount I can pay people? Okay, so if you're working with a graphic designer, it would be realistic to find a graphic designer between $5 to $10 per hour. However, if you were trying to hire a copywriter for $5 to $10 per hour, yeah, much harder. They typically charge a lot more money. So you need to understand these things to figure out how much you can actually charge. All right. And really our goal here is to make sure that whatever your desired profit is, that you can get to that. When you're signing your first few clients, right? I always tell people that it's not about getting rich. It's about making some money so that you can then learn the process, prove yourself, and then make more money in the future. At the same time, I want you to make some profit, because if you sign a client for 500 and then you find a freelancer and pay them 400, it's not enough profit to motivate you. 100 a month to do work, it's not enough. So what will happen is you'll probably just get demotivated, think, this isn't for me, and you'll move on. I want you to make sure that you're going to make enough profit on this, which is why, again, the freelance one-person business route is really common with beginners, so that you can charge low to get, those easy wins, but then you can actually keep all the profit for yourself. So for example, right, if we're looking at pricing, we look at content creation. My agency has charged anywhere from $20 per piece of content when we first started, up to $50 per piece of content after we had years of experience. And we always liked to price our service based on per piece. It just gave us so much clarity. All right, because then I would know my exact cost for that, the exact amount I'll charge, and my exact profit. Super easy, clean. I don't have to worry ever. Like, I know if a client is picking my small package or biggest package, it doesn't matter because I've worked out the profit margin already. Just to give you some examples, so if we were creating 10 pieces of content for social media, that would be anywhere from $200 to $500 per month. We would then give discounts for anything above 10 pieces. So for example, if we were charging $30 per piece, that would be 30 for the first 10. And then for, let's say, anything after 10, we might drop it to 25, just giving bulk discounts. All right. So for example, 20 pieces of content, we might drop that down quite a bit just to, make it easier to get the bigger clients in. So what's the value proposition with content creation? It can be anything, but these are the main ones, right? Convenience is number one for most businesses. They don't want to create content. They don't have the time. You solve that problem. Number two is actually understanding that content makes you money. All right. My personal brand, it's all from posting content. Traffic comes from that content, and those people turn into customers eventually. And number three, save a ton of time editing. You could have a business where they're happy to take photos, they're happy to record videos, but they hate editing. I know this sounds basic. This is really, really common. So many businesses will do that. Like, they'll run a restaurant, they'll take photos of their food, they'll take videos, they just don't want to edit. They just hate the process. So this, again, for content creation is a massive value proposition. And number four is they don't actually mind doing it, but they're just not getting results. So then you're editing their content. You're doing it in a way where you're going to retain their audience, you're going to hook people in, they're going to watch longer, and then that's going to make them more money. For example, let's take a look now at social media management, content creation. This is a very typical package that we would have sold. This is pretty much what we sold to our first client. $1,200 a month, 30 pieces of content. We created the content, wrote captions, created the hashtags, posted to the client's Instagram page, and then did daily Instagram stories, 3 to 5 stories per day. On top of that, and this was me undercharging. I didn't know that I should have charged more, but we live and we learn. We would have optimized our page, changed the bio, changed the profile photo, changed the story highlights, content strategy, content calendar, replied to all messages, DMs, comments, everything within 24 hours. So that's a lot, right? That's a big old package, but trust me, for most businesses, it's actually not that much work because they probably have a small following. Our first client was a big page. They had 80,000 followers already. So there was a lot of DMs, a lot of messages, a lot of comments to respond to. If you're working with a business that has 2,000 followers, hey, you might only have 2 messages a day, maybe even 1. So it's not going to be that much work for you. But when a business sees this, as when I'm reading this out, I'm like, wow, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot of time you're going to save, a lot of hassle, and you guys are going to handle the whole thing. Another example, I'll let you screenshot this. I won't walk you through it. It's just a cheaper package for a very similar service. And here's an example from one of our students, $450 a month, 10 pieces of content. That's, again, writing captions, hashtags, posting it as well, and then responding to all comments, etc. Content calendar, page optimization. Now, a very common way to do social media management, content creation, pricing and packaging is we looked at this already, but calculating via an hourly rate. So if you think it's going to take you 30 minutes a day to manage a social media page, well, you just figure out how much do you want to get paid per hour, times that by 0.5, and we can figure out the maths. For example, you want to charge $20 an hour. Okay, so $20 an hour, 30 minutes a day, that's $10 a day, 30 days in a month, $300 a month. Pretty simple stuff, but again, a lot of you that are starting off in this journey, you need this. You need to just see it in front of you, step by step, exactly what you should be doing. Now, when we look at social media management and content creation, it is primarily a convenience offer, but there's also a lot of results you can drive for a business, and there's a lot of ego that comes into this as well. So like, the value proposition is we handle social media for you. Right? Like that sentence has made so much money for people, because social media is a thing that a lot of businesses just don't want to do, but they know they have to do. So you coming in and handling that for them is enough. All right. There's an assumed ROI. All right. So for example, if I'm speaking to a business and they understand through the conversation we're having that I will be able to create content that has a potential to go viral, has a potential to reach new people in their demographic, in their market, that could then turn into customers, there's an assumed return on investment, right? Of, okay, we're going to pay for this thing. So he's going to handle it. It's going to make our page look good, but it's also going to make us money. Maybe not right away, right? It might take some time to kick in. It might take some time for people to convert into customers after seeing us, but it will eventually turn into an ROI. And that's the way in which we sell content. So if you're stuck, anyway confused, and you don't know what to charge, I'm going to make it really, really easy for you. You're going to start today. You're going to have your idea of pricing locked in today. You're not going to let it take up any more time, and you're just going to copy, right? You're just going to copy exactly what I'm going to give you here. So screenshot these. I'm not going to walk through each one. These are just sample packages that you can sell that I've either sold myself or students that I've worked with have sold. All right. So number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. The moments you've most likely been waiting for. Client acquisition. This is how you find clients that will actually pay you money. So look, before we start, where do you start? To know where you start, you need to look at a few things. Number 1, do you have a niche? If so, where do they spend time? If you don't have a niche, this is going to change, because there's going to be certain places you're going to use that will make it easier to find businesses not in specific niches. Number 2, what do you sell? If you sell Instagram services, it probably makes sense to use Instagram, right? To find businesses, to find leads. If you're selling LinkedIn services, it might make sense to use LinkedIn. This is not a hard and set rule, and there are cases in which you will sell a certain service and not use that platform, but I want you to start thinking in this kind of logical way. Your goal here is to just find a starting point. We're not trying to find the best platform, the best message, the secret strategy. No, we're going to find a place where you can start. We're going to get started. Number 4, understand that outreach is the process of reaching out to businesses, and this changes based on where you do it. Okay, so you're going to change what you say, how you say it, text, voice, video, and how many you can send per day, depending on the platform. All platforms have different rules and different cadences of what makes sense. All right, so outreach is how you get customers. All right, it is you finding business owners online and the ones that you think you can help, and then reaching out to them. Simple as that. You know, since we sell to other businesses, it doesn't make sense for us to, you know, put up tons of social media posts or, you know, get a billboard and do an advertisement, because most people who see that aren't business owners. All right. People do this, and this can work, but reaching out directly to the business owners is the most common way in which you will get clients. So reaching out is the most effective way. Now look, note at the bottom, some people would rather not do outreach, and instead they would rather build a personal brand. They'd rather post content online and attract clients with their own like inbound funnel is what we call it. It works. But is it going to get you clients fast? Normally not. It's more of a long-term play, something that normally pays off over 3, 6, 9 months. So I personally, if I was starting tomorrow, would start a personal brand, right? Posting about how I could help businesses with social media, but I wouldn't be expecting that it would get me clients for months. So I would then do outreach and message businesses directly as well. All right. So some important questions you might have is, how do you deliver results for your clients? How do you onboard them? What do you say to your clients to make them sign up? Look, we cover all of this stuff, but it's really important that you understand that you need to understand information on a just-in-time basis. So some examples of outreach would be sending a DM to a business owner on Instagram, sending an email to a business owner, cold calling a business owner, looking through online marketplaces to find people that need your service, sending messages on LinkedIn, and there's many, many more. So there's different types of outreach, and we're going to look at just kind of these 3 main approaches. You've got a direct approach, lead magnet approach, and outreach approach. And the process is this: we do outreach to get a business on a call, and on the call, that's when we try and, you know, show them what we do and explain how they could become a client and work with us. So you'll want to decide these things first before you decide anything. Where do the businesses that you want to work with hang out? Is it Instagram? Is it LinkedIn? Where is it? What kind of message could I craft to them? What could get their attention? What would turn them off? What would make them think I'm a scam? Think of these things. Logically go through it yourself. What could you offer? Are you just going to offer them a free call? Are you going to offer an audit for their business? Are you going to offer them a free PDF that you've put together or a free case study? Think through these things. And are you going to take a quality or quantity approach? We'll talk more on this, but there's two routes. Quantity is volume, sending kind of the same messages to as many as you can. Quality is finding a handful of businesses to reach out to on a daily basis, but putting in a ton of effort on each one. So the approach is direct approach. I would be very careful with this. We've already looked at this in the examples of two of the DMs that I was pitched with no-brainer offers. These were direct approach, where someone just literally straight up says, hey, this is what I do. Do you want to hear about it? Be careful, because when people know they're being sold to, the walls go up, right? Like, if I don't trust you, we've never had a conversation before, and then you try and sell me, even if what you're selling is good and I like the sound of it, I'm probably not going to engage because I don't trust you. This is really good for people that are good at sales, okay? So if you have a sales background and you understand sales, this could work very good. It can also work, very good if you are going to do personal, like what we call personal messaging before the direct approach. For example, you're not just going to pitch them in the first message, but you'll have a genuine conversation back and forth for maybe multiple days before you then pitch. Okay, so basically the flow here is that you are trying to sell what you do in the conversation, which is not the approach that I personally take. In my agency, the lead magnet approach was the most common approach for us. This is where we would give something away to a business for free in order to demonstrate value, build trust, and for them to think, yep, these are the guys. They seem like they know what they're doing. So for us, this meant that our conversations were way shorter because I didn't have to build up as much trust because I'm not selling anything. I'm giving them a thing for free. And the way I did this was with a case study. So very short and sweet conversation, one message to get their attention, and then once they replied, second message would pitch the case study. Very simple, worked really effectively, and this would allow us to push a lot of volume, and we could hit up hundreds of businesses a day. The student approach, I won't go into too much detail. It's essentially just disguising yourself as, hey, look, I like your business. I'm a student. I want to learn about it. Can you tell me more about it? All right. There's a saying, no one says no to a student who wants to learn. And this can work, but it's a little tricky because you have to then transition from, hey, I'm a student and I'm just going to understand your business and you're going to, help me with a project, to trying to sell them a marketing service. It worked, but it can be tricky. So the outreach mindset, whichever route you take, is this, okay? Outreach is the most important activity. It's the way in which you get clients. It's an RGA, revenue generating activity. And volume negates luck with outreach. Most people that struggle with outreach don't do enough of it. They send messages 50 a day for 2 weeks and they say, oh man, I haven't signed a client. This thing isn't working. Yeah, come back to me when you've done more volume, right? You've got to do volume, okay? Now, obviously, there comes a point where, hey, if you've been doing this for 2 months and you haven't gotten results, all right, we need to change something, right? Something is going wrong here. But volume negates luck, because when you do more volume, you get better at the thing. When you run more, you get better at running, right? Even if you don't know how to run, all right? Let's say you've never ran a 5K in your life. I guarantee you, if you run one 5K every week for the next 10 weeks, yeah, you'll be better at running 5Ks, even though you didn't know how to start. It's the same with this. If you start outreach today, you don't know what to send, you don't really know how to do it, but you start and you do it every day for the next 10 weeks, yeah, you're going to improve. You're going to change. You're going to iterate. You're going to pivot what you're doing till it works, right? Like, that is just how we work as humans. It's the way we develop. So you need to do volume. You need to push that volume, okay? You got to take some experimenting. Don't be afraid to try an out-of-the-box approach, something that we don't even recommend, because at the end of the day, there's no one way to do this, right? Like, your goal here is just, how do I get the attention of a business owner that's busy as fuck and position what I do as something they need? So think on that. And it's the most challenging part of this business. It's the bit that holds so many back. And it's why in the mentoring we do, this is where we spend 90% of our time. 90% of the coaching and mentoring we do on a weekly basis is tweaking outreach scripts, building out outreach processes, helping students directly with this stuff. Because when we can crack this, oh boy, is it fun. We crack this and you have a system that is getting you clients. It's a very easy business to run. So it's why we spend like all of our time figuring out this thing. And it's why a lot of people struggle with this. So when you're starting with this, you just want to get started, all right? Like the 5K example, you're not expecting to go out and run an amazing 5K. You just get started, man. One foot in front of the other. Let's get it going. Understand it's a process. It's not a script. All right. Yes, you can use a script for outreach, but the people who really do this well understand it's a process. You can build a script later when you've proven you can do this, but it's a process. It's a process not just of, oh, this one secret message will get me a client. No. It's a process of I need to understand how to get their attention, deliver some value to them, and get them to trust me so that they'll have a call with me, and then I can sell what I do. That's the process of this. View it as numbers, not people. Don't do this in your real life. All right, if you view people as numbers in your real life, you're going to have some tricky relationships. But if you view every business owner that you reach out to as an individual, as a person, you'll get too attached. So when one of them is like, oh yeah, this sounds interesting, you'll be like, oh my God, I've just signed a client. No, you haven't. They've just said they're interested. They might not be interested tomorrow. You view this as numbers, you get completely detached from the fact that they're people, and this helps. Right? It's one of the biggest mindset shifts that I made that helped me crack outreach, was viewing it as numbers. And just understand this, or I'm going to level with you. 0 to 1 is the hardest part of the journey. Getting your first client is the hardest part. Running your first 5K is the hardest part. Everything after that is so much easier. So please stick with it. Commit to this. Commit to yourself. Commit yourself to this, and just keep at it. Now, rejection is good in this game. If you've been rejected in your personal life, dating, other scenarios, whatever, don't bring that into this, because this is a game of rejection. If I reach out to 100 businesses, many of them will reject me. Some might curse at me. Some might tell me to shove something somewhere, right? Like, this is a game of rejection. This is what it is. And the beauty of this is that when you do this and you push through this and you do the volume, you negate the luck with volume, you have thick skin. All right, so like comments won't get at you as much. If you have rejection in your personal life, it won't get at you as much. This is a skill that you can use not only in this business. All right, if you message 50 businesses a day for 2 weeks and you sign no clients, but then you sign one client for $1,200 a month for a 3-month minimum, let's say, and you sign that client in month 3, would you give up after the 2 weeks? No, I don't think you would, because it's all worth it when you get one yes. Most people just quit before they get the one yes. Now, this is your thought process. How can you make your free offer so good that someone can't say no to it and makes the time for it? If you're going to offer, you might remember the lead gen approach, right? Or the lead magnet approach, where you offer a case study or something for free. Giving something away for free isn't going to solve the problem. It has to be good, right? Like if I give this watch away for free, it's only going to be valuable to someone if they like the watch. I could give this away for free to my brother who doesn't really like watches, and it would just be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, watch, nice, right? But I give this to a watch enthusiast and they'll be over the moon. So if you're going to build a case study or host a free call or give a free audit to a business of their social media, make it damn good. Put in the effort, make it damn good. All right, so should you do quality or quantity? Depends on the platform. This is the main factor, right? If you're working on, let's say, Instagram, there's a lot of limits on Instagram where you might be able to send 50 messages a day. All right. We'll talk more about how you can get past these limits later on, right? If you're working on LinkedIn, same thing. There's lots of limits. So whatever platform you're using will dictate this. Platform with less limits, you're going to focus more on quantity. Platforms with limits, you're going to focus more on quality, meaning that you put more time into each message. At Upwork, for example, right? You're not going to go on Upwork and, apply to 20 proposals a day or 20 job posts a day. You could, but it's probably not going to work, because what works on Upwork is putting in the time and attention to make a really detailed proposal, maybe spending 20, 30 minutes on each proposal, versus on Instagram. No, we're not. Like, it's a different platform. It's completely different dynamics. So we need to be fast, snappy, get as many done as we can on a daily basis. All right. So warm platforms, Upwork falls into this category. This is more direct. This is less conversational. This is less volume. This is more quality. With these are platforms where business owners are essentially posting jobs saying, hey, I'm looking for a social media manager. Your job then is to apply to that like a job, but it's not a job, right? Like, you're doing it as a freelancer or as an agency owner. Your job is to apply to that and convince them why they should pick you over the other people. Same with Fiverr, Bark, and other platforms like this. So the way you do this, right? If you were to take this approach that works for you on Upwork and plug that into Instagram, I can guarantee it wouldn't work, because on Instagram, you're finding businesses that are not posting jobs saying, hey, I want to hire a social media manager. You're just finding businesses you think you could help, and your job is to convince them of why they need your help. All right, so just to give you some examples of Upwork, these are just some posts that we've seen in the last week. There's so many businesses use Upwork to hire social media managers, content creators, agencies all the time. And they spend a lot of money. You could see this business has spent over $100,000. They're based in Singapore. This, United States, $7,000. All the time, there's new jobs like this going up. 5K from Australia. And this is why for a lot of beginners, Upwork is a fantastic platform, absolutely fantastic. In the past, I used to think it wouldn't make much sense because I didn't use it myself. But again, humbling myself and learning from our student success manager who has really pioneered in this area and has taught it to our students so well, we've seen how powerful this is. For myself, when it came to outreach, the biggest way I grew was getting out of my comfort zone. My first clients, this is how I got my first clients. Quite a funny story. I flew to an event in London called VegFest in 2019. My goal was to network, and I was like, hey, maybe I'll land a client from this, but I want to go to the event anyway and I'll network. Okay. We ended up meeting a business group there that we ended up signing the same month for $1,200 a month. Now, I did have a little connection with these guys before, right? I think maybe like 2 or 3 months previously, I created a few graphics for them, really small amount of money, like $100, $200. And our relationship just died, as in, I created the graphics, they got the graphics, and that was it. But I didn't know them well, never had a call with them, nothing. So then when I met them at this event, that allowed me to re-spark that connection. And yeah, that's where we then, had a chat with them at the event, didn't pitch them at the event, but then afterwards linked with them and messaged them. We booked in a call, had a meeting, and that's when we sold them this offer. Now, what I did then was I went above and beyond for this first client, like above and beyond. I treated it like they were paying me $1 million. It's like, wow, they're paying me money. I'm going to absolutely wow them. Like, I'm going to do as much as I can to make them impressed. And it worked because it was a 3-way partnership. Okay, it's such a wild story, right? Because it's like meeting them at an event is one thing, but then the fact that it was a 3-way partnership and how this happened is just wild. So essentially, one of the business partners in that, there was a woman with 2 other guys, and the woman had 2 other businesses. She had her own fitness business, like coaching, and then she had a CBD company that she was just starting. And because we did so well with the business she was a part of, we had a call then for her CBD business, which she ran with another guy, and that guy loved what we did. And we got them as a client. The same package, $1,200 a month, probably within a week to 2 weeks after the first client signed. And then she got us onto her personal page for the fitness coaching as well. So we ended up getting 3 clients from 1. And that only happened because we went above and beyond. We wowed them. We just put in so much work and we gave them a good offer. Now, after this point, voice message outreach on Instagram is what I did to get my first 10 clients. So the 7 other clients we would have signed, right, excluding the 3-in-1 client, most of these came from voice messaging on Instagram. And I did this because, I had watched some content on YouTube and I had seen that, hey, look, not many people are doing this voice message thing. I'd imagine most people are not confident enough to do it. I wasn't really, but I just faked it. I just forced myself to do it. And it allowed me to learn how to be more confident on voice. It meant that when they would then have a call with me, they've already heard my voice and there's already a bit of trust built up. It worked out really, really well for me. But this only happened because I got out of my comfort zone. Now, going back to the other type of outreach, we've got cold. Okay, so cold is what I did. All right, voice messaging on Instagram. This is less direct. It's more conversational. It's higher volume. I was pushing as many DMs as I could a day across multiple pages. We're probably looking at least 100 a day minimum, mainly on Instagram. And that was my approach. Now, this can be done on, Facebook, LinkedIn, emails, calls, texts, tons of platforms. Again, it's going to vary based on where your ideal client is at. So keep that in mind. And just know that each platform has a different limit, all right? So the amount that you're going to send on Instagram versus email versus LinkedIn is all very different. If you're going with LinkedIn, you might be doing 50 a week. If you're going with email, you might be doing, you could be doing like 200 a day. If you're doing Instagram, you might be doing 50 a day. Like all of them have nuances. They're not a set number, but you'll have to test that out for yourself. And again, I'm going to walk you through in a slightly different training on Instagram how we were sending 500 DMs a day. 500 DMs a day, even though the limit is around 50. So keep watching so I can show you that. Understand this, again, process, not a script. And to really understand that this is a process, not a script, I'm going to show you a framework. It's the AIDA framework: attention, interest, desire, and action. So action is when someone says, wow, I need what you have. I'm going to get the thing that you have. When we are looking at cold platforms, so Instagram, email, LinkedIn, they are not at action. No, they're all the way up at attention. We need to get their attention. All right. Now, then when you reach out to certain businesses will be further down this equation. So for example, I reach out to a CBD company, and this CBD company has just so happened to watch a bunch of content in the previous week, or they went to an event where some guy was talking about social media and how important it is and that they need to be on social media. So when I reach out to them, they might actually already be interested. right? Like they might already be further down this, but my job is to assume that they're all the way at the top. They're at attention. They need to know, what is social media? I need to bring social media into their attention. Then I need to get them interested, then get them to desire it, and then them to think, I'm going to actually get this thing. So some rules I'm going to walk you through for outreach messaging. And I really hope that I can give you enough here to give you a starting point so that you can start outreach yourself. Warm and cold, very different. Again, going back to the AIDA equation, with warm, people are all the way down at the bottom saying, I want this. With cold, they're all the way up at the top. So what you say in an email is different to what you say in a text and Instagram. So keep that in mind. And, don't overuse emojis or question marks or things like that. It's, just a general rule of thumb. Don't do that. It looks very unprofessional, okay? Number one, be personal. I'm going to just show you a couple of messages here. All right, so these are examples from people I've worked with. So, do you create all these posts from scratch? This was sent on Instagram. And the person says, I use Canva for most of my content. And then they reply saying, wow. And then they put in the business name. It definitely is not an easy thing to do. Now, this approach is not wrong, but personally, it's not personal enough. So I would never put in a business's name, address them as their name. It just doesn't make sense. It's like saying, instead of saying, hey, Adam, it's like saying, hey, Figure Accelerator. I would just be like, whoa, that's a robot, right? You're not a real person, definitely. So don't do this. Definitely not. Also, you can just see in the language, right? They responded, I use Canva for most of my content. Very casual, right? Very informal conversation. But then this response just looks scripted. Wow, exclamation point. Business name, full stop. It definitely is not an easy thing to do, full stop. That just sounds scripted, right? So be personal. For example, if we look at the one on the right, hey, I just saw your fantastic product. I think that can be better, right? Explain what the product is, because this could be just copy and pasted to any type of business. But then they say a lot of athletes like me miss seeing this. Hey, it's more personal, right? It just seems more casual, more conversational. So for a cold platform, that's most likely going to work better to get your responses. Create connection. Don't confront people, right? Avoid confrontation. This is a message someone sent. Hey, just came across your page and love the content. How come you don't post more? The grammar as well, make sure your grammar is correct, all right? But how come you don't post more? It's confrontational. If you meet me for the first time, we've never met each other, and you say, hey, Adam, why don't you do that thing? I'm going to be like, whoa, hold on a second, right? How about a hey, how are you? Nice to meet you, right? It's just too much. It's too confrontational. So I'm not going to buy from you, right? I'm probably not going to be your friend, okay? So this applies for outreach as well. At the end of the day, we're selling to people. As much as we need to view this process as numbers, we're selling to people, okay? Send something that's going to get their attention, right? You need to spark curiosity or just engage them in a genuine conversation. And my goal here is not to give you the word for word what you say, because as we've already looked at, the people who do this really well, understand it's a process. It's not about sending one specific message, one script that magically signs you a client. That's just not how this works. Don't bait and switch, all right? Don't ask a business what their hours are, their opening hours, and then ask them if you can send a case study right after. It's just a cliche of you dangle the bait in front of them to say, here's a question I know you're going to respond to, and as soon as you respond, I'm going to pitch the hell out of you. It just doesn't work. Now, look, I'm sure people have done this and have made it work. I'll put my hands up and say, hey, that's probably a possibility. But when I get these DMs, I don't like it. And if I've ever sent these DMs, I've noticed they don't really work. Now, make sure that your messages are easy to read and easy to respond to. So don't send big blocky paragraphs. People are not going to be reading a big paragraph when they don't know you. So if you look at this, right? This person said, quick question, do you make all your content yourself? And they said, yes, sir. Nothing wrong with that. Then look at this. It's this big, massive message. I've already stopped reading because I'm seeing so much that I'm like, Jesus, this person is clearly going to sell me something, right? It's this big, massive block of text. I don't like it. Not a fan. I don't like it personally. And I know, again, when I have sent this, it doesn't work. It never works. And a business isn't going to just turn around and be like, yeah, amazing. Let's work together. In a very rare situation, it might, but understand how conversations go, right? You wouldn't, for example, if you're dating, right? You're not going to hop on Tinder or Bumble and ask a question, then they answer, and then just bombard them with 4 or 5 paragraphs. That would be way too much too soon. Sales is the same. Temperature checks are really, really important with outreach. If you've had conversations with 500 people, you need to know their temperature. Like, are they hot? Are they lukewarm? Are they stone cold? Because how you follow up with them, how you try and proceed the conversation and keep things going will depend on this. Again, I'm going to come back to the dating analogy because it's an easier way to understand this for most of you, right? Myself included. It's like if I'm going to message someone, right? Let's say message a girl, get a response. Like, I need to understand based on her response. Is that hot? Is that warm? Is she interested? Is it stone cold? Is it somewhere in the middle? Because how I then respond to that is going to change, right? I'm not going to say in the same response based on where the person is at. It's the same thing with sales, right? So think through this, because if, for example, they're hot, and they're like really engaged, you can advance the conversation to take action. Book the free call, give them more information. Fantastic. If they're lukewarm, kind of like like a kind of getting interested, well, now you're thinking, okay, well, how can I get them from kind of interested to yes, this is what I need? That's what you need to be thinking. And if they're stone cold, right, like you're thinking, wow, okay, how did I not get them at least lukewarm? Am I just being too spammy? Am I being too salesy? Or am I just not providing enough value? This is the thought process you need to go through as you look at your outreach. So let's get into some more of the tacticals. You want to ask specific questions. All right, let's just give you these two examples. Hey Dave, how are you doing? Just found your page on #fitness. Do you get clients through social media? Are you planning on posting more reels? I love it. The only problem I have with this is that it's more than one question. Right, it's 3 questions all in one. If you're going to ask a question, ask one. So second example, hey Tyler, do you have a social media strategy in place? Not the question I would personally ask myself, right? Because it's kind of salesy. It's, that the person Tyler is going to understand you're going to probably sell them a social media strategy because you've asked about it. But it's one question. It's easy for me to respond to. So I like that. Get them to take action, right? This can only be done if they're engaged. If they just replied yes to your question, they're not really engaged, are they? If they're warm, yes, you can go ahead and you can push them to take action, but not if they're just giving you one-word answers. Begin with the end in mind, my friend. Very, very important. If you, for example, are sending them a case study about content creation, you want to make sure that your first question is about content, right? Ask about the thing, give them a thing about the thing. I know this sounds kind of basic, but I see this is missed a lot, where someone asks, hey, what are your business opening hours? They respond and then they say, hey, can I send you a case study about Facebook ads? It's like, yeah, maybe they might say yes, but why did we ask about the opening hours? There's no link. You have to link. This is the best way I can describe it. Your question has to link to the thing that you sell. Okay? So if you're selling content creation or social media management, ask something about their content, about their social media, or about their business related to social media or content. Okay? That's what you're going to do. Let's keep moving. So when you're creating your script, and I say script in inverted commas because we don't want a script, we want a rough process. But for the sake of simplicity, you need to have an idea of what you're going to start with and what you're going to end with. So the middle of your conversation could be one message, could be 10. This is just your ability to communicate. And I'm not going to have you script out messages for each part of this. This is something you'll just learn as you go. Again, with the dating analogy, you might have your go-to message that you send on Tinder or Bumble for your first message, but I hope you don't have a full script, right? I hope you don't have a message to send at each part, because that would just be a bit weird first. And would it work? Probably not, because you would be trying to say the same thing to everybody. Okay, so just some examples that you can play with is sending the business their own content. This works really good on Instagram. You can hit the little paper airplane button, the share button, and you can send them a piece of their content and then ask them a question about it. Works real nicely. You can do a recommendation. So this is more direct, but it does work. Something like, hey gang, or hey, whatever their name is, digital marketer here. So you guys don't have any story posts up. I've seen a lot of your competitors use these and they seem to be working well. Simple, straight to the point, giving a recommendation, giving a bit of value, getting the conversation started, right? You could ask a question or a query about the content they're posting or not posting. Hey team, love the most recent post about XYZ. Are you planning to post more reels like that? Or you could ask about their products or business in general. Okay, so just some examples for you. Hey Tyler, do you have a social media strategy in place? That's very specific, which is good. Another one is, hey there, that's a great reel you posted in May. Have you thought about posting something like that as an ad? That's an example of somebody beginning with the end in mind. This person, I can guarantee you, is selling Facebook ads, and they've done that in a really smart way where they've asked about ads in the message. Personal, I won't read it out for you. I'll let you read that one yourself. Take a screenshot. And then attention and curiosity. This is a great example of someone showing genuine, like, I actually like what you're doing and I'm really curious in it as well. Okay, so remember this. Okay, screenshot this, please. Put it on your forehead. Don't forget it. Here's an example of the end of a script where someone is pitching their free call. And again, I'll let you take a screenshot of that there. This is an example of the end of a script with the end in mind. For example, I've asked them a question, let's say about content. And then I say, hey, is there an email I can send a case study to? I'd love to show you how John, right, my fitness coach client, using this type of content gained this result. Right, so linking the two, beginning with the end in mind. Show you how I've been able to send 500 DMs a day for my SMMA on autopilot, literally without sending any DMs myself. Look, the reason I think it's imperative you know this information is because the number one reason why people don't see results with their SMMA is not because of their offer. It's not because of their lack of results or lack of experience. It's because of their lack of volume of outreach. Look, if you're sending 50 messages a day and I'm sending 500, even if I have a worse script, a worse offer, and less experience, less case studies, less results, I will still win. Outreach still works. Because if students of mine can book 7 calls in a day like Christopher, as you can see here, using an appointment setter I placed in his business where he didn't send any DMs himself, or Megan, who just brought in this client for over £1,000, again, from an appointment setter we placed in her business, if they can do that, that's your proof. Outreach still works. So I'm going to switch over to the remarkable here in a second. I'm going to walk you through step by step exactly how you can send 500 DMs a day, and how when I was sending 500 DMs a day, we were sending anywhere from 5 to 8 clients every single day. All right, so my remarkable, it's not working. We're going to do this on a Google Doc. All right, your goal is to send 500 DMs a day. We're going to look at Instagram for this example. Why Instagram? It's probably the best platform for cold outreach. Now, you can't send 500 DMs a day on one Instagram account. You're going to need roughly 10 accounts to do this. The reason why is this. If you send 500 DMs on an Instagram account, you'll probably get banned. From doing this for years, the upper limit we've seen on accounts is around 40 to 50 DMs a day. Now, this is assuming you're doing cold DMs, which means you're messaging somebody that doesn't follow you, you've never had a conversation with before. It's different if you're messaging people that follow you, but we're not going to look at that. All right, so we're going to do 50 DMs per day per account. So now you're thinking, you only have one Instagram account. How are you going to get 10? Well, you have a few options, okay? So option 1 is create backup accounts. Like literally, you're going to create whatever your username is, create a second account, Adam Walsh 2. You're going to post some photos, follow a few hundred people over the course of 3, 4, 5 days. And within a week, that account should be ready to go. You can have as many of these as you want. So there's people in my program that have 5 of these. Number 2 is to buy an Instagram account. Now, I'm not recommending this, just saying this is an option. Now, you could buy a theme page. This is quite common. For example, for me, I ran an agency working with health and fitness coaches and supplement companies. So we had quite a few theme pages that were in, guess what? The health and fitness space. So if you know what industry you're going to work with and you know your niche, then buying a theme page might make sense. But if you're just starting and you don't really know what niche you're going to be in, if you're going to buy a theme page, you want to do a swap. All right, so buy it and then switch it to your personal profile after that. AKA just like change the name, change the username, remove the content, post new content, good to go. Those are really your main 2 routes. You can do that yourself, or if you're working with an appointment setter or a VA, you could have them do it. All right, you could have them set up the accounts. It's up to you. Now, if you're not yet convinced this is going to work, let's just run through an example. So let's look at first example 1, which is you're sending 50 DMs a day. We're now going to look at those numbers over 1 week. 50 a day times 7, 350 a week. Now we need to calculate your average response rate. It's going to depend on how your account looks. If people think your account looks legit, if people think you're selling something, if people think you're genuinely asking a question in the DMs, we're just going to go with a safe number, 20%. I have students with 20% response rates, absolutely crushing it, getting tons of clients every month. And I have students that have like 40, 50% response rates. I don't want you to get too focused on this right now. We're not looking at how to have the best script in the world. We're looking at how to get volume. Because as I mentioned, even with a pretty shitty script, if you have volume, you're set. Out of 350, we got 70 responses. Now, then your ability to take somebody who responded into a booked call, again, is going to fluctuate. But we're just going to go with 20%. Now, this is not a 20% booking rate off of every message you send. This is a 20% booking rate off of the people that have already responded. So out of the 70 people, 20% of that is 14. Now, that's a lot. And you can see immediately, if you were to send 50 DMs today for the next week, I would probably guarantee you're not going to book 14 meetings. What this tells us is these numbers are high. So let's just assume you got 30% of these results. All right. Okay. So you booked 4 calls in 1 week. Pretty decent. Then out of the 4 people that booked the call, your show rate is probably going to be anywhere from 50 to 70%. For a lot of people, it's as low as 50%. All right. So 2 people showed up to your calls. That means you have 2 opportunities to sell. Now, I'm assuming you don't have sales experience. I'm assuming you're not very good at sales. It's not something you're very comfortable with. So your close rate is going to be lower than my close rate or somebody that has done sales for a long time. So we're going to assume that you close 20%, meaning 1 out of every 5 or 2 out of every 10 calls you take, which is still good. But someone who's done this for a long time will probably close 30, 40%. What does that mean? That means you close 1 in every 5 calls. Well, you have 2 calls a week that show. So that's 8 people a month that you can actually sell to. With a 20% close rate, you're going to close between 1 and 2 deals. Not bad. 1 to 2 new clients a month. Happy days. But this is assuming that you've got good response rates and you've got good close rate and you've also got a good ability to take somebody from response to actually booking the call. You can see how immediately, if your messages aren't very good, you won't get results, right? You will only sign clients if you were to push way more volume. So if we go from 50 DMs a day to 500 DMs a day, that's a 10x increase. All right, a 10x increase. Assuming all of our numbers are the same, we close the same amount, we book the same amount show, you are now going to close 10 to 20 clients per month. Don't you see how crazy that difference is? And here's the thing. You see, as you do more volume, you get data faster. For example, I'm testing a new script. I send 50 a day for a week. I've sent 350 messages. And then I decide if the script is good, if it's bad, if I need to change it. However, if I'm sending 500 DMs a day, I can probably test that script for 2 days, for 3 days. I've gotten 1,000 to 1,500 points of data that I can look at, and I can do it in half the time. So now I've got double, triple the data. I can make better decisions and I can do it faster. So the chances are you won't see a 10x increase in results. You'll actually see a 10, 15, 20x increase because of the fact that you'll be able to iterate, make changes faster, better, with more data, and they're more clear. So at the start of this video, I mentioned that I would send 500 DMs a day without doing anything. I would not send any of those DMs myself. So you're going to do this through 2 routes: appointment setters or virtual assistants. Pretty much the same thing, slight difference. Appointment setter, you're typically going to pay like a base salary and then commission. So really their main goal is to get you deals, because the base salary is fine. It's enough for them to put aside the time to do the outreach every day, but the commission is where they make money. A VA is typically just hourly or monthly base. Okay. So they don't really have any incentive to tweak the script, to go off script. No, they just get paid to send the messages. An appointment setter makes way more sense for nearly everybody. Look, if you hire an appointment setter and you sign 10 clients, you will make less money, right? You will pay them more because you're going to give them a good commission. If you were to hire a VA, you'd make more money, right? Because they would pretty much cost you less. But here's the thing, because the appointment setter has commission and is incentivized, when a VA gets you 10 clients, with the same effort, an appointment setter will typically go ahead and get you more, 12, 15 clients. So I've run the numbers in so many scenarios. Appointment setter always makes sense. If you want us to place an appointment setter in your business, you can reach out to me. It is a service we offer. So if you follow this approach, this is what your day-to-day looks like. You should ideally have a weekly call with your setters, okay? So quick check-in, review progress, etc. You need to make sure that they have an outreach tracker. This is something we give to all of our students. It's essentially a fancy spreadsheet where they can track every day how many messages they sent, responses they got, scene rates, any other notes. And this will pretty much just allow you to see exactly what they're doing, but also to make changes to your script faster. So really, you just sit back. Like you sit back, you watch them do it. Of course, if you have tips for them, you give it to them. But really, your main goal now is to close the deals. And I know you've probably seen other people talk about how you can send Instagram DMs, LinkedIn DMs automated, right? With a tool, with a software, with a Google Chrome extension. Let me just tell you this. Instagram and LinkedIn fucking hate those things. So yeah, you could try and use that. It might work for a couple of days. 9 times out of 10, you'll get your account banned, and you might even get an Instagram IP ban, meaning Instagram will literally ban your IP address. You're never allowed to create an Instagram account again. Plus, people know when they're speaking to a bot. They can tell from the responses. So look, my friend, this is how you do it. You need volume. Cold outreach works. It's not dead. It still signs clients for our students. There's typically only 3 problems. Volume, you're not doing enough of it. Your script is just boring as hell. 3, you're not following up. Before we can look at follow-ups, before we can look at fixing your script, gotta do volume. So if you do anything today, put a plan in place, write down exactly how you're going to implement this yourself. If you'd like my help, reach out to me on Instagram. We'll see you in the next one. All right, so we've just looked at how you can send out a ridiculous amount of DMs for your outreach on a daily basis. You might be thinking, can I just automate this? And I'm going to give you my real thoughts on this. So look, first the question is, can somebody else do the type of outreach that you are doing? Most cases, yes, but there's going to be cases in which this is more difficult. So if you're doing highly personalized video outreach, yes, there are tools that will allow you to automate it, but they're not perfect. So a lot of times messages will get sent out and the video is just not how it should look. So I tend to just avoid those tools. But if you're sending text messages, Instagram DMs, cold emails, yes, a lot of that can be automated. Now look, I don't think you should automate any of this until it's working. Me, myself, I did outreach myself and then hired other people to do it for me only when it was working, right? I wouldn't recommend automating something if you haven't yet signed clients through that approach. You know, most people, as I mentioned here, just do it until they have a process that's working and they're getting results with that. Okay. So if you've decided you do want to automate / delegate this, okay, and when I say delegate, that means hand it down to somebody else, a human, not an automation. You know, these are the things you want to have in place. You want to make sure you've done at least 500 outreach in a month, like minimum. You want to make sure you have a very clear guide or standard operating procedure that you can give to somebody that really is like super simple to follow. Anybody could copy it. And you need to make sure that you have a compensation plan in mind, because if you're going to delegate and hire an appointment setter or a virtual assistant, you got to pay those, all right? You got to pay those people. Okay. So for example, you could do commission only, meaning that you pay them a commission when they book you a meeting, or commission when they sign you a client, or base plus commission, or just base. Doing commission only is quite difficult because of the fact that, for example, you could have a appointment setter who's getting paid commission to bring you clients, but what if they book you 10 meetings and you don't close any deals, right? Just because you're still learning the ropes, they then don't get paid even though they've done their job. And right, the problem is that you haven't closed any deals. This is why base plus commission typically works the best. So there's two routes you can take here. You can go with a virtual assistant. This is typically someone who's paid per hour or a base monthly salary, and they don't have commission or an incentive structure in place. Normally it's someone who's not trained. They're just good at admin, right? Like they've done admin, and then hence you give them a process that's like really, really easy to understand, and they follow the process. This is how I started. So I did it myself, got it working, and then when it was working, I hired virtual assistants. So when we were sending 500 DMs a day, that was true virtual assistants, okay? The second route is with appointment setters. I just didn't know what appointment setters were when I hired a virtual assistant. If I knew what they were and I knew how to find them and how to pay them and all the nuances, then I probably would have gone with an appointment setter, because this is someone who's already trained, okay? Like they've done this before, they understand outreach, they understand sales, typically paid on just commission. Again, as mentioned, sometimes it makes sense to add a base salary in there as well. You know, this is a service we do provide to people where we just train appointment setters and we give them directly to you. If you want more info on that, of course, reach out to me. And since they're trained, you know, even if you don't have the best system, the best SOP, or the best results yet, because they're trained, they're most likely going to be able to help you figure it out. Kind of like a collaboration instead of just you're the boss telling them exactly what to do. So these are the two routes. Again, I personally would not do this until you have some results, at least. It just makes a whole lot of more sense, right? So as mentioned, we do place appointment setters into students' businesses that we work with. So we train them, we place them, and then we give them continued coaching so that they can continue to improve. But again, do you need this? No, you don't, right? Like we've normally done this with people who either have results already, right, with their outreach, they're booking meetings, they're signing deals, and they just want to scale it up, or people that don't have the time to do it themselves, which is quite common. So again, if you want info on that, you can of course reach out. Now, if you've decided you don't have a niche, you're not going to niche down just yet, you might be wondering, how do I do outreach? Because when you go to a platform like Instagram or LinkedIn to find leads to reach out to, normally the way in which you do that is you look at your niche, for example, fitness, and you type in fitness or fitness coach or supplements, right? You type in a search term related to your niche to find people in your niche. So you need clarity, all right? Nice little quote from Brian Tracy. Lack of clarity is the primary reason for failure in business and personal life. I agree 100%. Anytime I've had a lack of clarity on what I need to do, I can feel confused, just lackluster, just a bit all over the place, and I don't achieve much. So you need to have clarity. And if you have any doubts on this now, make sure that you get it dialed in, all right? So it can be challenging to do outreach if you're not niche down, because again, you just don't know where to start. You don't know what to search for on these platforms. So option one is pick a niche to try. You can go through our niche checklist. As mentioned at the start of this video, there's bonus resources I'm giving to you. A link to that is the first link in the description. So you'll get the niche checklist on there. And what you want to do is pick a few niches that you might be interested in. You're not picking a niche, right? Like committing to one niche here. You're just picking one to test it out. So for example, you go to the niche checklist and you find restaurants and you decide, look, let me just find some restaurants on Instagram, Google Maps, and give that a go. Okay, that's option one. Option two is Upwork, right? Upwork is a really, really good place to get leads because you'll have service specific leads, all right? Like businesses that are saying, hey, I want this service, but they're not niche specific. Like a lot of times you won't even know what niche the business is in because they're not going to tell you. They'll just say, I need a social media manager for my e-commerce business. And they're not going to tell you what type of e-commerce business or what industry all the time. So this is really good for that. Again, you can just search for people who need your services and then you work with whoever needs your help. Local businesses, this is a really easy way to do this. Go to Google Maps, find businesses in your local area. Voila. Doesn't matter what niche they're in, right? This is just an easy way for you to get clarity. All right. So there's a quite unique outreach strategy that my student success manager used in his business, and I want to share it with you. It's signing SMMA clients using SMS text messaging. Not a lot of people do it, and there's a lot of nuances that if you don't know how to treat this, it's going to blow up in your face. So I'd recommend you watch this. This works really, really well, but obviously if you do it right. Cool. So we're going to break this down into 8 or 9 topics. Topic number 1 is just breaking down how this worked for Ty. So Ty, let us know. How did you come up with this strategy and why does it work?
So I was driving down the highway one day and I saw this billboard for real estate agents, which is the niche I work with. And the billboard said, buying or selling a home, call or text me, and then it had the real estate agent's phone number on there. It didn't say, send me a message on Instagram. It didn't say, shoot me an email. It was call or text me. So I know that's where they're hanging out. I know that's where they're spending their time. So if I want to get in front of them to sell them my services, that's where it needs to happen.
Cool. So you've broken down why someone should choose SMS, right? I think it's also important to know when it works. Okay. So for you figured out for your niche, for real estate agents, it works. They're on that platform. Are there industries you can think of that are like big red flags for text message outreach? Industries that you know this probably wouldn't work for?
Well, e-commerce in particular, because they're all online. You're not going to be texting the founder of an e-commerce brand. You might be able to get them on LinkedIn. You might be able to get them with an email. But there are lots of other niches out there where something like this won't work. But there are also niches out there where this is maybe the only way to get in front of most of the prospects there.
Okay, awesome. So Ty, if someone has decided, yes, I think I have an industry where messages would work, what do they need to know in terms of software? How do they set all this up? How does that work? Do you literally just do it from your phone, or are you like that? Are you using an app or software to help with the process?
Very first thing you need to know is where you're actually going to get these phone numbers. Right? So are you going to go on websites and manually find the phone numbers? Is there some sort of database out there that has them? Are you going to pull the phone number right off their Instagram with their contact button? There's lots of different ways you can get that. So very first thing is how are you going to get those numbers? Second thing is the actual platform that we use to do outreach for SMS. And we don't use my actual phone. Okay. We have an app, it's called Text Now, and it's completely free to use in the US at least. I know the rules do change for some countries, but what it is you sign up with an email and it will give you a free phone number with a local area code.
Awesome, which brings us on to the next point, right? Which is the importance of knowing that local area code for your outreach. So for you, in the Florida region, you know you're gonna get a phone through Text Now with that local area code, which makes sense because if they get one from an Irish number, or again, even just maybe a number from like Texas or somewhere else, they're going to be confused or it's going to seem a little bit weird. So yeah, it's just knowing that local area code. For people that I guess don't have a specific area locked down, what would you recommend? Would you recommend to them pick an area for at least let's say a couple months and just run with that, and then pick another area and get a new code, a new area code with a new number, and keep the process going?
What do you think would work best?
I think it could work either way. If you wanted to have that local area code, it's definitely going to help make you feel more familiar to your prospect. But if you don't have that, I mean, it's still a matter of you're going to be able to get in front of them. That first few numbers, the first few digits that signify that you're from that area, I don't think those are all that significant, but definitely can help in building that trust with you from the get-go.
Cool. So right now, Ty is just opening up his iPad. So we're just going to have a look at the scripts that he uses to sign clients. So we're not going to give you obviously word for word his script because one, that won't work for you. This is very specific to his industry, his sales approach, and a bunch of different things. But secondly, you're just going to get better results if you take what we show you and put your own unique twist on this. And of course, track your numbers, measure the results, and just keep tweaking it until you get good results. Okay, so quick caveat, guys, we're gonna break this down right now. We've got it up on the iPad. A really important note is that Ty's outreach approach is what we call the student approach. So he's not messaging a real estate agent, pitching them on a sales call necessarily. He kind of uses a couple techniques to disguise the call, where it's a call where he's, approaching them as a student who wants to learn more about their business and potentially give them some marketing advice on the back end. We have some other videos where we've mentioned this topic. We discuss it in incredible detail inside of our program, and Ty teaches it to a bunch of our students every single week, and it works incredibly well. So if you want to learn that, definitely consider joining the program. And keep that in mind as we show you this, as it's not your typical, hey, book a strategy call with me approach.
So the very first message we send is, hey, is this realtor name? Insert it there. And the reason we do that is because if you're a realtor and you get a text message, especially from your local area code for someone asking from you, the answer is always, yes, of course, how can I help you, right? So that tells us which percent of the phone numbers we're getting are good. You don't need to actually track that, but for us, it's about 93% of the time they'll see that message and respond to it. And when they respond to it, that's when I move in, introducing myself. I say, hey, my name is Ty Livesey. I'm a student at the University of Florida, and I'm studying marketing. I had some questions for you about your business, and I was curious to know how you do these specific things. If you'd be interested in getting on a quick 15, 20-minute long call with me where I can ask you these questions, and in exchange for your time, give you some free social media advice, I'd really appreciate that. Now, that is just a rough paraphrase. It's not a word for word, so take that with a grain of salt, but that's the rough framework for this approach. And then from there, if they say yes, we say, great, can I send you over a link to my calendar? It will send you the link to the Zoom call for our meeting. And if they say yes to that, we can shoot them over a copy of a calendar link, which is what we use to actually schedule the calls. And from there, we have our first call booked in.
Awesome. So Ty, another thing to note is the process, right? With outreach on most platforms, like the outreach I do, if we send a message to someone and they don't respond, we follow up with them. Okay, so like 2 days later, we'll hit them with another message, basically just bumping up the previous message to get their attention. Now, I think this is really important to this approach. You don't do that, and your reasoning why makes a whole lot of sense, and it would probably save people a lot of time and effort if they didn't know that and they started doing multiple follow-ups.
So the reason we don't do follow-ups on that first message is because if you're a realtor and you get a text from a local area code asking for you and you don't respond to it, there's a really good chance that it's just not your phone number, right? So not all of the leads we get are good. Sometimes websites and databases, they become outdated. So if they don't respond to that first message, we just conclude that they're not there. And that works 93% of the time anyways, so we only lose maybe 7% of that, which is phenomenal for outreach.
Next point we want to discuss is the numbers that you do, so the amount of messages that you're sending on a weekly basis and the rough results that you see from that.
So we send about 50 messages per week, which is 10 messages 5 days a week on weekdays. And from those 50 messages, like I said, usually around 90 to 93% of the time, they'll see that first message and respond to us. And then from that flow of 50 messages, we'll get anywhere between 8 and sometimes 13 calls booked on the back end. Now, those aren't all going to turn into clients, but to get 8 to 13 out of 50 messages, you probably won't find that anywhere else, to be honest.
It's pretty damn good, and it's why, the approach I use for outreach is very different, and the results are very different, and that's why we do quantity over quality in that case. Ty, awesome stuff. I think people are going to get a lot of value from this, and it's probably opened a lot of people's eyes to SMS. I personally didn't really even ever think about it before you came into the program and started doing it yourself. Now you obviously, like I said, you teach it very in depth to our students. We've got trainings on it specifically. We have samples of the scripts. We have full breakdowns on, again, how to set up these softwares, the platforms, etc. And again, we mentioned this in another video we just recorded, but we literally had a student last night on a coaching call. His name is Ross. Ross, if you're watching the video, drop a comment down below. Ross got 5 calls booked in in one day, so in 24 hours, using this approach. And Ross previously struggled to book meetings, not very good results on different platforms, and it just shows you if you can take what you're doing right now, but just pair that with an incredibly good, powerful strategy, you may be able to 5-10 extra results literally overnight. All right, so once you've figured out how to find leads online, how to reach out to them, hopefully you're going to use what I've just given you in the last few trainings. You're going to now need to know how you sell, because just because you can reach out to a business and get them to book a meeting with you, it doesn't mean they're going to buy your stuff or buy your service in this case. So you need to learn how to sell. So I'm going to walk you through some of the most important high-level sales training I can give you in the next few minutes to give you the basics that you need to know. So the first thing is you need to frame your sales call. Let's just look at this, okay? We've got John. John books a call manually with his prospect. He texts them back and forth and says, hey, does Saturday suit? They say, yep. He says, how does 3 p.m. suit? They say, nope, 5 p.m. That's the process. He then sends them a Zoom link a few minutes before the call. Just say, hey, Jimmy, see you on the call in 5 minutes. And then there's no communication. So he books the call today on a Friday. The call is for Saturday. There's no communication between that. Or for example, he books it on Wednesday. The call's for Saturday and nothing happens in between. So we've got multiple days where the prospect could fall sick, could become disinterested, could go to another service provider. A million things could happen. On the flip side, we've got James. James books a call via his calendar. So when the prospect books in the call, they get a notification via text and email confirming when the call is going to happen and the link to the call, so that it's already pre-framed in his head. Aha, Saturday, 3 p.m. and I've already got the link. Fantastic. And it's in his calendar. He also sends over more examples of content he's created, social media pages he's managed, case studies, results. Or if he's brand new and he doesn't have any proof or any results, he might send over some content that he think could work well for the brand, such as something from their competitors or a certain style of content. He also messages the prospect with a voice message or a video message a day before the call to hype them up. This is a really, untalked about strategy. Drop them a voice note. John, can't wait for a call on Saturday. Just wanted to remind you, you should have the link and the time in your calendar. It's 3 p.m. We're going to be able to look at X, Y, and Z. If you got any questions beforehand, let me know. Excited to speak. You can imagine when his prospect shows up, one, they're going to most likely show up because they've actually been reminded and they've got the call link. Number two, they're warmed up. They've been sent stuff to look at. They've then gotten this reminder. Who is going to be more likely to close the deal? James is. It's an absolute no-brainer. So this is what you need to do with your calls, okay? For example, if you're using Calendly, this is just, screenshot this if you want to walk through it yourself. Super simple to figure out, but essentially it just means that you can use Calendly. It's got a free plan. Book in the free call and enable notifications so that they get everything. There's no doubts. Send over the examples. Super easy. You can do that via email, via text, Instagram. It doesn't matter where you do it as long as they see it, all right? And then message the prospect, super important. Again, I would do this on the platform you first communicated. For example, you message the person on Instagram, they book the call. It wouldn't make sense to now email them, right? And send them a video there. No, keep it on the platform you booked it with and you should be good to go. In your voice note, you can also do this, which is setting clear intentions for the call. All right, so you might have noticed when I gave you the example of the voice note, I mentioned, John, we're going to talk about X, Y, and Z. The reason I want to do that is to pre-frame it in his head what we're going to discuss so that he doesn't think it's just a chit chat. He thinks it's actually going to be valuable, but it also puts him in a state to know that I'm serious and I've got a plan and agenda for this. I'm not just trying to waste his time for 30 minutes. Now, my friend, look, sales is not easy. And I really do. I want to say that because some people say it's easy. It's not. I was really scared of sales when I started. I was not confident. I was shy. I was an introvert. I thought this is not for me. I'm not the type of person that's going to do well at this. And I got okay at it. I learned, I did the reps, I put myself through the uncomfortable situations, and that's how you will get good at it too. But I do want to make it easier for you, and I want to give you some tips just now, okay? So when you start off a call, you want to show appreciation to them. Hey, John, appreciate you hopping on the call. Super simple. You might want to compliment them. For example, you liked the painting in the background, or his glasses are cool. Just something small. Don't go over the top. Don't overthink it. But these little things make a good first impression. State the purpose of the call. All right. Like what I really don't want you to do, and I see this too often, is somebody hops on a call and they say, hey, John. John says, hey, how you doing? And then John takes control of the conversation and starts saying like, yeah, so I know you do social media. Tell me about that. And that's not a sales call. That's just a chit chat, right? Like that's not how we do it. You want to step into the call. John, appreciate you taking the time. How's your day so far? John tells you how his day is. Now state the purpose of the call. John, amazing. Really, again, we can't appreciate enough. Appreciate you taking the time to actually show up as well, John. I speak to a lot of people that don't show up. And today, my goal is to do this. Walk him through. What are you going to do? You're going to show him how social media could be used in his business, but more importantly, learn about his business. Because you help people with social media, but you want to make sure that you get the info that you can actually help him. Tell him what the purpose is, be honest, and set that from the start. These are just, ideas for you. Asking questions in a sales call that start with who, what, where, when, why, and how. I read this in a book years ago, so I don't know who I should credit for this, but whoever it was, thank you so much. Because I read these when I was starting my agency, and I used to always think of this when I was on a call. For example, who? Who manages the social media? What's their goals for social media? Where does John spend the time in the business that makes him the most money? AKA probably not social media, which is why I should do it. And you go through these list of questions, and these really helped me when starting off, because they put a lot of the decision making onto the prospect. You're putting the power in their hands, but you're moving the conversation forward to figure out who's involved, what are they doing, when's a good time, how am I going to be able to help? Okay, so the sales basics, let's go through some of them. Again, I can't give you everything unless I was going to build a 20-hour course just on sales. So I'm going to give you as much as I can right now. Mirroring is very important. You do this visually and verbally. Have you ever been on a call and you've seen someone like bob their head like this? Yeah, you probably have. I've been on calls and I do it all the time. Or have you ever sat down across from someone and all of a sudden you've noticed that you've just crossed your arms and their arms are also crossed? Right, this is mirroring. We tend to copy the people that we're speaking to. Or like it's happened to me so many times where I'm speaking to someone and they just so happen to have their hands on their hips, and now my hands are on my hips and I didn't even know it, and then I catch it and I'm like, wow, that's awkward. I just copied that person without even knowing. So you want to do this on your sales call. The head bob just makes it look like you're listening, like this. Super simple. But also you can do this verbally. For example, I asked John, what are your goals with social media? John says, look, right now we're trying to reach more people. We're trying to convert more of our current followers into customers and something else. Me mirroring him would be saying, gotcha, John. So converting more of the leads, right? Converting more followers, right? And what I'm going to do there is going to end that with a right, or is that correct, or is that what you mean, for him to then continue and to go deeper on that point. And it shows I'm listening, shows I understand, and it gives him the platform to go deeper on that specific point as well. Now, labeling is defined as describing a person in terms of their behavior. Okay, so for example, if someone breaks a serious law, we label them as a criminal. Okay, pretty simple stuff. This is a very effective sales tactic where if I'm speaking to someone that's really driven, really motivated, I can say that. I can label them as driven and motivated. John, love it, man. Love your view on social media. You sound really motivated to make this work. Like you seem like a hard worker. Right? And then of course he's going to like that, right? It's going to build up that trust. Now labeling can also be, why they're not doing something, what they've tried in the past, or how they're going to solve the problem. John is telling me how they tried social media in the past. They hired someone in-house, and she didn't know social media, but she worked in the company like on an admin role, took over the social media, and it didn't work out. The way in which I can use labeling is I can start to basically label why it didn't work. Okay? The reason I want to do this is because I want to move it away from John thinking social media doesn't work to, no, the person you hired was the problem, which means social media does work, and I'm going to show you how we can do it proper. So just an example of that would be like, oh, gotcha, John. So you said she spent 2 hours a week on the social media, is that right? And then he's going to confirm or deny, right? So what I'm doing there is labeling the negative points so that he can very, very clearly see how, I know where the problems were, and then he sees the problems and sees me as a bit of an expert. Objection handling. Oh boy, again, we could spend hours on this one. This is, okay, objection handling, if you've never heard of it before, is this. You have a call, you offer them something, and they say, yeah, sounds great, but insert reason. A very common one in this space is, you know, sounds great, send me the information via email, I'll speak to my business partner. Or, you know what, look, leave it with me, I'll speak with my wife, we'll see what we want to do, and I'll get back to you on Monday. Right? These are objections that people will give to you. Your goal is to be this little fella, this little emoji, right? Is to basically navigate the objections. What I don't want you to do is stampede over them and say, hey, that's bullshit, you know, that makes no sense, you're wrong. I don't think that's a good way of selling. It works for some dudes, not for me. What I would rather do is, for example, let's say they give this one, you know, I need to think about it. Cool. Yeah, John, makes sense, man. I'd probably think about it as well. How much time do you think you need? And then he's going to give me more information. Or, yeah, John, makes sense, man. Like, when it comes to thinking about social media, what do you think you need to think about? Is it just social media as a whole, or whether like we're the right people to help you out? And what I'm going to do, and again, remember what I said earlier, who, what, where, when, why, when, and how. Those are the questions we want to be using here, because I don't want to be like saying like, oh, John, why won't you do it today? Like, I want to go more as, okay, like, cool, I get it, man. How much time do you need? What do you want to think about? When do you think you'll have a decision made by? Like, where do you see yourself going with social media in the next, let's say, 6 months if you decide now is not the right time? I'm going to ask these types of questions to not be too pushy, but to navigate. Right? This is what objection handling is all about. So now I would love to share with you 3 SMMA sales tactics that I use to make over $1 million with my own SMMA. And these can be applied to other businesses as well. So these are 3 sales tactics that I know you're going to love. All right. So sales style number 1 is the doctor approach. If you choose the doctor approach, you will spend most of your time in silence on a sales call. You will spend your time asking questions and letting the other person speak, letting them open up about their problems. The premise is simple. When you go to a doctor, they don't just start talking at you and say, buy this medication. They sit you down, ask you questions, they get you to open up, and then they diagnose you a solution. Most SMMA/coaching consulting business owners are not doctors. They don't ask their patient to open up, and they don't diagnose solutions. They just try and pitch, and pitch. They somehow think the prospect will say yes. So a real life example, if you were on a sales call and you've booked it in for 30 minutes and you're speaking to a fitness coach that wants to get more sales for his coaching business, this is an example of some of the things you would ask. How are you currently getting clients? How much do you charge? What's your closing rate on discovery calls? Do you post once a day on social media? Have you ever run any Facebook ads? Just asking questions and getting the person to open up. And eventually you get to a stage in that call, probably after 15 to 20 minutes, where they have literally given to you on a silver platter, here are all my problems, here's all the things I've tried that haven't worked, and then you come in and you put your solution as the custom diagnosis that you give them. But this approach does not work for everyone. This is why I'm giving you 3 sales styles. Some of these styles will fit your personality better, but also certain people will respond better to certain styles. So you can't just use the doctor approach with everyone. You may need to try one of the others. So style number 2 is the value advice giver. In this type of sales call, you ask questions, but you actually speak most of the time. In fact, I have a couple of these exact sales call styles on my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see where I show you live sales calls I have taken with people where I've used this exact approach. It's an approach in which you give a lot of value, you ask questions, but you ultimately spend a lot of the time explaining what you do, how you do it, and the results that you get. Cases in which I've used this exact approach where it has worked is when I have gotten referrals, meaning one of my clients referred somebody to us, because in that case, I know that person is coming to me because they have the problem, probably the exact same problem that the other client already had. So it's relatively easy for me to then just assume, cool, let me ask a couple of questions, see if I'm correct and that their problem is also a lack of clients for their business. And then I can go ahead and after 5 or even 10 minutes, I can start to transition from asking questions to just explaining, here's how it works, here's the results we got, do you want to sign up? Because they got referred, they've already got the trust and they know the results that we've gotten. So it's a lot easier to just breeze through that sales call without being a doctor. And the final sales style that I've used is a blend of the two. It's where you combine the doctor approach with the value giver approach. So how you would typically structure this is that the first typically 15 minutes of your call is going to be you asking questions. So you ask a question and then you shut up and you let them speak for like 2 minutes. And you ask another question and you keep going. After that 15-minute mark, your ideal goal here is that you have asked all the questions you need. They've come to you with their pain point, their problem, and where they want to get to, any roadblocks they've faced along the journey so far. And then your last 15 minutes is just you saying like, cool, John, everything you've just told me there sounds like something we can fix. Now I've got a presentation I'm going to walk you through that'll show you how we can fix that and how it looks like to work with us. And you would then just pretty much explain for the next 10 minutes, here's everything we do, here's how it works, here's all the details you need to know, and your last 5 minutes is moving them to the close. So what I want you to do, my friend, is I want you to try these sales approaches. So in your next 3 calls, why not try one of these calls on each of them and see which feels more natural and which one works the best. For some of you, the doctor approach is going to come super natural. For some of you, the value advice giver will work, and for others, it's a blend of the two. What I do know after working with hundreds of beginners in this space is that the doctor approach can feel awkward because you're essentially sitting in silence for most of the call. You're in control. You're asking them the questions and you're dictating where the conversation goes. Most beginners struggle to do that effectively. However, most beginners that know a lot about social media marketing and are very passionate about this space do incredibly well with the value advice giver approach because they get to just basically talk about all their knowledge and how good they are at what they do. Okay, in the next 2 videos, you're going to see 2 live sales calls that I personally took for my agency a very long time ago. You'll see I probably look a few years younger. Now, these calls are 2 very different calls, but the reason I want to show you these is these are examples of me closing deals when I was not even very good at sales. Now, I would like to think I'm 10 times better at sales than I was back then. But you'll notice I still closed the deals. This is why I'm showing you these. I could show you other ones where I was like more professional, said the right words, presented myself better. But like these are 2 really raw calls. I did like 101 things wrong and they worked. We closed the deals. I want to show these to you so that you understand you're not a million miles away from closing your first deal. You're not a million miles away from getting to 10K a month. And sales is something you'll learn as you go. So without further ado, enjoy these 2. So this is exactly how I closed a $900 per month social media marketing client. A couple of really key points just before we dive right in. You'll notice at the start of this call, I started the call with my camera turned off on Zoom. I did this intentionally, and typically I will only turn my camera on when the prospect turns their camera on. I do this because I want to match their energy. If they want to keep the camera off, I'm going to keep my camera off. If they want to turn their camera on, I'm going to turn mine on. During this call, I share my screen on Zoom and I'm looking through different Instagram pages for a lot of time. We're not going to show you that here in this call. We're just going to either blur that information or we're going to zoom in on the camera because unfortunately I just can't show you that information because it'll give away the exact client or other clients that we work with. Note number 3 is that this call took place back when Instagram Reels were just getting started and were just kicking off. So just in case you think I'm talking about something that's really outdated, no, it was relevant at the time. Obviously Reels, as of recording this video, are very important, but I just wanted to let you know. Last but not least, this sales call is going to show you why client retention is so damn important. Because when you have a client that is happy with your service, they are more likely to refer their friends, their colleagues to you as well. And those are easy sales. So without wasting any more time, we're going to get right into it. Hey Adam, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. How's your day going?
It's going well, man.
Good stuff. Let me just turn on the camera here. 1 second. There we go. Cool. Perfect, man. So I know you were referred over to us by Paul. I know you mentioned that you know Julian and Barb as well. So
Yeah.
Good to hear, because that obviously means you're doing good. You know, you've got a good coaching business going if you know those guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, fill me in on what you're currently doing. You know, are you currently just focusing on Facebook and looking to move onto Instagram as well? Or what's the kind of setup?
Want to use really both. Just trying to get more traction. Really want. I know I was talking to Paul yesterday, and he said that your really focuses on Instagram.
Yep, that's it exactly.
Okay. Now, but he did say that you do handle posts for his Facebook. Do you use like Later or Hootsuite?
We do indeed. Yep, we use Later. Just link it up, so everything on Instagram goes straight over to Facebook.
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much what we want to do, man. Because I don't know if you've checked out mine. We want to get it looking a hell of a lot better because, you know, image is everything.
100%, man.
And I'm like, man, I was like, Paul, yours and Julian's, but yeah, Paul's, his Facebook too. It all looks fantastic, man.
Cool. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. So yeah, look, you know, that's exactly it. We just help them basically with all of their content. You know, again, you know yourself, if you're doing high ticket, you need to look the part, and we need to have a good mix of content, right? Of what you're doing right now, which is lifestyle, and you've got the kind of tweets, you know, those motivational kind of quotes and the call to action tweets.
but now having some infographics in there as well, going that bit deeper with people, giving them that extra value, really just shapes the whole thing. And as long as you're doing, outreach and you've got a good script in place, you're going to grow. You're going to grow, you're going to get clients. And it's really it's a pretty straightforward process for clients like yourself, because we know you know how to sell, you know how to get leads on the phone, you know how to do all that. And it's just a case of tidying everything up. One, saving you time so that you don't have to post all the content, but also getting you those leads, right? Because that's a big thing we see with coaches is you put out some content on Instagram and a lot of times it doesn't really go anywhere. You might get 2 followers a day, 10 followers per month, something like that. And ideally, we need new people coming in to feed into your calls, right? We can't get leads if we don't have people coming in. We obviously can't get clients and calls if we don't have the leads there. So it's all just a big kind of circle of things. I can walk you through exactly what we're doing with those guys. If you want, I can just share my screen and I'll just walk you through that now.
Yeah, that would be great, man. And I think Paul said you do have different packages and stuff. So again, I'm curious about everything you offer.
100%. Yeah. So I'll walk you through kind of what we do with Paul. Okay. So his is kind of our main package, and that's where we manage all of your content. So that means we're posting one post every day on Instagram. We write all the copy and the captions. We schedule the content. It all goes out by our team. Again, we link it up with Facebook. Now, obviously with that package, you're still going to be posting your stories. Okay. So you're going to still do your stories, your DMs, your outreach and all of that. We just handle all of that feed content for you. So we do give our clients a lot of feedback. Now, obviously you probably have a good script, but if you do need help with that, and if you need help with your stories and strategies for your stories, we can definitely help you out with that as well. We do weekly coaching calls for our clients, mainly just because Instagram changes pretty much every 2 to 3 weeks. There's a new feature, there's a new update. It's always changing. So to give you kind of all the things that we're learning from our clients that are performing, we dissect that every week on a bit of a coaching call. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Paul and then Arlene's page, because Arlene, her page is a really great example as well. Just have a look here. Okay. So basically, this is kind of the look we go for with most clients. Now, what we can do, Adam, is we can do this in a couple different ways. Okay. So this is one way where it's very straightforward. It's 10 infographics, it's 10 tweets, and then 10 lifestyle photos or videos. Okay, that's kind of the typical one that we've always done, and that has worked best. Now, we are going to be slightly changing that up with some of our clients just to test things out. We found with a couple of clients already that it's working pretty well. And this is essentially where we don't do as many of these kind of graphics and the tweets, but we have more of the lifestyle. So it's almost more of a 50-50 approach of 50% lifestyle and then 50% tweets, graphics, and all the educational content. So you don't have to decide on that now or anything. It's pretty much the same package, and it's just something that we can kind of run with, see how it goes, and we can tweak that in the first couple of weeks if needs be as well. Yeah. So basically, with all of this, Arlene or Paul or whoever the client is would give us this content. So they're going to give us a folder with maybe 10, 15 photos. We're going to write captions for those, and then the rest of the content here we pretty much create from scratch. Now, all of the content, just to make sure it lines up with your coaching program and what you offer, what we do there is that any of the content pieces we create will run the ideas by you first. So it's essentially, we come up with an idea based on your coaching, what you're solving for your clients and your competitors and what's doing well. We send it to you. You say, hey, I like 10 of those ideas. Let's run with them. We create them. We schedule them in, write the copy and the captions, and boom, we're good to go. So that's kind of like the content structure, how that all works. Another thing we do then, Adam, is that we basically try and get you more followers. So as I mentioned, we need to obviously get leads and calls, and to do that, we need to get new people coming in the top of the funnel. So how we go about doing that is, first off, we look at who your ideal client is, and we find where they hang out on Instagram. Okay, so in your case, or in Arlene's case, let's just take this as an example. First off, it's women, and these are the things that she solves for them. So what we're going to do is we're going to find pages that have those people on them, because if they already have them on there, what we can do is just engage with those people from your page. So we might like some of their piece of content, and we might follow some people as well, merging those two things together. And what we get is obviously a very good kickback, because we're reaching out to people, they're coming back. And then if they follow you, you can start to DM outreach as well. So that's usually what we do. The kind of average growth with that is somewhere from really 10 to 15 followers per day, roughly in and around 300 per month. Look, some months at the start, it's going to be a little bit slower because we're finding our feet and we're getting things fine tuned. But ideally, we do want that to slowly increase, over the course of 2-3 months as well. Yeah. So that's kind of the whole rundown. That's the main thing we do. Now, I can walk you through the packages we do have that are less than that. We do have some packages where we give you some content, we do the growth strategy, and we basically just don't post it for you. So If you just want some graphics and you want some extra growth, we can do that. Obviously, the main difference is that you don't really get that time saving of us posting all the content for you. So I can definitely walk you through the two packages. You can look at the pricing, and if it's a clear distinction between the two, you can just make that decision from there.
Okay, cool.
Cool, man, cool. And then just based on your current Instagram, are you getting any clients from it at the moment, or are all the clients just from Facebook?
Pretty much from Facebook, because
Okay.
we're not going in there, but that's why I want to get more traction there and use IG, because it's a little bit different than Facebook, right?
Exactly. Same premise, same fundamentals. You know, you're usually going to use the same script, but obviously the way you go about it is slightly different. Definitely.
Yeah. So that's why I know we need it to look more professional for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It seems to be more of like Facebook, you can get away with less professional because it's more of, you know, adding people as friends and everybody's friends, whereas Instagram is more of I'm a professional, you know, and you're trying to get people to come to you rather than you always go to them. So yeah, slightly different. So yeah, I'll just pull up the pricing here. We'll take a quick look. And I presume you're doing pretty high ticket as well, right?
That's all we're doing right now.
Yep. Perfect.
We're in the same thing with Paul with Nick's Savage group. Yeah. So with
Awesome,
Julian, well,
that's like music to our ears. When we hear Nick's group, we know one, you know how to sell, you know how to do high ticket. It's always good.
Yep.
Good stuff, man. So basically this package right here, this is the main kind of coach package, management package. Okay. So this is 30 pieces of content, targeted growth, weekly coaching call, monthly one-to-one call, and then we give you a mini course that we have as well. That one is $900 per month. Now, as I mentioned, if that's too much or you don't want to go with the full kind of hands-off approach, we can look at that as well. What we do for that is this one right here. So the growth package, you get 10 infographics, you get the growth, which again, roughly 300 followers per month. You still get the weekly coaching, but you just don't get us posting all of the content for you. So it's basically, the difference here is about $200 and the difference of 20 extra pieces of content that we would write captions for, and we would also post for you.
Okay.
And then this one right here, this is kind of like our starter package. This is where you choose content or growth. We wouldn't recommend it for someone in your situation. This is more for coaches that are literally getting started and they're not really getting any leads. They don't really have any idea what they're doing. That's more applicable for them. When, you know, you have something that works and it's more about just firing that up, this or the third package will be the better fit.
Yeah. What was number 3 again? I'm sorry.
No worries. So $200 difference. So it's $900 per month. And the only real difference is here we're doing 30 pieces of content. Okay, so 10 infographics, roughly 10 lifestyle images, and 10 of the kind of quote Twitter style posts as well. Now, obviously, all of these we're writing the copy for as well, and the caption that goes with it. Whereas on package 2, we're just creating 10 graphics without the captions. We're sending them to you in a Google Drive folder, and then you would post them from there.
Okay. Is there any way, I mean, we really want to go to the package 3, but I wasn't anticipating 900. Is there any way you could sharpen your pencil with that one?
We do have a pay in full discount. Now, I'm not sure if that's something within budget. If it is, we can definitely look at that. Cool. So usually if you're to do the math, it would be 900 times 3 months, let's say. That is going to be 2.7K. Okay. So if you're doing pay in full, we basically do 2,400. So if you do the maths, it roughly comes out at about 800 per month. Okay.
And so you basically do 3 months at a time?
Exactly. Yes. We do work off a 3-month contract for packages like this.
Okay. All right. So if we want to start today, so what do we do?
Yeah, good question, man. So basically a couple of things. Obviously, invoice and proposal are the main 2 things at the very start. After we get that locked in, then we book on an onboarding call. Okay, so we usually book this in because it's Wednesday today for Friday or for the following Monday. Okay, so that one gives us time to sit with your brand, what you're doing, get all the information from you, then hop onto that call and just get straight into things from there. Okay. So basically on the onboarding call, we will have our client executive who will hop on with you, managing the content for you. We may be able to get our branding specialist on as well. He's currently just sick at the moment, so we're just not 100% sure if he's going to be around next week. But ideally, we'll have those 2 key people on. They'll run you through absolutely everything you need to know. And before that as well, Adam, we send you over an onboarding form. Okay, so the onboarding form has things like give us your logo, give us any details of lead magnets you have, give us more info about your ideal client, the pain points you solve. And again, we use all of that, put that into our research, and we'll use that then to shape all the content as well.
Okay. Where are you from? Or where are you? Are you in Europe?
Yeah, so we're based in Ireland. I'm not in Ireland right now, but our company is based in Ireland.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, my wife's from Stoke-on-Trent, England. So,
Ah, cool. Cool.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
stuff.
Okay. Well, so yeah, let's get rocking then, man. Again, because Barb and Julian and Paul spoke highly of you. And again, if this goes well, I'll push it into the group as well. Like, hey, you guys should use these guys.
Sounds good, man. And with that, we do have a bit of a referral system as well. So we've had some clients that have gotten pretty much to 3 months with us because they've referred a decent amount of people. So that is something we do have as well. Again, all going good. You can obviously get to that kind of stage as well. We do roughly a 10% discount. Okay, so let's say, for example, you refer 3 people, they all sign up on a similar package. Yours would probably be, 250, 270 off your monthly package as well. And obviously that can go quite down, if you refer a decent amount of people over.
Okay.
Cool. So what I'll do then, Adam, if that suits you, is I'll just pull up an invoice. Are you looking to do monthly, or do you want to take advantage of the pay in full?
No, let's do the 3 months. Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Yeah. No worries. I'll get that up now.
And then if we could schedule, like I said, the call as soon as we can too, because I really want to get it rocking and rolling.
Sure thing. You know what? I'll pull up the calendar now and we'll see if we have something for Friday.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great.
And like that, I'll get you the onboarding form straight after this call as well. So you can fill that out straight away and we'll get our team to get straight into that. So while I'm loading this up, I'm just also going to get the calendar and we'll take a look at that.
Sure.
So for Friday, what time zone are you on, Adam?
East Coast.
Perfect. Cool. So we would have, let me see here, we have 8 a.m. your time. We would have 7 a.m., 6 a.m. Do any of those work for you?
How long's the call?
Roughly 20 to 30 minutes.
You said 6, 7, or 8 a.m.?
Yep, we've got all of those open.
Let's do 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Perfect. And if you need to reschedule it, you can do that as well. So yeah, don't worry about that if something comes up and you need to change it.
Okay.
Cool. So I just have the invoice now. So I'll send it via email and then I'll paste the link into the Zoom chat here as well.
Okay.
And then afterwards, Adam, what I'll do is I'll send you over the proposal just so you have the kind of full written breakdown of what you're paying for, all of that good stuff, just so you can keep that on file as well.
Yeah, that'll be good because the wife's going to ask.
100%. Yeah. Good for the records.
And then, hey, question for you, Adam, while I got you on here too. Paul had said, so I get what you guys are posting too. I really like Paul's page as well, but how he's posting some like workout stuff as well, like a workout with 3 little things underneath. I do stuff like that, but just not like he's doing, which I want to get to. Mm-hmm. Is that okay? Like if I'm posting stuff, or do you guys handle more of that? Or can I mix in what I'm doing with you all? Like I said, I don't want to mess up your strategy.
Yeah, so it depends on what you have. Ideally we would have a situation where we're kind of posting everything. Now, if that's the case, you can always just say to us, look guys, here's a folder. I've got, maybe it's a couple of videos or stuff that I've made and I want you guys to post. You can just give them to us and we'll incorporate that then into the flow of the content.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you guys know how to grow this on Instagram. That's why I'm coming to you. What Paul said, I want you to just take it, but anything else I could be doing that won't take me an arm and a leg to do.
Mm-hmm. So for sure. Yeah. So obviously on those coaching calls as well, we go into a bit more detail on that. One big growth area right now, Adam, is Instagram Reels. Not too sure if you've heard of it yet. It's relatively new. It's short form videos, very similar to the platform TikTok. And a lot of coaches are jumping on this. I'll actually pull up a couple examples of Julian. Julian is doing some really good ones on there. So we don't do them for him because, he literally sits down and records it, mirror selfie, a workout video, something like that. That is a very big growth opportunity. So while we're doing our interactions, maybe getting 300 per month, with the Reels, you'll be able to get extra growth on top of that. And it's extra content for the page. So again, I'll show you some of Julian's, and on the kickoff call, we can definitely give you some kind of ideas as well for videos that you could be doing.
All right. That would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. So onboarding call is booked in, and you can just let me know whenever that payment goes through.
Yeah, let me do that right now.
No worries.
All right, you should be good now.
Perfect. Yep, that has gone through. So we've got the call booked in, we've got the invoice sorted. So the only two things left, Adam, are onboarding form, which I'll send over, and then also I'll send over the proposal for you as well.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Right. What I'll also do quickly while we're on is just to show you the ones Julian is doing, just to give you some inspo.
Okay. And then also you'll send me the schedule. What days and times are the coaching schedules?
Yep. So let me actually just double check that now, but I'm pretty sure we have it in about 10 minutes. I'm just going to double check the calendar. We do indeed. So if you're around in 10 minutes, Adam, we can get you on that coaching call. It's every Wednesday at this time.
And how long is it?
Roughly half an hour. They're all recorded as well. So if you miss it, you can watch it back too.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome. At least if I could email the thing. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll actually send it over to you manually after this as well. It'll just be on Zoom. You can just join in, and yeah, good way to kick it off, I think.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So just before we go, just to show you Julian's ones, again, you can just have a look at his page. Oh, they're actually not showing up on my page because I'm logged in on an older account. That's funny. So if you just come onto his page, you'll see there should be reels here, right?
Okay.
So mine isn't showing up. He's got some really good ones. You know, some are getting 20K, 30K views, very simple videos. Obviously, like anything, there's no kind of proven strategy. It's all about trial and error with reels because it's new. So I would just say, look at what he's doing, see what you can replicate for your niche, and just give it a shot. You know, try a couple a week and you'll find something that works.
Okay. Now, hey, something too, will you guys handle like up top with this stuff, like the mindset recipes? Do you make those little things as well?
We do indeed, Adam. So we can get you a set of those. Just give us, you know, on the onboarding call, bring that up with our team. Let us know which ones you want. Maybe it's going to be 3, 4, or 5. Let us know. We'll get that done for you as well. Another thing we can do, Adam, is basically having a kind of branded background for your Instagram stories. So see the way Julian's stuff, it's very clear. It's black and green, and that's kind of all of his branding. So what we can do is have basically this vertical image with your logo at the bottom with the color scheme you want. And it's a blank image that you can essentially use for any stories you're doing. So let's say you put up a poll or a Q&A or something on your stories. You can just swipe up, add the background. It's already branded with like your website, which could have a call to action for your lead magnet, everything you want. So we can get that done as well. Again, just bring that up on the onboarding call and our team will get a handle for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So in the form you're sending me, I'll put in there like, hey, what our colors are, black, red, and silver.
Yeah. Okay. All of that good stuff. Yeah. So you can attach your logo and pretty much anything you have. You know, if you have lead magnets as well, feel free to just put them on there. We'll take a look because again, if we can reference to that in the content, we're just going to get more leads. So anything you have, just shoot it over.
So like free. Yeah, we have a 4-step body transformation guide. We got a recipe book. We got all that.
Yeah, all of that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man.
Cool. All right, well, look, you will see David, my business partner, on the coaching call in about 10 minutes. I'll shoot you over that email in the next 2 to 3. And yeah, looking forward to working with you.
All right. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
No worries, Adam. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
So there you have it, closed on the phone, $900 per month, minimum 3-month contract. Not my best call, and there's definitely things I would have done differently if I was to take this call right now, knowing what I know now. But still, we closed the deal, so it worked. I am just about to head off to the gym, and I decided, why don't I break down one of the fitness coach clients that I signed for my agency that ended up paying us over $10,000. This client signed up for a minimum of 3 months, paying us $900 for each of those 3 months. And as you can see from this screenshot here inside our Stripe account, they've actually paid us over $10,000. I've just watched through the sales call recording. It's roughly 30 minutes long. And before you watch that, there's a couple things you need to know that are really, really important. So first, I took this sales call myself. As of recording this video right now, I have a salesperson in my agency that does all the sales calls for the agency. And she has done so for roughly the last year. The second thing to note, this client was a referral, meaning that one of our clients, whose name is Julian, basically told a mastermind group that he was a part of how good our service was, and this guy John then booked a call with us directly from that. The reason that's important is because in a traditional sales call, where we booked the call via cold outreach, okay, I find a business, reach out to them, invite them to a call, and they book with us, I would be a lot more salesy. I would ask more questions and I would get them to do most of the speaking, not me. As you'll see in this call, it's quite funny to look back on. There's a lot of things I would have done differently, but you will notice that I talk for the majority of the call. In fact, I probably talk for at least 2/3 of the call. That's not what I want you to do. That's typically not what I would do in a sales call. But we did have some communication with John before this call via email, so it made sense for me, based on what he had told me, to spend a lot more time just explaining what we do and presenting our offer to him, rather than asking him the questions that we had already asked him, if that makes sense. You'll also notice that I was recording this sales call just on Zoom, and at the time I did all of my sales calls on a standard laptop. The audio quality was really bad, as you'll hear in the video, and the video quality was even worse. So I'm not afraid to show you this call, even though I've got a terrible camera, I've got a terrible mic, and that, to be honest, from my opinion, the call wasn't very good. I did a lot of the things that I would not recommend to my students now, but it's real, it's authentic, it worked, and we closed the deal. So hopefully you get some value from this. I'm gonna play the clip now. Just before I do, I release multiple of these sales calls to my private coaching students. If you've any interest in working with me further, I'll leave a link down here in the description. You can go ahead and book in a consultation with myself, and we can see if what we do might be a good fit for you. Anyway, back to the video, let's get it.
How are you doing today?
Hey man, I'm doing good. Looking forward to chatting with you.
Yeah, great.
100%, man. Cool. So obviously what we do, right, is mainly Instagram. So maybe fill me in on what you're currently doing. You're mainly doing Facebook ads and getting your clients on Facebook, right? So maybe fill me in what you're doing there, and then we can obviously discuss kind of the plan for Instagram and what that might look like for yourself.
Yeah, I've always had an Instagram connected to my Facebook, and I think it's connected to my business fan page, I believe.
Okay.
But I think whatever's posted on there, I think automatically posts on there. So that's really the extent of what I have done on Instagram.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking, since I do paid Facebook ads, I'm looking at adding the other facet of the organic
Of course.
lead generation side of things through Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, having them all intertwined.
Okay, perfect, man, perfect. And yeah, okay, that's good to hear. And then have you done much on Instagram at all? Just kind of posting just generic content, or was there any strategy at all?
Yeah, well, I've got a company that do my content posting on my Facebook fan page, my business page.
Okay.
And then it just links to that. So we've talked what that strategy looks like and verbiage and those types of things that, who I'm speaking to.
Yeah.
In that, but outside of those things, it's going to be pretty blanket generic. It doesn't have like pictures of me or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Obviously, what I can do is I can walk you through, say, some of the clients we work with and kind of show you what that usually looks like. I believe you probably would have seen some of the clients we already work with. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in a mastermind group. I'm in a mastermind group with Julian.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah.
and I didn't know that he just tossed out John's name as who created his content for his Instagram, and
Gotcha.
he kills it. So
Yeah, of course. He's such a good example of like what you can do organically. I think he's still just doing organic. So Instagram, he's got his Facebook group, does a little bit on Facebook, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't even touched the paid ads yet, which is obviously great. So yeah, I can definitely walk you through what we do with him, show you what it looks like. And yeah, is that in Nick's program?
correct, yes.
Gotcha. Awesome. Yeah. That's always good because we know anybody coming from Nick's program is serious. They know how to close, they know how to actually get the clients. So, we can come in and maybe get you more followers, better content, more potential leads. Our job is pretty easy because you're going to do the most important work. You're actually going to be able to close those clients, which is
we've got
amazing.
systems in place to accept the leads, and we know what to do whenever we get those leads and how to do the reach outs and turn those into, monetize those things. So that part is good, but the content side of things is not my forte. Now we have assistants within the group on that type of stuff, but posting it every day and multiple, that's takes way too much of my time.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, how much time do you spend at the moment doing that?
So right now I've just kind of worked through and I've optimized my Instagram, I've optimized my Facebook, I've been optimizing my social media platforms with, there you go. So with my link that's pushing into my free group on Facebook and, all that kind of stuff. So that's mostly what I've been doing. And I spent like 10 hours one day doing that. But as far as content is concerned, I'm not posting anything on Instagram right now. So I'm not spending any time doing that. It's the company that I have connected to my fan page. Now on Facebook, again, I'm not used to doing that. So on my personal page, I'm posting like one main thing on my wall and then a couple of things on my story is what I'm doing. But that, it takes me an hour to do those things. I'm just I don't have a very good rhythm with that type of cadence yet.
Of course, man. Yeah, that makes complete sense. So like when we work with people like Julian, basically what we're doing is we're posting on the feed, so on the actual page. He still does post on his stories, right? So his kind of what he does is his stories and his comments and his DMs. So he's still handling that part of the equation, because obviously that's where he does a lot of the selling. That's where he gets a lot of leads generated as well. What we do is we handle all of the content going out, because for him, it's a case of coming up with 30 pieces of content per month, one post a day. And then it's also the written piece, the copy and the caption that goes with that. And then we've got to schedule that and actually post that out there as well. So for him, look, that saves him a lot of time. We're probably looking at about an hour a day, I would say. And obviously, okay, yes, we can save you time, but the more important thing is that we can put out really good quality content, right? So quality content is going to make you look authoritative. You're going to look like the go-to guy in your specific niche. And all of those really key things, which are, a little bit more advanced than just saving you time. So if you look at his page here, basically we've got a pretty clear structure of the content. You can kind of tell it straight away. So we've kind of got 3 different types of content. Okay, so we've got infographics on one side. These are these pieces here, and these are really just to show people that you know what you're talking about, right? Whether it's nutrition, fitness, mindset, accountability. It's more the in-depth topics where we're just trying to educate people, give them a bunch of information, and make them just see us as that go-to person. Right? That's the ideal with them. Obviously, then we've got the actual content of Julian, and that's super important for, the social proof and the kind of connection, the personality with him as a coach. And then the last part is kind of just these motivational quotes, right? So sometimes motivational, sometimes they're just, generic, but the kind of cadence here is that it's authoritative, and then we've got the personality, and then we've got the motivation as well. And it's a nice kind of triage, and it works pretty well together. Now, obviously as well, it looks pretty cool, right? So when people come on, they see it, they're like, wow, it looks clean, it looks professional, and it doesn't look messy. And at the end of the day, if someone's going to invest 3-4K with you as a coach, you obviously want to look professional. It is a very key part of the process, from your sales process, your outreach, but also your page and how you run your business on the front end as well. So it is obviously quite a big factor, that would influence people signing up with you. And so as I mentioned, so we create these, okay? So he doesn't really have to do anything with these. We send him a bunch of ideas for these. So we'll say, hey, Julian, here's 15 ideas for this month. He'll look at them, he'll take off maybe 9 or 10, and we'll go and actually create those bits then. So he gets to approve everything, but we actually do the heavy lifting, and we research the content and send it over to him first. Then with this stuff, obviously he takes that and he gives it to us. So he just gives us a Google Drive folder at the start of the month. Here is a mix of 10 photos and 10 videos. And then the last part, we can actually create these. And I'll just show you some other examples of these, because we use a very, very clean basic one with Julian, because that's what he likes. Some people we work with will actually make them look a bit more in depth. So I'll just show you this one here. So this is just an example of what they can look like. So we can literally just, take it and make it look way better, right? And more professional as well. And these are very easy for us. Essentially what we do here is you would send us a Word doc with like 10 quotes, or you could give us 5 or 6 and we can give you a bunch then, and we can kind of just go back and forth on the last few. And ultimately that's all you got to give us. You could probably get that done in half an hour or 40 minutes, just bang out a load of quotes that you have, send them over to us, we'll design them and get them all made up like this then.
Yeah, I already got like a bank of 400 quotes. So.
Well, hey, there we go, man. We're sorted for the next 2 years.
Right.
So then, that's the actual front level content. And then obviously, as I mentioned, we obviously write the copy and the captions to go with it. So that's obviously the second part. We've got to write a piece of content that, for example, is going to relate to what we're posting. So if it's the infographic, we're going to talk about snacking and how snacking can be the best or the worst thing. But obviously a key here is to try and get the personality across as well, because that's what's going to ultimately sell you as a coach and, sell your coaching service. So essentially what we do with that is we would do a short little interview with you, just get kind of like a background on, your story, what you preach, what you don't preach. So we can kind of create an avatar, and a kind of go-to model for what we're actually going to be putting out there and what content we're writing for you. So in the simplest terms, that's what it all looks like. It's 30 pieces of content per month that we're doing. We're writing it all, we're scheduling it all, and he doesn't really have to do a whole lot apart from obviously approving some ideas and making sure he's happy with how it all looks. Now, we do also grow his page, okay? So, Julian has grown quite a lot over the last few months. And for any new coaches starting with us, what we essentially do is we would just get a list of accounts that would have the audience that you want, right? So you might have, a list of people that have very, very similar to clients or customers to you, right? So it might be another coach, or it might be another, it could be a gym, or it could be a fitness brand that has a very similar audience. And what we can do is we can essentially just engage with their audience on a daily basis, where we're sending out maybe, 50 to 100 interactions per day. And what that does is that obviously gets a lot of attention onto your page. Most of those people are going to check out John's page, they're going to see what you're posting, and going to have a look. And so that's just a very basic strategy we use as well when we're starting off with coaches, where we can get on average about 10 followers a day. which doesn't sound like that much, but when you put it over a month, it's around 300 or so in a month. And obviously it builds up, right? So when you start getting 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 followers, that number becomes a lot bigger because you've got more social proof, and it's a lot easier to build up that momentum once we've got that kind of validity there. You know, people say, hey, John's got a cool profile, good content, but he also has a lot of people following him, so he obviously knows what he's doing. So the kind of stuff that we provide to our clients is that. So it's the content, posting it out there, and then it's actually growing your page as well. And so obviously the idea there with the growth is that if we can get 300 people in per month, obviously then you've got a pool of people that you can do outreach to. So it just means that we're constantly kind of filling that funnel. So when you get 300 new followers per month, that's 300 new people you can message, follow a script with, try and get them into your Facebook group, whatever kind of method you use to get your clients. Cool, man. And then we do have other packages as well, right? So some coaches might start off with us and they don't want that full package. They might just want us to come in and say, you know, let's create 10 graphics and we'll give them to you and you post them out there, or we'll just grow the page. So that's kind of like our top tier package, and what we do with most coaches, because they want that hands-off experience. Like you're saying, you don't want to be spending the time, and you know your time is better spent on other activities. So that's kind of what that looks like. It's $900 US per month, and we basically work off a 3-month minimum with our clients. But you can drop down to one of our lower packages during those 3 months if, for example, you need to put more marketing budget into Facebook ads or something else in one of those months.
Okay. And so what, explain to me what the other drop downs are, what not included in those.
Of course, man. Yeah. So the drop down then from 900 is basically $600 per month. And in that, what we do is we grow your page and we do the graphics. Okay. So we don't do the quotes. We don't do all of the captions and posting your content. So, you know, for the sake of $300, you're basically getting us coming in and writing 30 captions and posting all of the content for you. And then the drop down from that one then is $350 per month. And that is just us just creating the graphics. So you basically got package 1 is just us doing graphics. Package 2 is us doing graphics plus that strategy of around 300 followers per month. And then the final package, the 900, is us doing everything. So graphics, growth, 30 captions and piece of content, the quotes, and posting and scheduling all the content as well.
So with the that middle tier one, do y'all post that, or do y'all just create the content and then I post that? Is that how that works?
Exactly, yeah. So in that package, we're just creating those 10 graphics. We're giving them to you, but you would still have to write the copy and the captions and actually post the content out there as well.
Got it. Okay.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah. So, you know, there's a bunch of people we've worked with recently actually from Nick's program. And, you know, obviously with a lot of people starting off with us, the main thing we're kind of, you know, focusing on is what is your niche, right? So, you know, having a look at your page and, you know, the ads you're doing at the moment, do you have like a super clearly defined niche, or what does that kind of look like at the moment?
Yeah, I've just rebranded my online.
Okay.
I've got a brick and mortar. I've been doing online coaching for about 18 months now,
Mhm.
but I've just now like actually branded it separately than my brick and mortar. So I do have a very clearly defined person who I'm talking to that I went through a whole process. Probably took me about 3 weeks between the logo and finding out why I gravitate towards these people and why I want to help them, and then build a whole brand around that. So yeah, I've got all that locked down.
Awesome, man. Yeah, that's good, because some people starting with us are kind of still in that phase and they're still figuring all that out. So just makes that process a little bit more elongated, you know, because we're trying to create these graphics and the quotes and things, but if you're not super clear on what your brand looks like, it obviously takes us a bit more time to fully grasp that. So that's definitely good to hear. And from what I can see from the profile, it's busy women and it's mainly fat loss and confidence, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Perfect. And do you have any like specifics in terms of like age groups, or is it purely just females?
Yeah, it's typically going to be 35 to 65 plus. The anything, there might be your one-off that's kind of under that 35.
Yeah.
But because we're going to be doing high ticket, it's going to be $5K for 6 months. Probably not going to have a disposable income below that mark.
Exactly. Yeah. It's good to go for the older age groups, definitely. And obviously the reason I ask that is because that's something that would influence the content we're creating, right? So obviously we want to make sure we're shaping it all very much to that audience. But even in terms of like the graphics we create, we want to make sure they actually match that, right? So with Julian's, they're a little bit more hardcore. He's got like blacks and dark greens and things like that. A lot of our clients want to go for the more female aesthetic, even if they are male, because they know that's my audience. That's what they're going to resonate with. So that's definitely something that we would just implement into the content. And so I'll just actually show you just kind of some kind of completely different ones to Julian, so you can kind of see what that contrast looks like. So this is a female coach, and she works primarily with females. So for her, as you can see, it's a very, very different look, right? So, you know, we're using female characters, we're using light colors, pinks and pastels and things like that. Again, obviously we try to match what your branding is as well. So match the branding, match the niche, and then come up with something that works in there.
Perfect. Cool. I like it. Hey, I've got somebody walking up to my door to drop something off. I just got to grab it real quick.
No worries, man. No worries.
I'll bring you with me, though. Well, I guess he's not there.
Bring me on the journey.
Yeah, no, I like the idea. I mean, I definitely need the content created and the growth strategy of that. I would like to. So you said you do everything on about a 3-month basis, minimum basis?
We do. Now, that only relates to us creating graphics. Okay, so for example, if you're to come in on the 600 or 900 package, it just means that we're doing the minimum package of 350 for the 3 months. The reason that's being is because the captions, like writing the captions, you know, doing the growth, those are things that we can pretty much turn on and off quite easily. You know, we can just do it 1 month and stop the next. Whereas the graphics, we obviously put a lot of time up front in terms of researching the branding, the avatar, the audience. So that's kind of where our like upfront time goes. So for that, we just have to have that on a 3-month basis.
Understood. Yeah. All right. Let me see here. What do I want to do? I mean, obviously, I'd like to be hands off, but
yeah.
I don't know if I wanted to spend 900 every one of those months to be 100% hands off with it, or if I just want to invest some of the time to, you know, take creations of what y'all have gotten and have it.
Of course, man. Yeah, of course. And like, to be honest, you know, we don't kind of push people into that higher package unless they really want to go for it. So, you know, if you're kind of hesitant, I would say let's start with 600. Give you the graphics. You know, we can kind of see pretty quickly how that's going. You know, because we might give you the graphics and then you're finding it overwhelming, right? You only get a couple of those out in the first month. You don't really have the time and it's kind of slipping. And in that case, maybe, okay, it is a good fit and we can move on to that higher package. But at least with that, look, you'll see the follower growth coming in. You'll see some of those new people. And from there, you can probably make that decision of, hey, is this worth it for me to just, you know, spend 300 extra and take, you know, like I was saying, maybe it's 10 hours a month, maybe it's 20 hours, take that back, put that time back into the lead gen and into the sales side of the business.
Right. Let's see. So you're saying that either way, you're averaging 10 growth per day, growth-wise, about 10 people per day?
That's it on average, yeah. So obviously when we're posting all the content, we have a lot more control over that. So it's a lot easier for us to hit that figure. Now, you know, if we're giving you the content, like we're giving you the graphics, we've obviously got to make sure you're posting it and you're posting other content as well. Because obviously if we're getting people onto the page and there's nothing going on and there's like 1 post a week, we're not going to get probably 10 a day. And it's going to be a slightly lower number. Obviously the 10 is very, very achievable when we're running the page because we're posting daily, we've got consistency up there, and it's just a very, very clear conversion for us.
Got it. Now, question: the content? I assume that since I'm paying for it, I'm allowed to repurpose it.
Yes, 100%. We actually advise our clients, look, if you can use it on LinkedIn, Facebook, and any other platform, 100% go for it because you're going to get more value out of our service and it's going to make more sense long term.
Now, and because I'm not as familiar, I'm doing everything from my personal Facebook in regards to this new brand.
Yeah.
And would I connect my Instagram to that one? And if you post something on the wall, does that post automatically on my Facebook wall as well?
It should do, yeah. So we do that with most of our clients. It's just connected. So the IG, whatever we post on there, just goes onto the Facebook.
Okay.
Obviously, it's like a 2-in-1. It's like, hey, you know, we'll do it on Instagram and boom, we can get it on Facebook as well. And, you know, if you're posting then yourself on Facebook, well, it just means we've got 2 posts a day instead of 1. So, you know, we've just doubled up, if anything.
Got it. Or, you know, I can use them for my stories or whatever I want to do, I'm sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
I had one more question. What was it? I can't think what it was. As far as so I noticed there was, you know, a lot of pictures of Julian that you put into the graphics for and branding purposes. Will y'all give me guidance on what it is that y'all kind of need from me in order to create that type of stuff? Because again, on the content side of things, it's not my forte, and I don't like spending time really developing that skill.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. So the first thing we would usually do is just look at what you currently have, right? So if you have a bunch of photos, or we can go onto your Facebook and we can just have a bit of a look through there and see what you've got on there. Because most of those ones with Julian where we've got him in the graphic, most of them weren't taken specifically for the graphic. It was simply just, we found something and we're like, hey, we can merge it in here. We can just Photoshop it in and make it look good. So to be honest, with those, we don't really have to, because we can just kind of see what you have and plug that into a graphic. Now, obviously, if you're stuck, right, and at the start of the month, we need to get the 10 images from you and you have no idea and you don't really have time to plan it out, we can definitely give you like, a list of similar posts that we would recommend you take. So, go to your gym, take 5 photos like this, take 3 like this, 2 like this, and we're good to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I've talked to predominantly women, so I'm probably not going to have as many shirtless pictures in my.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's just roll with your top tier package. That way we can get this thing cranking, and then we'll reevaluate in 3 months, see what we want to do from there.
Exactly, man. Yeah, and as I said, you are locked in for 3 months, but only just with the graphics. So, for example, look, if something comes up in 5 weeks' time, and you're like, you know what, I'm putting an extra 1,000 into Facebook ads, it's completely fine. We don't take any hard feelings with that. So, just so you're aware with that. And we also do work basically in the first month off a 5-week basis, just so we give ourselves basically a full week, so that we can get set up. So we're basically not going to bill you for that week, if that makes sense. We give you like an extra kind of week period where we're just like getting all the things from you. We can have a kickoff call. We can just go through the whole process together. And then after about a week or so, we should be kind of hitting the ground. And then after a week and a half, we should be full steam ahead, content going out. Assuming we've obviously had our call, we've got everything from you, and we've got all like the login details and things like that.
Right. So just for clarification, the minimum 5-week commitment is within this tier that we're talking about. And then if I needed to drop down because of ad spend or whatever, if I just didn't think that it was, not to say that it is, but didn't think that I was investing into it, then at that point, then I can just go to the paid, the second tier or whatever.
Exactly. As long as you give us like a heads up of a few days, we can just drop that down then and put it at, if it's the 600 or maybe it's the 350. Now, obviously, it's quite rare. Most of our clients will just stay on the 900 because of time savings and things like that. But that is exactly how it works. Yeah.
Well, if it gets me 300 new followers per month, that turns into one sale. Then I've
That's it. Exactly. Yeah, you've paid for 3, 4, or 5 months.
I'm not going to put that on y'all. So I'm going to do my work on my end to make sure that it's worth it. So yeah, let's just get fired off with that, with the intention of going the full 3 months that way, and then we'll kind of play it by ear as we go.
Perfect, man. Sounds good. I can get the invoice up actually now if you want. It'll take me about probably 30 seconds to a minute. I can send that over to you, and then afterwards I'll send you over an email with like the proposal where you have that written detail of you can drop down and just all of that, so you have it in writing in formalities as well. And then from there, we'll send you a second email, which will be like all of the onboarding information, right? So chance to book in that first call with our team, a chance to upload any like logos or the branding materials you have, and just any other information that we need to get from you. So I'll just get that up. Like I said, it'll take me probably 30 seconds to a minute, and I'll just shoot you over the link in the chat here in a second.
We all have will there be like kind of that kickoff call availability today, tomorrow, Saturday? Because I'm going to be, next week's Thanksgiving here. I assume that y'all not in America.
Yeah, so we're basically based out of Ireland. Most of our clients are in the US, but we usually have times on a Saturday, but I might be able to squeeze you in for something tomorrow. So what I'll do is I'll run it by the team straight away afterwards and see if we can book it in for Friday. If not, book in for Saturday. We'll have that booked in, but I'll try and get it done tomorrow just because 2 of the main staff will probably be around.
Perfect. Yeah, that'd be awesome because I know next week it's my wedding anniversary and then Thanksgiving. I'm like actually not even going to be here, so I'm not going to be able to. I think our time frames probably won't really match up very well.
For sure. Best to just get it going, and then you can enjoy your time off, enjoy your anniversary, and
get everything dialed in. I can answer questions y'all may have in the interim during that time period, but get all the big technical stuff that you need from me, from my time standpoint, out of the way.
100%. Yeah.
Then we can just be ready to rock and roll after that next week as far as the posting and content and reach outs and all that.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. And is there any company you want me to address this to, or is that
I've got logos and assets and everything that I can send to you, and y'all can use at y'all's discretion in regards to that. And I may need some advice on that. My Instagram is just under, my handle is business name or anything.
Yeah. We kind of recommend sticking with the personal at the start. We have some people who start off with the business page, but to be honest, we see better results with the personal because at the end of the day, they're buying into you. And the company thing is more of like, for example, you've scaled up your personal, and then we can look at the company. So that's what we did with Julian. He's got like 23K followers on his personal, and then we've got a second page, his business one, and we're scaling that one. So now it just means he's got like 2 lead gen sources. But at the start, definitely focus on your one, get that going first, and then we can move on to the other when it's all moving pretty well.
And did you see anything just from that view that I need to change on mine? I just kind of followed Nick's steps as far as the optimization of that. I am going to get a new profile picture made where my me instead of cut off on the side.
Yeah. So the first thing I noticed was the actual link wasn't in the link section. So you put it in the bio. So if you just take that link and put it in the website link, just means it'll actually be clickable. So if you go on the page at the moment, you can't click it. You have to like manually copy and paste it in there. So that's the first thing. But it looks decently well. But obviously in the kickoff call, we can go into that in a bit more detail and just kind of make it stand out a bit.
Great.
So I just sent that over email. And I also have the link here, so I'll just pop it in the chat for you.
Oh, there it goes. Nope, got it in my pocket. Y'all get a lot of the same. I'm sure y'all get a lot of the same stuff as we do. Oh, I don't have my wallet with me.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I left it in my car.
yeah. It's at home, and I'm not at home.
Do that.
Yeah. And do you actually have a sales team then involved at the moment, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I've got 2 coaches that do fulfillment, and then I've got one that's just a straight up closer. She'll do my reach outs and my closes, and then I also do close calls as well.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
So we've got the infrastructure to
scale up, man. Yeah, I love it.
Leads running in.
100%, yeah.
That should be good there. And I've got, like I said, I'll share all those assets with you. Did that come through on your end? It looks like I've completed it. I've got a logo for my, I don't know if we want this, and I guess we'll talk about this in the launch call, so I'll just save it for them. But we've got like our tribe name, like separate tribe name for mine, and I've got logos and icons made for all of that, so we can, I guess, talk strategy on how we can incorporate all that stuff into that as well.
Awesome. Yeah, 100%, man. The more things like that you have, the better. And I'm getting a good vibe from you based on the fact that you have the infrastructure, you have the people involved. So that's really good to hear for us, because, you know, as long as we can bring you those followers, get the content out there, and you can then put on the work, you know, on your end, you know, do the reach outs, do all of those things, it's always a good scenario. Because that was the exact same with Julian. He was just so ready for it. We came in, gave him the plug and play, and then boom, we hit the ground running.
Perfect. All right, man.
All right, cool. I got that there. So I'll shoot you over the email with the proposal, the written stuff for you. And yeah, we'll try and book in that call. So when you see the email, definitely book in for Saturday. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll let the team know that you're going to be busy. So if we can get it in tomorrow, that's way preferred. So we'll just shoot you an email if we have a space then for Friday. If not, we'll do it Saturday anyway. And we'll just make sure we have everything we need to get kind of kicked off then.
All right, Adam, that sounds great, man. I'm excited.
All right, man. Sounds good. Looking forward to working with you, and have a good evening.
All right, cheers.
All right, see you later, man.
So there you go. That is exactly how we closed the deal. You'll notice that John paid the invoice on the call, so we locked in the first payment of $900. And as I showed you previously in this screenshot, John went on to spend over 10K with us. Now, John did not stay on that $900 per month package. In fact, if you look at this screenshot, you'll see a bunch of different payments, some where he paid like 1,000 plus, and somewhere he paid $500 a month. Now, I'm going to give you what we call a role play, not the kind you're thinking of. This is where, with one of my students, I'm walking her through how I would handle a call. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I am selling her, she's the business owner, and I'm asking her questions, I'm, navigating her objections, and I'm figuring out how I would sell to her. The reason I did this is because the student that you're going to see had a problem where, now, thankfully, she's solved this problem now. She's doing incredibly well, on track for her first 10K month. Quit her job. Her and her husband work on the business full time now. It's amazing. But at this specific point, she already had maybe 1 or 2 clients, but was really struggling to close deals. She was booking meetings and just meeting after meeting after meeting. It's a no, I need to think about it. Now's not the right time. So I walked her through a role play of how I'd do things differently so that then she could basically see what she can try out herself. And it worked because she took the advice that I gave her and she's doing incredibly well right now. So enjoy this one, and I recommend you do this with someone as well.
John, what's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Really appreciate you hopping on the call. Thanks for taking the time. How's business been over the last couple of weeks?
It's been okay, yeah. I mean, same as what we've usually been doing, busy. We're on some jobs at the moment.
Sweet. What kind of jobs are you taking at the moment, John?
We've got some extensions, some like rear extensions going on at the moment.
Cool. Nice. Is that the typical type of job you do, or do you have a couple different things?
Yeah, we generally do like extensions, loft conversions, and kind of renovations.
Sweet. Nice, John. What's the average price on that? It's not something I've had done in my home, so I'm just curious.
Upwards of 70,000.
Nice. Wow. It's more than I expected.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, cool. Before we get into any specifics, John, just to let you understand what this call is all about, my goal really is just to ask you some more questions like we just did there. But ideally, we're going to focus on social media, right? We had a quick chat on Instagram. You mentioned that this is potentially something you need a little bit of help with. So I'm going to ask you some questions about that. And if at the end of the call you think, wow, that sounds good, and you can see the value in what we do, of course, I can walk you through what that would look like in your business. Sound good?
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. Cool. So John, you said the average ticket price for your service right now is somewhere upwards of 70,000. That's obviously quite high. How are you currently getting those clients?
Just through word of mouth at the moment.
Okay. And that's just literally you do a job, you do it so well, somebody literally passes it on to their friend or something, right?
Yeah, or just recommendations.
Solid. And have you had any word of mouth through social media, or literally just strictly in person?
So like not tech savvy at all. I don't have any kind of clue about how to do that. My wife's been popping a post up now and then, and yeah, that's about it really.
Okay, cool. And when your wife started, when was that, John? Was that recently, or?
I mean, she probably started the page in like 2017 and has popped up maybe like 8 or 9 posts since then.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's not many posts. That's only a couple a year, right?
Yeah. We don't really know how it all works, to be honest.
Gotcha. And when you started, right, in 2017, why did you actually decide we're going to give this a shot?
Thought it'd just be some good like advertising for the business, really.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Gotcha. John, just out of curiosity, is anybody in your industry that you've seen on social media, like anybody that's pumping out more content than, let's say, the 7 or 8 pieces in the last 4 or 5 years? Is there anybody you know that actually puts out content on social?
I mean, I know that people are doing it, but it's not really a platform that I'm very familiar with.
Makes sense. And, I think our goal really here today, John, is, again, we want to see if you're a good fit for what we offer. So the main thing I need to figure out is if this is something you actually need help with, right? So you mentioned you're not really tech savvy. You said your wife put up a few posts, totally get that. But I guess before we go forward, I just want to get clear on the real goal. Because I know you mentioned it might get you some awareness, it might look good, having a social media page, but do you think social media could actually grow your business? Like, do you think it's possible to get some of those clients to pay for a renovation from social media?
I guess it's just the way that things are going in the world. I just feel like I should probably try and keep up a little bit with what's going on.
For sure. If you're not in, you can't win. That's what we like to tell our clients. Solid. Okay, cool, John. Well, there are people in your industry getting really good results. And this, Megan, is when I'd start to, so for example, what Warren mentioned, this is like a temperature check, right? Because John has basically said so far, we don't know how it works. We tried doing it. We don't even know why, right? Not very clear motive. So we need to now figure out, okay, how do we get him to understand it's actually valuable? So that's why I'm asking, do you know anybody in your industry? Do you know anybody that has done this? So this is where you'll probably come in with your clients. Okay.
Yeah.
So you might have heard me speak about this before. We call it subtle selling. Okay. So for example, you've just told me you haven't seen many people do this. You should do it. So now what I would probably do before I ask too many more questions, I'd probably spend like a minute or so just going over one of your clients. So I'd say something like, cool, John. So there's actually one of our clients, Jimmy, that I'd love to show you. He has a very similar business to you. Then just, explain what he does, what kind of price point, explain all the things that are similar. So he also does renovations. His ticket price is upwards of 30, 40K. And I'd love to show you what we've been doing with him on social media, Not to say, hey, we're great, look at this stuff, but to show you that it actually can grow your business. That's my main goal just in the next 2 minutes. Does that sound good? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I would just screen share, show the results you have, show all of the impressions. As Warren mentioned, obviously make sure we get clear on the concrete data of you got him upwards of 10K impressions. That's 10,000 potential customers. And then at that point, I would start to ask more of the deep questions, such as, cool, John, so I've just shown you how Jimmy got upwards of 10,000 new people to see his stuff on social media. Do you think you'd be able to get a couple of clients from that? Like, do you think it's a possibility that, let's say 10,000 people see your stuff, maybe 200 of them actually decide, you know what, this guy's got stuff that I like, so I'm going to follow him. I'm going to like his content. Out of those 200, let's just say we messaged them, had a quick little chat on social, or maybe we even got their phone number. Would you think we'd be able to get them as a client? Like, do you think you'd be able to sell them and actually sell your service to get them as a client?
So good. Yeah.
And one thing that I didn't do there, Megan, that you should definitely do, right, is instead of saying, can we get him as a client or whatever, you want to stroke his ego, right? Because John probably thinks he's really good at sales. Like any guy that has a business probably thinks, yeah, I can sell anybody. Like, get them on the phone. That's the only problem. Once they're on the phone, I can sell them. So stroke that, right? And say, cool, John. So you're probably good at sales if you're selling stuff for 70,000, right? You obviously know a thing or two about how to position that and how for someone to see the value in it. If we had 200 people, again, that liked some of the stuff we posted on social, maybe they even messaged us, would you be able to sell even one or two of them?
And he'll
That's
go,
probably
yeah,
yeah,
of course I would.
I could sell 10 of them next month, easy, you know.
Yeah.
Just get them on the phone and I'll get them, kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And at that point, you think of like where he's come from, right? He's gone from at the start of the call being unclear why he even started social media to now he's seen the proof, he's seen the results, and he's just affirmed that he's really good at what he does and that he could, of course. Like, that's so logical. Of course, he could sign at least one client or two or 5 or 10. So he's really warm right now. And that's when I would go back to the questions and I would start to go more into this part here, right? Which is state their goals and repeat them to them. Okay. So for example, cool, John. So ultimately, as we've discovered, the ideal scenario for you with social media, it's not just to post, right? You don't particularly want to do that. You want to make money from what you're doing. You want to get clients, you want to get leads, you want to get inquiries. All right, that's where I'm listing there. You want to get this, and this. Then we want to reaffirm that we can do this and go back to your case studies, go back to your results, being like, cool, you saw Jimmy, you saw Alex, you saw the results they got. That was through our insert product name, insert service name, whatever it is. And then from here, this is the way we always did it. We would always then go for the hard qualifying questions. Okay, so we've done a little bit of this already, right? Of we could get you maybe 10K people, maybe 200 have conversations, and then you could sign a couple of those. If we haven't done it in that much detail, we'll start to go into like way more detail, right? Such as out of the 200, John, if that was 50 people that you were able to get on the phone, how many of those do you typically think you'd convert into a customer? And get the clear numbers, okay? So let's say John has then said, yeah, 5, I could easily get 5. Fantastic. So John, you just said that you could get 5, right? You get 5. If we do what we do best and we get you the people on social media, as long as we can do that, you should be able to bring in 5 new customers from that. Now, as you mentioned, your service is upwards of 70K. Let's just say some of them don't go for the full 70K and they spend 40K average. That's still a lot of money, right? 5 times 40,000, it's a decent chunk of change. So John, now what I'd love to do is to walk you through our service, the pricing, how it works, and if you'd like to get started. Does that sound good? Sounds good. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then we go, right? And the reason I would do it that way is I've just positioned the gain, which is like 100K plus, right?
Yeah.
And now that's obviously an extreme example. Maybe you want to tailor that a little bit down a bit, and maybe it's more like he gets 1 client or 2 clients a month. Okay, more realistic. Even at that point, because of how high ticket his stuff is, you can start to play into that, right? So John, you've told me that you could probably get 5. Let's just say things don't go perfectly, right? You don't close as many people. Maybe we don't bring you 10,000 new eyeballs and we get you 7,000. It's still realistic though, John, right? To say over 3 months, if you were to work with us, that we'd get at least one of them. Like that's realistic, right? Yeah, it's realistic. Cool, John. The reason I say that is because the price of our program is actually only X. So even if we did the worst job possible in 3 months and we just got one single client, you'd still have a 20X return. And John, the benefit is that we actually do this for you. We're not just going to tell you how to do it. You just told me earlier you're not tech savvy. You don't want to spend hours doing this, so we'll actually do it for you. So you don't have to worry about what to post, how to learn how to use it, or anything like that. What we're going to do is, and then insert pitch of we do this, we do this, we do this. And again, we want to always bring it to what he wants, which is we'll get you phone numbers, we'll get you leads, we'll get you conversations. That's what you do. You handle that portion. We do the 90%. Cool. And then from there, it's walk to a close. So yeah. Obviously different for every call, but again, I wanted to show you that because this is a script that I used to use. This is a script that my salespeople used to use. And this isn't even the best script. I'm sure you could find way more detailed, you know, tested scripts that work. The key thing is it does a lot of, like what we talked about there, it did a lot of little things. A lot of little things that lead to one really big outcome, which is John coming to the end of that call feeling like, fucking hell, this is a no-brainer. Like I'd be mad to not try this for at least 3 months. Yeah. What's the worst, you know? What's the worst case here? And similar to what Warren mentioned, I think a reason that approach works, I didn't talk much about social media, right? Like I didn't go talk about hashtags, you know, I didn't talk about a lot of things that would just confuse him and that are really irrelevant. We really just focused on what does he want? Why is he doing social? Here's what we've done with clients. Here's how our package works. Does it make sense? And tie it all together. You know, so like Warren said, like the presentation pitch might be 2 minutes because we really don't need to, especially with that type of buyer, right? Like someone who said they're not tech savvy, he probably doesn't care or know what a content calendar is, what hashtags are.
No, exactly.
So there's no point of us even mentioning them. If you're going to mention them in the, oh yeah, John, we're going to do all of it for you. You know, I could sit here and explain all the things we do for the next 50 minutes if you want, but trust me, there's a lot in it. Just to give you a quick overview, we do X, we do Y, we do Z, we do all these things, but don't even go into detail because it'll just bore him, right? We're just going to get to that result. And if at the end of that call, he doesn't see the value, it's probably, as we mentioned, there's something we didn't ask. You know, we didn't get clear on how much a client is worth. We didn't get clear on how it's actually possible through social media, not a shot in the dark, but out of those 10,000 people, how realistic that actually is. And that's normally, from the calls I used to review for my salespeople, that was always the thing. It was, okay, the script is there, you know it works. We didn't close this guy. Oh yeah, the script wasn't followed. You skipped 4 really key questions and you did a good job. Like the call sounded good, but you missed temperature check. You missed what his goal actually is. You missed what he's tried. You've just missed all these things so that you could feel like it's a great call, but at the end, hey, no money, no deal, you know?
Yeah. I mean, great advice from both you and Warren. Thank you guys so much. And the fact this is recorded, I can then watch it back because you just handled the way that the typical client responds really well. So thank you very much.
So when it comes to actually serving your clients, like, you know, they've paid you and now you need to deliver and get them good results. I want to show you just like a brain dump of what I would do with my clients and the strategies and the tactics that really got them results that made them not only enjoy our service enough to pay us, but actually refer other clients to us. Like we had one client in particular refer over 10 businesses to us because he was so damn happy with the service we provided that he was willing to send our links into groups that he was a part of because he believed in us so much. So this is the power of actually understanding how to get great results with content creation and social media management. So yeah, enjoy this and I'll see you in the next. First, to show you how we would get results, I need to get very clear on the type of clients that we worked with so that you can see how you can apply this to your SMMA business or your agency.
So we worked with fitness clients, two specific types. Number one were fitness coaches. So I'm sure you know who these are. Think of online personal trainers, online coaches. Typically, these coaches would be selling high ticket coaching. So let's just say $1,000 or more is what you would have to pay them to get their coaching. The second type of client we worked with were supplement companies. Okay, so we're just going to call these brands for short, but they typically sold supplements, again, in the fitness slash health slash self-improvement world. So those two types of businesses are actually very different. Okay, they're in basically the same industry, but as you can imagine, how you grow sales and get more customers for a supplement company, it's actually quite different to how you would then get results and clients and sales for a fitness coach. And that's why I want to break it down in this video. Now, my goal is that whatever niche you are in, whatever type of clients you want to attract, I want you to be able to take away from this video some of the strategies that I would use that you can then use yourself. You might need to tweak them slightly. You mightn't be able to copy and paste them directly, but you'll be able to get 80% of the knowledge needed to get these done for your clients. Why? Because if you get your clients good results, they will stay with you longer and they'll pay you a shit ton of money. Okay. So let's start off with fitness coaches. We're going to primarily focus on how we got results for coaches. Okay. So our service was typically the same. So for every client that we brought on, the service, aka what we did, what we delivered, was the same. But a very, very key important thing to note is that the results that each client was buying from us changed. Okay. So think about that. We offered the same service, but some clients were buying a different result. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Let's say we have John. He's a fitness coach. He already makes money. Okay, he's doing 20K a month, living his dream life. For him, he may not want us to come in and explode his business. His goal might simply be to save more time. Okay, so let's say John is creating all of his social media content on Instagram and TikTok, and he's even using Facebook. That is probably taking him 2, 3, 4 hours a day. So John might pay us literally to save him time. Okay, let's put a little clock here for time saving. Okay, that's John. Let's say next client, and this was a real client we had, Julian. He was a guy that came to us where he was making money, let's say similar to John, 20K plus a month. But guess what? He wanted more. This guy had sights of building a 7-figure coaching business, which means he would need to make like 80,000 plus per month. So for this guy, even though we offered the same service, the result he was buying was very different. His result was, I want you guys to blow up my social media and then bring me more leads and then bring me more clients. Okay, so such a different result, yet the same thing, right? The same offer and the same service that we delivered. Okay, so what would we do for these clients? I'm going to focus on Julian. Julian is a real client in my agency. There's actually another video that I posted on YouTube. You can find it. Just type in fitness coach and you'll find it in my channel. Basically, we added $18,000 in new revenue. Okay, so I'll put that here. $18,000 in new revenue for him in 1 month. That's pretty mad. Right, 18,000 in new revenue in 1 month. His service fee to us was less than $1,000. And if you watch the video, you'll find out he referred so many clients to us that we would discount off his entire service fee. So he literally paid $0 and he was making back this amount of money. So how we did it with Julian, let's get into it right now. So the first thing that we offered was content. Okay, so for Julian, because he's doing 20K a month, okay, that's where he was at, and he wanted to get to, let's just say 80K a month. Terrible handwriting there. To get to 80K a month, he needed content that would grow his audience, okay? So we would primarily focus on video content. We would do lifestyle photos that he would send to us and we would post on his page, but we would also focus on infographics, okay? Infographics. The 3 then content pillars that we would use, right? I'll put them here. Number 1 was content that we were going to post to get views. Okay, so this would be controversial content, content that is designed to go viral. Okay, Second type of content is content that is going to get leads. Okay, so we typically call this call to action content, right? Where you are posting a video and at the end of the video it says DM me the word fit if you want to learn how to lose X number of pounds. Okay, so this would get us the views and the audience, and then this would get us the leads. Now the final piece is to get sales. So how we would get sales is through content that we used to call nurture content. Okay, think of it like this. I am a fitness coach. I post a video saying here's 5 myths about fat loss. Will that get me a client? Not necessarily. It'll get me views and engagement and people coming to my profile. The second type of content I'm going to post is, let's say 3 days later, I say, oh, by the way, I'm looking for 3 people, 3 busy moms that want to lose 10 pounds in the next 90 to 120 days. If that's you, DM me the word fit. Nurture content is then me posting, oh, here's a testimonial from Joan who went through my program. Or here's 3 things that I did with my client Jane to help her lose weight. All right, this is the content that will push the person from, okay, this guy might be able to help me, to, wow, he's got the proof, he's got the knowledge, he's got the results to actually help me. Okay, so that's the content we would post. Now, the second thing that we had to do, especially with this guy, Julian, was to grow his audience. Okay, so how would we grow his audience? How would we get new followers and just abundance of new eyeballs into his page? First, it is through this right here, the content specifically designed for views and for growth and for virality. Okay, now unfortunately there are periods where even when you're posting good content, you're not growing. Okay, so for example, your page, it's just not really reaching, your hashtags aren't hitting the algorithm, etc. In that case, what we would do is we would do shout outs. Okay, this is something I've never really seen people talk about in the agency space, but essentially we would buy shout outs from fitness pages and we would use pages that we owned ourselves. Now, we were in a very lucky position with my agency where we had spent time building pages and buying Instagram pages. So we had 500,000 followers, right? We'd have 500K across probably like, 8 to 10 Instagram pages, all in the fitness, the health, the food space. So we could then just do shout outs, right? We would essentially post a post on these pages and it would say something like, Julian is looking for 3 people that want to do X, Y, and Z. Message him the word fit if you want to learn how. Or Julian is giving away a free macro calculator that you can use to lose weight in the next 3 months, right? That's how we would grow his page. Pretty easy stuff to do, but it's knowing how much to pay these pages, where to find them, how to set up the whole deal. That's what most people get wrong, and they try this and it doesn't work for them. Okay, so that's something we did, and we did it incredibly well. The last thing is sales, right? Julian was one of our clients who knew what he was doing. Okay, this guy was good at sales. He was a killer. He's a really cool dude. Okay, for some of our clients, they don't know how to sell, so we can get them beautiful content that gets them new eyeballs and great engagement, and then we can shout them out on big pages to get more traffic to their page. But if they don't know how to sell, guess what? They ain't signing clients, right? It doesn't matter if you have 1 million followers. If you don't know how to sell, you're not going to make that much money. You will get some sales just because the sheer volume of people you have, but the same guy with 1 million followers could be making the same amount of money as the guy with 10K followers. The difference is one guy is really good at sales, one's good at getting attention, but the guy who's good at sales is actually making the same amount of money with literally, I don't know what, 1% of the followers. So how we would help people would typically be through our consulting, right? Just literally explaining to them how you need to do this. Okay, so how to set up your Calendly so that people can book a free consultation call with you. A sales script, we would give our clients a rough sales script to follow. So if you get somebody on the phone, here's what you got to do. Here's what you got to walk them through for like 30 to 40 minutes so that they go from kind of interested to, here's my credit card, I want to work with you, and sign me up to your fitness program. So those are the 3 main things we did to get like insane results for our clients. And the beauty of it is that we never had to run any ads. Okay, we spent no money on Facebook ads. And this is kind of insane because the SMMA space is so dominated by people that run ad agencies. And they claim that that's the only way to get results for your clients. In my space, in the fitness coaching space primarily, it was an injustice if we were to say run ads to a client unless they were making 100K a month. And I say that like, just to let you know. Like, we would literally tell clients, if they came to us and said, hey, I think I want to run ads, we would ask them, are you doing 100K a month? No, don't do ads. Like, you have so much untapped potential through organic content and growth using our strategies to get to at least 100K a month. Okay, so before we go and throw money at ads, get that dialed in. Okay, so we could get such good results literally just through content, some shout outs, and a little bit of consulting. Okay, so our clients would pay us, on average, we had a super low ticket offer at one point where we would just create content and consult with our clients. So no shout outs, no growth, no posting for our client, just like 10 pieces of raw content that they would post themselves plus consulting. We did that for $450 a month, but on the upper end, we had clients pay up to $3,000 a month, just depending on the scope of the service. Meaning, for one guy, we might create 10 pieces of content. For another guy, we might create 60 or 90 per month. So obviously the price is going to change based on that. Now, coming back to e-commerce brands that we worked with, okay, back up here to the brands and the supplements. The approach that we would use to get them results was similar, but also different, okay? For us, I'll be honest, fitness coaches, like, that's our specialty. That's still to this day, like, that's what I know the best. If I have a fitness coach friend and they want advice, I know if I give them advice, it should work pretty damn fucking well. However, an e-commerce brand, it's going to be similar, right? The first thing we're going to do is content to get them growth. The second is, yes, we would do shout outs. Okay, so we would also do shout outs for brands. But the final part was a little bit more tricky, the sales. Okay, why? Because if our client is selling a nootropic performance enhancing supplement, right? We're pretty much relying on how good their website is and how good their products actually are. Okay, if they've got shit products and a shit website, like, even with the best content and the best growth strategies, we're not going to get sales. Okay, an example of this is we could have a client that has a 5% conversion rate on their website, meaning that if 100 people go to the website, 5 people will buy products. However, we could have another client selling a very similar product, but they might have a 1% conversion rate. Okay, so for us, with the same amount of effort, giving them the same amount of growth, same amount of traffic, they're going to get only 20% of what these guys got. These guys get 100% of the results. These guys get 20%. Nothing to do with our service, right? Our service is the exact same. The difference is the conversion rate. So for brands, this is a little bit more difficult, but it's still very much possible. You can come in and fix this by doing consulting. Okay, so explaining to your clients, this is what you need to change in your website, this is what you got to tweak, because we need to get your conversion rate to go up.
Look, and to go one step further, I'm actually going to give you another brain dump of, really, if you gave me 15 minutes, that's all I had, and I had a client meeting in the next 15 minutes, this is what I would do to build out a pretty damn good marketing strategy for them in 15 minutes for a fitness coach.
So my goal of this video is that you know how to craft marketing strategies for your clients. And even if you don't have clients now, after watching this video, you should know what to say to show them that you actually understand how to do this, which should make it easier for you to sign clients. So this strategy is going to include 2 social media platforms, Instagram and TikTok. We're going to be using TikTok as a primary way to get new attention and to get new followers for this business owner. Then, once we have a decent number of people, we're going to introduce our second platform, which is Instagram. Instagram is going to act again as another place where people can find us and see our content, but primarily we're going to use Instagram as a conversion mechanism, aka we're going to use Instagram to turn the followers into paying customers. This way, our strategy will do 2 very key things. 1, it will save the business owner the time, energy, and effort of actually creating content, posting content, and managing social media pages for themselves. Secondly, it's going to make them more money. Because we've introduced some conversion mechanisms within this strategy, we won't just get them followers. We won't just get them cool content. We'll get them paying customers, which is what they want. That to me is a very valuable offer, especially in this modern era where we're creating content, we're managing a social media page, but we're getting real results, revenue and cash collected into their business. So the first thing we're going to focus on with this fitness coach is to get them to create short form video content. Depending on his budget, he is either going to film the content himself and send the videos to me and my team for us to edit and then distribute on social media. Or if he wants to go above and beyond and has the budget to do so, we may hire a local videographer to record the content for him so that it looks cleaner, more crisp, and everything is better. But that's not necessary. If we're taking route 1 and the fitness coach will record the content himself, I'm going to make sure to give him clear directions. What to record, how to record it, what to say in his videos, etc. Because I want to make sure that he doesn't just record mediocre, boring videos of him rambling. I want the videos to be valuable, action-packed, and have a potential to go viral. An example of this is my personal TikTok page. We recently hit 250,000 followers, and you'll notice some of the videos don't perform, meaning that I probably didn't record them that well. Other videos do, and they pop off and get millions of views because they're structured correctly. So this short form content will be posted by our team on his TikTok. We're going to aim for a minimum of 1 video a day and ideally up to 3 videos a day, again depending on his budget but also his willingness to record content. We're then going to post 1 of those videos on Instagram per day. We're not going to post all 3 videos to Instagram each day for the simple reason that from the tests that I've personally done, it doesn't work as well. With this client, we're going to run this frequency of content for a minimum of 90 days. And how I would sell that to this client is how he sells his clients on fitness coaching. So if this prospect likes the sound of what I'm telling him, but he does not want to commit to 90 days of doing this in the hopes that it works, this is what I would say. John, totally understand where you're coming from, but as you can imagine, similar to your business, we can't guarantee you a result within 30 days or 45 days. If I said that to you, I would probably be lying. Likewise, John, with your clients, if they come to you and say, hey, I want to lose 10 pounds in 45 days, you're not going to say yes to them, right? You're going to explain to them that we need probably a minimum of 3 months or 90 days to get some reasonable results for you. And if you can't commit to that time, go somewhere else. Same thing applies here, John. If you want guaranteed results in 30, 40 days, we're not the team that you probably want to work with, and you may have to go to someone else who maybe has some questionable practices. Now, inside of these videos, we are not going to create the same type of video every day. We're going to split the content into content pillars. If you're stuck, just choose 3 or 4 content pillars. I'll give you some examples now. So content pillar and type number 1 could be educational content, 5 ways to build muscle, 3 superfoods you've never heard of. Content pillar number 2 may be proof, testimonials, and results. So this will be John showing off his clients, the results they've gotten, and also the results he's gotten in his own fitness journey. And content pillar number 3 is going to be personal stories. People buy from people, so I want to get John's personality and his life across. I want people to know his story. So I want him to open up about his struggles, how he got into fitness, why he loves changing lives. And that's going to give our content a very well-rounded approach, meaning some of the content is designed to go viral, and some of it is more so designed to convert people, to take them from I know who John is to I'm interested to working with John. Also, inside of these videos, we're going to introduce some call to actions. For example, at the end of the videos, typically 10 or 15% of your viewers will actually make it to the end of the video. So we can be a little bit more bold with our marketing and a little bit more salesy. So we can drop in lines such as, if you want your own customized meal plan, message me on Instagram, or click the link in my bio, because the people who watch to the end are obviously the people most engaged. Now, this is where Instagram really comes into play. So we're going to leave TikTok as it is, posting ideally up to 3 videos a day across those 3 content pillars. I'm going to make sure that we've set up the TikTok profile to push people from TikTok to Instagram. We're going to link the Instagram page to the TikTok page and include those call to actions in our videos, such as message me on Instagram. This way we're going to grow the Instagram page from the traffic, the easy traffic we're going to get from TikTok, and we're now going to use Instagram's stories and DM features to convert our new followers into paying customers. So 2 things we're going to do here. We've already established we're going to post 1 time per day, 1 of the videos on the Instagram page, and we're going to sprinkle in some extra content here and there, such as photos of John and some big inspirational stories from him. We're then going to post daily stories. On the stories, we're going to follow a similar breakdown with the content pillars. Some days it's going to be educational, some days it's going to be a call to action, some days it's going to be proof and testimonials. And ideally, over a 7 to 10 day period, people have seen such a unique side of John. They've seen everything they want to know about him to build up that trust. We're then going to install an appointment setter into John's Instagram page who's going to be logged in to manage his Instagram DM conversations. The goal here is simple. If our content is performing well, we will get at least 10 or even 100 new people a day coming to the Instagram page, messaging John for advice, for tips, or for help. If we don't have somebody in place that is trained to convert those people from interested to either booking a call with John or buying something he has to offer, we're doing him a disservice. And even if John has the time to do this himself each day, I want to put somebody in place who's trained to do it, who understands how to have real human conversations and take somebody from very skeptical to trusting. Now, the final piece of this puzzle is to make sure that John has a very good offer and a good sales closing system. We've looked at how we're going to create content to get attention. We've looked at how we're going to convert that attention into actual paying customers. So the final point is to make sure that we have the thing at the end, an offer that people can say yes to. So in our first month of working with John, as part of our marketing strategy, we're going to have at least 1 or 2 consultation calls to break down his offer and to figure out how we can improve it to make it more valuable. We're also going to look at his sales process and his sales systems to make sure that he is actually going to get money. Because if he has a broken sales system, all the TikTok views in the world are not going to solve his problems. I've seen this time and time again in the fitness industry. Many coaches, when they're starting off, they charge really low ticket prices. You know, they charge somebody $100 a month for fitness coaching and they don't even enforce 3-month contracts. On the other hand, I've worked with clients, that client I mentioned at the start of this video that made 18k in 1 month extra just from our service, because he understands how to make good offers. This guy was charging $3,000 for a 3-month fitness coaching program, which, yes, is technically a lot of money for fitness coaching, but for the type of person he was attracting, it wasn't. He was working with high-end corporate individuals making multiple 6 figures per year. And he had an amazing sales process in place so that when somebody was actually on the phone with him, they had seen so much content from him, they'd gone through an entire warm-up process, and they're almost ready to buy. So there you go, under 15 minutes, and we've just created a very rough but very effective marketing strategy that we could use for a fitness coach. You could use a very, very similar strategy for any type of online coach or consultant. And if you're working with a product-based business, it's going to look very similar, except you may not tell people to message you on Instagram and you might just push them directly to your website. So I want to give you a kind of sneak peek inside of my business and how I post well over 240 pieces of content each month to my own social media. You know, at this point, I think we're actually posting closer to 1,000 because we're reposting and redistributing content on many other pages and not just one page on each platform. But this video will show you how you can max out the content that you're making for clients, so that if you've got a problem of a client that doesn't like to record content, or they record content and it's really bad, or you know, they're just super slow at getting content to you, because trust me, that's really, really common. This video should hopefully give you some ideas of how you can maximize the very little content they have and multiply that into, you know, potentially 240 pieces per month. I'll show you the processes and the team members that I have in place that make this process easy and effortless. That's because attention is the new currency. It's why many big businesses have stopped running paid advertisements, or they've dramatically decreased their ad budgets, and instead they're investing more in content. One simple reason: because it is the way things work. For one simple reason: content works when effectively executed. One single piece of content that may cost you $10 to produce can bring you in hundreds of thousands of dollars in new revenue. To get that same revenue from an ad, you'll have to spend a lot more, trust me. So let me show you a quick breakdown of the content team that I have in place. So we have one YouTube video editor responsible for editing these exact videos you see right here. Shout out to you. I have 2 TikTok editors, aka short form content editors, and I have 1 graphic designer. Editor number 1, Mr. YouTube Video Editor, responsible for these videos, but also for taking engaging clips out of these videos, which are then sent to another editor. Editor number 2 takes the engaging clips from the YouTube videos that editor number 1 has clipped and creates content from that through adding subtitles, animations, and sound effects. Editor number 2 also creates content like this, some of these examples you can see on screen here from my TikTok, where I have actually purposely recorded those content for TikTok. So that means I've rotated my phone to portrait vertical version, popped on the ring light, and recorded for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Editor number 3 is responsible for creating lifestyle content. So some of these examples you see on screen from my TikTok are lifestyle pieces of content. You'll notice I'm not speaking to the camera, and there's typically a collage of clips of me showing my lifestyle with some text on the screen. These are very simple and easy to make, but some of these get an incredible amount of views. I've had videos just like these get over 1 million views on a single video. It's mad. And then our graphic designer is in charge of creating some content for Instagram. You'll see some examples here of graphics we've posted, but also for creating YouTube thumbnails. So that's the team. Here's the process. Step number 1 in our process is coming up with ideas, generating content ideas. Some of this I do myself and some of it is done by one of my editors. So to create content specifically for short form, TikTok, YouTube and Instagram, on a weekly basis I may sit down to record 10 of those videos. I will write out a very brief script on my laptop in Notion. I'll sit down and record pretty much all of them back to back, and that may take me 30 minutes all the way up to 1 hour. I then put all of those into a Google Drive, send them to that specific editor that's responsible for that content, and then he gets it done. The lifestyle content, such as the examples that you can see on screen, I don't really do anything for these. My editor comes up with the ideas, executes them, and then just sends the videos to me once they've been created to approve them. And for the YouTube videos, again, it's a hybrid approach where I come up with some ideas and then my editor comes up with some ideas as well. So either I'll script out the video or they'll give their 2 cents as well. For YouTube videos, I typically record my videos in batches. So you'll often see videos of me back to back wearing the same jumper, same t-shirt, etc. As I'm recording this video right now, I have a call in the next 15 minutes with my sales team, so I probably will just finish this video, leave my camera set up, and then after my call, I'll come back and record the extra videos. I've got 2 more to record today. So my editor's going to pop up a screenshot of our Notion board, blurring out all of our content ideas, obviously, to show you what our Notion board looks like. The reason we use Notion is that it's just very, very easy to use and to track the moving pieces. So we know how many ideas we have, how many videos are scripted, how many are ready to be recorded, how many have been recorded, how many then are ready to be posted, how many then have been posted, and it's all tracked. So if I don't know if I posted the video that my editor made 2 weeks ago, I can just check the Notion board. There's no guesswork, it's all tracked. Another reason we use this exact setup in Notion, which to be honest you could use in a different software or platform, Notion is just one I use personally, is the fact that we can have different sections and different columns for content that needs to be approved. This means that I need to look at the content, look at it, and make sure it fits the criteria and matches our brand. So for example, for a YouTube video, sometimes I'll get a YouTube video back from my editor and there are no revisions, meaning I don't want to change anything and it's good to go. Other times I'm picky and I have to change 3 or 4 things in the video, and my editor has to basically just correct the mistakes and then send it back. Having this as part of our process means that I can give feedback in a way where we know where the video stands. We know if it's done, and we know if it's done but needs to be approved by me. So that is the system, the process, and the team members that I have in place in my business. And this is for my personal brand. This has nothing to do with the agency that I built. However, for the agency that I built, we primarily delivered content to our clients. So this system that you've seen is very similar to the content system we would have used in the agency. So the process of, scripting things out, having different sections for videos that are created, ones that need approval, that's the same type of process we used. So look, mindset is really, really important. If you approach this business, any business, with the wrong mindset, you're not going to get very far. So in this video, you're going to basically get my raw, real thoughts on the mindset I think you need to build, and really how I built that mindset for myself, and how, hey, if I never took the time to build that mindset, I would definitely not be here today and you would not be watching this video. So my friends, now it is time to look at why we need to build your millionaire mindset before we use any strategies, before we use any tactics, heck, before we actually do any of the quote unquote work. We need to look at this first. You see, I wouldn't have become a millionaire if I didn't focus on this first. So first, let's answer the question, what is a mindset? A mindset is simply the lens through which you see the world. This is by far the single most important thing in business. Anyone that tells you it's not important, they probably have a really, really strong mindset, but they don't realize they have a strong mindset. And you see, that is what's actually accountable for all their results. So I've seen people online say, hey, mindset doesn't matter. It doesn't, it's not something you need to stress about. Just do the work. You see, the problem for most people is most people don't have a strong enough mindset to just do the work, right? So that person telling you that, and I may have even said things like this in the past unknowingly, I have a strong mindset, so I'm telling you it doesn't even matter because I've forgotten how strong it is, all right? So look, for me to go from 0 to 7 figures at 25, this literally, when I look at everything I've done, all of it stems back to focusing and working on my mindset. And this is why it's important. Now, look, mindset isn't manifesting a Ferrari in your garage without doing any work, right? That's BS. It's not set in stone. You can change your mindset at any moment in your life. In fact, I'm currently rereading the book Atomic Habits, and I have Psycho Cybernetics up on my shelf there. These are two books I highly recommend for you to read. These are not only going to help you on this journey, but literally in every other avenue of your life, your health, relationships, family life, all of that. These two books will give you more of the insights about how you change your mindset and how you change your identity. We're going to dive into some of that today, but of course, I want to get straight into actually building your business, so I can't spend 10 hours just talking on that topic. All right. This isn't airy fairy. I know when I first heard the term mindset and self-improvement and all of this, I just thought it was BS, right? I thought it was something that, was fluff floating through the air, fairy pixie dust. It's not. This is concrete stuff that literally works. So look, this is how your mindset changes your reality. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a scary nightmare? The one where you wake up in the middle of the night, you're covered in sweat, and your heart is racing. Maybe somebody breaks into your house. Maybe there's a monster under your bed. Maybe it's something far, far worse. Here's the thing. That isn't real. Let that sink in. That is not real. Your mind does not know the difference between an imagined scenario and reality. Think about it, right? The dream isn't real. It didn't happen. Yet your body has had a physical response to the dream. You're sweating, your heart is racing, you're panicked. Think about that for a second. Now, imagine the flip side of that. Imagine if you can create positive physical reactions to get yourself to do more work. Imagine you can create all these scenarios where you put yourself in a place where it makes sense to do the work. It makes sense to just work hard and get the results you actually want. You see, this is why mindset is so important. Think of it like this, right? Your mind is powerful enough to take a thought, to take a dream, to take a belief and turn that into a physical reality, right? A single thought into a reality. So you can pretty much change your reality if you change the way you think. If we really strip it back to first principles, that's what that means. You see, your beliefs influence your reality, and you'll always see the world in the way you're determined to see it. Okay. If you think the world is bad, people are evil, and there's just so much evil in the world, that is probably what you're going to see in all areas of your life. If you see the world as, hey, look, there's a little bit of evil. Yes, I'm not naive. I'm aware of this, but there's an overwhelmingly amount of good people, good intention in the world. You'll see things a lot better. So I want you to start thinking about how you use this when it comes to what we're going to teach you. Okay. When you start a business, when you start to make money online, there is a process you have to go through. You don't go from 0 to 1 without changing your beliefs, without changing your thinking. All right. You will need to change these things. And I want you to start thinking about this now. All right. This is a really simple, easy to understand diagram. You have beliefs that influences your thoughts, that influences your feelings, which influences your actions, and then influences your results. And then it's this one big feedback loop. All right. So it just goes on and on and on. You see, you need to believe it, you need to think it, you need to feel it, and then you need to act like it. If you just try and act like it, but you don't believe it, you don't think it's true, you don't feel like you can do it, there's a crack. There's a crack in your armor. So example 1, I believe I can make money online and I believe I can help businesses grow at the same time. I think it's 100% possible because I've seen other people do it. I feel motivated to do the work towards this goal. I take action every day towards this goal. And then I sign my first client for $500 a month after my first month. And this cycle then repeats and becomes more powerful. Okay. Now think of example 2. I don't believe I can make money online. I don't believe I can help businesses grow. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't think any of this actually works. I don't think it's possible because I've only seen people do it online. Nobody in my real life, if it was so good, wouldn't everybody in my hometown be doing it? I don't feel motivated to do the work because it's just not realistic, this goal of mine. And then I don't take action every day, and I don't sign my first client for $500 a month after my first month. And guess what? The cycle repeats and becomes more powerful. So hopefully you're starting to get the importance of this, right? If you have any of these right now, any of these thoughts, feelings, doubts, you need to be aware of that. Because if you just continue through this program and say, yeah, whatever, let me just learn the strategies, right? Just give me the tactics, Adam. Tell me what messages to send and I'll get it done. You see how there's a crack, right? You see how there's a disconnect between the reality you want and the world, right? Like the dream you're creating right now. Okay, keep that in mind. So right now I'm going to show you some ducks. All right, I want you to just take a moment, look at the ducks, appreciate them, don't think too much about it, and just enjoy having a look. All right, so here's duck number 1, duck number 2, and duck number 3. Now, you may have noticed, some of you will, some of you wouldn't. That is not a duck. That is a duck because I told you it's a duck. And I showed you other photos of other ducks, so then you believed it was a duck again. If you really look closely, tilt your head a little to the side, you'll notice that's a bunny rabbit. That's a bunny rabbit. That's not a duck. So you can see how your mind literally tricks you. If I tell you that's a duck, and then I show you 2 ducks, you believe the third one is a duck, when it is actually very clearly not a duck. So think about that in terms of how you will approach this. If I show you people that are winning, you start to believe you can win, you will most likely win. Whereas if you were to just look at all the negatives and say, nah, this can't work. This is this is a fake guru scam, anything like that. Well, guess what? That's probably what result you're going to get. Okay. So you can bend reality. And this is the key point we want to get back to you. If you've decided to see the world in a certain way, you will find whatever you're looking for. If you're looking for a duck, you'll see a duck. If you don't believe you can make money, you probably won't make money. You see, you have to make a choice to see the world in a way that serves you. Because your mindset, which you have one right now, okay, you've had one up until this moment, okay, all the things you've done in your life leading to this exact moment, you have had a mindset at different points in time. It has changed many times, and it's either serving you or sabotaging you. I have had mindsets in the past that completely sabotage me. I have mindsets now that serve me, but you have those too. So look, the basis of this video is that mindset is greater. It's more powerful. It'll have a bigger effect on your results than strategies and tactics. Now, don't worry. We are going to teach you the strategies. We're going to give you the tactics. All right. But after working over 1,000 business owners, right? We've literally had over 1,000 people we've worked with. This is the most important thing. I cannot stress this enough. You see, so many people think they have problems in their businesses. What they actually have are problems in their personal lives showing up in their businesses. The reason that is true, it's because me, you, everybody else, we have an ego. Whether we think it or not, we have an ego, right? So if I'm to say to you, look, the problem isn't the strategies or tactics here. The problem is the way you're looking at it. The problem is the way you're approaching this. There's probably something in your personal life throwing off the work you're doing. You might feel attacked, right? That's me attacking your ego. Similarly, if you said that to me, I might react in the same way. But I want you to learn that that's fine, all right? But you need to be able to drop your ego. You need to be able to say, you know what? These guys might be right. Because look, at the end of the day, we have worked with over 1,000 people. Have you worked with over 1,000 people and made money online? If you have, then you probably know better than us or the same as us. If you don't, we might know a thing or two more than you, okay? So look, when you're in school, and this really hit me the other day, I thought about this. You're taught about how to know things, right? Like you're taught to know things. Memorize the facts, memorize the rules, the laws, right? Just know it. You see, we want you to understand things. This is the difference. We want you to adopt a way of thinking rather than just being able to recite things back to us. We don't care if you watch the content and don't remember certain specific words at certain specific times, right? We want you to actually learn this. We want you to understand this. If you understand this, you'll have real learning, which will bring you real results. It doesn't matter if you can tell us what we said in video 4.2. We don't care for that. You see, strategies and tactics are going to change. If you become the type of person who can win at anything you set your mind to, you will win even when things change. You see, we want to teach a man to fish or a woman to fish. We want to teach you how to think through these issues, right? If we just give you, here's one golden strategy that worked for 3 months, go use it. Yes, you might make some money for a couple of months. What happens when the strategy doesn't work as well? Because all strategies and tactics don't work as well as they did at some point. Okay, you really need to understand this exact point. We're going to give you some more examples to drive this home. There's a tale of two sons, okay? Two sons from an alcoholic father, right? One of his sons grew up to be a miserable alcoholic, right? Doesn't look like the happiest guy. The other guy never drank. He actually became a millionaire. So the question is, why did you end up this way? Both of these guys, both of these sons were asked this exact question. Guy on the left said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Guy on the right said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So the two people started in the same position, but they got different results because the first son decided to blame his dad, just blame it all on him and say, this is what I'm destined for. The second son said, hey, I'm going to actually use this as a motivator. I don't want to be like that. All right. And you know what? In this program, it's very similar. Everybody starts with the same training, same coaching, everything the same. So how do we have different results between different students? Two examples. Example one, this is someone with a fixed mindset, John. So John has had a mindset up until this point. He's not open to changing it. And he just says, hey, give me the strategies, give me the tactics, tell me what to do. So John joined us at 0. 6 months later, he's still making 0. You see, John doesn't believe, he doesn't think, he doesn't act like this can actually work. He doesn't believe he can do this, and he thinks the model doesn't work. You see, John doesn't take any accountability for his actions either. He just blames the model, the business, the industry, it's saturated, or us, the coaches. You see, John doesn't actually use the resources in the way they're intended to be used. And that's the result John gets, 0. You see, Kai, real example, real student, very different results. Kai has a growth mindset. Kai joined us at 0, hit 10K per month in 6 months. Not 10K, 10K per month. So in 6 months, he possibly has made, I would say, 40 to 50K. That's a massive difference. That's a massive difference. One guy made 0, one guy has made 40, 50K already in 6 months. You see, Kai decided he was going to make this work, right? He didn't just say, yeah, guys, cool. Tell me what to do. I'll do it. No, he came in and was like, I believe I'm going to make this work. I think I can do this. I feel like I can do this. And then I'm going to act like I can do this. Now, another thing that's very important, Kai decided he would rather be rich than right. So when he asked us for advice, when he asked us for help, he took action on everything we told him. Even if we said something that some other guru on YouTube said you shouldn't do, right? Because he decided if I'm investing with these guys, I should just trust their judgment, right? They've done this with 1,000 other people. They are the masters of going from X to Z, the goal I want to get. Let me just follow that. And this is really, really key. You see, Kai would rather be rich than right. And I hope you agree, you'd rather be rich than right. Would you rather try and prove us wrong? Or would you rather come back in 6 months and say, hey guys, I'm making 10K a month. I know what result I want for you. Kai didn't blame the model. He didn't blame other people. He didn't blame the industry. He took responsibility. He asked questions. He used the coaching to its fullest, and that's the result he got. So my final point to you on this training is doing what got you here isn't going to get you there. So you have a mindset right now. It's either going to serve you or it's going to hold you back. And you see the results you've got in your life so far are the result of your actions and your mindset. So unless you've already built a 6-figure business, unless you're already a millionaire, unless you have all the things that you want to get, what got you to here is not going to get you there. So you're going to have to develop your mindset on this journey. Hope you're ready. We're going to shift gear and we're going to talk about identity shifting. You see, for you to become a successful person, whatever you define that as, that doesn't matter. You need to become a new person, because whatever you've done in your life to get you to this point right here, it's probably not going to get you to whatever the next point is. And this happens at every stage of the journey. So I'm going to dive deep on this topic. I hope you enjoy this one and don't skip. This is important. So how do you shift your identity to become the successful person. Becoming the person first. This is a concept you're going to hear from me, our team. We talk about it a lot. If I want to make 10 million, I need to become the person that makes 10 million, right? Like, I can't be the old person. I can't be the old version of me. I have to step into that new person. So to make 10K a month, you need to become the person that thinks, acts, and believes as the person that makes 10K a month, right? So if you tell yourself, I want to make 10K a month, but you know you're still falling into the same old habits, old routines, and you know they are keeping you stuck because let's be real, they've kept you stuck for years up until this point. You can't expect yourself to then level up and become a six-figure earner. All right, it doesn't make sense. Think of it like this. If you put in $10 worth of effort and expect to be making 10K a month, that doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't line up. You're putting in the effort here, expecting to get this result. See, this is why this stuff is so important, because you can hustle, you can do all the strategies and tactics, but if you don't have this part figured, the rest may not work for you. So if you don't take care of your health, if you neglect responsibilities in your life, if you have a really hard time sticking to plans and goals you set out, you need to fix these areas in your life to make it in business. All right, you need to. And I don't mean that you need to fix this, let's say, for 3 months, spend 3 months fixing it, and then start business. No, you can start business as you do those things. Don't get it wrong, okay? But these are important. And I'll just give you a really rough example. But let's say right now, I'm recording these trainings. I'm doing a lot of them. Let's just say that at the start of the week, I said, I'm going to wake up at 7 to 8 a.m. every morning, okay? I'm then going to make sure within the first 30 to 40 minutes that I get a walk in, get a little bit of sunlight, move my body a little. Why? Because I'm going to be sitting down for hours just recording trainings. And then I'm going to start right into the trainings. Okay. So I'm not going to post a TikTok. I'm not going to check my Instagram DMs. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to get straight in to recording the trainings. Imagine how I'm going to feel if I don't do that. So let's just say on Tuesday, I wake up and I don't do that. I wake up at 10, I don't go for my morning walk, and I check TikTok straight away. What is that telling myself? That is telling myself that I'm out of alignment with the person I said I was going to be to get the results I want to get to. So if I feel out of alignment with that, it's going to be very hard for me to get up the next day on Wednesday to do that again. Right? To actually do what I was meant to do. And even if you do it that way, one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off, it's still going to be a struggle for you. See, what would be much better for me, right, is I say, okay, I'm going to do it Monday and Tuesday. Then because I know I'm putting in a ton of effort, right, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit tired the next day. So I'm going to plan a few hours off on the Wednesday, and I'll take that time off completely. Then I should be fresh to go on Thursday, Friday again. That's a much more logical, better way to do it. All right. So make sure you're focusing on these things, because if you don't, again, you won't become the person, and you don't become the person, you won't make the money you want to make. So for me personally, the biggest driver for my own success was my identity shift from victim to owner. Okay. Victim mindset to owner mindset. From the world is out to get me to I'm out to get the world. You know what I mean? Like, that's a complete shift. And that will change your life in all areas. All right. So I'm the owner of my life. I'm the owner of my choices, my habits, my routines, my results. It's all on me. Take full responsibility. Put the blame on yourself. Take the hard right over the easy left. Not an easy thing to do. It's why we say taking the hard right over the easy left. But you do these things and you be harsh and very real with yourself. Again, it's going to benefit your health, your relationships, your money, everything. So we've talked a lot about identity, right? And this specific video is about shifting your identity. Now, we can't go into the fine details. We could be here for hours and hours and hours. There's a lot more to this stuff, but this is just a very brief look at it. Okay, so in this program so far, we have looked at your beliefs and your habits. All right, let's look at it. Your beliefs is your conscious or subconscious underlying beliefs, how you see the universe, how you see yourself in the universe, right? Next up, your habits. This is what you do every day. Okay, so your beliefs influence your habits, and then your habits influence your identity. But your identity also influences your habits and your beliefs, right? It's all interlinked and it's all a circle. So your identity is how you see yourself and how others see you. And even though this looks at how it's about others seeing you, it's more often about how you think other people see you, right? So my identity is largely based on how I think you see me, not what you actually think of me, because I'm not inside your mind. I have no idea what you think of me. You might be like, Adam is fucking crazy, right? He's just weird. But my perception, my identity is what I think you think of me. All right. So that's powerful. Why? Because if you're saying to yourself right now, oh, I'm not really confident. I'm not really the person I know I want to be. Well, you can start to change that, right? Because you can start to think that other people see you in a different light. And the best way for that to happen is to change the things you do. Physical change, action, right? Change the habits, change the routines. And this starts on a very small level. All right, let's say you live at home with your parents. Okay, this is a great example because I was in this exact scenario. If my parents have seen me as their child who sleeps until 10 a.m. and plays video games all day, I have to shift their perception from that to Adam's going to be this successful guy. How does that shift? It doesn't shift by just telling them, hey, mom, I'm going to be successful, mom, right? She'll be like, yeah, whatever, like no chance, right? That's going to shift by my actions. So let's say for an entire summer, I start getting up early, I'm start working out, I'm reading, I'm meditating, I'm doing all these things, which are just like physical representations of me becoming the person. So if I do that for 3 months, at the end of summer, they might be like, geez, this guy changed. Like our son is completely different. And you see, this is what you're going to do to yourself. You're going to change who you are so that you get the results you want to get. You can tell I get excited about this stuff. This stuff is really, really powerful. Become a master of one, my friend. If you're trying to get jacked, you're trying to find a long-term partner and build a business at the same time, you could do that. I've tried it. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And I did this on another level where I was trying multiple businesses. I heard this quote online once: millionaires have 7 sources of income. And I thought I needed 7 sources of income. That is BS. Most millionaires have 1 or 2 sources of income, and then they build out other streams after that point. So just keep this in mind. If you become a master of one, you're way more likely to get results. Our student success manager did this as well. He focused on his agency, got it to 20K a month before he did anything else. Now, fix your inner scars. This is something we've touched on already, and I've shared with you my personal story in hope that if you're in that scenario, you can relate to it and find some help within it. You see, before starting a business, before becoming a man who had this business, what did I have to do? I had to fix who I was. I had to fix the scars. I had to look at the things in my life that weren't aiding me. I had to remove the things that were holding me back. And I had to take the time to say, hey, why am I this way? Why am I not happy? Why am I sad? All right. And you need to do that. And again, let me stress, I don't want you to just dismiss business. I want you to do this as you're doing it. You can do them hand in hand. You don't have to just do this and then do business. You can balance the two. But just keep in mind, as we looked at here, if you're trying to do 101 things at once, it'll probably become quite difficult. So I want you to focus on this, my friend: long-term impact and long-term results over short-term pleasures. This is taking the hard right over the easy left. And this all comes down to this, my friend: the internal versus external locus of control. So everybody has this. You either have internal or external. Internal is you believe you're in control and you take responsibility for your actions and your outcomes. Okay, your results. External is blaming external forces for their circumstances. All right. Someone who has an external locus of control is way more likely to fail in our program. The beauty is that this is something you can change. You can have an external locus of control. I definitely had it for some time, and I changed it to internal. External examples are this: if you're finding yourself saying, this doesn't work, the industry is saturated, the business model doesn't work anymore, that is external locus of control. Because how can you say that when there's other people winning every week in the exact business, in the exact industry as you? Think about it. Like, logically, I want to challenge you to think about it. Why is that the case? It's because that person probably has an internal locus of control. They've realized, Okay, yeah, there are people competing in this space, but they're competing in every space. Like literally every business model out there, they're competing in that space. They're just more in control. So they look further. They look, what can I do to be different? How can I stand out from the crowd? They're using that internal locus of control. And this is what I want to leave you with. The 1% Better Everyday Matrix from Atomic Habits, a really good book by a guy called James Clear. Recommend you read it. So this is the concept. If you can get 1% better every day for a year, you'll be 37 times better by the time you're done. Isn't that amazing? 37 times better. But if you get 1% worse each day for an entire year, you'll basically be at 0. Or if you're at 0, you'll be further down than 0, right? And here's the graph, just so you can see it visually. So what it shows us, right, is that over this span of a year, with 1% improvement or 1% decline, there's actually more of a positive effect. Isn't that crazy? So if you just decide to get 1% better every day, but your friend decides, I don't really care, like I'll do all the bad habits, and they get 1% worse, you'll actually be so far ahead, right? They'll have dipped down a level and you'll have risen up to a whole other level. Think about this, take a screenshot of it, use it. Look, motivation comes and goes. For most people, motivation is fickle. It's watching a YouTube video that gets you pumped up and motivated. It's not real motivation. I want to now break down what I believe real motivation is and how you can build it in your life so that each and every day you actually put in the work. Because if you want to build a business, right, you want to make 5, 10, 15 grand a month, you've got to be relentless. You've got to just keep going. You're going to have points where you want to give up. You're going to have points where it feels like all the work you're doing is just not working out. And what separates the people that make this work from the people that don't is how long they're willing to go through it. I can't tell you the amount of people that have tried to start a marketing business, and if they had just stuck at it for an extra month or 2 months, they would have made it. Like they would have gotten their first, second, third client, quit their job, spend more time on it, make 10K a month, and then do what they wanted. So it's really important that you understand how to build this real motivation. So stick with me. So this is how you build real motivation. Now, there are many types of motivation out there. 2 of the main forms are intrinsic motivation and extrinsic, right? We're not going to spend too much time on this. Take a screenshot, have a look at it. Basically, intrinsic is, let's say, for example, you get enjoyment, purpose, growth, curiosity, passion. These are all intrinsic. They're happening pretty much within, right? Extrinsic is outcome based. All right. So you signed a client. That's extrinsic motivation. That's a really hard word to say. You got good results, right? That's external, a thing outside of you. So you want to try and use these 2 forms. Okay. So I want to get a client. That's extrinsic. Okay. Amazing. Yes, you need to use that. On the other hand, you need to start enjoying the process, enjoy the fact that you're learning more, enjoy the fact that you are progressing, okay? Like you're getting better every day. Form the 2 together and you should be able to keep yourself motivated, because on certain days you'll have the extrinsic come in, you get a client, you get a big win, but you can't rely on that forever because that high will only last you maybe a day or 2. Now, next up, types of motivation. There are so many types, and I'm just giving you these examples so you can look at them, but realistically, you don't need to know about this stuff, okay? Yes, it's cool and you could research it, but at the end of the day, there's 2 main things I want to focus on with you. There's 2 forms of motivation we will use and talk about quite a lot: positive and negative motivation. So positive motivation is attaching a positive desired outcome to the work we do. For example, I want to make 10K a month so I can travel the world, quit my job, and treat my family to nice things. Right? That is positive motivation, aka saying, I'm going to do the work now for the thing that I want to get to. All right. Negative motivation is the opposite. It's saying, I'm going to attach a negative, undesirable outcome to the lack of work we do, or if we don't do the work. For example, I want to make 10K a month so that I don't have to stay in this job I hate, so that I don't have to be working until I'm 65, and that I'm not actually able to truly live my life. Okay, so you're going to flip that and say, I'm going to do the work now so that I'm not in that scenario. I've personally found negative motivation to be more impactful in my life. So I want you to test the 2 of these and see what works for you. There's been times where I've said, I want to go from 10K a month to 20K a month, right? Because some cool outcome. There have also been many, many times, and when I was starting, this was the most powerful motivator for me, where I would tell myself, if I don't do the work today, I'm going to be in this exact same shitty situation in a year from now. And that for me was scarier than the benefit I would get from getting more money, right? There's a concept that as humans, our desire to move away from pain is actually greater than our desire for a gain. So if, for example, if you give me $1, right, and then you take the $1 off me, I'm going to be way more annoyed than how happy I would be if I kept the $1. So going from 0 to 1, right, might bring me from here to here. Bringing me from 1, right, and taking my $1 away, it won't just bring me back down, it'll bring me way further down. Okay, so this is why negative motivation works really well. Have you ever heard of visualization? So this is how it works. I want you to close your eyes, take a deep breath. Now picture a positive scene. You on a yacht, driving a cool car in a place you really love, maybe just with your family, right? Picture that positive scene. Now enjoy it, visualize it, like really look at it. What can you smell? What temperature is it? What can you feel? Are your feet in the sand? Are you sitting on a seat? Like really feel it out in your mind. Just think about it. Think about it. Now, let that sit with yourself for a minute. And then I want you to visualize what would happen if you don't do the work needed to get to that point. So if you visualize yourself on a beach with your family, imagine if you don't do the work so that you do not have the financial freedom, the time freedom, or the location freedom to do that with them. How would you then feel? How would you then feel in 10 years, in 20 years, if you didn't do the work and you didn't get the results? Now feel that. That will probably hit you deeper, right? You feel the disappointment. You might feel the regret. You might feel just this sense of pain. This is powerful stuff, and I want you to do this. There's an extreme example I heard from some guy on a podcast before. He mentioned that he would visualize his death every morning. Not saying you should do this. I think that's quite extreme, but think about it. If you can visualize what it is like to die, you will probably approach that day with a lot of gratitude, a lot of positivity, and a lot of joy for actually being alive. Which, if you're joyful for actually being alive, you're probably more likely to do hard things because you see the joy in it, you see the good in it, and it's so much better than just not being here. So use this. I personally use it. I think it works a lot, really helps me out. Now, fear, love, scarcity, and abundance. A couple of concepts I want to run you through. So let's look at fear and love. Some people believe that you act either from a place of fear or love. And there's this quote, I just Googled it, right? Because you can see people talk about this stuff all the time. Before you act, ask yourself, am I acting out of love or fear? So when you do your work each day, you're working out of fear or love. Now, here's where my opinion changes from a lot of the mainstream. I do think you can act out of fear and get amazing results. A lot of my work when I first started was out of fear. It was fear of a 9-to-5, fear of being stuck in a life that I really hated. And I used that fear. So you can use it in a positive way. Now, acting out of love, all right, I want to give you an example. So let's say you have a client and they pay you $500 a month for X service. And you know that you could sell them another service, right, for an extra $300 a month. But you know they don't need it. You know they wouldn't actually benefit. They wouldn't get results. That is not really you acting out of love, right? That's more you acting out of fear because you just want to get the extra money, right? Whereas if you could see that in a different way, imagine you were selling them something for 1,000 extra, so way more money, but you knew they'd actually get the benefit, like they would actually benefit from it, and it was really worth that. That's acting out of love, right? And that will push you very far. And when you make business decisions out of that place, good things happen. Now, second to that, you can act out of scarcity or abundance. All right. So scarcity mindset, another example that I got from Google because there's just so many out there, is this. There's limited opportunities for everyone. All right. So you're in this industry, you're thinking, Yeah, it's so saturated. Like so many of us are trying to do this. There's only a couple of clients in the world. This will never work. In reality, there's like 100,000 new businesses started every single day. So logically, your claim is false. Abundance mindset is the world is full of opportunities. There's 100,000 new businesses a day. This can work for me and 1,000 other people, no problem. Heck, it could work for me and 10,000 people, no problem. For 20,000 people, no problem. You just need a couple of clients. You need a couple of clients to replace your income. In many cases, to get to 10K a month, you might need 5 or 10 clients. Do you think you could find 5 or 10 clients when there's 100,000 new businesses every day started, millions a year? Of course you can. Of course you can. That's the abundance mindset. When you act from that place, beautiful things happen. This is not the masturbation you've probably heard of. This is mental masturbation, a probably worse kind. Not that masturbation is bad. If you want to do that, that's none of my beeswax. Mental masturbation is the act of you pretending that you're being productive, pretending that you're making moves, when realistically, you're making yourself feel busy. It feels good, you feel productive, but you're not moving closer to your goal. It's really important that you understand what this is so you can avoid it and actually get on track. A term you're going to hear me and the team use very, very often is mental masturbation. Let me explain what this is and why this is important. So mental masturbation is when you do things to feel productive, right? As a business owner, you don't need to just do things that make you feel productive. If you do that, you won't get very far. You need to learn how to focus on the essential tasks at hand, aka the tasks that will actually make you money. There's tons of terms for these tasks. I'll give you a couple in case you hear us use them or somebody else. Revenue generating activities, so RGAs, revenue generating activities. And there's like 9 to 10 other variations you could use. Basically, these are the activities that push your business forward. Let me give you a really, really quick example. Let's say you and I both work for 10 hours a day, but the 10 hours that I work a day, I spend 2 hours just checking emails. Just responding to a couple emails, check if there's anything in my spam, right? Nothing too crazy. Then spend another 2 hours doing outreach, okay? Sending messages to business owners that I really want to work with. Very good. Now, another 2 hours that I'm going to spend is just watching more content, right? Because at this point for me, I feel maybe I need to learn some more, right? Maybe I don't know all the answers. And then for the last couple of hours that I have in that day, I just respond back to any outreach I did, and that's about it. Now, on the other hand, you work 10 hours a day and you put nearly all of that time into outreach. Literally. You don't feel like you need to learn more. You just take action on outreach. You don't feel like you need to check your emails every 10 minutes. You do more outreach, right? You and I have spent our 10 hours completely differently. Who will get more results faster? You will, because you focus on revenue generating activities. All right. So when you're doing work, I want you to constantly assess yourself. Ask yourself, right? Am I doing this because this is productive? Because I feel like I need more information? Or is this actually going to get me results? All right. So why do we mentally masturbate? There's 3 key main reasons that we've found. One is very clear. You get a dopamine hit for feeling productive. All right. And this is why it's so easy to do mental masturbation, right? Because you check your emails and let's say you feel like you're being productive, you're ticking something off your list, you feel amazing, you get that dopamine hit. So that's why you'll do that. The second reason is you might be afraid of starting. Okay, there's an example of a student, I won't say his name, but he spent around 2 months mentally masturbating on the packages that he was going to offer to business owners, the pricing that he would charge. We're going to touch more on this in a lot of detail of how to actually do this properly. But think of that. 2 months was spent doing little bits and pieces here and there, but constantly tweaking his packages and his pricing. He didn't sign any clients in that time. In fact, he didn't even take any calls, meaning he didn't actually have the opportunity to present his packages. And when we really broke it down with him, he was afraid of starting. He had all the information. He was just afraid of doing the actual thing that would get him results. And finally, look, you might not know exactly what moves your business forward, and you might be confused on what you need to do. So hopefully that example I've given you gives you a clearer indicator, right? I'll give you another example. So I remember when I was building my agency, there was a point where I had built out a case study. And what we were doing was pretty simple. We would find business owners on Instagram primarily. We would send them a quick message. We would ask them if we could send them a free case study. We would then send them the free case study. And then that would trigger some email automation that would send to them as well. All right. So it was this semi-complicated flow. That took me, I would estimate, 8 to 10 hours to build out of deep focused work. All right. So that was not mentally masturbating because it was something that would move my business forward. Now, after that point, I remember I used to keep coming back to the free case study. I used to keep like changing a tiny detail, or I would tweak one of the slides to look a little bit better. That was probably an example of mental masturbation, right? Because I had done the main work. It was probably going to get us results, whether there was 11 slides in the presentation or 10. All right. There wasn't going to be a massive difference. So that's an example of a small thing, but you need to be aware of this. And I'm trying to be aware of this in my everyday life. Anytime I slip into mental masturbation, I have to be aware of it. And then I can take corrective action to get back on track to the revenue generating activities. Okay. Right now, as I record this video, we have students in the range of 5K plus per month, all the way to 30K per month. I myself have gone much further beyond that, but we're experts at that specific range. That's what we really specialize in. So if you're watching somebody that has, a 10 million net worth, $100 million net worth, look, it's probably motivational. It's probably inspirational, but you're probably not going to learn exactly how to get to your first 5K or your first 10K. They're just at a different stage in the journey. So in this case, it comes down to one key question. How do you learn? All right. This is really important. There's two concepts we want to convey: just in time and just in case. All right. So just in time is this: you're consuming information as it's helpful. For example, you're struggling with sales, so you're consuming a sales training. As we looked at, you go to YouTube, you type in sales tips, and you watch a video. That's just in time. Just in case is consuming information because it feels productive. You're thinking, what if I need this information one day? Right? Think about it. You've done that before, haven't you? I have done this before, where I've gone to YouTube and I've clicked on a video that found me on my homepage, and I clicked on it because I said, just in case, right? It's a video about how to hire 20 salespeople and build out a sales team. I don't need 20 salespeople, yet I watched the video because I'm like, oh, maybe just in case. All right. Doesn't actually make that much sense when we think about it, right? So look, we want you to solve problems as they arise. Think short term, because realistically, you don't have enough information, context to make a long-term plan. Right? Some people will say, hey, you need to have a 5-year plan. You can have a 5-year plan, but the way the world changes so fast, it's sometimes futile. Times where I've had no plan, and that is when things have worked best because I'm agile, I can adapt, etc. If you're thinking, okay, this is exactly how my business is going to look like for the next 5 years, that's really good as a roadmap, but realistically, so many things are going to change. For example, if 2 years ago you said, I'm going to do my business in this specific way, but you didn't think of the fact that AI was going to become very mainstream, well then, yeah, maybe your whole business plan would have failed. Okay, so I would recommend you actually think short term with this. Now, 3 things that hold entrepreneurs back. These are the 3 things when we boil it all down to anyone in our program who has struggled, who didn't get started, who didn't get results. It comes down to these 3 things. So look, number 1 is information. Now you get a pass on this because you have the information, right? This is just some people don't have the information and that's where they struggle. You do not have that. You trust me. Again, there'll be times where you feel like you need more information. You'll feel like just in case, I'll go watch some more. You have everything you need. You have more than enough, okay? Execution. You're not doing enough or you're not doing enough for long enough. All right. If you're mentally masturbating, the solution is to cut the cheap dopamine out and commit to working on what you know you need to do. This is very common. It's too common that I actually really hate the fact that it's too common. All right. Too many people have the information. They just don't execute. And why is that? Well, it's number 3. It's character and mindset. We've talked a lot about this already. And this is why. Because if you have the information, but you don't execute, why is that? All right. It's your mindset. It's your character. It's how you view yourself. So my friend, I'm going to do a quick recap of the personal roadmap I followed, like step by step, exactly what I did to go from 0 to my first 10K per month. So the first thing I did was I picked a service and I got a rough idea of a niche. So I chose social media management, content creation, posting to social media, scheduling, daily stories, all that good stuff. And I didn't have a set price. I was going to do custom packages. And I was open to going high and charging lots of money, and I was open to going low and charging low amounts of money, right? I just wanted to get started. And that's exactly what I did with that. I used connections I already had. I talked about this, of how I met a client that I had done a little bit of work for as a freelancer, and I met them at an event, and then we struck up a conversation, and then we had a meeting, and then boom, they became a client, and 2 other businesses that one of the partners was involved in became our client number 2 and client number 3. This is what I started off with. Now, is this how you're going to start off? Probably not, but at least you know my story. Now, you need to get out of your comfort zone. I've given you this story again, so I don't need to bore you with it, all right? This whole journey is about stepping outside of your comfort zone, whether it's picking up the phone to do cold calls, whether it's booking an event to go and network with business owners, whether it's just simply sending messages on Instagram or applying to jobs on Upwork. You have to get out of your comfort zone. That's what I did, and imagine I didn't. If I didn't, again, I would not be here and you wouldn't be watching this right now. I did outreach. I did a whole lot of it. So I've talked about how I did voice messaging because not a lot of people really talked about it, and I thought, look, this is unique. It's also going to help me close deals better because I'm going to be able to build trust over the voice note. And I spent hours a day doing this. Like, any free time I had was put back into this because I understood that the only way I will get meetings, the only way I will turn meetings into clients, is by getting in touch with as many people as I can. That is the secret sauce. And that's what I did. So I put all the waking time that I had, all the waking hours, into this thing. So to go to 10K a month, our team was very simple. It was me, my business partner, and we had 1 or 2 graphic designers. We definitely had 1. I don't know if our second graphic designer came with us after 10K a month, but it was around that point. And then we started to look for virtual assistants and a client manager. So it was a very lean operation. Like, you're talking me and 1, 2, 3 other people. Very, very small, very high profit margin, very low cost. Like, really good setup. But then to go from that 10K a month mark to 50K a month, like, obviously we had to change things. We had to hire a lot more people, build a lot more systems, have a lot more structure. So that's when we started to look at these higher level positions like a client manager. But truly, you don't need that to get to 10K per month. Like, this journey is a different journey. 50K a month, our business was pretty much automated and delegated 95% at least. I would spend 30 minutes a day just checking in with the team. That was literally it. I had a sales rep, I had virtual assistants, graphic designers, video editors, client managers, even a senior client manager that would manage the other client managers. And you might even be thinking, like, Adam, what are these words? Client managers, senior client managers. That's all they are. They're words for job titles that you don't even need to know right now, right? Like, if you're at 10K a month, fair enough. It's worth looking into these and understanding who they are, what they do, how much you'd pay them, what are their responsibilities. If you're not, don't worry. Keep it simple, all right? Lower margin. So 90%, that's kind of the margin we were hitting in those first few months because it was lean. I was working a lot more. To go to 50K a month with things being like really hands off, you got to sacrifice some money. So our margin was a lot lower, but we had time freedom, meaning that I could literally work 30 minutes a day. And that's why I put so much time into my personal brand and building that up and posting content because, well, I've got this business that's in a sweet spot where, to be honest, if we just keep scaling it, the margin is just going to go down and down. So that kind of makes sense to just keep it where it's at. It's in a really good position and then building a second business just on the back of that. And that's what I did. Now, if I was starting over again from scratch tomorrow, there's one type of SMMA I would personally pursue. And I'm going to roll a video of me explaining to you what that SMMA is, how it's different, and how you can do the same. And so this video is going to be probably controversial. Most people in the SMMA space would probably disagree with me. But to be honest, I think they're all wrong. And I think this is the reason why so many people right now are saying SMMA doesn't work. Whereas in reality, the way they did it didn't work. In this case, we're not going to hate the game. We're going to hate the player because the game still fucking works. So let's do it. This is the only SMMA I would start. I would start a low ticket 90% automated agency. I wouldn't charge my clients 2, 3, 4,000 per month. In fact, I would start off my packages at 3, 4, 500 a month, low ticket. I also want my price to be low enough so that clients pay me every single month indefinitely without blinking an eye. I don't want my client to come to the end of the month and think, should I renew? Because your client is going to do that if they're paying you 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a month. That is categorically more money. And when something costs you more money, you think about it more. In my agency, our retention rate was really good because we literally had clients that would just pay month after month after month because the convenience we offered, time we saved them, the effort, the hassle we got rid of for the money they paid us was a no-brainer. So even if we didn't make them 10, 20K extra that month in revenue, they didn't care. We saved them tons of time, and 4, 5, 600 a month was nothing to them. That's number one. Number two, I would focus on scaling the agency horizontally rather than vertically. Look, I see lots of guys that get to 20, 30K a month, but they only have 10 clients. That might sound good, right? Each client pays you more money, you have less clients to deal with, less stress. It's typically BS. Well, if you have 10 clients paying you 3,000 a month, let's just say you have a bad month, get not good results. Your service delivery kind of sucked. Chances are you're not going to keep 10 clients. Chances are at least 2 will cancel. You've just lost 6K. And because your price is so high, getting 2 new clients to replace them is not easy. So let's say you're making 30K a month, but you've got 60 clients. Each client paying 500 a month. Well, if you lose 2 clients, heck, you lose 3 clients. You lost 1,000, 1,500 a month. Not that big of a difference. You see, scaling horizontally will give you so much more predictability. And one thing everybody loves is predictable revenue. I have seen guys with 30K a month agencies with 10 clients literally lose 30, 40% of their revenue in a single month. Why? Because your clients are paying you 3 grand a month. So if you just have a bad month, which happens, people will cancel because 3K a month is a big investment. However, let's say you have a bad month. You got your 60 clients paying 500 a month each. Even if 3 cancel, not a big deal. But would 3 cancel? Because if they're only paying 500 a month, one bad month might not be worth canceling. If you just save them a lot of time in that month, a lot of effort, and it was a convenience offer, they're probably not going to cancel. Number 3, I would have an automated onboarding process. Forget about having multiple calls with the client when they get on board and figuring everything out manually on a call. No, everything is going to be automated. You can opt to have an onboarding call, that's no problem, but they only have the call when they've done everything else. When they sign up with you, you'll automatically send them invoice, contract, Google form to get all the information you need, login details for any accounts you need. All done, all automated. They got to give you everything before everything starts. Number 4 is the sales process. My offer would be low ticket, let's say 500 a month, but I would offer them a 3-month deal where they can pay upfront for 3 months and get a 10 to 15% discount. All clients would have to commit to a 3-month minimum, even if they're paying monthly, which again is way easier to sell if they're paying 500 a month, that's 1,500 over 3 months, or if they pay in full, maybe 1,200, versus if you're charging 3K a month to get somebody locked in for 9,000 over 3 months, that's a massive commitment. And for your sales process, you could even make this part automated. Not recommending you do this, but out of the 355 clients I had in my agency, about 50 of those signed up without any sales call, which again, doing that for a 3K a month package would be near impossible. You see, we had a website, we had a funnel, we had a value stack. We pretty much took what everybody does in the info product course space and did that for the agency model. So that we literally had this VSL, which explained everything we do, showed all the examples of what we do, all the benefits, super short, 5 minutes. Then we had client results, testimonials, and our value stack, literally showing here's exactly what you get in your monthly package. Here's the total value is maybe 2,000 a month. If you get it all together today with us, you can get it for a one-time payment and save 10 to 15% for 3 months up front, or you just pay a very low monthly fee of $450 or $500 a month. So theoretically, you could do that. You could take no sales calls. You could have your clients sign up directly via your website. Your onboarding process is automated. It's almost like a conveyor belt. They come in, they pay for $500 a month. Let's say they get 15 pieces of content for their social media. Maybe you don't even manage their social media. Maybe you just teach them how to do it. And this is point number 3, the offer. My offer would be a hybrid. It's a hybrid between agency and consulting, done for you and done with you. This is the exact offer I offered in my agency. We offered it for $450 a month or $1,215 if you paid up front for 3 months. And you would get 10 pieces of content created by us for your social media, access to an Instagram growth course, access to weekly live coaching calls, access to one-to-one support with our experts, which could be you, content planner templates, caption templates, hashtag templates, literally everything they would need to learn how to manage their social media themselves, to do it themselves, but all relying on one key thing, which is our content. The thing they couldn't do or didn't know how to do. And then after checkout, we would hit them with an upsell. And our upsell would be, hey, if you want to add 5 extra pieces of content, you can do so for $175, which was another discount. A lot of people took that upsell. So that's exactly how I would structure my offer. How would I get clients? I would do a few things. But the key here is that you don't need to do all these things. You see, the first thing I would do is I would build a personal brand. Now, this is not necessary. People will tell you that you need a personal brand. You don't. Most people in my program making 20, 15, 10K a month don't have personal brands. Some do, but most don't. But I would build a personal brand all around what I do. And this would be a long-term play. This isn't going to blow up in 1 month. It mightn't bring me clients for 2 months, but eventually it will start to bring me clients. The second way I would get clients is Upwork. Believe it or not, this is an incredible platform for getting clients. We've had students get to 10K a month literally with just Upwork. And because my offer is low ticket, I know this works incredibly well on Upwork. And number 3 would be cold outreach. As much as people on YouTube are going to tell you that cold outreach doesn't work, again, out of all the students we have making 10K a month right now, a lot of them are doing cold outreach. And I would do this with an appointment setter. I would do it myself just to test things out and get a rough script, a rough message template. It's going to work and book me some calls. And as soon as I have that proof, I'm going to scale that bad boy up. You know, in my agency, we were sending 500 cold messages a day across 10 Instagram accounts. And that's how we scaled to having weeks where on an average week, we'd bring anywhere from 3 to 8 clients in every single week. How would I set all of this up? Well, for my sales funnel, I would either use ClickFunnels or Go High Level. Go High Level makes way more sense because it's got other agency tools you can use to run your agency. That would handle my sales process, my checkout process. For getting my clients set up for communication, I would use Slack. You could use WhatsApp. It really doesn't matter. Don't overthink this. We've got to make sure they do have a platform to communicate with us. If you don't, you're going to run into some issues. Don't do it over email. Those are probably the only 2 things I would start with. I would add more tools as I make more money, but my goal here is to make a lot of money, have really high profit margins, and make it as automated as scalable as possible. Just remember, SMMA still works, and it will still work because people are making it work literally today. But the people that don't make it work will make excuses. So my friend, my goal with this free course was to give you the direction and the clarity that you need to start your own social media marketing business to hopefully get to 5 or 10K per month. Now, you've probably noticed throughout this series, I've added a lot of times in the video where I mentioned my students, or you would have seen a sales call review that I reviewed for one of my students, or a sales role play, right? These are all things that I do with my students on live calls all of the time. Now, my purpose of this was not to just sell you on my mentorship program. You don't have to join it. But I know some of you that have watched this will have gotten a lot of value, would have thought, wow, I think Adam knows more that I could learn from, or the way in which he would coach me and mentor me live on calls would really help me to keep me accountable, keep me on track, and to give me more. Because this is just a free course. I don't believe that a course is going to solve all your life's problems. And that's why I don't sell a course. I started my personal brand back in 2020. And when I first started it, I first thought, oh yeah, maybe I'll sell a course. And as I started putting out more content, and I did a little bit of one-to-one mentoring with a couple of people beforehand, just to kind of test and see if I enjoyed the process. And I realized that, oh shit, like people are not going to just go through a course and everything changes. You see, for most people, once they know what to do, their problem is doing the work, staying consistent, and having the accountability to continually show up. It's why we do live calls and live check-ins with students. It's why they get one-to-one calls when they join. It's why we have a community where we host extra live trainings with students that are, you know, excelling in certain fields, and we bring them in to give like talks and basically be a guest in our community. The reason we do those things is because they get people results. I would make a lot more money if I just sold, you know, a course. It would be really easy. Build it once, sell it 1,000,000 times if you want, charge whatever amount of money, and I don't have to deal with anybody. But I knew deep in my heart that that would be me selling out, and that would not be what people would actually get the most results from. And that's truly what I want, because if you get results, it will make me feel more proud about my work, which means I'll work more and probably make more money, you know? So that's how it works. So if you decided, yeah, cool, Adam, don't care, never going to join a program, fair enough. I hope you've enjoyed the free course, and hopefully you've learned some things from this, and you've gotten a little bit more of a clear insight on my way of running this type of business that allowed me to get to the 7-figure mark. Now, if you do want to hear me out, I'm going to give you a little walkthrough of really how I built our program, why it gets results, and really how we can guarantee results for our students as well. Okay. So at this point, since I started that marketing business in 2019, I've generated well over $2 million in revenue online. And now, like my main focus every day is I'm helping the person I used to be. And we are best suited to help the person that we used to be. You know, I get to help the person that is stuck, does not know how to do this, can't keep consistent, doesn't have the support system, their friends don't believe in them, their family don't believe in them, they want to move, they want to live in Dubai or, you know, somewhere nice and have the freedom, like that's the person I get to help because I've become that person. And that to me is, it's fulfilling, right? It's the person who wants more from life, the person who wants to experience time freedom, location freedom, true financial freedom, and the person that knows, like truly, you watching this, you know there's a different path, you've seen the proof from me and others, you know it can bring you so much joy, but there's just something holding you back from getting there. Now, if you're going to do well in this space, what you need to believe, there's 3 core beliefs. You need to first understand that this opportunity exists, right? If you don't believe that this opportunity exists right now, you're not going to begin the journey. You're just not. You'll watch another video after this. You've also got to believe that you are going to, and you must find the opportunity. Because if you don't feel committed to finding this, like truly committing, you're not gonna. Like you'll just move on and you'll say, yeah, cool, that's a thing, but it's not for me. And you have to believe it's worth it. Because if you don't think that the value that you're going to get back from you dedicating to this art is not going to be worth it, then you're not going to pursue it. So if you've decided that, that's fair enough. When I started, I had to believe these 3 things. Because I knew in my core, if I go through the pain of figuring this thing out, investing in myself, time, money, energy, it'll be worth it. And it has been. And it's probably very clear that it's been worth it. And I know this will be the case for you if you decide to actually action this fully. So when it comes to results, people I've worked with, I could show you results all day. Like genuinely, we could make 10-hour video walking through case study by student who was 17 who made 10K a month versus the person who was married with 2 kids and quit their job. Like we've helped everyone out there, like all different nationalities, non-English speakers, people in lower income countries, people that are young, old, like it doesn't matter, right? So I can show you results like this all day. I'm not going to. If you want more information on that, you'll be able to find it and I can show you all of that in detail, okay? So as mentioned, I decided I wouldn't offer a basic course, you know, a series of how-to videos and slap a $200-300 on it and just sell as many as I wanted. We cover everything you're going to need between the mindset, the accountability, the networking, the self-improvement, all the things that integrate into you becoming the successful business owner. Social media marketing, appointment setting, sales, closing, personal branding. You know, and I've done these for 2 different businesses. So you know that what I'm going to be giving you is really stuff that even if you just use it to get to 5K a month with social media marketing and then you decide, yeah, cool, I'm going to do something else, that you can transfer these skills over, because that's exactly what I've done myself. Now look, the reason most courses suck is this. It's basic information and videos. You know, yes, you might have got value and it's enough to give you some direction, but you have doubts, you have questions, you're human, right? So you go through the process and you're like, yeah, but I don't quite understand this part. Or, you know, for example, you don't have somebody checking in with you to see if you actually did the things. And then that leads you to a place where you've nobody to help you. You're going to lose motivation. Then you're going to stop trying and you're going to fail. And I don't want you to fail. For me deciding I'm not going to sell a course and I'm going to do this differently, this is what I decided. The first thing is we set up all of our students with a one-to-one onboarding call when they join. So this is to make sure, like our roadmap is to ideally get you to about 1.5 to 5K per month in the first 90 days. We know that that is very possible. We've had students surpass that, like 2-fold, 3-fold, and really scale past that. But we know for the average person coming in, this is the realistic benchmark. So we're going to set you up with a one-to-one call to figure out where you're at now, where you want to be, and make sure that you have a crystal clear plan. Not a, hey, just, you know, do outreach and come back to me. No, like we'll give you a personalized one-to-one plan based on where you're at right now. We're then going to implement daily one-to-one support where you're going to be in a private group inside of Telegram with me, our student success manager, and yourself. So every day you can ask us questions. You can send us voice notes. You can send us your outreach messages and have us critique it. Whatever you want, we are there to serve. Take a screenshot. She basically just was overwhelmed by how much effort we actually put into the coaching. You know, like really we put a lot in. So next up, we decided that it's also going to be useful for you to be in a community. So you're in a group with, you know, typically just a couple hundred other people that are actually doing this motivated, people that are already making 30K a month and those that are just starting with you. So you're going to be in that community, meaning that you can reach out to each other. Like we have a student right now as I'm recording this. He's organizing a meetup in Ireland for members. Like, it's free. They can all come. It's a dinner. Like that's the type of community you're going to join into, where you can learn from the people ahead of you and they're willing to help you out because they've also been in that position as well. So you get access to that. You're going to get access to weekly live coaching calls, multiple of these every single week, where we're going to be bringing on guest speakers. We're going to be interviewing successful students and you can ask them all the questions you want. And we'll also just do general Q&A and check-ins to make sure that you're doing what you need to do, you're staying on track, and most importantly, you're getting results. Now, on top of that, there's a lot of systems and templates and contracts that, as you can imagine, building my SMMA to 7 figures, there's a lot. There's a big old Google Drive folder of things that I built out. Processes for hiring, automated processes, everything you can think of, we have it all, and we give it to our students, because if those are the things that helped me build mine, I'm going to give them to you. And I don't share these publicly because you can imagine if I give out my exact outreach script and processes to thousands of people online, it probably wouldn't work very well. When I safeguard that and keep it for a handful of people, it works a whole lot better. Same with the templates, the contract, and everything else that we give. So I'm really confident in what we do, so much that we guarantee results. We give you all the information. We give you a full A to Z course, way more in depth than what you've seen here today. We also give you, again, the copy and paste templates, contracts, all of that, everything you're going to need. So it's basically business in a box type of deal. All the coaching, all the support, all the mentoring, so that you can make tens of thousands a month. That is our ultimate goal. If you'd like to work with me, I'm going to give you the info now. I have a program. This is the name. It's called the Figure Accelerator Program. That's a brief look at what's included. We often add extras on top. So this is the most basic of what we offer. But we're often adding things on top of that as well, based on different promotions we might do. Just to kind of compare how our program is different, in my opinion, is you get a one-to-one onboarding call. Most programs and courses you don't. You get lots of one-to-one contact with me, the founder. Most you'll never hear from them ever. And look, it makes sense. Some of the guys selling courses and programs are really popular, as in they've millions of followers. So yeah, of course they can't. For us and for me, that's really important. So you'll get contact with me. Small private community. Again, we keep that really tight knit because we don't want thousands of people in our community. Because if we even have 1,000 people in our community, the engagement will go down and it will turn into a place where people don't want to engage and it's too big and scary. We keep it really, really tight knit and make sure the people that are in there are actually active and willing to help you out. We have a really easy to follow course curriculum. Everything is laid out step A to Z, and we break up the video content into a way where you can skip around and navigate really easily so that you won't have to watch every single video. Fresh materials updated regularly. We rebuild it on an annual basis in full, and then we're constantly adding new materials. So anytime new strategies are coming up, or if we've got a new case study with a student, a certain type of outreach they did, boom, we're giving that right back to you guys immediately. We've got a results back guarantee. So, we try and take that risk off of you because I know how scary it is to start this business in the first place. And then if you're going to pay to get some extra help, that's even scarier. So the way in which we kind of navigate that for you is by putting our money where our mouth is. So now I'm going to roll a quick video. I recorded this video when I rebuilt our program the last time, just a couple of months back. And you're going to really see the inside of, how much time and effort and energy we put into this every year. And we do this every year. And I think this is important because this is a fast-paced landscape. Social media marketing now is not the same as it's going to be in a year from now. So it's really important that you're learning up-to-date new materials. So watch that. You'll get a good understanding of, everything that went into it and what goes into it on a continual basis.
It's Sunday. We just wrapped up 2.5 hours of planning more of the content. Next step is to script out all the videos, get one of our slides ready, make it very good, very professional. And the next step is to record. All right. So plan, script, record. Planning is actually the really fucking hard bit, right? Because we are literally planning, how do we make this thing so good that when somebody comes in and they go from video 1 all the way to video Z, the very final video, it all makes sense, it's all easy to follow, and then that they actually get results, which we've done a really good job of that with the previous versions of our program. It's just that we know we can make it better, right? Like you guys have seen, we have so many results, right? Over 100 people on my website that have made anywhere from 5 to 30K per month. 100 people in that range. Yet we're still here, sitting here, thinking, how can we make it better? It's kind of insane, and that's why I'm recording this video now, because it's a Sunday. We don't have to do this, but we're doing it. And I think there's something really beautiful about that fact that we don't have to do this and we are doing it. So yeah, we've got a fun time ahead of us. There's going to be a couple of days of me recording where I'll guaranteed lose my voice because I'll be speaking for 10, 12 hours a day. All right, here we are deep in the rebuild, session number 2. There's Ty, Student Success Manager, putting in the work. We are about 40 minutes deep into a little work block. We're going to spend 5 hours today. We did 5 hours yesterday. And Ty was literally just saying, so Ty is our Student Success Manager, if you don't know him already. Literally was just saying that we've spent close to 6 or 7 hours already, and we haven't even started building out new content. We're literally just spending time planning it. Because if we don't plan it correctly, the content is not going to be as easy to follow. And that is what we're trying to do, make it easy to go from A to Z, so that if you join our program, you have literally no doubts. You are step A, step B, step C, full detail, action items, checklists, everything, you know exactly what's doing. We're about halfway through the rebuild right now. Rebuild is going incredibly well. One thing we've really tried to do with this is put a lot more focus on the quality of the video and the audio, so that the watching experience, right, for the video content is actually more enjoyable, which means more people will actually watch it. And if more people watch it, more people should action the information and take results. One thing we do with our students is that if you're in a current version of our program, for example, our first ever 1.0 or our 2.0 last year, you get upgraded to the newest versions. So that's one of the cool things, is that you always get the future upgrades. Even if you paid a much, much lower price back 2 years ago, you're still getting the new material. So you get lifetime to the content updates. Alright guys, so today is the last video of recording for the 3.0 rebuild. It was not meant to be today, it was meant to be last night. I recorded 1.5 hours of trainings and the Zoom file corrupted. It just didn't convert. I've tried a bunch of different methods to try and fix it. And what I've realized is I've spent probably 30 to 40 minutes trying to figure out how to fix it, whereas I could just go ahead and re-record it. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I thought I wouldn't have to wear this green shirt again, but I'm back, it's on, and we're gonna get the re-recording done, and then we are good to go. That means the 3.0 is pretty much done. So this is just a really, really quick preview of the 3.0 program, just to show you guys what we've added in here. So we actually now provide a certification, so that when you complete the program, we literally give you a certification. We had people do this in the past, but we did it on an ad hoc basis. Now anyone can get it. As you guys know, our coaching and community, this is how you get results, right? The 3.0, the course, is just part of what we offer. The main benefit is group coaching calls, a small, private, tight-knit community, and most importantly, your private one-to-one group chat with me and our Student Success Manager. That's where you really get the results. So some of the stuff we have added in, we've added a lot more content on mindset, as we've really learned that the biggest struggle for most people is not knowing what to do, it's actually doing the work. So we've added a lot of really deep content. I know that's going to help a lot of people. We spent more time breaking down the business model for those of you that are beginners and you actually don't fully know how the business works, okay? So everything from understanding it, why this opportunity works, and why someone would actually pay for services online. So everything you need to pick your service, everything you need to know about picking a niche. Sometimes you don't need a niche, and we talk about that in here. Literally the cheat sheet of how to build an offer, so how to build out packages and what that should look like. You see there's literally so much more, right? Outreach is absolutely massive. There's like 30 videos in here alone. Sales, probably about 10 trainings in there. Tax and legal setup training, everything you need to know about hiring, who to hire, and yeah, so much more. We do this because we care. We actually want our students to get results. And I know a lot of people say that and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I want to help as many people as possible. We truly do. We've seen the transformation that people go through, and to see someone go from 0 to becoming the person and then making 5, 10, 15K a month online, like that is such a wild transformation. And to be able to give that transformation to people, or to at least facilitate it, is it's so worth it. Like, it really, really does give us a real true sense of fulfillment.
And so just to remind you that everything we've gone through today and the students I work with, they don't have to work 12 hours a day. Some choose to work 12 hours a day, but we have had students, like so many of them I can think of off the top of my head, that have come in with 1 or 2 hours a day, really tight schedule, you know, alongside college or their job, or maybe they're out of a job, but they just don't want to dump 10 hours a day into this, or they're traveling or something. And you can make it work with that time, because we're going to give you the revenue generating activities. We're going to make it so clear that you know exactly what you need to do in 1 to 2 hours a day for you to knock out results. Would be really damn difficult. The only way that happens is if you just give up. Now, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, all right? As you can imagine, through our social media, through our TikTok, Instagram, and emails, and all the places we post, we get a lot of applications every month. So there's no pressure for you to join us. But if you'd like more information, or you'd like to at least just have a quick call with us to figure out, yeah, give me some more info. Let me see if it aligns with my values. Let me see if it kind of aligns with the type of, you know, person I want to work with. Cool. You can book a call with us. There'll be a link in the description of the video. You can check that out. And yeah, enjoy. Hopefully you got value from this free course. I had a lot of fun recording it, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in future videos and potentially inside of the program.
So look, if you're on the fence, you really do need to listen to these next few minutes. You see, whether you take action towards your goal of making money online may depend on these next few minutes. Really quickly, I'm going to run you through pretty much every objection I get. These are the most common objections, and I've heard them 1,000 times. Do I have to know a lot about social media marketing to do this? The thing is, you don't actually need to know anything about social media marketing. If you do, of course, it's going to give you a head start. But if you don't, that's fine. Many of the people that I've worked with have actually indeed started with no experience in social media marketing, and their understanding of it was next to nothing. As I record this video, a student of the program, Christopher from Ireland, makes around 19,000 per month. And Christopher started with no clue about this. You know, he barely used social media himself, and he came from the construction industry, just wasn't used to social media. So I'm going to teach you step by step A to Z. So it's all laid out for you. But when it comes to actually serving clients, right, business owners that will be paying you money, servicing them, we'll show you literally step by step how you can outsource most of the work to experts while still profiting massively. I don't have a lot of followers on my own social media. Can I still do this? I think there's a misconception, because you may follow me and other people on social media that have an audience, and you think, okay, the only way to make money with social media is to have the same. This is not true. Christopher, who I just mentioned, doesn't post anything about this on his social media, and he has barely any followers. And people you may have seen on my website or on my social media, the same thing applies. If you have followers, it might help, right? Maybe there's a few people that follow you, a few business owners that might actually be interested in marketing services. But where we get clients and how we teach you to do it does not rely on this whatsoever. I don't come from a marketing, sales, or even a social media background. So you're asking the question, is this even possible for me? As we've mentioned so far, we will guide you step by step. We're going to assume that you do not have a background in this, and we're going to assume that you know absolutely nothing. We might find that you actually know a little bit more than you think, and we can speed up the process. But up until that point, we can just keep going, treating you as a beginner. Having a background in marketing, sales, or social media, of course, is going to help you, but it's not necessary. And in fact, we've had people that have come in with a background in marketing or previously in sales who have actually taken longer to get clients than a complete beginner. I don't want to post myself on social media or be public about this. Can I do this by keeping it private? Yes, you can. You will never have to post about this on your own social media, on your Instagram, on your LinkedIn, nothing like that. Nobody in your life has to know you're doing this unless you tell them. Quite frankly, a lot of people I work with come from a background where they're in a 9-to-5, right? They don't want to be showing their boss that they're trying to build this thing on the side. And quite frankly, they don't want their friends and family to be kind of chattering about the online business you're trying to start. What I did was I kept it private until it was making money. When it's making money, then that kind of shuts people up, and you can say, hey, look, here you go, here's the proof. But up until that point, just take the pressure off yourself, do it in private. And when it's working, and if it's working really well, if you want to share that with the world, be my guest. There's people with inside my program that after reaching maybe 10,000 per month have started to open up about it, maybe start doing some consulting themselves online, but it's not part of our process. You don't have to do that. I've never created content, and I'm not a big social media person. Will this still work? Well, as we've already looked at, you see, what we're going to do is we're going to connect you with people that are already skilled at this. So when you sign clients and you get deals
and businesses are paying you money, you do not necessarily have to do all of the work yourself, meaning you do not need to go and learn content creation or social media management or Facebook ads. We will have all the templates there. You literally just plug and play contract templates, job post templates. Will show you step by step how to find these people. And in fact, some of those people will be able to lend their portfolio, which is a proof that you can then use to get clients yourself. So yes, this will still work. There are barely any businesses in my local area that could even benefit from social media marketing. Does this mean that I can get clients from other countries? Well, yes, it does. In fact, my very first client, even though I started when I was in Ireland, was not in Ireland. I looked at the Irish market and I said, hey, look, maybe there's businesses here that need my help, but I think there's more businesses in the world that are going to need my help. Plus, there's going to be more money and they're more open to spending that money. So my first client was actually from the US, and many of my clients were also from the US, also from Canada, from Australia, from different parts of Europe, and really all across the world. We'll show you methods and strategies to get clients abroad where you never have to visit them. You can do all of your communication online. And the way things are going right now after the pandemic, it's actually better now to do this because of the fact that businesses are used to having meetings online and they're not expecting that face-to-face touch that they would have before. What skills do I need to know before starting this? I don't know much about video editing or graphic design or really anything to do with marketing. To be brutally honest, nothing. All I ask is that you come in with an open mind, you use our program fully, you attend some coaching if you have the time, and you allow us to help you. If you don't want to learn these skills, that's fine. If you do, fantastic. I will do my best to teach you everything I know about them. If you don't, as mentioned previously, we can go ahead and outsource the work to somebody who's already skilled at this. My first client paid me $1,200 per month for social media management. I hired a graphic designer who did, quite frankly, 70-80% of the work. He did the bulk of the work. He created the content, I just approved the content, and then I posted it on the social media channels for my client. Doing that only cost me between $150 and $300 per month, meaning that I had a clean profit of at least $900 per month. He was happy because I was bringing him clients. He was from a third world country. He was from Pakistan, didn't have the best English in the world, and didn't really feel that comfortable getting clients himself. So I solved the problem for him and he solved the problem for me. I've hired dozens of editors, designers, copywriters, social media managers since then, and I know exactly what to look for. What exactly will I learn in the program and what is covered? Everything that you are going to need to know about first starting a social media marketing agency, getting your first client on board, and then scaling to the six-figure mark. That's what's covered in this program. Step by step, A to Z, there's really no stone left unturned. I've been doing this for years now. I really truly mean that. There's so many people I've worked with and all of the clients that I've worked with myself. I've taken all of that experience, all of that knowledge and put it all into a very easy to follow system. We'll show you how to start, what to focus on when you're just a beginner, how to get your confidence up, how to get your first few clients, even if you've no experience, even if you have no proof. We'll show you platforms and our methodology for finding businesses that are actually looking for this type of service, as in they're already searching for it and we're just filling that demand. I'll show you how to outsource, how to build a mini team under you if that's the route you want to take. I'll teach you all of the technical side, everything that I do, even in my own social media, that you can use for businesses that you work with, and the systems that got my business to the first six figures. So how will I get clients if I don't have experience and any proof to show? Well, as previously mentioned, I'll be able to connect you with people that are really good at graphic design, content creation, video editing, copywriting, social media management, email marketing, and really every type of social media marketing service. I'll be able to connect you and show you how to get in touch with these people and our process for getting them to give their portfolio to us to allow us to get clients. This is a really common strategy to get your first clients. You might pair up with a graphic designer who's got a great portfolio, but his problem is getting clients for himself. You solve that problem by going towards businesses and hopefully getting them as clients. And in return, you're actually using his portfolio to position yourself and your team and your business as the authority, as a group of people that know what they're doing. And so this is the best win-win in the industry you can get. And that's one of the many strategies we have for getting you your first client, even if you don't have experience or proof. How long will it take me to complete the program and start earning? Well, it depends. If you want to come in, work really hard, put a lot of time into this, then hey, you could be one of our students that have come in and gotten clients in the first week or 2 weeks. If you want to take it a bit slower and maybe you're not in a rush and you'd rather just take things slow and build slowly and steadily, that's fine as well. Maybe it takes you a month, maybe a month and a half to get your first client. We find the average client to be between 500 to 1,000 per month. So you can kind of do the math yourself. If you were to get a client in the first 2 weeks, well, getting your first client is the hardest, right? You're going from 0 to 1, and then the journey typically speeds up from there. So by the time you've done maybe 2 or 3 months with us, you can get a rough idea as to how much you could be making. There are people in the program that have gone from 0 to 10K a month in 3 months. There are people that have taken a bit longer. There are people somewhere in between where maybe they're at 5,000 per month in 3 months, maybe at 2.5 after 3 months. Again, it all just depends. You will get out what you give to a program like this. And if you are one of those people that wants to scale fast, well, great. Because I'm always looking for hyper successful people in the program. I'd love to show you one-to-one and really just coach you through the process to get you there. How much can I charge? And will you actually help me figure this out to make sure businesses can afford my service? Yes, I will give you a pricing calculator, which will literally spit out the exact figures so that you never have a doubt about how much to charge. This will take into account the costs of outsourcing to skilled editors, designers, and people that we typically outsource work to, giving you at least a 70% profit margin. So for every $1,000 your business makes, you'll keep at least 700. And then what I'll do is I'll show you all of the packages that I've ever sold and a bunch of packages sold by students within the program as well. So you'll get real market data and then a pricing calculator that will spit out numbers so that if you're on a call with a business and they need to get a custom package made, you'll be able to do that right there and then for them. Do I need to pay for lots of softwares? And then will you show me how to use them? In fact, you don't. When you're growing a business and let's say it's making 10,000 per month and you're scaling up, there's probably going to be quite a few softwares you use. When you're in the beginning stages, there's none that you necessarily need that will cost you money. There are some softwares we recommend in the program, but these are softwares that are free or they've got free trials or really, really affordable plans. And we have people that join the program and don't spend any more money after they've maybe gotten their first 1,000 to 2,000 per month. So if you want to keep things lean and as profitable as possible, that's fine. As for all the softwares we recommend, of course, we will show you step by step how to use them. Can I really do this if I work a full-time job? The answer is yes, for the simple reason that I have had so many people work jobs and make this work. In fact, currently I have so many people inside of the program that still work jobs. All right, 40, sometimes 50 hours, sometimes 60 hours a week in their job, and then they're doing this on the side. You see, a business like this is not so much about the hours you put in, right? You do have to work at this, but there are people in the program that work 2 hours a day and make 2K a month, and there are others that are doing 2 hours a day and make 10K a month. It's all about building systems and processes that work for you. And so if you were doing this in a full-time job, right? You've got 1, maybe 2 hours per day. Yeah, look, maybe things won't just explode right away. But with that being said, many of the people you have seen inside of my program, that's their exact situation. So my question to you is, if you know that when you take your screen time each day and you look at the kind of wasted time that you have between tasks, could you figure out 30, 60, 90, maybe even 120 minutes a day, 1 or 2 hours? And if you can, if you've got that pocket, we will give you the clarity as to what to do in that time so you're not wasting it anymore and in fact it's making you money. So if I work 1 to 2 hours a day on this, what would I be doing? When you get started with me, you'll spend your first couple of weeks training, going through coaching calls, really working with me and my team, and that's where you'll spend your 1 to 2 hours. Pretty quickly then we'll transition you into going out there, looking for clients and taking action. At that point, all of your time is pretty much going to be spent on a little bit of coaching still with us, of course, checking in with us, seeing if you need help with anything, but the main focus being on you reaching out to companies. We'll show you what to say, how to do it, our processes and the templates we have, we'll give them all to you. But then when you start to sign clients, let's say you've got 3 clients on board, your time is probably going to be split 50-50. Half of your time getting new clients, because we always want to keep that momentum. And then the other half of your time on serving your clients, making sure they're getting what they paid for, they're happy, and if we can go above and beyond, just to really truly make sure that they stay long term. So I'll not only show you exactly what to do in this 1 to 2 hours a day, I will give you templates and systems and processes that are really just easy to follow, and I've already done them myself. If I work 1 to 2 hours a day, how much can I expect to make in that time? As I mentioned, I have got people in the program right now that work 2 hours a day and make 10K a month. I've got people in the program that are working 2 hours a day, and guess what? They're making 2K per month. So really the question should be, how much do I want to make in that time? Because if you define for yourself, cool, I want to make 5K a month and I'm happy to do 2 hours a day, great. We're probably not going to get there in 3 weeks, but with the right work, focused on the right activities and using our coaching well, I know that you can get there with systems and processes that are doing a lot of the work for you. Leveraging systems, tools that we have, AI, all of these things to make sure that your 2 hours a day are incredibly productive. But what if I've never sold anything online before? Again, I'm going to treat you like a complete beginner, right? I'm going to assume you've never done anything online apart from look on Instagram or TikTok, and that's about it. I'll walk you through all the processes I use to sell things online. I'll show you how to get paid, how to collect payments, how to sell, right? The art of sales, that in of itself, we've got a bunch of training on specifically. I'll show you calls that I've had with business owners that have resulted in them paying me, right? So where I've closed deals successfully, I've got those calls recorded and I'll give them to you as well. And then when you go out there and start taking calls yourself, well, we'll be able to review those as well for you. What does the first couple of weeks working with you look like? Your first couple of weeks will be going through our training videos, engaging in our community with other people in the group, reaching out, seeing if they can help you out with extra pieces, hopefully attending some of the coaching calls that we have, which are at different time zones. So there really should be one at least per week that sits or kind of fits into your schedule, and chatting back and forth with me and my team in our private group chat. That's something you'll probably use kind of like a journal, and you'll brain dump in there, and me and my team will be able to see that every day, and we can just shoot you questions back and forth. Then after the first couple of weeks, we're going to switch that up and we're going to make sure that you've got everything you need now to go out there and take massive action. That's where you'll start to use our platforms to find these business owners that are actually looking for these services already. We'll then show you and give you the templates of how to reach out to them, how to get paid, how to negotiate the deal, and then how to get them on board as well. I don't know where to start with this, so should I research more before working with you, or will you teach me absolutely everything I need to know? I'll teach you everything. Again, I'll treat you like a beginner. My goal there is to make sure that you have everything. There's no stone left unturned. Every detail that you need to know is covered. And if miraculously there's one thing that's not covered in our program, which is pretty much impossible at this stage because we've rebuilt it about 3 or 4 times over the last 3 to 4 years, you have access to coaching, so you can ask us. And if you ask me on a coaching call a question, I'm not just going to give you a one-word answer, right? I'm going to actually go and explain it in as much detail as I can. So you don't need to know where to start. You just need to know if you want to do this, right? When I get on an airplane, I don't go into the cockpit, start asking the pilot, what's his exact strategy for today and how's he going to do it, and start looking at all the buttons, right? I just commit to say, hey, this guy, I trust him. He's gonna get me to where I want to get to, and all I've got to do is sit down. Well, first buy the ticket, sit down, put on my seatbelt, and enjoy the journey. Do I need to set up a company? And what about taxes? It depends where you live, and I can't give you a definite answer because I don't know every single country in the world and exactly the details for those countries. What I do know is that for the people I've helped so far, which have been in countries such as Ireland, the UK, pretty much all countries in Europe, America, Canada, Australia, the Philippines, other parts of Asia, even Africa. What most people have done is not set up a company from day one. They've gotten their first few clients to pay them directly just to prove to themselves that they can get this to work. And they may get those payments directly into their bank account or PayPal or something like that. Then there seems to be a point where most people decide on switching to a limited company or an LLC. And that's something that I can, of course, kind of share my insights on. And I can connect you with those people in the group that are making maybe 5, 10, 15K per month. That will give you more of the insights of what they did. So this is really not something you need to worry about now. All you need to worry about now is proving to yourself you can do this, committing to the action, and then everything else you'll find out through our program. Same with taxes. This is not something I would be worrying about today. Taxes, that's basically a problem when you're making loads of money. So you need to create the problem first, which is you need to start making loads of money. And when you're making loads of money, you can then afford to pay a little bit of money to somebody that has the expert advice about taxes. See, that's what I did, and that's what most people do. Because if you never start because you're scared of, do I need a company? Or do I need to pay a certain amount of taxes on this? My opinion is that you will just hold yourself back for such a long time. You're waiting for everything to line up before you do anything. Whereas most countries in the world will be very happy for you to just get started, get things going, and then you can set up officially after then. Now that's not advice, that's just my opinion, and it's what a lot of people do when they're starting an online business. I need to ask my partner or my business partner before joining your program. Look, that's completely fair. You know, if you and your partner make all financial decisions together, I'm not going to tell you to break that. And if you and your business partner make all financial decisions, I'm not going to tell you to break that either. If this is a decision that you can make, but you're purely just looking for support from that person, I think the question should really be, is the partner going to support me? Not, does my partner think I should do this? I'm just being brutally honest. There are cases where I've seen people pass up opportunities because their girlfriend or their husband or their significant other said, hey, I don't think you should do that. If this is something you truly want to do, in my view, you need to take action on that, and then you can convince whoever you need to convince afterwards. But you might be thinking, yeah, I get you, Adam, but at the same time, I just want to run it by them first. Again, the question becomes, well, what happens if they say no? If you're okay with the fact that if they say no, that you may never actually do this, then that's fine. You should ask your partner. But if you know you want to do this, and you know if they say no that you're going to be very annoyed and you'll still think that you'll want to do this, then the question becomes, why do you need to ask, and shouldn't you just do it and tell them afterwards? That's not advice, that's just how I go about things in my life that I truly believe in, things that I truly want to do. And when I look at all of my successful friends, that's how they operate as well. Can I purchase this now and then start at a later date? Completely. If you join my program, you get lifetime access to the program content. So as long as my program exists, you will have access to that. And any future updates we add, you will get added to your account for free. The coaching that we offer is on a time limit, but you can activate that later on, or you can start it and then pause it and come back to it. That's not a problem. We have people do that all the time. In fact, I had somebody recently, he was going on holidays for a month and he was thinking, oh, look, I'll do this when I'm back, right? I'll join the program when I'm back. And see, the problem with that is I increase the price of this program pretty much every 1 to 2 months. So if you do that, you'll probably lose out on a few hundred at least. But what it also meant for him was that he could actually join. When he was on holidays, he spent about maybe 30 to 60 minutes a day just going through the course content, learning from me. And then he activated his coaching when he got back. And so that meant by the time he actually started his coaching with us and worked more closely with us, he had actually got all of the content done. And everything was so crystal clear in his mind. So yes, this is something you can do. You can purchase this now and you can start this at a later date. As I mentioned, purchasing now will probably just lock your spot in at a much cheaper price. I'm scared, I'm nervous, and I'm worried that this is not going to work. Is this guaranteed to work? The question you should ask yourself is, am I going to guarantee this to work? Because if you know that it's worked for other people, the question isn't then, does the thing work, right? The question becomes, will I make the thing work? Or will it work for me? Well, if you can say, yes, Adam, I'll commit to working with you. I'll ask you questions when I need to. I'll reach out for help when I need to, and I'll share my progress with you. Then it's really not a case of, will this work? Or if this is going to work? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I truly believe that. When I look at anybody in my program that has done well with this, they've come in with that mindset. Yes, they're scared. Yes, they're nervous. Yes, they're worried, but that's a good thing, right? It shows they're growing. They're stepping outside of their comfort zone. They also realize that they could guarantee it to work for themselves if they made sure they showed up and did the work. And so because of this, I do guarantee results for people. You know, I will guarantee to work with you until you at least get to between 5,000 to 10,000 per month with this. So if you do 3 months with me and you need more coaching, we can facilitate that. We can offer that to you because we will work with you until it works. I can't afford the program. Is there anything you can do for me? Well, look, if you can't afford this program, which is going to show you step by step and then hold your hand along the process to making money online, doesn't that really show that you need this more than anything? I want you to get creative. You see, if you truly want something in life, you will figure out how to make it work. I remember when I was back in college and I really didn't have a lot of money, but there were certain things that I know I wanted. I remember there was a point where I wanted a new laptop, and what I did for that was I didn't look for a cheaper laptop or a payment plan or anything like that. What I did was I found the laptop I wanted, which was really expensive for me at the time. It was like €1,500. A Lenovo ThinkPad, the black laptops with a little red dot in the keyboard. So what I did was I actually cut back my spending on groceries, which probably sounds extreme. I didn't really eat out at all when I was in college. I would spend €20 a week on groceries and I would prep all of my meals. Now that was pretty extreme
because, you know, my friends were spending a whole lot more than that. I had to forego some other experiences. But for me, it was more important for me to save for the thing that was going to put me ahead. And that laptop is actually the laptop that I started my business with. The business that got to 7 figures. And so yes, I could have done that with a basic laptop. That wouldn't have been a problem. But the key there is it was a product, a laptop that I enjoyed using because of the sacrifice I put in to get it. And so think of it like that. If this program just fell onto your lap and it was $10, you wouldn't even value the program, right? You wouldn't have to forfeit anything to get into it, right? Think about it. If this program was $10, you'd be like, well, I'm not going to join that. That's going to be worthless, right? $10. It's going to be nothing. You just got to get creative. How can you get the money together? But I know you might be thinking, Adam, if this works so well, then why don't you teach me for free? And then I'll pay you back when I make the money with it. Well, you see, if you're not going to bet on yourself, you're not willing to take a bet on yourself, why would you expect me to take a bet on you, right? Think about that. If you're not willing to bet on yourself, and I know you're not willing to take a bet on yourself, I'm definitely not going to bet on you. If you can't do the things that you know you need to do, how am I going to make you or try and force you to do those things? That would never work. And when you join a program like this, part of the process is parting with money, which is painful. But you have to see it as an investment in yourself and your future business. And it also then gives you skin in the game. You see, if it was free, right? Think about this. I gave you a free cinema ticket. Would you even go in the first place? Maybe, maybe not. But if you buy your ticket, you are guaranteed to go. Like, you'll go and you'll show up on time and you'll bring the snacks, right? You'll be prepared. The same philosophy applies to this. If I gave you a free ticket to my program, where then I pay my team to work with you, right? I pay my team out of my back pocket to work with you for free. You have no skin in the game. But Adam, then what makes your program different? You've seen the results. You've seen the live proof, you've seen the testimonials, you've seen videos on my YouTube channel of people sharing their experience. You've seen people credit their growth to the coaching we do. You see, I'm not one of those guys that launches a program, never shows his face in the community, and just tries to enroll thousands of people per month. I run a business, and of course it has to make money. I've got a team to pay, and then personally I need to make money to value putting time into this. But I truly believe what I've done with this program is I've put everything together in a way to benefit me and you. That's why you'll find we've got a small community. It's active. People actually help each other. It's why we offer so much coaching. And if you're already watching this video, I think you probably know why my program is different. That's probably why you're still watching this. But we could compare features, right? And cross-reference this guy's program and my program all day, but that's not going to get us anywhere. The difference is we actually get results. We get results every week, and I've done this. This is not something that I've not done. I'm teaching you something that I did successfully myself. If we can use AI to run this business and outsource most of the work, why would businesses not just do that themselves? Is this even going to be sustainable long term? Here's the thing, most business owners do not really know how to use AI. And quite frankly, they don't want to go and outsource the work, or they don't know how to do it. For a long time, I paid a video editing agency to edit YouTube videos for me. I would record the videos, I would send it to them, and they would send it back to me with it edited and it looking nice. Now, I knew the guy ran a video editing agency. I knew he was outsourcing the work, but I gladly paid him money, even though I knew he was making a good profit on top. For the simple reason that he was going to deal with the back and forth. He was going to manage his video editor, and if his video editor made some mistakes on the spelling, he would correct that. So basically what he was offering to me was convenience. I didn't want to have to watch a 30-minute YouTube video of my own and watch every second to see if there was spelling mistakes, or to see if the animations looked good. He would do that. And so the same applies for business owners. You're offering them convenience and a solution that, one, they may not even know exists, and how to do it themselves. And even if they do, you're offering them that convenience. Is it sustainable long term? Yes. You see, AI is a great tool we can use, but it doesn't replace humans. It doesn't replace or replicate everything we do. It can automate 80% of some of the tasks that we do, but not 100%. So there's always going to be a potential for this. So at this stage, you're probably not as on the fence. And hopefully you've really learned kind of the insights of why this does truly work in the last few minutes. Now, the last thing you've really got to do is decide if you are going to do this.
You see, to make a decision like this, often you do not need more information. From what you've seen just on this video alone, you probably have by far enough information to make a decision, whether it's a yes or a no. In life, the best decisions are the decisions we make fast. If you sit on a decision for too long, it becomes stale. You start to get mixed opinions. The excitement wears away. You start listening to too many people that are telling you too many different things. Money loves speed. And that is not to pressure you or to say you have to do this now or never. I'm just genuinely telling you from the bottom of my heart. There are some decisions that you've just got to make. The first property I bought, I didn't sit on it debating over which property for months and months and months. I did enough research, I got the information, and I went with a decision. And the minute I made that decision, I felt incredible because I had committed to a plan of action and I knew this wasn't going to go on for months and months and months of procrastination, maybe even years, then looking back, regretting the lack of inaction or the lack of action. So my message to you is to make a decision. Are you in or you're out? Obviously, if you need more info, that's completely understandable. Reach out and make sure you get that from me. But whatever decision you make, I just want you to make one. If you want to work with me, fantastic. I'd love to see you on the inside. All right, you've seen a lot, you've heard a lot from me. There's really one last thing to do. The info to work with me is below this video. It's in the description of this video. Even if we don't work together, I highly recommend you go down there and check out the info. See if this is for you. You know the conviction I have in what I do, and that comes from a place of I've done this myself and I've done it for many people. This is not a case of I'm promoting my consulting and I've just launched it. This is something I've done for years. I've got so much conviction in what I do now, and that is why I'm putting this slide in here to say, hey, look, I think it makes sense for you to go down below. Get the info you need, and if we work together, amazing. If we don't, that's also fine. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope this really, truly has helped you. You may have watched this in one day. You may have watched this over the course of 1 or 2 weeks. Whichever way, it's awesome that we got to spend time together through, this virtual setting. This is a good representation of digital marketing. And this is the kind of beauty of this world where you can do stuff online from your computer, from your phone, and you can do it anywhere in the world and you can make money. Like, that's pretty damn cool. So look, I'd love to speak with you. I'd love to potentially work with you, but there's no pressure. Hopefully you got some value. I'll see you in the next YouTube video.